Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my audiobooks, you can also support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. Check out the link in the description to join.
After getting sufficient rest, I headed toward the Cheonma region. In the original world, Baekma Hill was turned into a memorial site. But in this world, it's different. It has been left almost completely abandoned. There are no roads leading to it, and the area is tightly surrounded by barbed wire. If you force your way closer, you'll encounter a large hologram display. Restricted area. Danger. Monsters appear. This was due to the monsters that were summoned every night under the full moon. During the day, most of them would disappear, but occasionally, a few would linger. Most were level 3. Sometimes, there were level 4 monsters. Even a regular person would be easily killed by them, and low-level superhumans could fall victim as well. Master, be careful. Got it. The sun was about to set. I parked the red cougar at an appropriate spot and approached Baekma Hill. I leapt over the barbed wire with ease and entered. Eerie magical energy already floated through the air like vapor. I sat in the center of Baekma Hill and waited for time to pass. Late at night, as the world sank into silence and darkness fell completely, it finally began. The ground shook as magical energy stirred up a gale. Divine power, holy radiance, divine relic. Mana soul sigurd cultivation technique, empathic vision. It was time to choose traits for the day. The monsters emerging from Baekma Hill were all undead or ghost types, so this was the best option. I also intended to create higher-level paladin traits now that divine power had been unlocked. KRRRGHHHH. Arg. Click, clack. Screek. Eerie wails echoed across the night. Ghosts descended from the sky, dancing as if they were celebrating. The ground cracked open, and skeletons and corpses crawled out. It was a scene straight out of a horror movie. Grotesque and chilling, but I felt no emotion. I had seen far too many things in this world for that. Swoosh. I casually threw Mjolnir. Thunder roared as the weapon tore through the monsters. After the lightning, a holy radiance spread across the area. This was different from simply amplifying my powers through empathic vision. Even level 5 undead wouldn't survive a single strike. And level 3 undead or ghosts. Not even close. This is easy. Way too easy. The scene looked like I was erasing smudges with an eraser. There wasn't an ounce of tension. There was no need to activate my bright eyes or even use my sixth sense. The prophet's ring on my left index finger showed only green lights, a constant reassurance of no danger. This is boring. At this point, I was far too strong to waste time grappling with weaklings. Even standing felt like a chore. I sat down lazily. With just a flick of my right hand, I threw and retrieved Mjolnir repeatedly. There was no problem. If there was any danger, the prophet's ring would alert me. Screek. Finally, a level 4 monster appeared. Officially, the Chinese Communist Army had no ranks. But the monster that appeared now was unmistakable. It wore not just a standard uniform but also a breastplate, with an impressive unit insignia engraved on it. In its right hand, it held a massive longsword. It was a general zombie. Not a death knight, but something close a corpse knight, perhaps. Thud. But still, it only took me one hit. I stood up and looted the general zombie's remains. For a general, shouldn't you be able to take at least one hit? What can you even expect from a level 4? This place is, after all, a mid to low level hunting ground. It's not like the Grand Labyrinth or the Great Rift, which are high-level zones. If I wanted to find monsters that could fight me on equal footing, I'd have to go to those places. Looting the general's sword, I observed its form. It was slightly shorter but quite thick. If I had to classify it, it would be something like a broadsword. I infused a bit of mana to inspect it and clicked my tongue. Just like in the game. How nice would it be if materials could be acquired this easily? Unfortunately, this wouldn't do. The general's sword I just obtained was merely a replica, a temporary illusion created by the magical energy of Baekma Hill. Once the full moon set and the sun rose, it would vanish along with the monsters. The real general's sword was elsewhere. It was hidden in the secret forbidden zone of Baekma Hill. To open the secret forbidden zone, you must find the 4 great armaments and perform a specific ritual within a single night. The ritual, of course, was simply infusing mana. In the game, it was as easy as just touching them. Swoosh, boom, flash, yawning, I threw Mjolnir again. It was pure, repetitive labor. In the game, defeating all the monsters would instantly trigger the next wave. But here, I had to wait a long time for them to appear, making it even more tedious. After a while, slightly past midnight, at last, I had gathered the 4 great armaments. The general's sword, satellite gun, gravity staff, and 7-star bead. Was there any point in wasting time? I infused mana into them immediately. Normally, one person would hold each of the 4 items and infuse mana, but I skipped that step. By covering my trait slots with mana-related traits and using the GMO set's assistance, I could handle it alone. Whoosh! Mana surged. Magical circuits emerged from the 4 great armaments, floating into the air as if being copied into the void. The circuits intertwined and rotated, eventually tearing through space to create a dimensional portal. The dimensional portal leading to the secret forbidden zone of Baekma Hill. This first time required a complex process, but once inside, I could obtain a portal key, allowing me to access the zone anytime, day or night. Although the entrance remained fixed, meaning I'd still have to come here. I'd better stay on guard. The secret forbidden zone was high level. The regular monsters were level 4, and the boss was level 5. Not that those levels posed any real threat to me, but still. You know the rule. Never let your guard down. Adjusting the prophet's ring on my finger, I stepped through the dimensional portal. Flash, light and darkness enveloped me. Are they seriously coming in hordes like this? Long live the People's Republic of China. Long live the People's Volunteer Army. I was thrown into a battlefield. Roughly 70 years ago, to the time when one of the fiercest battles of the Korean War, the Battle of Baekma Hill, was taking place. A new recruit. A ghostly officer turned to look at me. A face devoid of emotion. It was just a spectral form constructed by the magical energy of the secret forbidden zone at Novel Bin Adat. The real bodies had long been recovered. Well, most of them. The corpses of the Chinese forces were still causing trouble, as China had refused to repatriate them. What are you standing around for? Get to the front line already? We're short on hands, and we're dying over here. Yes. I listened with one ear and let it go out the other. Instead, I activated the prophet's ring. It likely triggered the precognition ability imbued in the ring. I wanted to see the current state of the secret forbidden zone at this point in time. An unusual scene appeared before me. A battlefield where bullets flew and artillery shells rained down. Just ahead of the Republic of Korea Army's defensive position, where I currently stood, I saw a group of superhumans brawling with zombie soldiers of the Chinese Communist Army. Not ghosts or undead, but living, breathing superhumans. Eastern Army. They wore unified uniforms and rank insignias. On their chests was the bamboo flower insignia, a mark of an officer. All 4 of them were clearly commissioned officers. They looked to be around my age or slightly older. Their faces resembled each other. Looking at their name tags, I could see names like Gu OOO and Gu XX. It was easy to guess their identity. So, they're the Gu family. Grandchildren, or rather, great-grandchildren of the Legion commander. Judging by their lack of accompanying soldiers, it didn't seem like the Eastern Army had claimed the secret forbidden zone. They were likely here to gain real combat experience. After all, this was the perfect place for endless fighting, with monsters pouring in non-stop. Boom, boom, yikes. But it was far too dangerous. Even I flinched instinctively as a mortar shell landed nearby. The ghostly officer shouted at me. Get moving? If you stay here, we're all going to die. Yes, I heard you. What's with this guy? He's not even a real soul, just an illusion, yet he's shouting like a drill sergeant. Still, I couldn't afford to be careless. I replaced my empathic vision trait with mana armor. Even with the prophet's ring to warn me, it was easier to deal with potential threats proactively. Small caliber mortar shells and regular bullets wouldn't penetrate mana armor, after all. As I approached, the superhumans turned to look at me. Their faces were quite startled. It was clear they hadn't expected to see a living person here. Hello. Yes, hello. They greeted me in a military tone and began to scrutinize me. One young woman widened her eyes as she noticed the black tiger sword strapped to my waist. She also took note of the golf bag I always carried, which had inadvertently become famous along with me. Even though the original had been destroyed by the Massacre Empress, I had bought the exact same model to replace it. And, of course, there was my tracksuit, another signature look that had become my trademark. By any chance, are you Warrior Kim? Yes, that's me. You must be descendants of the Black Tiger family. I didn't expect to see anyone here, so I'm quite surprised. The same goes for us. How did you find your way here? I heard about it in the backstreets. It's a well-known location, isn't it? The only issue is that there's not much to gain here. That's because the real 4 great armaments are sealed deep within the zone. To get there, one would have to fight through hordes of undead Chinese soldiers. And that's no easy task. Even though these soldiers were equipped with weapons from the Korean War, guns, bombs, and cannons, it was still a daunting challenge. Rat-tat-tat-tat. Even now, zombies were swarming toward us, firing their decayed bolt-action rifles. Boom, boom. Occasionally, they even threw grenades. A grenade flew toward us mid-conversation, prompting the woman who had recognized me to quickly swat it away. Shouldn't we move forward a bit? If we push ahead just a little, there's a Republic of Korea Army position. We can talk more there. Let's do that. The officers charged forward in unison. They were certainly impressive. Their movements, the way they thrust and slashed with their swords, all of it radiated the dignity of a prestigious family. They were all level 5. Their traits weren't bad either. If I were to grade them, they'd easily qualify as R rank. But they're young. It was obvious at a glance. They were expending far too much mana, almost as if they were competing with or showing off to each other. It didn't help that they kept glancing at the black tiger sword on my waist. Occasionally, they even shot jealous looks my way. And why wouldn't they? Their great-grandfather had entrusted his treasured sword to some random guy who wasn't even a direct relative. If I had quietly faded into obscurity, it might have been fine. But my exploits during the Soul Terror incident had made me famous. It wasn't hard to imagine what the descendants of the Black Tiger Sword family thought of me. Should I give them a little demonstration? There was already a massive gap between me and them. To beat me, they'd need at least a division commander level 7. I drew the Black Tiger Sword. I put Mjolnir aside. I wanted to show them the gap in power using the very weapon they cherished most. Swoosh! I leapt into the air. I vaulted over their heads. What? Before they could even process what was happening, I overtook them. I descended directly into the heart of the approaching zombie horde. Giant strength Mana Soul one-man army. Tiger King sword technique swordsmanship expert sword chi. I channeled all my power into the black tiger sword. My superhuman strength. My mana, which had surpassed the limits of a warrior. Sword chi flared from the blade. Accompanied by the fierce roar of a tiger, a storm of sword chi erupted. Boom! A deafening explosion tore through the air. I hadn't even used any special area of effect skills. But with my dual power build, combined with advanced swordsmanship expert, and sword chi, the resulting synergy unleashed an explosive area attack. Zombies were ripped apart. Even the ghosts among them were obliterated. The sheer destructive force of the sword chi explosion was overwhelming. What the hell? Could it be the Heaven's Thunder Sword? No, it's a bit different. I spun my body, slashing repeatedly with the black tiger sword, as if slicing the air itself. Countless pure white sword chi bursts forth. It was like rain. No, like a torrential downpour. Some of the sword chi flew like dots, while others streaked through the air like lines. A continuous display of flashes and crescent arcs. Dots connected with dots. 3 zombies had their heads pierced, blood spilling as they collapsed. Lines split the world. The leading skeleton's head was severed, and the ghoul trailing behind it had its waist sliced in half. With every single attack, I didn't just kill one. At least 2, sometimes 3, or more, died at once. And the ghosts? I didn't even need to use divine power. I didn't even summon the black flame. The GMO set's effects alone were sufficient. Each strike carried an orange energy that dealt additional damage. This energy, a power of the Golden Crow, was akin to a flame attribute. And this flame-like energy was highly effective against ghosts. How is this possible? Is he really level 5? I'm level 5 too, so why is there such a difference? The officers stared at me with defeated expressions. Of course, they would. With their mere R-rank abilities, there was no way they could massacre zombies and ghosts like I just did. The only high-level trait they possessed was the Tiger King sword technique. Aside from that, they only had basic traits like swordsmanship and sword chi. They also had traits like leadership, endurance, and valor, but none of that could compare to me. Hurry up! When I reached the Republic of Korea Army's defensive position, I urged them to follow. They trudged toward me, clearly disheartened. It took a while, but there were no interruptions. That's because I had already killed every single zombie, skeleton, ghoul, ghost, and lingering spirit in the area. Their spirits were visibly crushed. But it seemed they weren't ready to fully acknowledge their defeat. You are truly incredible. I now understand why the Legion commander bestowed the black tiger sword upon you. It was deeply impressive. Their words were polite, but their eyes betrayed them, burning with thinly veiled hostility, ambition, and blatant jealousy. Finally, the oldest among them, a lieutenant colonel, raised his sword toward me. Sir Warrior, if it's not too much trouble, may I request a duel? A duel? Here? Now? Yes. This place is safe. There's plenty of room. We've sparred among ourselves here a few times. As long as we're careful, there won't be any issues. Was this man serious? Even if it's relatively safe, who suggests a duel in the middle of this battlefield? Well, there's no reason I couldn't. The fire burning in his eyes made me want to put him in his place. Why? Because it wasn't a healthy competitive spirit fitting of his age. Instead, it was a damp and festering arrogance, mixed with base desires that he couldn't even bother to hide. It disgusted me. I couldn't stand it. I had to teach him a lesson. I took a few steps back to create distance. Begin. The lieutenant colonel lunged, thrusting sharply toward my heart. It was a brilliant, textbook-perfect strike. Fierce like a tiger and swift as an arrow. However, clang! With a single parry at full force, his sword flew from his hand. The blade spun upward into the air. Under the glittering sword light, his shocked and bewildered eyes were clearly visible. No way. He tried to react, but it was already too late. I pressed the black tiger sword to his neck. The other officers flinched and moved to surround me, but the glinting edge of my blade held them at bay. Blood trickled down in a thin line. I stared directly into his trembling eyes and spoke calmly. Do you understand now? The difference in power? The lieutenant colonel's eyes wavered. I've lost? The lieutenant colonel barely managed to spit out those words. His face was one of disbelief. It was also an expression of someone unwilling to fully accept defeat. I withdrew my sword and took a few steps back, speaking calmly. If you'd like, I can duel you again. Would that be all right? Appa. Hyung. The other officers raised their voices, trying to dissuade him. But the lieutenant colonel seemed determined. Feigning politeness, he bowed slightly. I humbly request another match. Would a second or third attempt make any difference? The same result unfolded. No matter how carefully he advanced step by step or how much he mixed in elaborate feints, he couldn't endure a single strike from me. Each time, his sword was sent flying, and his palm split open, blood trickling down in streams. I've lost. Just one more time. One more time. Just one. They say persistence in challenge is admirable? What nonsense? The lieutenant colonel standing before me was anything but admirable. It was nothing but ugly floundering. This wasn't a beautiful challenge born of self-improvement or a desire to push one's limits. It was an unsightly display of jealousy and envy directed at me. I was starting to understand. The Legion commander failed in raising his family. It made sense why he gave the black tiger sword to a complete stranger like me, even with so many level 7 warriors among his children and disciples. The Sun Mage Tower Master raised his family better. Take Kim Mabiob, for instance. Perhaps because the Sun Mage Tower Master set aside his pride and spent time with his grandson, the boy had grown into a well-rounded young man, even if he hadn't inherited the intelligence of a mage. He even apologized to me once. In this messed up world, that level of character is a rare sight. But look at the lieutenant colonel before me. Instead of the proud gaze of a tiger, his eyes reeked of the damp, predatory glint of a jackal. No wonder the Legion commander lamented that his family had no tigers, only jackals. That's why he gave me the black tiger sword. He must have realized there was no one among his bloodline fit to inherit his legacy. Thank you for the lesson. After no less than 5 duels, the lieutenant colonel finally lowered his head, his pride clearly wounded. The look in his eyes was enough to make one shudder, as if he wanted to devour someone alive. I imagined drawing a long slash across his face in my mind, then nodded in acknowledgement. Well fought. Does anyone else wish to spar? I swept my gaze over the other officers. They all subtly avoided my eyes. The lieutenant colonel was the strongest among them, so after watching him lose so decisively, it was natural for them to feel intimidated. You are truly remarkable. I'm Gu Song-woon. Among my peers, I've never found a worthy opponent, but today I've been enlightened. The world is indeed vast. You flatter me. May I ask why you've come to this place? As you know, Baekma Hill falls under the Eastern Army's jurisdiction and is part of the Cheor-1 region. I'm not accusing you of anything, Sir Warrior. I'm merely asking as part of my duty. I came to gain practical experience. I've been growing rapidly lately, to the point where even I don't fully understand my own limits. I also heard some interesting rumors. Rumors. I heard that a powerful magical artifact is sealed in the depths of this place. That legend. We've heard of it too. A zone like this requires an immense amount of mana to maintain. It would make sense for it to contain an extremely powerful artifact or at least several decent ones. As we continued talking, one thing stood out. They referred to me as Sir Warrior rather than Black Tiger Sword Master. It wasn't out of arrogance that I noticed this. These individuals were nobles from the Eastern Army, part of the Black Tiger Sword family. Thus, it was only natural for them to show respect to the Black Tiger Sword rather than to me personally. The fact that they didn't meant they didn't acknowledge me as the rightful master of the Black Tiger Sword. What do you think? The lieutenant colonel suddenly spoke as if he had just thought of something. How about we make a wager? A wager? Yes. Our goal is also to reach the deepest part of this zone. We have a pretty good idea of what kind of artifact might be there. We agreed to split whatever we found among ourselves, but if you're also after it, how about we compete? Whoever reaches it first gets to claim everything. What do you say? A race to the depths. It wasn't a bad suggestion. But why should I agree to it? Judging by their current state, these guys wouldn't make it to the deepest part of the zone even if they were reborn. They wouldn't even make it halfway, let alone to the end. They'd be overwhelmed by the undead waves. When I made an uninterested expression, the lieutenant colonel smirked faintly, as if he had anticipated my reaction. Then he untied a metallic object from his belt and held it out to me. This is something that's become popular in America recently. They call it a weapon holster. A gun holster, you mean? No, a weapon holster. It looked like a gun holster at first glance. However, its design was more intricate, with gold, silver, and various alloys arranged like a 3D magical array, giving it an unusual, functional aesthetic. When I accepted it, I felt a strange magical resonance. It reminded me of the spatial expansion magic embedded in my golf bag. The lieutenant colonel glanced at my weapons, particularly the 4 guns I carried, before speaking. You seem to carry an excessive amount of weaponry, Sir Warrior. Yes. I've been through all sorts of situations, so I ended up like this. The weapon holster is made for situations like that. The one I'm offering is a smaller model, so it only holds 2 weapons. But regardless of type, you can store 2 personal weapons inside. Just place your hand on it and think about the weapon you want, and it will appear instantly. So it's a quick slot. In Arcane Seoul, there's a system for primary and secondary weapons. Normally, you would carry your primary weapon and switch to a special attribute weapon or a ranged weapon with just a touch. Of course, that alone wouldn't be enough. That's why paid items allowed players to add secondary weapon slots. The weapon holster seemed to serve a similar purpose. If you win, Sir Warrior, I'll give this to you. Not a bad proposal. Even now, I was carrying a shotgun and a sniper rifle on my back. And that's not all. My golf bag contained a grenade launcher, a rocket launcher, a machine gun, grenades, landmines, magical traps, alchemy tools, various rare materials, healing potions, holy water, elixirs, and more. On my waist were Mjolnir and 2 pistols. If I could store just 2 of those in the weapon holster, it'd be a huge win. But on one condition. The lieutenant colonel glanced at the other officers. He whispered something telepathically to them and then looked at me, his eyes gleaming with greed. If we win, we'd like you to introduce us to someone. Who? Chairman Song Huiyang of the GMO group. I'd like you to introduce me to her. To be honest, I was a little taken aback. Song Huiyang? Why her? I can arrange an introduction, but is that really necessary? Both you and the other officers here can meet Chairman Song whenever you want. As far as I know, you're a direct great-grandchild of the Legion commander. Ahem, ahem. The lieutenant colonel cleared his throat loudly, finally revealing his true intentions. I want to pursue a relationship with her, with marriage in mind. What? I've admired Chairman Song for a long time. That's why I'd like you to help me get closer to her. What the hell? Was he trying to mess with me? Does he know about Song Huiyang proposing to me? I stared intently at the lieutenant colonel, trying to figure out his true intentions. And then, I caught a faint glimpse of them. It wasn't from his expression or body language. I just saw it. It was thanks to the prophet's ring on my left index finger, which was constantly drawing in my mana. If I had to summarize his intention in one word, it would be this: deception. The matchmaking with Song Huiyang was just a smokescreen. His true objective lay elsewhere. I couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but one thing was clear. He desperately wanted me to accept the wager and participate in the race to the depths. I refuse. What? Wouldn't it be disrespectful to Chairman Song? Offering to arrange a matchmaking meeting as part of a wager? That's just rude. Are you saying you're afraid you'll lose? You just need to win, don't you? A cute provocation. I brushed it off with a hearty laugh. Accepting the wager itself would be disrespectful. Matchmaking is meant for people of similar standing, isn't it? That was just an excuse. The real reason I refused was that I didn't want to play into the lieutenant colonel's hands. Do you know the basic rule of tactics? You do the exact opposite of what your enemy wants. In this case, I had already classified the lieutenant colonel and his officers as enemies. Do you think I'm unworthy of Chairman Song? Of course. Severely unworthy. The lieutenant colonel gritted his teeth. But it was the truth. Song Huiyang was a level 7 superhuman and the head of a massive corporate group. The lieutenant colonel? As far as I knew, he was the eldest grandson of the Black Tiger Sword family, but aside from that, he had nothing. And despite being older than Song Huiyang, he was only level 5. If I introduced him to her, she'd probably scold me relentlessly. You're too harsh. I'm not the one being unreasonable here. You're the one aiming too high. Take this back. Sigh. I handed the weapon holster back to him. So, this is what's trending in America, huh? Judging by its mana, it was R rank. I'd rather spend my own money and buy an SSR weapon holster. The lieutenant colonel reluctantly took the holster back. I didn't think you'd be this unmanly, Sir Warrior. For someone who lost to such an unmanly person 5 times, you don't seem to be in a position to say that. What did you say? Instead of running your mouth, why don't you polish your sword? Maybe then you won't lose 5 times to someone 10 years younger than you. Warrior Kim was in his early 20s. The lieutenant colonel, on the other hand, was in his early 30s. When I pointed that out, the lieutenant colonel exploded in anger. You little. Immediately, the other officers jumped in to hold him back. Hyung, stop it. What are you doing again? Are you crazy? If Uncle finds out, you'll end up in the brig again. We're sorry. We're really sorry. This Appa loses his mind sometimes. We'll talk sense into him, I promise. Let me go. Let me go. Damn it. We're sorry. Truly sorry. The 2 men dragged the lieutenant colonel away, while the youngest woman kept bowing to me repeatedly. She bent at a full 90 degrees, as if she was truly apologetic. I watched them disappear with a cold expression. It was clear as day. Their true intentions hadn't changed from the beginning. Deception. All 4 of them were the same. Even the apologetic young woman, who was a major, was no different. They're after something. The fact that they quickly left the secret forbidden zone was a clue. Originally, they must have planned to let me head to the deepest part of the zone while they quietly slipped away at Novel Bin at. But when that didn't work, they purposely created a commotion, pretended to hold each other back, and fled. Why? Why were they so intent on tying me down to the secret forbidden zone? They need time for something. Time for what? I had a rough idea. Their uncooperative attitude. The atmosphere of the Eastern Army, especially the Black Tiger Sword family. The officers I met when I received the Black Tiger Sword. The warning I got from Gu Hyun-guan. When I put it all together, the answer became clear. Someone's coming? Most likely one of the division commanders. It wouldn't be a brigade commander. A level 6 superhuman wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Even those rookies know I've defeated multiple level 6 superhumans. So, the person they're calling in must be Gu Jungju, the Legion commander's eldest son. The wrinkled old man. The man who had most strongly opposed me receiving the Black Tiger Sword. I calmly recalled my memories of him. My knowledge of the game was useless. In the game, the old man was nothing more than a minor extra. Can I win against him? It was a close call. Although he was rated lower than his younger siblings, and his skills and traits were lacking, a level 7 was still a level 7. And there was one particular trait of his that couldn't be underestimated. Should I just go home? Perhaps that was the right answer. Avoid the danger and retreat to safety. But I couldn't simply run away. The general's sword, satellite gun, gravity staff, and 7-star bead were all gathered in this place and this place only. If not here, I'd have to scour auction houses, black markets, and even make inquiries overseas, and who knows how long it would take to collect them all. I gripped the Black Tiger Sword tightly. There's a chance. He was weak for a level 7, which made it possible. If I went all out, if I fought with the resolve to die, there was a way. Still, it was regrettable. If Grand Escape had recharged, there'd be no need to hesitate. A 1-month recharge time. That was excessive, no matter how I thought about it. Let's break through as quickly as possible. The best plan was to grab what I needed and escape before the old man arrived. I moved immediately. Using aerial assaults, I ignored the undead Chinese forces and sprinted toward the deepest part of the zone. Greya. Grrrgh. Hiya. Hiya! I broke through like a flash of lightning. I only fought when absolutely necessary. With divine power, holy radiance, and divine relic fully activated, I hurled Mjolnir at anything in my path. When that wasn't enough, I infused my sword with mana to create explosive strikes, just as I had demonstrated in front of the officers earlier. Boom! Crash! The undead army was swept away without resistance. As I advanced, a peculiar new trait was awakened. The explosions grew more powerful, and the mana consumption decreased. Acquired the trait, Mana Explosion. Not bad. It's a trait that excels at mowing down low-level mobs, and it's also useful for creating variables in one-on-one duels. It wasn't as powerful as Heaven's Thunder Sword, but it had its uses. Maybe I should have gotten my hands on the world-saving sword art. No, that wasn't possible. I didn't have time for that. It was already enough work recovering the big 3 sword arts. Even if I had a top-tier traditional swordsmanship guide to help me reach Sword Master faster, it wouldn't have mattered. Becoming a sword master quickly wasn't the solution to everything. As I mulled over these thoughts, I finally reached the innermost chamber. A large burial mound loomed before me. I stepped inside. Contrary to my urgency, it took a considerable amount of time. That was due to the enemies I encountered within the mound. Level 6 bosses appeared one after another, and I had to defeat each one to acquire the magical artifacts they guarded. Tisk. After stepping back outside, I clicked my tongue in annoyance. I was already too late. The Prophet's Ring showed me what I had dreaded. The man I had been expecting was guarding the entrance to the zone. After taking a long rest, drinking holy water and healing potions, and even crafting and consuming elixirs, I began making my way toward the exit. Even so, the undead Chinese forces slowed me down. By the time I reached the entrance, quite a lot of time had passed. You're late, Sir Warrior. The old man greeted me. Dressed in the Eastern Army's formal uniform, wearing the white tiger sword at his waist, stood a wrinkled level 7 superhuman. I calmly observed him. Gu Jungju, 2 stars. His rank, Major General. A division commander. His traits were unimpressive. Endurance, valor, these were the only 2 physical traits he had. Tactics, administration, strategy, his traits leaned more toward a soldier and staff officer than a warrior. But there was one trait that could not be ignored. It was this trait that allowed him to rise to the position of division commander. It was this trait that let him boast as the Legion commander's eldest son wherever he went. Master of the Blade. Gu Jungju was a sword master. The old man looked at me and smiled. It's been a while. Yes, it has. His face was still deeply wrinkled. His eyes never left the black tiger sword in my hand. He wasn't even trying to hide his emotions. That raw, pungent greed. What brings you here? I heard my grandsons made a mistake with you, so I came to check. Thankfully, I wasn't too late. I was on a business trip and rushed here as soon as I heard. Is that so? Well, they did make a mistake, but I don't hold it against them. I was just about to leave. Would you mind stepping aside? I took a step forward, but the old man twisted his lips into a smirk. Before that, I have a proposition for you. Go ahead. Your sword. Sell it to me. The black tiger sword. Yes, the black tiger sword. This was a gift from the Legion commander. I know that. So what? Would the Legion commander approve of this? I openly invoked the Legion commander's name. The old man's eyebrows twitched violently. I had hit a nerve. He was about to explode in anger but instead gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, barely restraining himself. That's not something for you to worry about. I have my own plans. The only thing you need to decide is one simple question. The old man shifted his body as if he were about to draw his sword. Will you sell it or not? I'll offer you 100 billion won. That's enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. No, for generations to come. What do you say? TL note, around 68 million US dollars. Clink, clink. The officers who had accompanied the old man waved their swords menacingly. All of them were members of the Black Tiger sword family, each wielding swords engraved with the emblem of a white tiger. I couldn't help but chuckle. 100 billion won? It was a staggering amount of money. But compared to the true value of the Black Tiger sword, it was a complete lowball offer. The Black Tiger sword wasn't just an indestructible SSR-grade weapon with high attack power. It was also the very symbol of the Eastern Army's legitimacy. If he had offered SSR-grade weapons along with several bonuses, I might have considered it. But for a mere 100 billion? Not a chance. I refuse. The Black Tiger sword is already my partner. Who in their right mind would sell their partner for a measly 100 billion won? Ha, bold words. Do you really think you'll leave here unscathed? I won't sell it for money. How about a wager instead? A wager. Yes. If you, Major General, defeat me in a one-on-one duel, I will give you the Black Tiger sword without hesitation. But if I win, and if you win, the 100 billion won will be mine. Ha ha ha. The old man burst into laughter, while the officers around him erupted in outrage. How dare he? This fool doesn't know his place. Just because he's gained a bit of fame, he thinks he's invincible. They say a puppy doesn't fear the tiger. Father no, division commander, let me handle him, I'll teach this brat a lesson. The old man irritably waved his hand, silencing the officers. As they clamped their mouths shut, the old man turned to me with an incredulous look. Do you even know who I am? I do. And you still think you can challenge me to a one-on-one duel? Do you have a problem with your judgment? Adat novel bin adat. You seem confident in your victory, Major General. Of course I am. Then allow me to point out something you might not know. And what's that? Sword masters die just as easily as anyone else when they're stabbed in the gut. The old man's face twisted into a scowl. As expected, the officers behind him erupted into chaos, hurling insults like, tear him apart, and off with his head. After enduring the commotion for a while, the old man suddenly drew his sword. Clang! A sharp, clear ring of steel. Though his character might be petty, his skills were undeniably real. His sword emitted a flash of brilliance, and then dark sword chi surged upward like a storm, taking shape. Sword force. It was as if he had plucked the night sky to forge a lightsaber, one of the strongest offensive techniques for a warrior in both martial arts novels and the Arcane Seoul game. Upon activation, it multiplied attack power several times over and added complex attributes like destruction, penetration, and severing. Pointing his sword, wreathed in sword force, at me, the old man spoke. If you kneel and surrender now, I'll pretend this never happened. I drew the black tiger sword and Mjolnir. It will be you who surrenders, Major General. Huh? That tongue of yours is sharp. Let's see if your swordsmanship is just as sharp. I took a deep breath. I was in perfect condition. The energy from the elixirs coursed powerfully through my body. I could feel the strength of Mjolnir and Aegis. The Heart of Abundance and the GMO set amplified me further. The iron fist on my hand was solid, and the star spawn armor I wore wriggled continuously. The Prophet's Ring monitored the old man, while the Eclipse Ring stretched and flexed slowly, preparing itself. I'm coming. Come. Giant Strength Mana Soul Swordsmanship Expert. Sword Chi Flash Aerial Assault. I started with a charge, extending my sword forward. Lightly tapping the ground, the power of the GMO set launched me forward like a cannonball. Boom! The sound of air splitting echoed. Sword Chi surged wildly. I shot forward like a meteor tearing through the atmosphere, heading straight for the old man. His face, which had been grinning the entire time, finally cracked. Ha! A single sharp cry, whether of admiration or exertion, I couldn't tell. He twisted his sword, countering with a strike. A black fang seemed to pierce toward my head, the sheer force stabbing at my back like a predator's warning bite. I twisted my body instinctively, dodging the strike at a 90-degree angle while sweeping my sword in a wide arc. Tiger King Sword Technique. The fourth technique. Tiger King's Flight. The sword chi flew outward. It wasn't a flash but a crescent arc. The sword chi I sent was swallowed whole by the old man's sword force. The old man shifted his counterattack into a defensive maneuver, blocking my strike. However, my attack didn't end there. This was only the beginning. Divine Power Holy Radiance Divine Relic. Throw Empathic Vision Mana Explosion. I hurled Mjolnir. I incorporated part of my paladin build into the throw, even enhancing it with the new trait I had just acquired. Boom! A thunderclap resounded as lightning struck down. The old man's eyes widened. The composure and arrogance he had shown earlier vanished without a trace, replaced by shock and disbelief. Divine power? Impossible. Even for a sword master, it wasn't an attack to be taken lightly. The old man swiftly brought his sword in front of his chest. With a light circular motion, the blade, along with the sword force surrounding it, vibrated and spread out like the ribs of a fan. From this, a circular barrier formed a sword shield. Bang! Mjolnir crashed violently against the sword shield. The barrier, constructed from condensed sword force, held firm and didn't shatter. But the storm of lightning and explosions didn't relent until Mjolnir returned to my hand. The officers standing behind the old man gawked at me in disbelief. What is that? That's impossible. Is he a paladin of Thor? I thought he was just an honorary paladin. No level 5 could do something like this. At a glance, it looked as though I had the old man on the ropes. But that was only because of the difference in gear. The old man was wearing several magical artifacts, an undershirt, a watch, greaves, medals, a beret, but they couldn't compare to mine. All my gear was at least SR grade, and thanks to Divine Relic, I was maximizing the effects of Mjolnir and Aegis. Still, letting my guard down for even a second would be fatal. Even though he was far weaker than the Massacre Empress, a single slash from him could kill me all the same. Suddenly, a chill ran down my chest. I instinctively raised Aegis to block my heart, and an ominous black glow erupted forth. Crash! It was pure instinct that saved me. Vajra Body Undying Mana Soul. Mana Shield Bash Empathic Vision. Had I not cycled through these traits and blocked in time, I would have died. The proof was in the faint white barrier of Aegis, now cracked halfway through. Dash! Following the sword force, the old man charged forward. His cold, unshaken eyes locked onto me. Even if he couldn't compare to the Legion commander, a swordmaster was still a swordmaster. Despite lacking any movement skills, he closed the gap between us in an instant. His blade, like a black tiger, descended to split my head in two. Ugh! A head-on clash with a swordmaster was suicide. Instead, I threw myself backward. Aerial assault activated, flipping me into the air automatically. The world turned upside down. As I twisted midair, my hands moved quickly. Reaching for my waist, I swapped out the black tiger sword and Mjolnir for dual pistols. Bang, 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 bang. Tricks. I had imbued the bullets with the stun attribute. The old man roared in frustration. The bullets didn't harm him, but they bought me 0.1 seconds. And that was enough. Crash! I hurled Mjolnir again. Even the old man couldn't ignore it, forcing him to block with his sword shield. In the meantime, I reloaded the dual pistols I had briefly tossed into the air and resumed firing. Then, catching Mjolnir on its return, I hurled it again while activating Mana Explosion, disrupting his sight before charging forward. Ha! I seized the initiative. The old man ground his teeth as he met my assault head-on. Boom, boom, bang! Mana clashed with mana, crackling and snarling as though trying to consume each other. Sweat evaporated from the sheer heat, forming clouds of white steam. Both of our faces were flushed red. Our eyes were bloodshot to the point where it was hard to recognize either of us. The old man unleashed a series of razor-sharp counters, each one carrying the killing intent of a seasoned warrior. I barely managed to block them with Aegis. The black tiger sword unleashed sharp arcs of light, each strike aimed to deflect his blade. As I parried one of his slashes, Mjolnir flew in for a strike. I even slammed him with Aegis, rammed him with my shoulder, and shot him with my pistols whenever there was an opening. Sparks flew from the old man's eyes. No, they were reflected sparks from my own eyes as I switched traits repeatedly. Every second. No, nearly dozens of times per second. The constant trait switching caused electricity to spark from my brain and eyes. Under normal circumstances, no matter how skilled I was at switching traits, I would have already lost my head by now. But one particular trait kept me standing. Mars swordsmanship. The ultimate combat sword technique. With this trait equipped, I became the epitome of a master, a seasoned warrior with countless battles under his belt. My attacks were sharper and more aggressive than any ordinary sword master. I could effortlessly overcome critical moments, break through impenetrable defenses, and tear apart the old man's stability. Die. The warrior's black tiger sword. The paladin's Mjolnir. The defender's Aegis. The gunslinger's Dasan guns. The brawler's close combat mastery. I brought all my builds together to push the old man to his limits. But still, he held firm. It wasn't easy. With the composure of a mountain and the steadfastness of an iron wall, he blocked, countered, and deflected every single one of my attacks. The old man was ordinary. By no means was he a genius. If I had trait swap, he had nothing of the sort. But even an ordinary person has their own path. Though he had been compared to his father, his siblings, and his peers, he had never stopped honing his blade. And so, he reached the realm of swordmaster. There was nothing flashy or fancy about his techniques. Yet he stood his ground, safeguarding himself with an unyielding will. His petty, narrow-minded character aside, even the jealousy and inferiority complex that fueled him had been tempered into his blade. This isn't working. I could see it. The moment the elixir's effects wore off, the instant my stats began to diminish. When the old man fully adapted to my style and launched a proper counterattack, the result would be my severed arm and me kneeling in defeat. The Prophet's Ring showed this future clearly. I lacked one decisive strike. One final blow to finish him. The meteor sword, which had served me well numerous times before, was no different this time. If I were level 6, I might have been able to manifest sword force myself. But for now, I was still level 5. I have no choice but to take a risk. I pushed forward with even greater intensity. There was no point in deliberately showing weaknesses. Such tricks wouldn't work against a sword master. Instead, I gave it my all, pouring every ounce of strength I had into my attacks, gritting my teeth as I struck with everything I had, all while keeping the bigger picture in mind. I wasn't just fighting for the moment, I was planning for what would come after the elixir's effects wore off. The more ferociously I attacked, the more the old man's eyes deepened. His gaze was like an abyss, cold and inscrutable as he observed me, scrutinizing my offensive. The battlefield grew silent. Even the officers, who had been making such a fuss earlier, fell quiet, watching the clash between the old man and me. They knew. Although it looked like I had the upper hand, the reality was far from it. Even with over 10 advanced traits, even with hundreds of other traits at my disposal, I still couldn't surpass the one pinnacle trait of the swordmaster, master of the blade, the ultimate expression of dominance in swordsmanship. For more than 30 minutes, I unleashed a relentless onslaught. But in the end, I couldn't bring the old man down. Crack. The sound was faint but ominous. The disaster I had been dreading finally arrived. The elixir's effects had worn off. My strength and endurance weakened slightly, my senses dulled a bit, and my mana flow slowed just enough to make a difference. Was that all it took? The old man's deep, meditative eyes flickered with a sharp glint. Flash. His sword force struck directly toward my chest. It was a flawless attack. At that moment, I had just swung Aegis to strike the old man, leaving me unable to block with my shield. Normally, I could have slipped away smoothly, perhaps throwing Mjolnir or unloading my pistols in response. But the small gap created by the elixir's expiration was all it took to break my rhythm. Desperately, I activated Iron Fist. Steel scales enveloped my entire body. I added mana armor to the mix, then layered on Domain Shield, Mana Shield, and Mana Barrier. It was essentially a 5-layered defense. Ordinary attacks wouldn't even scratch me. The problem, however, was that this wasn't an ordinary attack, it was sword force. And the one wielding it was a sword master. Slash. Everything was pierced. A sickening sound of flesh being rent apart. A searing pain tore through my chest as if I were being branded by fire. Gah! Blood spilled from my mouth. At the last second, I twisted my body to avoid having my heart destroyed. But that was as far as I got. The old man's sword stabbed clean through me, protruding from my back. His cold gaze bore down on me. The old man looked at me with arrogant disdain. Well done. His tone carried a grudging hint of praise. But this is the end. Surrender. For the sake of the Legion Commander's honor, I'll spare your life. A faint smirk tugged at my lips as I spat out a short, mocking laugh. This insolent brat. The old man's eyebrows twitched in irritation. He gripped his sword tightly, now weakened from having pierced through my iron fist and the layered barriers. It was clear he intended to channel sword force again to tear me apart completely. But I was faster. Even with the sword lodged in my chest, I reached out with both hands and grabbed the old man's arm. Crunch. Then I squeezed, crushing his arm entirely. Despite his age, his arm was thick and strong. But once caught in my grip, there were no exceptions. The bones in his arm shattered into dozens of pieces, leaving it limp and useless. Arg. The old man let out a pained scream, a sound unbecoming of his dignity. D-Division Commander. Father. The officers screamed in shock as they called out to him. Still impaled by the sword, I moved behind the old man. With my unyielding arm, I wrapped it around his neck in a chokehold. My other arm locked tightly around his waist. With just one twist, I could snap his neck. Cough? What will you do? He coughed up blood as he spoke. Will you make me surrender, or? I ignored the pain radiating from my chest. I had Undying, the ultimate regeneration trait. As long as my head wasn't severed, my heart wasn't split apart, or my brain wasn't destroyed, I wouldn't die. The old man closed his eyes tightly. I surrender. The larger plan I had been working toward from the beginning had succeeded. A mere level 5. Despite gaining fame recently, I was nothing more than a promising talent in the eyes of the superhumans who stood above the clouds. And yet, this was the moment I officially defeated a sword master. This might hurt a little. I activated Bright Eyes and Sixth Sense, carefully massaging the old man's shattered arm. Gaia. The old man let out a strangled groan. What are you doing? Let go of the division commander. He already surrendered? What is the meaning of this? The clueless officers clamored noisily. But the old man's face visibly brightened as I worked. I had reset the dozens of fractured bones in his arm. It would still hurt and be painful, but it was a far better state than it had been moments ago. I walked over and picked up the golf bag that had been lying nearby. Taking out 2 elixirs, I offered him one. I had other high-grade healing potions, but I intended to drink the elixir myself, so I wasn't about to share those. The old man stared at the elixir for a moment before accepting it politely. Thank you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Oh, now he's calling me that? I ignored him and stepped back 2 paces. With both hands, I grabbed the sword still lodged in my chest. Hugh. Taking a deep breath, I yanked it out in one motion. The white tiger sword. Squelch. Blood gushed like a fountain. The flesh that had been regenerating and the clots that had been forming were all torn apart as the blade was removed. A wave of searing pain slammed into me like a hammer to the skull. My vision blurred, and I teetered on the edge of losing consciousness. Had I not clenched my teeth and activated the Vajra body trait in advance, I would have surely passed out. Huff, huff. I gasped for air, each breath harsh and ragged. With trembling hands, I poured the elixir down my throat. I also activated every regeneration-related trait I had: Undying, Regeneration, Wound Recovery, Healing, and Vitality Surge. Thanks to that, the gaping wound in my chest began to heal rapidly. The ribs that had been obliterated reformed, and flesh began knitting itself together. Blood still spurted like a geyser, but even that ceased as the wound closed at a miraculous rate. I felt a chilling sensation deep within my chest, a sign that my very existence was stabilizing. This wasn't just a quick recovery. It wasn't even typical regeneration. This was complete restoration, instantaneous and perfect. It wasn't a regeneration trait at all. It was the newly awakened trait. Acquired the trait, 9 lives. I had acquired it after narrowly surviving countless death-defying situations. The old man stared at me, his face pale. What are you? A demon from the depths of hell? A dragon's descendant? Or are you a god's herald? How could something like this be possible? Who knows? I rotated my shoulders once, stretching my arms. My whole body felt sore, as if I'd been beaten to a pulp. Even after using all my regeneration traits, drinking an elixir, and activating 9 lives, the ache remained. It was a testament to how severe my injuries had been and how brutal the duel was. Ha, ha 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 ha. The old man let out a hollow laugh, shaking his head. I thought the Legion commander had gone senile. But I see now, that wasn't the case. He seemed deeply shaken. I understood why. A 2-level difference. This wasn't a fight between a level 1 and a level 3. At higher levels, especially above level 5, it was considered impossible for dozens of people to overcome even a single level gap. Even if he had let his guard down for a moment, losing to someone 2 levels below him was enough to leave him reeling. I brushed myself off and took a step forward. Please keep your promise. This is troublesome. I don't have the cash on hand. Are you interested in real estate, by chance? Real estate? That works. Then I'll transfer a building under my name to you. It's in Gangnam and should be worth at least 100 billion won. A building in Gangnam? That was even better than cash. In my original world, South Korea was already a real estate republic, but here in Arcane Seoul, it was even more extreme. With twice the population, land value was at least double, if not more. Especially in Gangnam, one of the most sought-after areas. Thank you. I'll gladly accept. I'll send my personal attorney to handle the paperwork soon. Let's leave the details to our representatives. That sounds fine. You should be on your way, then. I've learned much today. It feels like I've finally let go of a lifelong obsession. The old man looked at me calmly. The murky haze that had clouded his gaze earlier was gone. His eyes were now clear, serene, like those of an enlightened monk who had found peace in an instant. However, the officers had no intention of letting me leave quietly. Clang, clang, they all drew their swords, surrounding me. I frowned, but before I could speak, the old man's voice cut through the air, low and cold. What do you fools think you're doing? Father, we can't let him leave like this. He has the Black Tiger sword. Are you seriously going to hand over the family's treasure to an outsider? Even if we let him go, we must take back the Black Tiger sword. Ha! The old man let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. Ah, so this is what the Legion commander must have felt. For a moment, he seemed to see himself in his descendants. Then, his expression hardened, and he shouted with fury, his eyes blazing. You fools! How much disgrace do you intend to bring to my name? Grandfather, father, as warriors, we fought honorably, and I lost. Do you intend to make me a liar? Stand down immediately. Even without holding a sword, the aura of the sword master was palpable, as if an invisible blade hung in the air. The officers faltered, their confidence shaken, and hesitantly stepped back. But the venom in their eyes only deepened. The old man sighed heavily, a deep weariness in his voice. This is my fault. All of it is my fault. He turned to me and bowed his head slightly. I deeply apologize, Black Tiger Sword Master. This is all because I failed to raise them properly. It's fine. Take this as a token of my apology. Please, let us put this matter behind us. The old man reached into his military uniform and pulled out his dog tags. Snapping one of the tags in half, he handed it to me. What's this? The moment I touched it, a powerful sensation coursed through me. My vision darkened, and an illusion unfolded before me. A man appeared, his voice ringing clearly in my ears. The Black Tiger Sword technique is the ultimate path of supremacy. Do not stoop to cowardice. Stand tall with pride. Only by looking up at the heavens can you truly look down upon the earth. Only those who stand tall with confidence in themselves can achieve the ultimate supremacy and grasp its hidden mysteries. The voice was followed by instructions on mana control. Details of mana circuits at novel bin at. The flow of mana synchronized with movements. Sword chi blossoming into sword force. It was none other than the Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art. My jaw dropped as I realized what I was holding. Why is he giving me this? The officers were yelling furiously in protest. Father, what are you doing? First, you give away the Black Tiger Sword, and now you hand over the family's secret techniques to an outsider. We must kill him? He's already come into contact with the Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art. Stop this madness. If the Legion commander finds out, we're all finished. The officers screeched like a murder of crows. But the old man's expression remained serene, as if he were a monk at peace with the world. His clear, untroubled gaze met mine and then swept over the officers. Black Tiger Sword Master, do you know what my father's greatest wish was? I do not. To surpass the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon. My father cut down sword masters, earning titles like Sword King, Sword Saint, and Sword Sovereign. Some even called him the Joseon Heavenly Demon, the Hedong Heavenly Demon, or the Far East Heavenly Demon. But despite all his accomplishments, he could never surpass the Heavenly Demon. The old man's voice was calm, like a grandfather telling a story to his grandchildren. It was impossible not to listen. Not just for me, but for the officers, too. Everyone present fell silent, ears perked. The Heavenly Demon, truly a being beyond compare. He's the only warrior in the world to have reached the 9th level, the rank of Celestial Star. Among reinforced, there's Leviathan. Among mages, there's Merlin. Among priests, there's Gabriel. But the Heavenly Demon, he's the undisputed best. The strongest under the heavens and on earth. A true anomaly among anomalies. Even though my father was hailed as a genius among geniuses, he realized before he turned 30 that he would never surpass the Heavenly Demon. Don't you think he gave up too soon? Do you? The old man's sharp gaze locked onto me. The serene clarity in his eyes suddenly sparked with light. Those destined for greatness stand out from the beginning. Just like you. You're 22 this year, aren't you? Yes, I'm 22. You've reached level 5 in less than a year since becoming a superhuman. And even though I've fallen behind my siblings, I'm still a sword master. Yet, you defeated me. Someone like you might just have what it takes to challenge the Heavenly Demon. Am I wrong? I was just lucky earlier. Luck is also a form of skill. Without ability, luck is useless. The old man turned his head. In the distance, the faint echo of gunfire reverberated through the air. My father must have seen your potential long ago. That's why he went to such lengths to hand over the Black Tiger Sword to you. And now, it seems it's my turn to go out on a limb. I saw earlier that you use a very impressive combat sword technique. He was referring to the Mars swordsmanship, and I nodded silently. The old man smiled faintly. That sword art is excellent. In terms of practical combat, it even surpasses the Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art. But the Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art has its strengths, too. This is too much. Nonsense. Think of it as an apology. Besides, I have no intention of making an enemy of a future Heavenly Demon. Still, I'd prefer if you used a different title instead of Heavenly Demon. The old man paused to think, then smiled brightly. How about Sword God or Heavenly Sword? Don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself? Not at all. I believe you're more than capable of reaching such heights. Don't you agree? I couldn't deny it. With my blank slate and trait swap, even I had to admit I was practically cheating. The Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art will be a guidepost for you. It's a comprehensive martial arts manual for handling sword chi, an orthodox swordsmanship that has been refined to perfection. It contains everything you need to progress from sword chi to sword force, and from sword force to the sword heart. I had thought about this before, how useful it would be to have a top-tier swordsmanship guide, but I never imagined I would receive the Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art like this. After a moment of hesitation, I made my decision. I didn't refuse. I carefully stored the dog tag in my pocket. Thank you for this gift. I'll repay this debt once I reach level 9. Haha, that won't be necessary, but if you insist, I won't stop you. The officers still looked sour, their faces full of discontent, but their spirits were clearly broken. Though their eyes brimmed with mistrust and suspicion, none of them dared step forward. They merely exchanged uneasy glances. The old man looked at them with a scowl. What now? Do you still wish to stop him? Think about it. What could be more glorious than having the future Sword Heaven as a direct inheritor of our family's teachings? Or do any of you think you can become Sword Heaven yourselves? If so, I'll teach you the complete Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art right here and now. Speak up. Is there anyone among you who can confidently claim they'll reach level 7, the realm of perfection? Or level 8, the realm of transcendence? Silence. No one said a word. The old man sighed, looking up at the overcast sky. Who else can I blame but myself for birthing jackals? It's my fault. I realized it far too late. His eyes, full of lingering regret, turned to me. I heard rumors that the old woman from the Western Army has taken an interest in you. It must be true. That woman has an even better eye for people than my father did. Then, suddenly, his gaze brightened. Black Tiger Sword Master, have you ever thought about getting married? I have a few granddaughters who are quite lovely. I'm sorry, but I have no plans to marry until I achieve my goals. Why not just meet them, at least? This isn't the Joseon era anymore. It's perfectly normal to casually meet and part ways these days. Besides, being a single father or mother isn't a big deal anymore. What kind of horrifying nonsense is this? Is he seriously telling me to become a father? The old man was looking at me like I was some prized breeding stallion. Whatever enlightenment he'd gained from losing to me had apparently evaporated. The transcendent gaze he had earlier was gone, replaced by his true nature. Before he could make any more outrageous demands, I quickly bowed my head. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in pursuing relationships with women right now. I'll be taking my leave. What's the rush? At least have a drink before you go. I have some premium brandy blended with nectar. It's said to have been enjoyed by the gods of Europe, a liquor with a history as rich as its taste. You'll love it. I'm truly sorry, but I have urgent matters to attend to. I promise to make time another day. Tisk. Fine. If even a provincial governor can't convince someone unwilling, who am I to force them? Let's meet again later. I slid past the officers, who still regarded me with hostile eyes. I paused briefly as I passed the instigating major, who had caused all this trouble in the first place. He was glaring at me, but quickly averted his gaze when our eyes met. I smirked and reached for the metallic object hanging from his belt, ripping it off with ease. What? The weapon pouch. It was only R grade, but it was better than nothing. The major tried to snatch it back, but I dodged effortlessly. I'll overlook this because of the former division commander. Understood, I said as I waved the pouch in front of his face. The major's expression twisted in humiliation, but what could he do? The old man was still watching from behind, his sharp gaze keeping everyone in check. Whistling, I strolled out of the area. Although I acted casual, my back was drenched in cold sweat. Was it because of the major? No, it was because of Gu Junsu and the overwhelming terror he embodied. I had barely escaped being ensnared by him. I'm alive. Marriage? Single fatherhood? I shuddered involuntarily. Fearing they might chase after me, I quickly hopped into the red cougar. Speeding like the wind, I returned to my estate. Upon arrival, my magic spirit greeted me. Master, you've returned. Yes. Is everything ready? All preparations are complete. All that's left is to extract the mana circuits from the artifacts you've brought. Let's get started. The magic spirit took care of the work while I simply waited. I placed the 4 artifacts into the extraction device. Hum. The mana circuits emerged, glowing faintly, before being transferred into the boiling liquid within the magical cauldron. The liquid rippled, etched with magic circles as nectar and mana cores were added. The solution began to evaporate, creating an eerie transformation. What emerged was light, or perhaps darkness. Something neither gaseous nor liquid, radiating with vivid mana, began to coalesce. It compressed, crystallizing into a single jewel. It resembled a blue planet trapped within a diamond. A robotic arm carefully retrieved the jewel and the reconstruction elixir. Master, there's something you should be aware of. What is it? For your next level up, you'll need a mana core that's even more alien and of a higher grade than the mutant mana cores. And where am I supposed to find something like that? Based on my calculations, only an interdimensional species mana core meets the criteria. Interdimensional species, also known as I-races, beings from alternate dimensions. I let out a low groan. What about demons? Demons won't suffice. Demons are entities tied to the hidden layer of this world. Their nature is actually less alien than mutant cores. Not even mutant mana cores are enough now, and you want interdimensional species mana cores? Things were escalating out of control. If this is what level 7 requires, what kind of insanity will level 8 demand? Even to reach level 6, I needed mutant mana cores and mana circuits from artifacts. Screw it. I'll deal with that when the time comes. I have to erase all my current abilities again before drinking this, don't I? Yes. Damn it. I had no choice but to endure. Glaring at the reconstruction elixir with bloodshot eyes, I brought it to my lips. The moment it touched my tongue, it dissolved and was absorbed directly into my mana circuits, bypassing my digestive system entirely. Like a stamp, the elixir etched a new blueprint into my body. Then came the upheaval. Heat and cold, electricity and seismic energy, all erupting at once, transforming my body at its core. Grrrrk. The pain was excruciating. The white tiger sword stabbing into my chest earlier was nothing compared to this. Without Vajra body, endurance, or resolve, I was forced to endure it raw. A fever? That would have been a blessing compared to this. It felt like every nerve in my body was being seared by molten agony. Aaarg. Gah. Kahak. I died and came back to life. Over and over. Pseudo-death. Pseudo-revival. Pseudo-rebirth. Only after enduring these cycles did my body finally reconstruct itself. I looked into the mirror. The reflection staring back at me was soaked in blood and sweat. The ordeal was over. I reached for the trade elixir I had prepared in advance and downed it. Elixir of the Flame Demon Dragon. A high-tier magical elixir infused with the Hellfire trait. The moment I drank it, vivid crimson flames erupted around me. Flames said to burn eternally. Finally, I had reached level 6. February in Seoul was bitterly cold. There was no snow. The sky was eerily clear, and the sun, like an iceberg floating in the sky, cast a piercingly bright light. The light trickled down and reflected off the glass. The blue-gray glass exterior covering the building shimmered. The dazzling glare scratched at my eyes like a blade. Yet, my heart felt warm. Here it is. A gentleman in a suit, wearing a jeweled tie and enchanted glasses, stood before me. The former division commander has decided to transfer this building to you, Black Tiger Sword Master. I silently looked up at the building. A 15-story structure. It also reportedly had 6 underground levels. The first floor housed a franchise cafe and a convenience store, while the second and above were tightly packed with various superhuman organizations' offices. In the real world, the most sought-after real estate would be medical buildings, but in this world, it was properties tied to superhuman industries that held the highest preference. Wow. Baek Soren gaped in amazement. Teacher, are you becoming a landlord? How much does a building like this cost? The lawyer in the suit proudly answered her. Exactly a year ago, the former division commander purchased it for 110 billion won. The current market value has risen slightly, so it's worth about 120 billion won now. 120 billion. Baek Soren's eyes widened. Janet looked like she was about to faint. Only Kali Karat, with her silver spoon background, nodded indifferently as though the building was merely decent. How about the acquisition tax? Among us, only Manager Choi remained composed. The lawyer grinned. The former division commander has agreed to cover that as well. Black Tiger Sword Master, you only need to stamp your seal. What a generous man. Haha, the former division commander is indeed like that. After all, he is the eldest son of the Legion commander. If he was going to give it away, he might as well do it grandly. There was, however, one small regret. In the real world, a building like this wouldn't cost 120 billion but somewhere around 50 or 60 billion. Still, considering the dense population and high real estate value in this world, I should be satisfied. One day, I glanced southward toward the main road, where skyscrapers were clustered. This was no 15-story or 20-story building. 100-story, even 200-story skyscrapers formed an urban forest. Buildings so valuable that even with more than 1 trillion won, there was no one willing to sell. One day, I wanted to own one of those skyscrapers. The thought made me chuckle softly. From someone whose only possession had been a deposit for a 2-pyong gosa won, to someone who now had a house, a mansion, and even a building, it felt surreal. And yet, I don't want to go back. The stronger I grew, and the more I acquired, the less I felt inclined to return to my original world. Was there really a need to go back? If I became strong enough to dismantle the apocalyptic scenarios of the future, and if I completely conquered this world, all the problems would be solved. It was something to think about. At the very least, it was worth keeping as a plan B. That person. It's Black Tiger Sword Master. Black Tiger Sword Master is here. What? The Black Tiger Sword Master. The location of my building was right in the heart of Gangnam Avenue, near Sinsa Station, to be precise. Naturally, the area was teeming with foot traffic. Gangnam Avenue in this world was twice as wide as the one in the real world, yet it was still crowded. People started recognizing me and began to approach. Manager Choi quickly gestured. Let's head inside. The place I was led to was the 15th floor penthouse. A private penthouse reserved for the building owner. It had both work and living spaces, perfectly equipped. All the furniture was top tier. No, it was magical luxury. Even the engraved magic circles were immaculate, and a gentle, refined mana flowed like a fragrance from the mana circuits. Excuse me, is all of this included? Haha, of course. It's all yours. Wow. I was the one receiving it, yet Baek Soren seemed more excited than me. However, after taking a quick look around the penthouse, I lost interest. Because it didn't have a training room. I spend most of my day in a training room. Without one, I wouldn't be able to live here. Moreover, my current mansion was equipped with a magical spirit computer, various facilities, and security systems. I couldn't give all that up to move here. It's a decent place for occasional work. Oh, haha, I see. That's understandable, Black Tiger Sword Master. In fact, the former division commander rarely used it himself. His property manager mainly handled it. After all, the former division commander owns several other buildings around Gangnam, so there's plenty to manage. There's no training room here. We could build one if necessary. That would compromise security. Indeed, it would. It seemed better to follow in the footsteps of the former division commander and hire someone to manage the penthouse for me. With that in mind, I called Manager Choi, who was still busy marveling at the penthouse. Manager Choi, yes. Would you be interested in managing this building for me? Gulp. Manager Choi audibly swallowed. Me? Are you serious? Yes. I don't know anyone else I can trust. Plus, with so many superhuman organizations here, it would benefit your business too, don't you think? Well, I suppose that's true, but I'm not asking you to shut down your business. I'll give you 10% of this building's rental income as a management fee. Just make sure you handle everything properly. How much rental income does a Gangnam building generate? It varies from building to building, but the ratio is similar to that of the real world, about 1% to 2%. That means this building would yield about 1.2 billion to 2.4 billion won annually. In other words, sitting back would earn me 100 to 200 million won per month. If giving away 10% means I don't have to worry about a thing, it's worth the investment. Black Tiger Sword Master. Manager Choi's eyes glistened with tears. You're the one who saved my life, so I can't possibly take a commission. Besides, you've even allowed me to keep my business going. It would be my honor to serve you wholeheartedly. No, Manager Choi, do you think I'll stop at owning just this one building? I guarantee that in the near future, I'll own several more buildings like this one. I might even end up with a trillion-won skyscraper someday. Will you work for free then too? Well, it's better to be clear about these things. Take the commission. Instead, think of it as your own responsibility and work hard. Trying to save $1 million or $2 million by skipping the commission would be a foolish move. It's much better to offer a small share and have someone work diligently. The harder Manager Choi works, the better off I'll be. After a moment of hesitation, Manager Choi bowed deeply, bending at a 90-degree angle. I'll give it my all, sir. Haha. Let's do great work together. I shook hands with Manager Choi. The lawyer sent by the former division commander looked at us with envy. Right now, it's just a common property management role. But, as I said, it's certain that I'll soon be soaring. Shall we move on to stamping the contract? Let's do it. We also need to renew some lease contracts. Shall I call the tenants in now? I've already contacted them. The Black Tiger Sword Master is busy. I'll handle the lease renewals as his representative. Well, that works too. Sir, what would you like me to do? Should I try to negotiate a bit? Manager Choi's enthusiasm was evident. His eyes gleamed like a hungry hyena's, clearly planning to jack up the rent. In a world without the 3 lease laws, landlords were kings. Even in the real world, landlords held all the power, but here, they were practically demigods. After a brief moment of thought, I answered. No need to go overboard. Let's stick to the current contracts for about 2 years. If my circumstances aren't bad in 2 years, we can either freeze the rent or raise it slightly. The Black Tiger Sword Master is incredibly generous. Well, that's our teacher for you. I felt a bit embarrassed. The truth was, I didn't want to deal with the hassle, so I opted for a rent freeze, but their reaction was overly enthusiastic. Apparently, it was common practice to raise rent by at least 10%, sometimes even 20%, when a building changes owners. This world, in many ways, starkly contrasted with the real one. Did I just think Hell Joseon seems like a paradise? How absurd. If Hell Joseon was a nightmare, then this world must be hellfire difficulty. After spending a bit more time at the building, I decided to leave. The rest is up to you, Manager Choi. Unless it's something really serious, just handle it on your own. Yes, you can count on me. I'll work like my life depends on it. Wow, you really hit the jackpot, mister. Ha ha ha. I guess I did. It's all thanks to the Black Tiger Sword Master. Well then, see you later. I got into the car and returned home. After sparring lightly with my disciples, I locked myself in the training room. It's already been 2 weeks since I reached level 6, but I still hadn't fully adapted to my body. This is tough. A soft complaint escaped my lips. My disciples' rate of growth was terrifying. Baeksorin had already reached the midpoint of level 5, and Janet was on the brink of breaking into level 5 herself. In a month or 2, I might be able to give them nectar. And Kali? She was progressing just as well. By the time Janet hit level 5, Kali would likely achieve level 4. I can't fall behind. I gripped my sword. Closing my eyes, I summoned a memory from my mind. A memory stored deep within my brain of the Legion Commander wielding the Black Tiger Sword. The Legion Commander's movements were ferocious. With each swing, sword energy surged, and sword force was born, slicing the world apart. I quietly followed along, reciting the technique names he had murmured. Black Tiger Sprout, Black Tiger Thunderclap, Black Tiger Severing Heaven, Black Tiger Shadow, Black Tiger Sword Radiance, Black Tiger Descends. In order: Sword Chi, Sword Flash, Crescent Slash, Sword Barrier, Sword and Spirit as one, and Sword Force. The Black Tiger Invincible Sword art was a true manual, starting from Sword Chi, mastering its techniques, and ultimately reaching the peak of Sword Force. The frightening part was that this was only the first half. The second half involved the Mind Sword, and that led to a question. Can I even do this? In the game, the Mind Sword was exclusive to the SSR Sword God character, a late-game character from a China-based update. Even the Legion commander couldn't use the Mind Sword. After all, the Mind Sword belonged to level 9, the realm of Celestial Star. It's definitely not a unique trait, though. The real problem was that I didn't even know how to acquire it. The only way was to summon the Sword God character through paid gacha and have them pass it on. It was an ability that, despite being powerful, was overshadowed by the 3 overlords. As a warrior's trait, its activation time was slower than grand spells, it consumed an absurd amount of mana, and it wasn't even an area attack, just a single target skill. I'll shelve that for now. For now, even manifesting Sword Force was a daunting challenge. Hup. Boom. I thrust my sword forward. A strike meticulously following the mana control method of Black Tiger Shadow. Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art Swordsmanship Expert Sword Chi. Sigurd Cultivation Technique Focus Training. A barrier sprang up in response. Tat 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 tat. Drones I had set up fired submachine guns at me. The incomplete sword barrier deflected most of the bullets, but it wasn't perfect. At least half the bullets slipped through the gaps in the barrier and struck me. Yet, the pain wasn't as bad as I expected. I sighed as I touched the bruised skin on my arm. Too weak. The problem was that I had become too strong. Should I set up a light machine gun and let it fire away? No, that would be overkill. The best approach would be to increase firepower just a little, use rifles, imbue them with moderate magic, and create a combination of physical and magical attacks. I sighed inwardly. Where on earth is the Dasan rifle? Manager Choi had been diligently searching for it but still hadn't found it. It had been incredibly rare in the game, so this was no surprise. Should I just force mana into it? That was another option. I could forgo Sword Chi and focus and rely entirely on a mana shield and domain shield instead. I decided to give it a try since I was already thinking about it. Mana drained from my body like the tide pulling away, but I managed to implement a similar effect. However, it was horrendously inefficient. I can't use this in real combat. I had already felt it when I used Mars swordsmanship against the former division commander. My mana reserves were painfully insufficient. But there were limited ways to increase mana in this world. The highest tier mana traits existed, but they were exclusively for mages. For warriors, mana core was the limit. There was only one solution: Thor cultivation technique. It was a technique I had been considering for a long time. I sheathed my sword and spread my arms wide. I activated one of the new traits I had acquired. Hellfire. Whoosh. Flames erupted. Crimson fire shot out like a flamethrower, engulfing the vast training room with ease. The walls began to scorch rapidly. Magic circles inscribed on the walls activated in defense, but they were too weak. Even the mana embedded within the circles began to melt away under the flames. GRRGH. But I couldn't sustain it for long and extinguished the flames quickly. Mana Core Mana Soul Sigurd Cultivation Technique. Mana Recovery Mana Absorption Deep Breath. Even with all these mana-focused traits equipped, I could barely last 10 seconds. Hellfire consumed an absurd amount of mana. While it didn't belong to any specific element, its enormous mana cost was a major drawback. That's why fire mages usually carried traits like Flame Proficiency or Flame Specialization, much like Kim Mabiob. It's hard to use as a main weapon. However, it could work as a surprise attack. But only under one condition. I needed to solve the mana consumption issue. I'll have to go to Stockholm. The thought made me a little tense. Instinctively, I pulled down the zipper of my tracksuit slightly. Even though I hadn't zipped it up all the way, my neck felt tight. Would it be okay, at novel bin at? The reason for my concern was simple. The Thor cultivation technique, along with the Odin cultivation technique and the Tyr cultivation technique, were top-tier techniques derived directly from gods. Acquiring them required receiving them directly from the gods. In other words, I would have to face a god. At level 6. When I wasn't yet qualified. It's not like there's no way. I remembered something that had been mentioned before. Anyone below level 7 who faced a god would die instantly upon sight. Even to merely glimpse a god's face, you needed to be at least level 7. This was an issue tied to the level of one's soul, so even stacking high-tier traits wouldn't resolve it. But, as always, there were exceptions. You could use invincibility frames. Whether through potions, magic ships, or any other means, it was possible to glimpse a god as long as you activated invincibility. Of course, if you relied solely on invincibility and acted recklessly, you'd be annihilated in an instant. Forget paid items, I have an invincibility skill. Conveniently, the invincibility artifact I needed was also located in Stockholm Grand Palace. I climbed aboard the Red Cougar. The Thor cultivation technique was waiting for me. The Stockholm Grand Palace. A place where an entire city is one colossal palace. It spanned both the heavens and the earth, floating in the air like a mirage or a celestial city, gazing down upon the ground below. Its white walls and blue rooftops blended together, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Rumble. At its peak, thunderclouds churned. Lightning continuously struck from the center of the clouds. The survivor of Ragnarok. The victor of the War of the Fallen Gods. the spire where Thor resided. As I felt the intense mana waves emanating from it, a faint shiver ran through my body. Terrifying. At least I had arrived without much trouble. I pushed the control stick forward. The red cougar glided smoothly through the air, descending toward the city. Flying cars were truly a marvel. The magical spirit operating it was incredibly intelligent. If I had come by plane, I would have been bogged down by check-ins and immigration procedures. But the magical spirit had taken care of everything midair. Of course, my status as an honorary paladin of the Thor Church helped a lot. Without it, I would have at least had to make a video call. I wish you a pleasant journey, master. Yeah, wait for me here. I parked in the designated area and stepped out. I could feel the curious gazes of onlookers. Unlike in Korea, where people would create a commotion calling me Black Tiger Sword Master, there was none of that here. They glanced at the Thor Church emblem on my chest, nodded as if understanding, and looked away. Hey, did you hear? On the Vigrid Plains. Let's make a pilgrimage. This could be a chance to change our fate. Perhaps because this was a holy land for the Nordics, the atmosphere was far from solemn. From midday, the streets were filled with warriors drinking and shouting, their shirts open. There were Viking warriors who looked like they'd walked straight out of the early Middle Ages, modern and stylish Nordic youths, and ancient berserkers draped in bear pelts all mingling together. A strange harmony of the ancient and the modern. I stood at the edge of the main road in front of the parking lot for quite a while. Where am I supposed to go? In the game, it was simple. There was usually a background illustration and a few choices, like palace, market, inn, plaza. You'd go to the plaza, talk to the fortune teller, and when they said, a benefactor will find you today, you'd head to the market, tap on random shops, and the quest would begin. The reward? An invincibility item, Mistletoe's regret. Excuse me, where is the plaza? Hashtag dollar carrot hashtag, at hashtag and percent $, and $%. Do you not speak English? Carrot percent, carrot and hashtag at $% at, hashtag. Sorry to bother you. I don't speak Swedish. And honestly, even if I did, it wouldn't have helped much. In this world, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark still used ancient Norse as their primary language instead of their modern counterparts. After much wandering, I finally found someone who spoke English. Even then, their accent was so thick it was nearly incomprehensible. With a combination of gestures and painstaking explanations, I eventually arrived at the plaza. A towering statue of Thor stood magnificently in the center. The place was packed with people. Stalls were set up all over. There were vendors selling unidentifiable materials, merchants brewing strange potions in cauldrons that gave off bizarre smells, and magicians playing flutes to make artificial spirits dance. Fortunately, among them, there were fortune tellers. They were marked by banners featuring Odin's symbol, a bleeding, one-eyed emblem, and small cushions on which crystal balls rested. However, there were too many of them. At least 10. Well, this should be simple. I activated Bright Eyes and scanned the area. With insight included in the trait, it revealed the nature of the fortune tellers one by one. Deception, trickery, mockery, greed. Most of them displayed such traits. If even one had the divination trait, it would have been fortunate. I frowned at the sea of frauds until I saw the last fortune teller, and my expression softened. Prophecy, divination, mysticism. These 3 traits. She was the real deal. In the game, there had been no illustrations, so I hadn't known, but she turned out to be surprisingly young. Early 20s. An unusually young age for a fortune teller. As a result, while other fortune tellers were busy with customers, she sat alone, swatting away flies. Excuse me? When I addressed her in English, the fortune teller the prophet stared at me intently. What brings you here? I'd like a reading. I handed over a gold bar I had prepared in advance. Its market value was roughly 10 million won. It was wrapped in paper to keep it hidden from prying eyes. The prophet checked the gold bar and looked surprised. Speak your question. What do you wish to know? The past? The present? The future? I can peer into anything you desire. With a combination of prophecy, divination, and mysticism, she was trustworthy. I casually sat down in front of her. I want the power to stand against gods and demons' invincible strength. This wasn't my own line but one taken directly from the game's dialogue options. The prophet stared deeply into my eyes. Then, drawing upon her mana, she began chanting. Mana flowed into the crystal ball, which dimly glowed before projecting constellations. Right now, the prophet, reading the crystal ball, spoke firmly. Go to the market. Your benefactor is there. Wait, already? In the game, this step wasn't supposed to happen so quickly. Normally, you'd waste several days and lots of fees on pointless trips before hitting this point. Where exactly in the market should I go? It's supposed to be quite large. Can you give me a specific location? You'll know when you get there. If you're even 3 minutes late, you'll miss it. Hurry, go now. Surely, this wasn't a scam. Using empathic vision, I could see the prophet's emotions, urgency and truthfulness. I nodded and rose to my feet. I activated Sky Leap and launched into the air. Swish. Whoa, what the? You scared me. Once from the ground, once with leap, and once with Sky Leap. A triple jump. I soared through the air like a bird. Luckily, I had noted the market's location on my way here. At a speed unimaginable to normal people, I dashed forward. I leapt over small buildings with ease. When a structure was taller, I scaled its walls vertically, jumping from rooftops and propelling myself forward again. At level 6, I had far surpassed human limits. It was practically on the level of a superhero in the movies. With that power fully unleashed, I reached the market in no time. At the entrance to the market, a scene similar to a traditional Korean marketplace unfolded before my eyes. And within that bustling crowd, I spotted a familiar face. Both I and they were surprised. Among them, Sigmund broke into a wide grin and welcomed me with open arms. Brother, it's been a while. He stumped forward with heavy steps and pulled me into a bear hug. We'd started off somewhat awkward, exchanging polite courtesies. But after a few exchanges of messages, we'd begun addressing each other as brothers. Apparently, Nordics treated any form of academic or bloodline connections as kinship. I learned this through a Nordic warrior I met during the War of the Fallen Gods, and Sigmund had confirmed it for me later. Brother. Jordis joined in, hugging me tightly. Her build was as robust as Sigmund's. What brings you both here? Weren't you supposed to be in the Grand Labyrinth? Well, Sigmund scratched his head, looking sheepish. Jordis, on the other hand, proudly patted her stomach. We came to receive blessings for our new family member. A new family member? Congratulations. If we'd known we'd run into you, we would have brought some mead to celebrate. Drinking while carrying a child? That's not appropriate. What are you talking about? We should drink for the child's sake. Besides, a warrior's liver isn't so weak that a few gulps of mead would affect the child. Right, dear? Of course. Unbelievable. These two are a real handful. But more importantly, where was the benefactor the prophet spoke of? Could she have been referring to Sigmund and Jordis? Suddenly, a name flashed through my mind. They mentioned receiving blessings for the baby. If we're talking about a Nordic deity associated with blessings for children, that would be. Are you here to receive Frigg's blessing? That's right. If Frigg grants her blessing, the child, whether a son or daughter, will grow up to be the greatest warrior. Adat novel bin adat. But Frigg is dead, isn't she? Not only that, she hadn't died during the War of the Fallen Gods. She had perished long before, caught up in Ragnarok, which had swept across the Nordics. There's a reason Thor became the chief deity of the Nordics. Odin had also died during Ragnarok. Sigmund grinned slyly. There's a way. Honey, let's tell him what the prophet said. All right. Jordis closed her eyes. Moments later, her voice rang out loud and clear. From the castle in the sky, in the lowest place, find the rune that holds twilight. Take the rune to the plains. Board the skyship and conquer the world. Only then will the goddess smile. Her voice, imbued with mana, echoed powerfully. Strangely, the surroundings fell into silence. At the marketplace, though merchants were calling out to customers and shoppers were chatting noisily, it was as if all sound had been cut off. What does all that mean? I've already decoded the first part. You know what the castle in the sky refers to, right? The Grand Palace. This place. And the lowest place refers to this market. The name of this market is Alaragsdaga. What? It's southern slang for the lowest place. Or so they say. It's supposed to mean the place with the lowest prices. It's not slang, it's probably Swedish. Sigmund continued explaining. We've already found the rune. We thought it might be a rune stone or a rune fragment, but it turned out to be a painting. A painting? They called a painting a rune. Well, runes aren't just letters, they can also signify mysteries, knowledge, or meanings. How surprising. Sigmund saying something this intellectual? As I stared at him in astonishment, Jordis chuckled heartily. That's what the magician who sold us the painting said. It was imbued with mysterious mana, so we bought it. But when we found out it only contained a memory recall spell, we lost interest. Memory recall magic? I get it now. There was a similar quest in the game. In that case, I know exactly where we need to go next. Can I take a look at it? Of course. Sigmund pulled a rolled-up parchment from his pocket. The delicate artwork depicted scenes from mythology. The birth of an innocent and pure child god. A goddess holding the child lovingly in her arms. A depiction of her traveling the world, extracting promises not to harm the child. The mistletoe, too young and weak, left out of these promises. And finally, the mistletoe being placed in the hands of a blind god, who throws it. It was the story of Baldur and Mistiltein. The moment I saw it, I smiled inwardly. They mentioned it contained memory recall magic. Using it would summon not only Baldur but also Mistiltein and Mistiltein's regret. Are you trying to summon Frigg? Yes. We don't need the full blessing of immortality. Just a modest prayer would be enough. Sigmund gazed lovingly at Jordis as he wrapped his arms around her. Ugh, give me a break. Can't they save their romantic antics for when they're alone? These Nordics have no sense of shame. So you've found the rune. What about the plains? The magician mentioned it. This has to be taken to the Vigrid Plains. Performing the ritual there will summon Frigg, Baldur, and Hod, and we'll be able to receive Frigg's blessing. And among them, Mistiltein would surely be present. What I wanted was the flower that bloomed from the blood spilled when Mistiltein pierced Baldur. The Vigrid Plains, that's where Ragnarok took place, isn't it? The battlefield where memories still wage war. That's right. It's an eternal war zone. And get this, do you know what's been happening lately? What? Listen carefully. For the past few days, the entire Grand Palace has been in an uproar. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to hear. Feeling puzzled, I tuned into the voices around me. To my surprise, snippets of a curious conversation reached my ears. Did you hear the rumors? Of course. Skidbladnir, the legendary ship crafted by the ancient dwarf king. You mean the one that folds small enough to fit in your pocket but unfolds to be bigger than an aircraft carrier? Exactly. They say it appeared at the Vigrid Plains this time. Wow, if someone manages to get their hands on that, their life will be set. It's got to be worth at least $1 billion. $1 billion? Try 10 billion. It's basically a flying aircraft carrier. Should I head to the Vigrid Plains too? Don't even think about it. Do you think you can survive on a battlefield where ancient heroes have resurrected and are waging war? Over there, even a level 5 is just a grunt soldier. Damn it. I'm just a level 3. Guess it's not even a dream for me. Don't go. Unless you've got a death wish. Skidbladnir has appeared? It's not as famous as Naglfar or Sleipnir, but its utility is unmatched. Its portability and scalability are legendary. If it has a flaw, it's its speed. For a ship, it's fast, but its maximum speed is only 60 km per hour. Still, it's a top-tier vehicle. For combat, there are ancient dragons or phoenixes. For high-speed travel, supersonic fighter jets. But for a mobile base, there's Skidbladnir. In other words, Skidbladnir could function as a moving fortress. Compared to other mobile fortresses like celestial cities or subterranean strongholds, Skidbladnir had its pros and cons, but it was undeniably tempting. I couldn't get it in the game, but here, totally doable. Now that I thought about it, the mounts I used in the game were nothing special. A flying car, mass-produced airships, generic wyverns, and the occasional saber-toothed tiger. I had come to seek Mistiltion's regret, but now a top-tier vehicle had appeared. How could I resist? I had to get my hands on it, no matter what. Do you think the skyship in the prophecy is referring to Skidbladnir? Most likely. The skyship is controlled by the memories of the ancient Einherjar. I guess we'd have to seize it and conquer the entirety of the Vigrid Plains to summon Frigg. Not an easy task. The ancient Einherjar are at least level 5. There would be level SIXS among them, and maybe even a level 7. But something like this was worth the effort. It was a rare chance to claim a top-tier vehicle. Sigmund fixed his gaze on me. Brother, are you ready to share in the glory? From what I can tell, you've already reached level 6. Jordis and I don't have the strength to bring down Skidbladnir on our own, so we were in a bit of a bind. Me? I've been ready for ages. I raised my chin confidently and declared. Skidbladnir is mine. All right. We just need to summon Frigg. Both Sigmund and Jordis agreed. The two of them were level 5. Honestly, it would have been impossible for them to accomplish much on the Vigrid Plains anyway. I had no doubt that most of the work would fall on me. We immediately set off for the Vigrid Plains. The two had also brought their own flying car. I led the way while they followed, and we headed north. It will take approximately 1 hour to reach the Vigrid Plains. The magical spirit informed me. Internet searches indicate that many pilgrims are already on their way, because of Skidbladnir. Ugh, that name's such a mouthful. Once it's mine, I'll have to consider renaming it. Yes, several deaths have already been reported. Tisk. Soon enough, the Vigrid Plains came into view. The twilight of the Norse gods. The land where Ragnarok had taken place. Even now, eternal snowflakes fell lightly over the battlefield. The memories of Ragnarok were still replaying, an endless loop of its catastrophic events. It was truly an eternal war zone. We have arrived. The frozen ground stretched out before me. The weather was surprisingly clear. In the sky, mana auroras danced, while mana-infused sleet fell, freezing any superhumans it touched. On the ground, fierce battles were underway. Waya! Warriors charged forward, screaming. Die! Mages unleashed spells in dazzling displays of light. Oh, gods! Priests offered fervent prayers. But none of them were living beings. They were ghosts, or rather, memories pale and translucent. That didn't make them any less dangerous. Whether alive or dead, they were all still superhumans of level 5 or higher. Let's get down. I parked the Red Cougar at the outskirts of the plains. Sigmund and Jordis followed suit, exiting their vehicles. Around us, groups of superhumans had gathered in small clusters. Most of them were just observing, hesitant to act. After all, Skidbladnir was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield yet. What now? Not sure. There wasn't much to do at the moment. While waiting, I opened my golf bag and pulled out a magic cauldron, cooking tools, and alchemy equipment. I began preparing food and brewing potions. The fragrant aroma caught the attention of some Nordics nearby, who sniffed the air eagerly. A few of them even had the nerve to approach and ask for some, but I turned them all away. Why would I hand out doping items to my competitors? Eat up. You need a full stomach to fight properly. Ah, that's true. Should we have some mead too? Maybe just a little. Actually, hand it over. I mixed a potion of courage into the mead. This would speed up its effects. If only I had a brewing trait, it would have been even better. We passed the time eating and drinking. By the time I had finished preparing all the necessary potions, the moment we'd been waiting for arrived. Skidbladnir. What? Where? There? It's over there, at the center of the battlefield. Sure enough, it was. A magical ship reminiscent of an aircraft carrier, far larger than even the Nimitz class, floated in the air. The ship's golden hull glimmered, radiating an overwhelming presence. Its sheer size was enough to inspire awe. To exaggerate just a little, its shadow covered the entire battlefield. The gathered superhumans collectively gasped, their mouths hanging open. One of the quicker superhumans immediately climbed into their flying car. Skidbladnir is mine. Swish! The flying car shot into the sky like a bird. Oh no, you don't. It's mine? Get out of the way. Back off. More flying cars followed, speeding after the first one. Sigmund anxiously looked at me. Shouldn't we chase after it too? Wait and watch. In the game, Skidbladnir was only obtainable through paid gacha pulls. There was no way to acquire it through free content. However, there was a scene in episode 4, during the Evil Dragon raid, where Skidbladnir made an appearance. From what I remembered. Whoom! A massive magical barrier suddenly unfolded. Invisible waves of mana swept over the flying cars. It was none other than a slowing field. The flying cars' speeds dropped to less than 1/3. Then came the mana projectiles, raining down like a storm. Shwoo, shuzuzwoo. The barrage was incredibly precise. It was hard to believe they weren't being aimed manually. Several flying cars were shot down and plummeted to the ground. The thunderous crashes and the eerie sound of tearing air hammered into my ears. Unable to endure, the remaining flying cars tried to retreat. But it was too late. Magical arrows pierced through the air, striking the fleeing vehicles. Some managed to dodge, but others weren't so lucky and were hit. Even though the pilots of the flying cars were superhumans, the firepower of Skidbladnir was beyond comprehension. Its power, precision, and range were all absurd. Sigmund let out a shaky breath, his hand on his chest. That was close. What is that thing? Is there a pirate captain aboard or something? Something like that? The captain of Skidbladnir. It's likely the same as in the game. Although it was never featured as a raid boss, its stats had been revealed through data mining. Axe Expert Lightning/Bellow. Command Orders Designation. A warrior and commander. It marks its targets with designation, then uses command and orders to enhance its subordinates' attacks. Once you board the ship, it's a straightforward fight, but getting to that point is the challenge. I calmly analyzed the range of the magical barrier, the trajectory of the mana projectiles, and the speed of the magical arrows. I can do this. Thanks to the Red Cougar, that is. If I had a standard flying car, it would have been impossible. In the game, you'd have needed to find Heimdall's memory and use a fragment of Bifrost to board Skidbladnir. Sigmund. Yeah, I'll charge in first. Watch carefully and follow after I board. Don't come too early. What? You're going alone? That's too dangerous. I'll be fine. Let's go together. You can't keep up with me. Don't you see my ride? Even among flying cars, there were different tiers. Sigmund glanced at the Red Cougar and swallowed hard. Then, after a moment of hesitation, he shook his head and sighed. Charging in just because you have a good car is reckless. It's not about trusting the car. It's about trusting me. Ha, fine. You've gained 2 levels in just a few months since inheriting the cultivation technique, so I guess you can pull it off. But still, be careful. I climbed into the Red Cougar. Vroom! The magical spirit roared to life, making the engine growl as though it were welcoming the chaos ahead. Finally, it's my time to shine. Yay, let's go all out. I swapped out my traits. Driving, riding, focus. Bright eyes, sixth sense, empathic vision. I felt a shiver run down my entire body, the fine hairs standing on end. Here I was, in a sports car, charging headlong toward an aircraft carrier. Was this how Don Quixote felt? What went through his mind as he charged at windmills on his scrawny steed? Swish! The boosters roared, and the Red Cougar shot forward aggressively. From a distance, I could hear the jeering voices of the superhumans who had narrowly escaped. What's with that guy? He's charging in alone. Ha, he's going to eat a mana shell and get shot down. What a waste. That car looks expensive. He's gonna regret that. Well, we'll see who ends up regretting this. Before long, the mana auroras were almost within my reach. Whoom. The prophet's ring vibrated as if to warn me. I could see it now, mana waves rippling, shifting, and forming into the magical barrier. It was taking shape, solidifying. I took a short, deep breath and stumped on the accelerator like I intended to break it. Boom! Rapid acceleration. No, it was more like a controlled free fall. I shoved the control stick forward, sending the Red Cougar diving toward the ground like a mad beast. Exactly 33 degrees. I schemed just outside the boundary of the magical barrier, barely brushing past it, closing in on Skidbladnir from below. Shush-yish-yish-yishing. The mana projectiles rained down, as if they had been waiting for me. This wasn't just a barrage, it was a monsoon. A torrential downpour that pounded the ground relentlessly. My grip on the controls tightened. Bright eyes, golden eyes, sixth sense, and the prophet's ring all activated to their limits. I could see at the trajectories of the countless crimson beams falling like rain. And in between, a faint thread of a path. A narrow passageway, barely there. It wasn't even a zigzag, it was more like a hairline thread. A bottleneck. A tightrope. It looked impossible to traverse with the Red Cougar, with any flying car, or any vehicle for that matter. It was too narrow, too complex, too unpredictable. But I kept going. Hey up. I let out a battle cry, my hands steering furiously. My head felt like it was burning. I pushed my traits to their limits, pouring mana into the Red Cougar. Swish! I felt the wind rush past me, as if I were feeling the air on my skin. By this point, I was no longer just driving the Red Cougar, I had become the Red Cougar. The engine was my heart, and the boosters were my legs. I could feel it. The mana circuits acting as my nervous system. And I could feel it. The intricate magical formations etched into every part of the car, like capillaries running through my body. Pop-a-pop-pop. The Red Cougar blinked forward like a teleporting phantom. Then, the impossible happened. Defying all physical laws, the car twisted and changed directions mid-air. Once, twice, 3 times. No, more than that. It must have been dozens of times. It moved as though it had no mass, as if it were nothing but a cluster of mana, or a bolt of lightning. In an instant, I traced the path I had seen with my own eyes. Incredible, Master. The magical spirit cheered. My head burned. My mana boiled to its peak. Overwhelmed by an intense euphoria, I instinctively twisted the controls again. Swish! A magical arrow narrowly scraped past me. The danger was gone. Skidbladnir loomed right in front of me. Ha! Ha! My breathing was ragged. My heart pounded uncontrollably. Did I really just do that? I had believed I could do it, and I had committed to the attempt, but even I was amazed at what I had pulled off. That was amazing. Master, let's do it again. Please, just one more time. The magical spirit's excitement was palpable, its voice buzzing with glee. There's no time. I cut it off coldly. Pulling off that feat again wouldn't be hard. Unity and piloting. I had just acquired these two traits. But if I wasted time here, the other superhumans would lose their minds and chase after me. That couldn't happen. Skidbladnir was mine. I'm going in. I kicked open the door and leapt out with all my might. The wide deck greeted me. The ancient memories, now taking human form, turned their eyes toward me. Among them, the warriors raised their axes. Some aimed their bows. $% and at #%. The captain in golden armor shouted commands. I could feel their magical gazes locking onto me. Their attacks, enhanced by command and orders, came down like a storm. Swish, SHWSH, boom. Any ordinary superhuman would have been turned into Swiss cheese by this concentrated barrage. But I wasn't an ordinary superhuman. Iron skin mana soul mana shield. Divine power divine relic empathic vision. I spread a milky white shield before me, like a true paladin. Aegis flared to its maximum output. A divine shield thickly blocked my front. Axes, arrows, magic all of it was deflected. Even after dozens of attacks struck it, the divine shield remained intact. $% and #at, $and. The ancient Nordic tongue was incomprehensible, but the emotions behind it were clear. Panic. Their faces twisted in frustration. Boom! I leapt into the air, reversing my direction, diving toward the deck like a thunderbolt. It wasn't just a jump. After a brief double jump midair, I charged downward with explosive force. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as I hit the deck like a bomb. Mana soul mana explosion grand assault. Divine power divine relic empathic vision. In my right hand, I gripped Mjolnir. The lightning and explosions engulfed the memories crowding the deck. Krakoom! Thunder roared, and mana erupted in a fiery explosion. The warriors raised their shields, but it was useless. They were electrocuted, tossed into the air like leaves in a storm at novel bin at. They looked like bowling pins struck by a ball. $$ and at #%. At and, %at. The more experienced warriors shouted in fury. The level 7 captain and the level 6 elite warriors remained standing. Their furious roars grated on my ears, grating my nerves. You think you're the only ones who can shout? I can shout too. Shut up. I bellowed with all the strength in my lungs. I packed mana into my voice, pressing it down tightly. I even used mana explosion to amplify it. It was a copy of what the captain and elite warriors had done earlier. Unexpectedly, my throat felt clearer, and a thunderous wave reverberated outward. The memories flinched. And as a bonus, their morale visibly wavered. It was the effect of the bellow trait. How convenient. That made it the third trait I'd acquired today. With Skidbladnir practically offering itself to me, these memories were nothing short of a giving tree. If that's the case, I should face them with my best efforts. I went all out. Just like when I fought the former division commander in the secret forbidden zone on Baikma Hill. I utilized every trait I had. I unleashed sword chi, hurled Mjolnir, slammed them with Aegis, and riddled them with bullets. Hundreds of memories surrounded me. It didn't matter. One-man army. Against this trait and the massacre embedded within it sheer numbers were meaningless. In fact, it worked to my advantage. Every enemy I killed restored my stamina. Grah! The captain roared, his bloodshot eyes filled with rage. So what? His roar might have been meant to weaken my stats, but it was useless. One-man army included unmatched, a trait that strengthened me against high-level enemies. Naturally, it also provided resistance to debuffs. I said, shut up. I shouted again, veins popping in my neck. It didn't take long. 15 minutes, maybe, since I started the assault. The battle ended shortly after. Standing on the wide deck, there was only one person left. Me. Warrior Kim. The only one. Everything else had vanished, leaving behind nothing but mana dust. All that remained were scattered spoils of war. Monster. The captain muttered, staring at me. His torso was crushed, and his limbs had been severed. A monster? Well, that wasn't entirely wrong. Even I thought I was something of a super monster. I had just taken down 1 level 7, 5 level SIXS, and 100 level 5s all by myself. Sure, it was made easier thanks to divine power, and most of them were below our grade, but still, this was beyond the realm of common sense. Am I getting too strong? Every time I drank a reconstruction elixir, I felt an explosive surge in power. Though honestly, it had to be this way. I worked my ass off to gather the materials for those elixirs. I raised the black tiger sword high and brought it down. Farewell. With that, the deck was cleared. A few remaining minor memories lingered, but cleaning them up was only a matter of time. Now, Skidbladnir was mine. Mine to do with as I pleased. Huh. Where the captain had fallen, something shiny caught my eye. I picked it up to examine it. It was a magical ring. An artifact imbued with the acceleration trait, though to me, it was essentially a junk item. What a lucky find. Still, it wasn't a bad thing. I could extract the acceleration trait with diamonds if needed. It was also a material for the lightning slash trait, making it doubly useful. Ha, is this even possible? A dragon disguised as a man, that's for sure. Oh, Odin above. A crowd of superhumans had gathered on the deck. I spotted Sigmund and Jordis among them, as well as the very superhumans who had mocked me earlier. All of them were staring at me with a mix of awe and unease, itching to rush towards Skidbladnir's bridge but hesitating. As if I'd let them. I stomped the deck with a loud thud, calling Sigmund and Jordis to my side. Then, I turned to the other superhumans and declared, "Get lost. All of you, you're a paladin of Thor. Is this how a paladin should act?" Someone shouted indignantly. What nonsense. Without hesitation, I hurled Mjolnir. Boom! The thunderous hammer grazed the speaker's cheek, lightning sparking as it passed. He was just a measly level 4 reinforced, unable to react in time before his strength gave out and he collapsed to his knees. Catching the returning Mjolnir, I sneered. I don't even believe in Thor. What? You're not a paladin. Nope. I don't serve any god. So, what's your answer? I tossed Mjolnir into the air, caught it, and tossed it again, the rhythmic motions causing faint rumbling thunder to echo. The aegis on my left arm pulsed with the energy of the earth. The gathered superhumans stared at me with pale faces. To them, I was clearly a paladin, but it was inconceivable for a paladin to deny their god. Eventually, they gave up trying to understand. Fine, do as you wish. You broke through, and you took control, so it's yours. Damn it, I thought I'd change my fate today. Would you at least let me watch? I swear by Odin, my father, and my son that I won't covet your spoils. I feel the same. But to claim your loot, you'll need to clear this battlefield. No, the spoils belong to the plains until today's battle ends. I'd like to contribute to your fight. One of the rules of the Vigrid Plains. Only the victor of a battle could take spoils outside the plains. If someone ignored this rule and tried to escape with loot like the ring or the ship, they'd vanish the moment they stepped off the battlefield. I glanced at the superhumans, then slowly nodded. I'll accept you if you swear not to covet my spoils and to follow my commands. I swear. I swear it too. Good. Then prepare for battle. We're sweeping the ground forces. Now that's the kind of order I like. Every one of them was a Nordic. Nordics held oaths and promises sacred, even in the modern era. Koreans might never trust such words, but a Nordic's oath could be believed. Even the prophet's ring confirmed their psychological states as truthful. I moved toward the bridge. Though this was an ancient ship, the bridge looked like something out of a sci-fi space opera. The captain's chair stood raised at the center and toward the back, with stations for weapons control, navigation, communications, and detection arranged in front. To operate this ship, it seemed like a decent crew would be necessary. The superhumans who followed me sparkled with excitement. Even though the ship was mine, they clearly wanted a chance to touch the controls, if only for a moment. Some seemed ready to offer themselves as permanent crew, but their expectations were quickly shattered. My smartphone buzzed. Master, I can pilot this ship. Huh. Please take me to the bridge. It was the magical spirit of the Red Cougar. The car entered the spacious bridge on autopilot, hovering into an appropriate position. SHHRRK, thick cables extended from the Red Cougar, connecting to the magical circle at the captain's station. Mana signals flickered back and forth, and the robotic head inside the Red Cougar glowed brightly. VRRRRM. The ship rumbled almost simultaneously. Lights flickered on inside the bridge. Magical screens powered up, displaying the outside view in crystal clarity. A 3D map hovered in midair, offering a comprehensive view. You're piloting it now. Yes? You're familiar with Freyr's sword, right? The autonomous sword that killed giants by itself? Of course. That sword is the prototype for all magical spirits? So, as a magical spirit, I can operate Freyr's ship too. That makes sense, I guess. The 3D map expanded, rendering the entire Vigrid Plains in perfect detail. Though the celestial battle had ended, the war on the ground was only beginning. Giants were advancing. At the front, the army of fire giants stomped forward, crushing, splitting, and smashing the Einherjar forces. Frost giants, sea giants, mud giants, wind giants, and even hill giants followed behind them. Though the Einherjar were numerous, they were clearly outnumbered. At best, the battle would end in mutual destruction. At worst, the Einherjar might lose entirely. Fenrir is nowhere to be seen. Neither is Hormungandr. Surt and Hel aren't here either. There are no gods, just giants, and Einherjar. Good. If this had been the full Ragnarok from the original myth, with gods and their adversaries all present, there would have been nothing I could do. But today's Ragnarok was manageable. Most of the forces were level 5 grunts, with some level 6 mixed in and the occasional level 7. That was a scale I could work with. And all of them were vulnerable to divine power. Though they were called ancient memories, they were essentially ghost-like beings. Let's go. I sat in the captain's chair. A basic steering wheel was installed, a far cry from the control stick I preferred. I made a mental note to replace it later as I took manual control. A massive magical ship? Sure, it was supposed to be slow. Its top speed was only 60 kilometers per hour. Dumping all my traits into it made that complaint vanish in an instant. Driving riding unity. Piloting empathic vision focus. Grrrrrrrr, Skidbladnir roared. Accelerating rapidly, it shot forward like a roller coaster at an amusement park. The warriors standing and sitting casually on the deck stumbled, nearly losing their balance. Whoa, why is it so fast? Guardian, what have you done? I ignored them and kept going. It felt like I was piloting a whale swimming through the sky. We descended rapidly toward the nearest frost giant army. A steep dive. The massive horde of giants, which had looked like tiny ants from afar, grew larger and larger. The magical screen at the front of the bridge filled with the grotesque blue faces of the frost giants. Brace for impact. Gah, this is insane. Absolutely insane. Damn it, he's completely nuts. And that's exactly why I like him. Right? Warriors, descendants of Odin, servants of Thor? When else will we get a chance for a raid like this? Kill them all. To hell with it. Let's do this. Boom! The massive ship crushed the army of giants beneath it. A magical vessel straight out of myth. A top-tier mount and an SSR-grade artifact, even in the game. Its durability was equally mythical. Not a single scratch marred the hull, but the giants below were in complete disarray. Broken limbs were the least of their worries. Cracked skulls, fractured necks, and tongues hanging lifelessly out of their mouths. In just one sweep, dozens of giants were annihilated. Truly, no opponent is easier than one vastly outclassed in size. Gah. Kreia. The giants weren't about to just roll over and die, though. They grabbed hold of Skidbladnir as it plowed through the earth, smashing the ground underfoot. Some began climbing the ship, digging their hands into its sides like makeshift walls. As frost giants, they had the ability to freeze and melt their palms at will, helping them ascend to the deck. I stepped away from the captain's chair, grabbing Mjolnir. Red, I'll take care of the giants. Pull away at full speed. Understood, master. Finally, it's our turn. We've been waiting for this. The warriors cheered and poured out onto the deck alongside me. Defending the entire expansive deck was nearly impossible, so I shouted toward the bridge. Shrink it to destroyer size. Yes, master. Skidbladnir began folding in on itself, compacting to a smaller form. It shrank to about the size of a King Sejong-class destroyer. The bridge remained its original size to accommodate the Red Cougar, but this was manageable. I dashed across the deck, slaughtering frost giants as I went. One fell with a single sword slash, another with a swing of Mjolnir. Rat-tat-tat-tat. And of course, there was gunfire. Against low-tier enemies, there's nothing more convenient than a gun. Gunslinger Divine Power Black Flame. Aim shoot barrage. A rifle would have been ideal, but a shotgun worked well enough. With the addition of spirit bullet properties, it was plenty effective. Divine Power, Black Flames, and Spirit Bullets rained down on the ghost-like memories of the giants. If any could withstand it, I'd like to see them try. Gah. Greya. Urg. With each pained scream, the giants disintegrated into clouds of soul dust. I could feel astonished gazes from the warriors around me. What are you staring at? After shooting the last giant dead, I headed back to the bridge. We're pulling out. Hold on tight. Damn it. What's with this crazy Asian? He's more of a Nordic berserker than any of us. Hold on. Rumble. Skidbladnir surged upward, twisting and climbing. A few giants clung desperately to the ship, but they couldn't hold on for long. In mere moments, the ship soared so high it almost touched the mana auroras, then abruptly changed direction. Once again, it hurtled toward the ground. Boom. Crash. It plowed through the earth like a farmer tilling fields. Giants were flattened in its wake. The disorganized giant army had no chance of holding out. There were a few close calls, though. Some giants had prepared for our charge and attempted a coordinated assault. But neither I nor the other superhumans were easy prey. The giants who climbed onto the deck and those clinging to the sides of the ship all ended up as clouds of soul dust. I ran back and forth across the deck, cutting down giants wherever I found them. The efficiency here sucks. If these were real giants, I'd have made a fortune. The loot dropped by actual giants would have been worth a king's ransom. But the ancient memories left behind nothing but soul dust. At best, they occasionally dropped magical equipment. Since finding the acceleration ring, I'd only managed to collect a few gold bars, some herbs, and a handful of unidentified animal hides. I had no idea how long we'd been fighting. On this sunless, timeless battlefield, day and night were indistinguishable. By the time my mouth tasted like iron and I downed several bottles of the stimulants the warriors had brought, the world suddenly grew bright. Brother, the sun has risen. Sigmund's shout pulled my attention. Instinctively, I turned to the eastern sky. A golden sun, as round as a platter, was rising calmly over the horizon. And chasing it was an enormous wolf. Its skull? That skull. We have to catch it. Brother, if we outrun that beast and seize the sun, today's battle will end. Catch skull? I quickly grabbed the wheel. I yanked it so hard the ship tilted, accelerating as much as it could, but it wasn't enough. Both the sun and skull were distant shadows on the horizon. Damn it. We're too slow. Brother, how about chasing it in your sports car? That won't work. It's a trap. This wasn't a simple race. I'd experienced this as a minigame in the game. The outcome depended on which vehicle you used to chase Skull. A flying car? Unless it was as sturdy as an armored vehicle, Skull would ram it to pieces. Skidbladnir was the better choice. I gripped the wheel and took a deep breath, carefully selecting my traits. Unity. This would be my core trait. I discarded driving and riding altogether. The effect of Unity was simple, it allowed me to project my traits and abilities onto my vehicle. For pure speed, bypassing the ship's innate power and applying my own traits was the way to go. Grand Assault Swiftness Sprint. Mobility Mana Explosion. One more thing. I swapped out the Prophet's Ring for the Ring of Acceleration. Projecting all my traits onto Skidbladnir, I felt an immediate response. Rumble? The massive aircraft carrier-sized vessel began to contort as if it were about to break apart, unleashing an overwhelming surge of mana at Novel Bin Adat. The warriors clung to the walls for dear life. Sigmund's face turned pale as he shouted. What now? What are you trying to do this time? Hold on tight. Damn it! If I ever go on another expedition with you, I'm no longer a Nordic warrior, I'll be a cowardly Greek. Boom! Mana exploded from the ship, propelling it forward. It had no engines, but it slid across the ice like a massive glacier, crashing through everything in its path. The atmosphere groaned, and the mana auroras tore apart wildly. Gore! The monstrous wolf chasing the sun turned to look back. It wasn't fully materialized, just a faint shadow, but the ferocity in its bloodshot eyes, the crimson malice blazing within, was unmistakably real. In an instant, I caught up to it. The massive wolf and the giant magical ship were now running side by side. In just a few more seconds, we would overtake it. The light in Skull's eyes grew more ferocious, a predatory gleam sharpening with every second. Watching it, I began to count silently in my head. 3, 2, 1, now. I switched my traits with nothing more than a thought. Unity Iron Body Close Combat Mastery. Defense Mana Shield Mana Armor. At that exact moment, Skull lunged. The mountain-sized wolf threw its entire weight at Skidbladnir. Boom! A violent impact shook the ship. It felt as if I had personally taken the blow, my whole body ached. But I could endure it. Even Sigmund and Jordis were completely fine. In fact, they were so unaffected they had confused expressions, as if wondering if it was all just a weak bump from a bumper car. What? That's it? That's all it's got. As expected of Skidbladnir. The ship of the gods. Truly impressive, truly. They were mistaken. It wasn't the ship that was extraordinary, it was me. Unity Giant's Strength One-Man Army. Close Combat Mastery Grand Assault Charge. Now it was my turn. As soon as I caught my breath, I yanked the wheel hard to the side. Mana erupted in a fierce torrent, stacking the effects of Grand Assault and Charge simultaneously. Using that force as propulsion, I slammed into Skull. Ki Kekung. The wolf let out a wretched cry, recoiling from the impact. Skull stumbled, falling behind. It quickly regained its senses and began scrambling to catch up, but it was too late. With another swift trait swap, I pushed Skidbladnir even further ahead, widening the gap. Finally, at last. By now, the battle on the ground had long since ended. The sun, the final prize of today's war, was now within our reach. I seek Thor's strength. Grant me the moment when Thor lifted Hormungandr. I need Tyr's justice. Let me have it from the moment Tyr lost his arm to Fenrir. Tisk tisk, amateurs. A true warrior needs a fine weapon. Give me the day Freyr sat on Odin's throne. Me? I have no clue, so pick whatever you want. Finally, we caught up to the sun. Shatter? The sun broke apart like fragile glass. Awua. A haunting wolf's howl echoed faintly. The world split apart. Like a spiderweb cracking, scenes from myth unraveled and scattered in chaotic displays. The giant Ymir. The gods of Asgard. The various races flourishing across the 9 realms. Odin, Tyr, Thor, Freyr, Freyja, Frigg, Loki, Baldur, and the 3 Norns of destiny. Countless divine figures appeared. The warriors shouted the names of the gods as they leapt from the ship. Odin Almighty. To Valhalla. Heimdall calls to me. They dived into the memories of myth. Would they find what they were seeking? Who knows? The loot here was all determined by gacha mechanics, after all. Brother, I'll use the rune. Sigmund tossed the painting into the air. The scroll unfurled, freezing a scene in midair like a window into another world. Frigg cradling the infant Baldur as she traversed the world. The adult Baldur, pierced by mistletoe, bleeding as he fell. Rumble, rumble. Skidbladnir shook uneasily. The memories were fading, growing blurry. There wasn't much time left. Soon, everything would vanish completely. The Vigrid Plains, which had replayed these memories, would return to being an ordinary polar wasteland. Crack, crackle, we barely made it. Sigmund and Jordis dashed toward the now half-transparent gods, while I sprinted toward the fallen Baldur. I reached out with all my might, my fingers just brushing against the faint figure of Baldur, his scattered blood, and the flowers blooming in the bloody trail, just as they were about to evaporate completely. Ow, damn it. It truly was a razor-thin margin. If I'd been even a second late, I would have gone home empty-handed. But why the hell do my fingers hurt? Curious, I glanced at my hand. The first thing that caught my eye was a single flower. Mistletoe's regret. And next to it, a small leaf pierced into my flesh. It had gone straight through my iron-like fist, even after multiple rounds of bodily reconstruction that had made my skin tougher than monster hides. Mistletoe's God's Lair. An incredibly rare consumable that, in the game, had only a 1% drop rate and was nearly impossible to see without premium gacha. Its function was simple, negate invincibility. I clenched my fist instinctively. I couldn't help but think of a certain raid boss and villain, one that caused absolute chaos but had yet to be taken down. The world is changing. It felt like watching a painting lose its colors, draining away into a black and white scene. Memories, once vibrant and full of life like mosaic art, ebbed away as if pulled by the tide. What replaced them was a desolate wasteland. The ancient warriors who had been roaring moments ago were nowhere to be seen. Snow did not fall. The dry, gnarled trees and the eerie wind scraping against the skin were all that remained. Brother. Sigmund approached with a bright, beaming smile. Fjordis was smiling as well. It seemed they had successfully obtained the blessing of Frigg, their intended goal. How about the blessing? Of course, we got it. And you, brother. I accomplished my goal too. He held out his right hand. A blood-red flower and mistletoe leaves dangled loosely from it. Mistletoe's regret and God's lair. Brother, you've obtained quite a treasure yourself. It's nothing. The real prize is something else entirely. Fjordis glanced upward at the sky. A massive shadow loomed above them. Skidbladnir. The mythical ship that could freely adjust its size and weight. Sigmund, in particular, looked extremely envious. I'm so jealous. A ship straight out of the legends? With that, you'd never need a house or a car again. It stands out too much, so I can't use it all the time. Well, you can just use a regular car most of the time? Still, I'm jealous. Damn it, I should go out and get myself a wyvern or something. A wyvern? That wouldn't even come close. You'd need an ancient dragon to make a fair comparison. Fjordis playfully poked Sigmund in the ribs. A flying car was approaching from a distance, likely remote-controlled. Its design was plain compared to the Red Cougar. It was a flying car that the couple often used. We'll head off first. We need to return home to prepare for the baby. When's the due date? 6 months from now. Huh? 6 months. That means she's already 4 months pregnant? It didn't show much. Perhaps they were using magic or specialized equipment to protect the fetus. Sigmund and Fjordis boarded the flying car, waving as they departed. If you're ever in Norway, make sure to visit. We'll host a traditional Nordic feast for you. Not sure if I'll have a reason to go, but if I do, I'll drop by. Where exactly should I go? Oslo? Just head to Oslo and walk into any pub, drop my name, and everyone will know. Not to brag, but there isn't anyone in Oslo who doesn't know us. Given their renowned lineage, it wasn't hard to believe. After bidding their farewells, the couple took off. As soon as they left, dozens of flying cars swarmed toward me. Yo, Captain. The Nordic warriors greeted me warmly. Thanks to you, I had a blast. Today's events will turn into songs that echo across Scandinavia. Ha ha ha. I can't remember the last time I felt such exhilaration in battle. It's been decades since we've had such a satisfying victory at Ragnarok. Skidbladnir finding its rightful owner, what a tale. At novel bin at. It's a shame the owner isn't a Nord, but you're still the successor of the Sigurd cultivation technique. If you think about it, you're practically one of our kin. Some of them jumped down to pat my shoulder. One even slapped my backside playfully. I chuckled and returned the favor. In true warrior fashion, we shared tight embraces before they earnestly made their requests. If you come to Denmark, look for Preben's son, Ulrich. You must? Next time, let's have a honeymead duel on the battlefield of liquor. No, me first? Denmark's full of weaklings. It's not even worth visiting. Come to Uppsala instead. That's the true home of warriors. The ancient warriors will welcome you with open arms. What? Weaklings? You savage. What did you say, you barbarian? You don't even use bidets. Savage. Weakling. They went from inviting me to bickering and dueling on the spot. The warriors roared with laughter, quickly setting up a drinking and gambling session right there. Nordic people, what else could you expect? I shrugged and quietly slipped away. Boarding Skidbladnir, I was greeted by the ship's magical spirit. Welcome aboard, master. Where would you like to go? Return to the Grand Palace. Understood, master. With a low hum, Skidbladnir gracefully turned its bow. Despite its massive size, the ship was deceptively fast. Farewell. It was a pleasure. See you again. Below, the Nordic warriors waved at me. Even the two who had been dueling were now arm in arm, laughing. Really, their way of thinking was hard to comprehend, their personalities even harder. One moment they're trying to steal Skidbladnir from me, and the next they're treating me like a brother because we fought together. Shaking my head, I sank into the captain's chair. The distance from the Vigrid Plains to Stockholm was about 1,000 kilometers. With the Red Cougar, I could have made it in no time, but traveling aboard Skidbladnir would take nearly a full day. Might as well call it skyship. The words slipped out without much thought. The magical spirit instantly understood my intent. Understood. Skidbladnir shall now be named skyship. It was just too long and cumbersome to say. After a night and into the next morning, I finally ended the long voyage and arrived in Stockholm. Sure, I could have folded it into my pocket and taken the Red Cougar for a quicker trip, but I deliberately chose to ride the skyship. I was tired and needed the rest. I had slept deeply in the cabin on board. Huh. What is that? It's an airship. No, airships aren't that big. Is it an airborne carrier? No way. Airborne carriers don't look like that. That thing looks like an ancient ship. Is it made of wood? What kind of wood is that? Flying low, I could hear the voices of the citizens below clearly. More accurately, the magical spirit was translating their words for me. Let me reiterate, I don't speak Nordic languages. Halt, halt. The reinforced soldiers, equipped with steel wings, flew toward me. Identify yourself? State your purpose for visiting the Stockholm Grand Palace. Don't I have an identification code? I assumed the magical spirit controlling the ship would replace it with something like the Red Kuga's code. Left with no choice, I personally showed myself. Good work, everyone. I'm Warrior Kim, honorary paladin of the Thor cult, with an authorized stay permit. Warrior Kim. Ah, the Stigmata's protector. That nickname had spread this far? I awkwardly nodded. Yes, that's me. Huh. What's this ship? The system only indicates that you brought a single flying car with you. I brought it back from the Vigrid Plains. The Vigrid Plains. No way, is this? Skidbladnir. The reinforced soldiers looked back and forth between me and the skyship with astonished expressions. Their faces quickly shifted to ones of envy. I've heard that Skidbladnir can adjust its size. Please minimize it while inside the Grand Palace. It's too large at the moment. It will obstruct traffic. Understood. Ha, Skidbladnir. I thought it only existed in mythology. The soldiers assigned me a temporary identification number. As soon as the registration was complete, the laser cannons and missile turrets aimed at me subtly shifted away. If I had known this, I would have just folded the ship earlier. It wasn't too late, though. Grasping the side of the skyship, I mimicked the motion of folding a paper airplane. In response, the massive ship, once larger than a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, shrank down, neatly folding into a size that fit perfectly in my hand. Wow, incredible. Their jaws dropped wide open. This was starting to feel like showing off, and it made me a bit embarrassed. Keep up the good work. Leaving just those words behind, I boarded the Red Cougar and headed into the Grand Palace. The Grand Palace, a city spanning both the sky and the ground. My destination was the central area. More precisely, the Great Temple. The Great Temple served as a connection point to the alternate dimension of Asgard. Its entrance was managed by the Thor cult's pontiff, and its innermost sanctum was where the god of thunder Thor resided. Paladin, how may I assist you today? As I entered the Great Temple, a receptionist in formal attire greeted me with a bright smile. I removed and held out my honorary paladin insignia. I've come to pay respects to the greatest lightning. At those words, the receptionist's eyes immediately changed. The greatest lightning. This was the title used to refer to the god of thunder Thor. One moment, please. Have you scheduled an audience in advance? No, I haven't. The receptionist gave me a once-over, her expression skeptical. Her demeanor practically screamed, do you think you can just meet Thor, a god, whenever you want? I couldn't blame her. To have an audience with a god, one had to reach level 7 at a minimum and accumulate immense contributions to the cult. Level 6? Insufficient contributions? You wouldn't even get past the receptionist, let alone meet the pontiff. However, as the receptionist tapped at her keyboard, her eyes wavered. The personal information tied to the honorary paladin insignia I had handed her specifically, my recorded contribution level was utterly beyond her expectations. I had provided 6 different methods to overcome the stigmata. While I heard they were a great help to both the guardians of the Grand Labyrinth and the Thor cult, their significance didn't fully sink in until now. Recently, I learned they had begun actively researching additional methods and were already achieving results. You're level 6. Yes. Paladin, I'm truly sorry, but to pay respects to the greatest lightning, you must be level 7. While level 6 is incredible and a monumental achievement, you understand what happens when a human is exposed to divine energy unprepared, don't you? It's fine. I've prepared for this. Even if you're prepared, it's not as simple as oh my. The receptionist abruptly stopped talking. She had caught sight of the flowers I showed her. Anyone working as a receptionist in the Thor cult's Great Temple would possess at least this level of knowledge, especially when it came to items closely tied to Norse mythology. I will report this to the supervising bishop immediately. I apologize, but we still need to follow procedure. I'll wait. Would you mind following me? We have a lounge prepared for VVIPs like yourself. This was inside the dimensional realm of Asgard. I was guided to a private elevator, which transported me through dimensions to Asgard. The world above the sky. Thin air. Abundant mana. Misty clouds. Atop a towering mountain peak, I was served a cup of honey tea inside a modest hut. Is this tea or alcohol? One thing was certain, nectar had been mixed in. The moment it touched my lips, I felt both my body and mind awaken simultaneously. Well, what an esteemed guest we have here. An old man ascended the mountain peak. He wore a coarse robe reminiscent of a medieval monk's attire. His unkempt gray beard was long and unruly, contrasting sharply with his shiny, blue bald head. At the sight of the old man, my senses sharpened. In the game, this old man had only been depicted with a single illustration and a few lines of dialogue. But in this world, his position was anything but ordinary. I greet the pontiff. I bowed respectfully, and the old man, the pontiff of the Thor cult, smiled kindly. Haha, I'm just an old man waiting for death. Please, be at ease. Relax. You startled me. I was told I'd be meeting the archbishop. That's how the process usually works. It's impossible for one person to meet every pilgrim. However, when a raven caught at dawn, I had a feeling an important guest was coming. Ravens in Asgard? I turned my gaze instinctively. Beyond the mountain peak, 2 large ravens perched on a dead tree flew off into the sky. One-eyed ravens. Likely Hugin and Munin. After Odin's death in Ragnarok, they had taken up residence in Thor's court. It seemed they had delivered a prophecy to the pontiff. So, I've heard you wish to meet the greatest lightning. Carrying mistletoe in hand, isn't that decision a bit too hasty? The pontiff asked, gazing at me. His transcendent gaze felt as though it could pierce through my very being. The pontiff himself was level 8. Had the Thor cult taken even a slight interest in the Korean peninsula or diverted their focus from the Grand Labyrinth, they could have been part of the 7 strong, rather than the 12 weak. Steeling myself, I responded. I want to become stronger. Haha, aren't you already strong enough? I need to grow stronger, faster. Pontiff, you know better than anyone how the Old Father's cult regards me. The pontiff's eyes grew deep, contemplative. If that concerns you, why not receive the holy tattoo and become an official paladin? You've fulfilled all the conditions, after all. Skill and contribution alike. Should you join the order, we will bestow upon you the rank of Senior Knight Commander, the title of Count of Sweden, and access to the treasures of the cult. Senior Knight Commander. A count's title. The treasures of the cult. Rewards so dazzling that they could make the average person lose their mind. But I shook my head. If I had wanted to belong to a group, I would have joined the Eastern Army long ago, or accepted the Sun Mage Tower Master of the Sun Mage Tower's offer, or even taken up Song Huiyang's marriage proposal. I'm sorry, but I prefer to stand on my own. Tisk, tisk. Turning down the easy path to take the hard one. I simply don't want to limit my potential just yet. It's people like you who carve out history. Like the heroes who led the War of the Fallen Gods. Very well. Consider it as though this conversation never happened. But keep it in mind, who knows how things may change in the future. Thank you for your understanding. Come, let's go. The greatest lightning awaits you. The pontiff rose and turned his body. Casually, he stepped into thin air. Looking closely, I noticed a faint rainbow stretching from the mountain peak to the distant, towering heavens. At its end stood a grand palace. Valhalla. The eternal hall of war where warriors who die in battle reside. Wahaha. Yurahaha. Fight. Kill. The clamor was audible even from afar. As we crossed the rainbow bridge, a heavy wooden door suddenly burst open. Did someone come out to greet us? No. A warrior clad in bear hides and another dressed in scale armor were tangled in combat, breaking through the door as they fought. Die, you eunuch bastard. Better than being the son of a cuckoo. You're the one who should die. Both were level 7. With each punch they exchanged, the skies trembled and the clouds ripped apart. For a moment, I was distracted, but the pontiff seemed unfazed, as if it were routine. Quite lively, isn't it? You'll get used to it after a few visits. This is different from what I imagined. Haha. A solemn atmosphere wouldn't suit Valhalla. After all, it's the gathering place for the most violent men in history. Fists will fly, and blood will spill, it's inevitable. Pontiff? Your choice of words is a bit crude. We passed through a massive banquet hall. Inside Valhalla, the Einherjar were loud, unruly, dirty, vulgar, and utterly barbaric. Just as one might stereotypically imagine Vikings to be. They drenched their beards with honey mead, devoured pork greedily, and hurled punches or headbutts whenever a disagreement arose. As I walked through the hall, I must have seen hundreds of warriors fighting, their blood splattering everywhere. That's the place. The pontiff pointed to a golden door at the far end of the banquet hall. When the lightning sparks, use the mistletoe immediately. Don't hesitate for even a second, or you will die. I swallowed hard. Clutching the blood-red flower tightly, I stepped forward. Creak. The golden door opened, and I stepped inside. As the door closed behind me, silence fell, as if the chaos from moments before had been a lie. The room resembled a stately office. It didn't feel like a god's domain but rather the office of a noble human. Crackle, crackle. Sparks of electricity began to dance in the air. I quickly activated Mistiltion's regret. As soon as a faint veil enveloped me, a figure appeared. A massive frame. A beard that jutted out like spiky chestnut husks. Piercing, fiery eyes. And the realm Mjolnir hanging from his magical belt. It was Thor. The god of thunder. Thor gazed at me and let out a peculiar sound. Then, as if it were nothing, he dropped a bombshell. Welcome, Otherworlder. Otherworlder? My heart dropped with a loud thud. Right. I had considered this possibility. Thor, or any other divine being, might see through my identity. If a level 8 could recognize my trait swap, how much more perceptive would someone at level 9 or 10 be? Even so, I couldn't delay meeting Thor. I needed to grow stronger. Somehow, I had to obtain the Thor cultivation technique. The only way to acquire it was to meet Thor directly. I bit my lower lip gently. How did you know? I just knew. How else would I know? It's all written on your face, you little human. So, how was the world you lived in? Am I still alive over there? Thor didn't seem particularly interested in the fact that I was an otherworlder. Instead, he was strangely curious about the Earth I came from. I don't have time for this. The invincibility granted by Mistiltion's regret had a short duration, just a few minutes at best. Even obtaining the Thor cultivation technique would barely fit within that time frame. Here. Thor, sensing my urgency, waved his hand. Like magic, a golden tray appeared. On the tray were heaps of pastries or perhaps bread. The shapes were familiar, something between bread and cookies, adorned with colorful fruit chips and bits of cheese arranged like flower petals. Ambrosia. In the game, it was a rare breakthrough consumable, similar to nectar. But unlike nectar, it could only be obtained through premium purchases. Lore-wise, it was said to be even rarer than nectar, as it couldn't be made by humans and could only be crafted by gods. Eat while you talk. You can devour it all if you like. Seriously? I can really eat all of this? If I emptied Thor's pantry, wouldn't I reach level 7 today? Tisk tisk. I can see right through you, you little human. Eat all you want or you'll just evaporate in my presence. Do you think facing a god is a joke? Damn, there goes that plan. Thank you, I'll enjoy this. If nectar was the elixir of youth and immortality, ambrosia was the elixir of invincibility. It would provide ample protection during my limited invincibility time. I brought a piece of ambrosia to my lips. The taste was explosively sweet and tangy. As the flavor spread across my tongue, my entire body seemed to awaken, my senses and intuition blooming like flowers. Unfortunately, that heightened sensation quickly faded, forming a barrier around me instead. Because of Thor. Even though he was suppressing his presence, the sheer force of his being blazing like a living thunderbolt had consumed the ambrosia's energy before it could fully benefit me. If Thor weren't here, it might have all become nourishment for me. Still, it was a divine elixir provided by him, so I remained calm and began recounting my memories of my original world. In the place I lived, there were no gods. What? No gods? Why not? There were no gods, no demons, and no magic in that world. What nonsense is that? Then how do your people farm? Don't you use fertilizers? Wait, what about alcohol? How do you ferment it? Well, do I really need to explain how nitrogen fertilizers are made? And alcohol? Wasn't it just a matter of adding yeast and letting it ferment? I racked my brain to piece together a rough explanation. I wasn't an expert, but I knew enough general concepts to satisfy Thor's curiosity. After listening for a while, Thor spoke again. What a strange world. It's not a warrior's world, it's a world made for farmers. That's true. The irony was undeniable. In my original world, Scandinavia was often called a welfare paradise. Thor, too, was historically known as the protector of peasants and farmers. Yet the Thor before me clearly embodied a figure who favored nobles and warriors. Perhaps it was because he had inherited part of Odin's divine authority. Thor lifted a golden goblet and downed a generous amount of nectar. Burp. He let out a loud belch, then leaned back into his chair, which was upholstered with Hormungandr's hide. Looking like a contented grizzly bear, he gestured toward me with his chin. I don't fully understand, but it was an interesting story. Now then, you little human, you must have questions for me too. Go ahead and ask. Since I've been entertained, I'll answer a few. Finally, the moment I've been waiting for. Thank you. Then, I'll start with this. Do you know who summoned me here? There was no way I was dragged into this world for no reason. Getting summoned right after pulling an SSR heavenly demon? That didn't make sense. Clearly, some transcendent power had been involved. Believing Thor might know, I asked the question. But to my surprise, Thor's response betrayed my expectations. I don't know. What? I said I don't know. I'm not my father, how would I know something like that? That's unexpected. Isn't it possible that the old father summoned me? The old man who's dead and doesn't even have a body anymore? I mean, he could have done it, but I doubt it. He's only ever cared about his own resurrection. Besides, if any god expended enough power to summon a soul from another world, I'd know immediately. And I haven't sensed anything like that recently. Then who? When I pressed further, Thor shook his head firmly. Do you think I spend 24 hours staring at dimensional barriers? I don't know. I don't care. Maybe some creepy mage pulled it off. You figure it out. Wow, talk about indifferent. Still, I'd gained something. Whoever had summoned me, it wasn't a god. It was highly likely that it was a mortal, whether a mage or someone else. Who could it be? I mentally shuffled through the character cards of Arcane Seoul, reviewing every possible entity in the game. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough clues. I'd need to uncover more leads to deduce who had dragged me into this world. I thought the old father brought me here. Because of your soul? Your soul is special. Can't you tell by the fact I'm even speaking to you? Is it because of trait swap? Yeah, your soul is incredibly refined. Highly unique, too. If you accumulate a bit more karma, you could ascend and become a celestial star. Becoming a minor god would be well within your reach. Thor smacked his lips as if considering the possibilities. So, here's an idea. If you don't have anywhere to go after you die, why not become one of my Einherjar? Ever since Sigurd disappeared, I haven't had anyone suitable to take over as my warlord. You'd fit the bill perfectly. Be my warlord. Excuse me? I don't have any plans to die anytime soon. I'm talking about after you die, you little human. Wouldn't it be better than being reincarnated into just anything? No matter how refined your soul is, the laws of the dimensional system mean you could still end up as a bug. Why was the conversation suddenly heading in this direction? When I blinked in confusion, Thor waved his hand dismissively. Think about it. Wouldn't becoming an warlord be far better than starting over from zero in some random life? With a soul of your caliber, you'd easily rise to the level of a lesser deity under me. Still, you'd need to reach level 9 while alive. So, live your life to the fullest and fight until you die. Got it? If you decide to go for it, just pray to me at any of my temples. I'll grant you my blessing, along with replicas of Megan Jord and Jarngri pair. With those, you'd be twice as powerful. Ha ha ha. Can't you just give them to me now? The words reached the tip of my tongue, but I swallowed them. Saying them out loud felt like I'd be binding myself to him. Becoming an warlord. The scale of the offer was too massive for me to answer right away. Thank you for the offer. I'll give it some thought as I live my life. Good. Think about it. Gungnir and Sleipnir are waiting for their master. If you accumulate enough karma and become my warlord, I'll give you the real Gungnir and Sleipnir. Gungnir and Sleipnir, those were tempting at novel bin at. And not replicas, but the real thing. Even if it was a matter for after level 9 or even after death, Thor clearly knew how to bait the hook. The guy who once fished up Jormungandr hadn't lost his touch. The ambrosia on the tray was beginning to run out. Thor, whose curiosity had initially sparkled, was now starting to look a bit bored. There was time for only 1 or 2 more questions. I had plenty I wanted to ask, but I buried most of them. Thor wasn't the most intellectual type. Calling him a muscle brain wouldn't be an exaggeration. If I asked, "I don't know. What do you expect me to do about it?" was the kind of answer I'd likely get. Instead, I threw out a question that would shape my plans moving forward. You know the old father is going to resurrect soon, don't you? I do. And that he plans to use me as a vessel. Of course. Don't you have any intention of helping me? Why would I? Are you one of my followers? Swear yourself to me as an Einherjar and get the tattoo of my faith, and then I'll help you? As expected, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Thor eyed me with disinterest, as if he already knew what answer I'd give. I'll overcome it on my own. Heh. That's the spirit. A warrior should crush their enemies with their own strength, shouldn't they? If you had begged for my help, I'd have considered making you an Einherjar but never my warlord. What a fickle personality. Then again, Thor in mythology had always been like this, not a solemn, stoic veteran, but an unruly troublemaker who leaped from one thunderous misadventure to the next. Work hard. I like people like you, those idiots who charge headfirst even when they know they'll lose. If they die, they crawl up to Valhalla, and if they survive, they become great heroes. Setting me aside for a moment, don't you feel anything about the Old Father's resurrection? As I understand it, the Old Father is your sworn adversary. Thor scratched his cheek. Running his hand over the grotesque head of Jormungandr mounted on the armrest of his chair, he spoke in a low voice. To be honest, I wouldn't mind if he resurrected. Excuse me? Are you serious? Yes, look at me, you little human. Look at this stupid palace. Thor abruptly stood up and strode toward a window. He threw it open wide, revealing a grand scene. Clouds stretched out like rolling fields of earth. Jagged mountain peaks jutted up everywhere. The sun, moon, and stars drifted as if close enough to touch. The view was breathtaking, but Thor's face showed dissatisfaction. I am the god of war. The god of thunder, the storm god who commands lightning, rain, and clouds. And yet, I'm stuck in this place, sipping nectar like some pampered fool. I could understand Thor's frustration. Where have all the old gods gone? The ancient warriors? The Einherjar who once sliced enemy throats and cracked open skulls instead of feasting on pork? Now, all that's left are worms. Both I and my warriors are imprisoned in this palace, rotting away in this garbage heap of a subdimension. Thor paused to take a deep breath. His misty eyes seemed to search the past, revisiting memories of better times when he roamed the earth, fought battles, and gambled freely. I should have died at Ragnarok. I should have killed Jormungandr and died to its poison. Not dying back then has been my greatest regret. Or better yet, I should never have fought in the War of the Fallen Gods. If I hadn't joined that war, I wouldn't be in this mess. They call us the victors of the War of the Fallen Gods, but in the end, who truly benefited? Only you little humans. He wasn't wrong. There was a reason Arcane Seoul's narration began with "the gods are dead." As a result of the War of the Fallen Gods, the defeated gods perished, and even the victorious gods were imprisoned. The only true victors were humanity. From that point on, the age of humanity had truly begun. The era of gold worship and Magi-tech supremacy. Do you want a world war? To be honest, yes. This isn't good. So that's why the churches were so passive during episode 3, the resurrection of the ancient gods. I'd thought it was simply because the South Korean government had become a puppet regime, but there was more to it than that. It wasn't just the Thor cult, other religious orders must have felt the same. Still, I'll cheer you on. Thor looked at me with his fierce, blazing eyes. The old father. That bastard is utterly revolting. If he resurrects, the world will certainly get more interesting, but it will also become absolutely horrific. Half of me wants him to return, and half of me hopes he doesn't. If you want to survive, struggle as much as you can. Or better yet, rely on me. Thor extended his hand. The spectral-like hand approached and pierced through my chest. It grasped my heart and spinal cord simultaneously. No, it wasn't a hand. It was a pure mass of energy, something so pure it couldn't be defined as mana or divine power, but something beyond both. Boom! Lightning struck. Thunder roared. I couldn't even breathe properly. My mana circuits were unraveling in real time. They coiled, broke, disintegrated, and then reassembled themselves. They became one. A new mana circuit was constructed. Thor cultivation technique. It was incomparable to the Sigurd cultivation technique. It was a literal bolt of lightning. A relentless, ferocious power coursed through my entire body with unstoppable force. An overwhelming sense of omnipotence took hold of me. As I clenched my fist, a faint rumble of thunder echoed from within my body. Be on your way. The world began to fade. Thor, the Jormungandr upholstered chair, the office severed from reality, the palace in the sky, and even Asgard itself all became distant, receding into the void. Just before I crossed the dimensional barrier, my invincibility wore off. And only then could I see it. A massive shadow. A presence that enveloped all of Asgard. The humanoid Thor I had seen earlier was nothing more than an illusion. The true form was the primordial lightning, so vast and grand that it filled the entire alternate dimension. Huke. Ha. Hew. Even a fleeting exposure had inflicted severe damage. My entire body tingled. No, it felt as though it were being crushed. My consciousness flickered, and my heartbeat stuttered irregularly. Damn it. I hastily equipped traits related to regeneration and immortality, but they were useless. I drank a high-grade healing potion and holy water. Even that wasn't enough. I had to crack open an elixir. Only then did my body know, my soul finally begin to stabilize. Is this for real? I had been ejected from Asgard, and the glimpse I'd caught for just 1 second, no, 0.1 seconds had left me in this state. I couldn't help but shudder. It seems the greatest lightning took a liking to you. I almost died. Inspect your mana circuit. You'll understand why I said that. The pontiff smiled as he looked at me. What's with him? I focused inward and soon realized what he meant. Thor cultivation technique. Surrounding the newly reconstructed mana circuit, faint sparks of electricity danced and crackled. I focused my mind. I imagined the sparks gathering at my fingertips. And then, crackle, between my index finger and thumb, a tiny bolt of lightning flickered. BZZZZT, a new elemental trait, lightning. In terms of electrical attributes, it was undisputedly top tier, comparable even to black flame among fire attributes. And now, it was flickering between my fingers. An unexpected windfall. In most situations, black flame is actually better. Black flame stacks divinity, darkness, and fire attributes, unlike lightning, which stacks divinity and electricity. However, that doesn't mean black flame is strictly superior to lightning. Because of Mjolnir, there's a difference between sustained damage and burst damage. I absent-mindedly stroked Mjolnir. Rumble. The moment my lightning-infused hand touched it, Mjolnir let out a low, thunderous hum. As if competing, Aegis on my left forearm flickered lightly. Would Gaia grant me an earth attribute if I met her? Infuse lightning to throw Mjolnir, then imbue earth to deploy Aegis sounds like a solid strategy. A dual attribute paladin. A build I've never even seen in the game. Watch closely. The pontiff extended his hand. Whoosh, Mjolnir flew in from somewhere. An exact replica of the one I held. The pontiff of the Thor cult was originally a paladin, wasn't he? Though he now belonged to the priest class, he was once both a warrior and a priest. Crackle, crackle. He conjured lightning and infused it into Mjolnir. A storm of electricity began to rage. Only around Mjolnir. It didn't affect anything else, solely concentrating on the hammer. Whoa, I couldn't help but be impressed. The sheer precision of mana control sent shivers down my spine. The condensed mana and divine power were downright terrifying. It looked powerful enough to bring down a skyscraper with ease. Accumulation, then explosion. But the pontiff exceeded even my expectations. With a light flick of his wrist, he threw Mjolnir. Swish, Mjolnir soared through the air. Then it split. In an instant, 10, then 20 copies formed, multiplying into hundreds, flooding the office. The most astonishing thing was that, despite this, not a single gust of wind was generated. The hanging curtains didn't even flutter. Even my sense of touch detected nothing. Only one perception remained active. Mana sense? The lightning masses had transcended light itself, making them invisible. Yet, the mana continued to multiply dozens of times over. This was absolute insanity. A bombardment of lightning, silent, formless, without wind or sound. Only superhumans, high-level ones, at least level 5 or above, could perceive it. A carpet bombing that could easily wipe out an entire small city. Gulp. I swallowed dryly. The pontiff flashed a bright smile before clapping his hands playfully. Boom. HNGH. Haha, just a joke. I wouldn't destroy the Grand Temple. Mjolnir returned obediently. The blazing power that had roared like the primordial thunder was now completely gone. Watching that, I cemented a new concept in my mind. Accumulation, explosion, and transcendence. Defying all laws of physics. No wonder level 8 is called the Transcendent Realm. I defeated the level 4 Cleaner Association chairman at level 2. I defeated the level 7 old man at level 5. That had planted the seeds of arrogance in me, but today, my eyes were truly opened. Of course, comparing that pitiful old man to the pontiff of the Thor cult was absurd. In the game, he was merely background lore, he wasn't even an extra. But seeing him in reality, calling him SSR grade wouldn't be an exaggeration. Do you understand now? A little. I've learned a lot. Oh, you've learned a lot. Yes. I can't do it yet, but I'll use this as a milestone for my growth. Why don't you give it a try? I'll watch. I gripped Mjolnir and lifted it. A moment of hesitation. Vajra body, indomitable, undying. Mana soul, mana armor, Sigurd cultivation technique. Before meeting Thor, before facing the pontiff, these were my traits. I had already used up all my debuff resistances. They had changed again. Vajra body, indomitable, undying. Mana soul, Thor cultivation technique, lightning. This setup was fine. Mana soul, Thor cultivation technique, and lightning were enough. But this wasn't my full power. That was my dilemma. Should I use trait swap to reveal my full strength, or should I just use what I currently had? Thor already knows. Not just about trait swap. He knows I'm an otherworlder. Revealing it outright could be a strategy in itself. This was a turning point. Even if the pontiff learned about my trait swap, the chances of him harming me were low. The god he serves had marked me as a warlord, the leader of the Einherjar. What could he possibly do? He might even have to face me after death. Silently, I swapped my traits. Divine Power, Radiance, Sacred Artifact. Thor cultivation technique, mana soul, lightning. The pontiff's eyes widened. He slowly clenched his fist. Power surged within me. I ignited all the mana in my body. The fierce, intense mana unique to the Thor cultivation technique surged majestically through my mana circuits. I ignited lightning, radiated divine power and radiance, then poured everything into Mjolnir. Quarng! Lightning erupted. The blinding flash felt like it could scorch my retinas. I looked down at Mjolnir, unfazed. I could feel it. The various metals composing Mjolnir. Celestial gold, true silver, world iron, dwarven steel, elven bronze, and more. Celestial gold formed the core. World iron and true silver acted like muscles. Dwarven steel was both the bones and the outer shell, while elven bronze was the binding agent. Especially celestial gold. It shimmered, completely saturated with lightning. This was a mana circuit. The bloodstream and nervous system of a weapon. I focused. I infused my mana. Revved up my divine power. Gwa! Mjolnir roared like an engine. I could see it. The power was completely under control. No longer spilling outward. Contained entirely within the hammer no, refined into pure lightning within. Even its form was beginning to fade. A pure mass of lightning roared wildly in my grasp. This was like Astrap, Zeus lightning spear. A weapon that wasn't even shaped like a spear, but pure lightning given form. The power was immense. The Mjolnir I had been throwing up until now, the lightning storms it had unleashed, were nothing more than child's play in comparison. Even Black Flame couldn't stand against it. At the very least, I'd need to summon Supreme Flame to match this. This is my limit. Unfortunately, I couldn't go beyond this point. Transcendence. I wasn't yet capable of holding that concept in my hands. Not even with the amplification of Radiance and Sacred Artifact. Maybe if I acquired a higher tier trait or raised my level, I could push further, but for now, this was the best I could do. Ha ha ha. But the pontiff simply laughed in disbelief. To think you could manifest Annihilation Thunder on your first attempt. Ha ha ha, what was the point of all my years of struggle? Annihilation Thunder? This was Annihilation Thunder? That's the highest tier trait of the lightning attribute. Like Ultimate Flame or Supreme Flame. So, as long as I have Mjolnir, I can manifest Annihilation Thunder. Through a special technique and traits. But am I not getting the trait? Hearing the name Annihilation Thunder, I started testing Mjolnir. I threw it, swung it, and even released a small amount of power. Quang! Lightning coiled and twisted like a dragon. The pontiff panicked and hurriedly deployed a barrier to keep the office from being obliterated. Unfortunately, I didn't acquire the trait. It seemed to be an ability that required Mjolnir to use, rather than a trait I could keep. I smirked at the pontiff, who was now looking at me in exasperation. Thank you for teaching me. I'll make good use of it. Ugh. I feel like I've been stripped bare. What do you think? Why not take this opportunity to receive the sigil? I won't just make you a high-ranking Knight Commander, I'll appoint you as the Supreme Commander of the Crusaders. While the Grand Knight Commander must be at least level 7, the Supreme Commander position is open to level 6 as well. I still want to live my own life. Thor also told me there's no need to rush a decision. Tisk. I shouldn't have shown you this. If I had known you were an omnipotent, I would have never demonstrated it. This technique is only taught to the Holy Order's paladins, and yet you managed to copy it after seeing it once. Omnipotent. That was a term I had never heard before. The pontiff blinked before giving me a warm smile. You don't know. This is the first time I'm hearing it. I suppose so. It's knowledge passed down among high-ranking mages and priests. Warriors typically aren't aware of it. You're the second omnipotent I've encountered. What exactly is an omnipotent? I've heard of something called the Cheonma, a blessing of infinite talent and 10,000 supernatural abilities. That was what I had been told. By the spirit of magic. And by the Sun Mage Tower Master. Cheonma? So that's what they call it in Asia? A name full of romanticism and infinitely long tribulation and a supremely noble star. We simply call it omnipotent. It refers to a being with the potential for lower-tier divinity, a great soul that has reached the pinnacle through countless reincarnations and cycles of rebirth. In this world, it manifests as the ability to evolve one's mana circuits in real time. The pontiff looked at me. His piercing gaze seemed to see right through me. I clenched my fist instinctively. Real-time evolution of mana circuits. If that wasn't trait swap, what was? An omnipotent can evolve their mana circuits at any time, but only for the circuits they have learned and mastered. No matter how gifted, even an omnipotent cannot create a mana circuit they do not understand. A great soul. Now I understood why the Saintess called me that. The heads of religious orders must all be aware of this. Who was the other omnipotent you encountered, Your Holiness? The Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon? It clicked instantly. A long time ago, the president of the Protector Alliance, the Blood King, told me something. That I reminded him of his master. Not in appearance, but in aura. Back then, I had no idea what he meant. But now, it was clear. The Heavenly Demon must have been an omnipotent Cheonma. I thought Cheonma could use every supernatural ability in existence. There are some abilities I can't learn. Haha, even an omnipotent has limits. Isn't that obvious? Without divine lineage, one cannot awaken divine blood. Without a dragon's lineage, one cannot create a dragon pearl. It's the same principle. If the conditions aren't met, even an omnipotent cannot awaken a supernatural ability or inscribe a new mana circuit. If they could, they wouldn't be human, they'd be gods. That made sense. So, I couldn't acquire unique traits or bloodline traits. Talk. The pontiff tapped his desk. A rhythmic vibration carried a specific mana wavelength. A priest entered, carrying a magical box. The pontiff opened the box and showed me its contents. 1 golden glowing crystal vial, 2 iridescent crystal vials, 5 crimson liquid-filled crystal vials, 5 starlit crystal vials. I swallowed instinctively, because I recognized them the moment I saw them. A bribe for you. You're giving all of this to me. The greatest lightning has given me a revelation. You may become a warlord in the future, perhaps even my superior. It's best to stay in your good graces ahead of time, don't you think? I'd love to offer you Megan Jord and Jarnbri pair as well, but those are reserved exclusively for the Holy Order's paladins, and I can't distribute them at will. That's fine. This is more than enough. These 4 types of potions alone are already overwhelming. Elixirs, nectars. On top of that, top-tier healing potions and top-tier holy water. At this level, they couldn't even be bought with money. They were, quite literally, extra lives. Even though it's not on the level of an elixir, a single vial of this potion could save someone on the brink of death. Even someone just moments away from mutating. Considering that I could use these to save elixirs for more dire situations, these were truly essential for me. Thank you. You've been incredibly generous. I will make sure to repay this kindness. Haha. It's a bribe? A bribe. What if I just took everything and never looked back? Well, he's the pontiff of an entire religious order. He must have plenty of these. From his perspective, it's not a bad investment if he sees it as securing an insurance policy. I should visit the Gaia cult as well. The Gaia cult was located on Greece's Mount Olympus, wasn't it? Would they be just as generous with their handouts? I hadn't planned on going since I had no particular connection to them, unlike with the Thor cultivation technique. No, wait. I have Mars swordsmanship. Mars is the Roman equivalent of Ares. Ares is Gaia's great-grandson. Mars may be alive but forgotten, tucked away in some corner of Italy, but if I play that connection well, I should be able to squeeze something out of them. Thank you again for everything today. Adat novel bin adat. Haha. No, it is I who must thank you in advance. Don't pretend not to know me later. Of course. With that, we exchanged farewells. Had I stayed in private conversation with the pontiff for too long? The way the priests looked at me was unusual. Greetings. A fine afternoon to you? Hello. Are you leaving now? Please visit us again. Brother, may you have a blessed day. It wasn't just the priests. Archbishops, knight commanders, ministers, grand stewards, and even members of the Holy Assembly approached to exchange words with me. I responded appropriately polite but not overly engaging before making my way out of the Grand Temple. Whew. I felt a slight headache, but the gains were more than worth it. My initial goal was acquiring the Thor cultivation technique. On top of that, I obtained control, unity, roar, acceleration, and lightning traits. Oh, and I can't forget Mistiltion's godslaying ability and the 4 types of potions. This was easily a 300% success rate compared to my original plan. Let's go home. Yes, master. Shall I prepare the skyship? It's too big and too slow. I will transport you comfortably. Riding the Red Cougar made my back ache. But even that was better than traveling at a sluggish 60 kilometers per hour. I set it to autopilot and reclined the seat as much as possible. I couldn't lie flat because of the sports car's design, but it was still better than sitting at a stiff 90-degree angle. Swish! The Red Cougar soared through the frozen skies of northern Europe. I felt great at least until I entered South Korean airspace. And even after arriving in Seoul, I was in a good mood. Right up until the moment I heard that my building, the 120-billion-won Gangnam skyscraper I took from the old man, had been attacked. I stood still, staring straight ahead. My proud Gangnam building. A massive and precious 120 billion won property. That building, which should have been gleaming in a cool blue hue, had been reduced to nothing but charcoal, burned completely black, from the first floor to the 15th, and the top ripped off as if some monster had taken a bite out of it. It was completely torn away. A surge of blood rushed to my head. Grit. My teeth clenched. My tightly balled fists had long since turned pale. Drops of blood dripped down, yet I felt no pain. My head burned with rage. I could barely hear Kim Chul-kwan speaking beside me. We're searching. Who did this? I cut him off. Drip. Drip. A palpable killing intent filled the air. Kim Chul-kwan hesitated before finally answering. We traced the tracks to Gorodong. We're currently locating their base. So who did it? We're still investigating, but the Terror Alliance is our prime suspect. Terror Alliance? Those bastards again? Yeah, I remember now. Before heading to the monster village to hunt the chameleon, Manager Choi had mentioned it. After the collapse of the Terror Alliance, its remnants scattered everywhere. Some of them are hiding in Seoul. Gorodong. So that's where they are. This world has poor security in general, but Gorodong is especially bad. Right alongside Derimdong in Yeongdongpo district, it's the worst of the worst. Where's Manager Choi? Why hasn't he shown up? When I asked, Kim Chul-kwan dropped his gaze. My apologies. He's in the ICU. The ICU? Why? He was evacuating people right after the attack and... Shouldn't a high-grade healing potion be enough for most injuries? Manager Choi should have some, and so should Kim Chul-kwan. Even if his lungs were punctured or his limbs severed, he should have been able to recover. Following Kim Chul-kwan's lead, I headed to the hospital. It wasn't hard to arrange a visit. As soon as I stepped into the ICU, I found myself at a loss for words. Manager Choi lay silently on the hospital bed. At a glance, he looked fine. But tubes were running into his nose, a tracheostomy tube in his throat, a catheter in his abdomen. Beep, beep, beep. And that wasn't all. Oxygen masks, ECG monitors, oxygen saturation meters, 4 drips. He was hooked up to countless medical devices, all keeping him alive by force. What happened? I asked Kim Chul-kwon, but it was the doctor who answered. Hypoxic brain damage. The patient stayed in the field for too long. In addition to brain damage, he suffered severe laryngitis, pneumonia, pulmonary edema, and extensive burns across his body. He looks fine now. And he actually is. My bright eyes confirmed that his body was perfectly intact except for one thing. His brain. It was blackened. Mana and blood were flowing through it, but it wasn't functioning properly. Not even at half capacity, barely a fraction of what it should be. This was essentially brain death. We've done everything we can. Aside from the brain damage, all his injuries have fully healed. But his brain. He arrived too late. I silently gazed down at Manager Choi. At first, my impression of him wasn't great. He was just looking for ways to exploit me. But after I saved him from the Dagger Gang, he changed. He devoted himself to me. Almost like a subordinate. No, he was my right-hand man in every sense. On paper, we were just a broker and a superhuman. But in reality, it was different. Manager Choi served me like a steward. He took care of all the tedious tasks, handled transportation, gifted me a car, and even managed my political and social affairs. And now, he had given his life for me. I could only sigh. A debt of life. A debt of survival. Was it worth this much? He should have just evacuated people and fled. It didn't matter if a few people died, he should have saved himself first. He wasn't even my direct subordinate. Just a manager. Even though I gave him some shares, it was only 10% at best. Then, suddenly, an emotion surged in my chest. A tangled mess of feelings. A whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Was it guilt? Gratitude? Or maybe regret? As I stared at Manager Choi for a long time, the doctor hesitated before speaking. You know as well as I do there's no cure for brain damage. Even the highest grade healing potions and holy water can't regenerate it. We can keep him on life support, but his chances of recovery are practically zero. What are you trying to say? Well, the thing is, from what I understand, your Manager Choi's only legal guardian, Black Tiger Sword Master. Given the situation, wouldn't it be better to let him go peacefully? Let him go peacefully. In other words, kill him. Beside me, Kim Chul-kwon lowered his head. He must be blaming himself for this. But I didn't blame Kim Chul-kwon. Instead, I clenched my fists and ground my teeth. I wasn't going to let him die like this. Responsibility? Regret? Sure, those played a part. If I traced the chain of causality, this was the result of my stopping the terror attack in Seoul. But the emotion gripping me now was something entirely different. Rage. Overwhelming fury. He was mine. My Gangnam building. My Manager Choi. I had nothing before. Just a cramped 2-Pyong Gosuwon. No, even that wasn't mine. It belonged to a landlord, and all I had was a deposit of a few 100,000 won. But now, I had something I could call my own. Someone I could call a subordinate. My building, my subordinate attacked by terrorists and burned to the ground. Now he lay in a brain-dead state. And they tell me there's nothing I can do? To withdraw life support and let him go peacefully? Like hell I will. Thud. I dropped my golf bag. The weight-reducing enchantment was disabled, making the several 100-kilogram bag crash onto the floor with a heavy thud. Black Tiger Sword Master. The doctor called out to me, but I ignored him. Instead, I unzipped the golf bag and reached inside. I pulled out a specially packaged item. A crystal-clear vial, like a still lake. Inside, a golden liquid shimmered, as if molten gold had been distilled into medicine. Elixir. The doctor gasped in shock. For an ordinary person, even a low-grade healing potion is difficult to obtain. Even the lowest grade costs hundreds of thousands of won, while a low-grade one reaches into the millions. And an elixir? A miraculous medicine that surpasses even the highest grade potions, capable of resurrection and divine healing? I'd wager this superhuman doctor had never even touched one before. Next, I pulled out an automatic injector. Without a second's hesitation, I uncapped the elixir. I filled the injector with every last drop of the golden liquid, and Kim Chul-kwon's hands trembled. Hyung, are you really going to use an elixir on Manager Choi? Kim Chul-kwon, who usually called me Black Tiger Sword Master without fail, had forgotten all honorifics. He knew I hated being called Hyung, yet he let it slip. Yes, Hyung. What was going through his head? Kim Chul-kwon's eyes welled with tears. Holding the injector, I turned to Manager Choi. He looked as if he were simply asleep. But the rhythmic beeping of the machines and the tangle of medical devices reminded me of reality. For a brief moment, my reflection flickered on the monitor. Cold, burning eyes. Had I lost control of my mana? My pupils gleamed with a sharp, blue glow. Biting my lip, I made a vow. I won't let this slide. I'll kill them all. Massacre Empress, the Terror Alliance, every last one of them. I plunged the injector in. Injected it all at once. Thump. Manager Choi's body convulsed violently. His heart, like a massive drum, thundered as he jolted upright. And that wasn't all. Thunk. Crack. All the medical equipment was flung off. A golden barrier surged from his heart, repelling everything. A divine glow enveloped Manager Choi. Then, slowly, it moved. Crawling toward his head. Toward his brain. Huo. The doctor let out an odd breath. The golden light seeped into Manager Choi. No further visible changes occurred, but I could tell he was recovering. His dry, cracked skin turned supple. The hollowed cheek, left sunken after removing the prosthetic, regenerated to its normal state. It didn't take long. Manager Choi's eyes snapped open. One was a prosthetic. The other, his real eye. The prosthetic whirred as it adjusted, locking onto me. Black Tiger Sword Master. He sat up. Tangled in medical tubes, he ripped them all off and got out of bed. Then, dropping to his knees, he bowed. Thank you, Black Tiger Sword Master. Truly, thank you. Once again, you've saved my life. Were you conscious? Yes. I heard everything. They say hearing is the last sense to go before death. I suppose it's true. I hadn't expected that. I thought he was entirely brain dead. Still on his knees, Manager Choi looked up at me. His expression hardened, as if he had made a decision. Then, he bit his own finger. What the hell? Why was he doing that? Strangely, not a single drop of blood appeared. Instead, his fingertip broke off. No, not his fingertip. A small, white jade fragment, like a piece of chalk. The moment he snapped it, golden letters materialized in the air. First, Warrior Kim shall be designated as Party A. Second, Choi Sunsu shall be designated as Party B. Third, Party B shall swear absolute loyalty to Party A. Fourth, Party A shall hold the power over Party B's life and death. Oh, I'd seen this before. When Kim Chul-kwan swore his allegiance to me, he had presented the same type of magical contract. The only difference now was the name under Party B. As I stared blankly at it, Manager Choi lowered his head. Black Tiger Sword Master. I've been thinking about this for a while. You've given me so much I couldn't just stand by idly any longer. You've done a lot for me as well, Manager Choi. Even so, a debt of life cannot be repaid. And now, you've saved me once more. Even using an elixir, such a precious medicine. That's a debt I could never repay, no matter how many lifetimes I lived. Manager Choi extended his hand. The glowing contract floated toward me. It was already signed. His name, biometric data, and unique mana signature were embedded within it. If he ever defied my orders or betrayed me, his heart would rupture, and his brain would explode instantly. Only one space remained. A place for my signature. From today, I wish to formally establish my relationship with you, Black Tiger Sword Master. That would be the rightful course. Not merely as an external agent who arranges requests and handles minor tasks, but as your subordinate and vassal. A subordinate. A vassal. The second, after Kim Chul-kwan. Kim Chul-kwan, standing beside me, watched with a face full of emotion. I closed my eyes briefly. The answer had been decided from the start. No, it had already been set in stone the moment I saved Manager Choi from the Dagger Gang. Back then, both he and I had been too inexperienced, too overwhelmed, to put a proper name to our relationship. All right, I accept. I dropped the formalities in my speech. Manager Choi Sunsu's face lit up with joy. The golden letters instantly ignited, fusing together, forming a magic circle. The magic circle split in two, embedding itself into both my heart and Choi Sunsu's. And with that, our souls were bound together. Welcome aboard, Manager. Hey, just call me Sunsu. Heh, should I? There was a considerable age gap between them, but it seemed they intended to be friends, ignoring such trivialities. My lord. That sounds cringeworthy. Just speak normally. Yes, Black Tiger Sword Master. Actually, I wasn't completely defenseless. During the attack, I managed to get my blood on them. Your blood? Why, damn, that's sharp, Sunsu. Black Tiger Sword Master. I performed a procedure on this guy, implanted nanomachines in his blood, therefore tracking. Completely undetectable by magic scans. Unless they put him through a precision measuring device, they won't even know it's there. Oh, nice work. So my investment in the Jinwubong facility was paying off like this. I immediately arranged for his discharge. Since I had injected the elixir right in front of the doctor, there was no need for any medical checks. The results would all come out normal anyway. We got in the car and headed straight for Gorodong. Choi Sunsu was manipulating his prosthetic eye. It was linked to the nanomachines in his blood. Wherever they were, he could track them. It's here. Of all places. The outskirts of Gorodong. Right at the border with Durumdong. The worst crime-ridden area in all of Seoul where the three of us now stood. High-rise buildings were packed tightly together. The gaps between them were almost non-existent. At a glance, it looked like a fortress, or perhaps a citadel. A cluster of buildings reminiscent of the old Kowloon walled city in Hong Kong. Maybe I should call it the Goro Fortress. Every building, every floor was littered with signs that overwhelmed the eyes. The decayed exteriors looked like murals of mold. The air reeked of filth, and shirtless, tattooed thugs wandered around, glaring as they passed. And this wasn't just one or two buildings. There were dozens, lined up like an actual fortress. Compared to this, the walled hideout of the Dagger Gang was nothing more than child's play. Now I understood why the nanomachine signal had led us here. The signal was lost here. How did they cut it off? Purification magic or an EMP spell could wipe out the nanomachines. They're more thorough than I expected. They must be hiding inside, then. That's my guess. Adat novel bin adat. Charging in blindly would be foolish. We had no idea what lay inside. Kim Chul-kwan flexed his steel prosthetic arm, the mechanical joints whirring. Let's just wipe it all out. Wipe it out. Yes. The people living here are all vagrants, junkies, gangsters, criminals, the absolute dregs of society. No one would complain if we drove them out and demolished the place. They should be grateful we're letting them live at all. In a way, he wasn't wrong. Trying to root out the remnants of the Terror Alliance while leaving this fortress intact was absurd. Investing time, manpower, and resources only to let them escape would be a waste. The people living here? Not my concern. The Terror Alliance was my enemy. If I didn't deal with them properly, they would come back to haunt me. No, but I rejected Kim Chul-kwon's suggestion. Destruction wasn't always the answer. What if this was exactly what the Terror Alliance wanted? Sure, Choi Sunso had cleverly left his blood on them, and Kim Chul-kwon had tracked their trail here. But what if this was all a trap? The Terror Alliance's original name was the Rights Alliance. According to its ideology, the group was formed to fight for the rights of the outcasts and the marginalized. That's why Grizzly Bear found the chameleon's mutant rhetoric so compelling. If I simply leveled Guro Fortress, what would happen? The Terror Alliance would gain immediate support. At the very least, the people I drove out would flock to them. Maybe even join them outright. That won't do. I couldn't let that happen. So then, if I really wanted to screw over the Terror Alliance, we're tearing it down. Yes, I'll contact the demolition and explosives companies right away. No, we're starting with a briefing. What? What kind of nonsense is that? Choi Sunso and Kim Chul-kwon gave me questioning looks. Instead of answering right away, I took in the sight of Guro Fortress. A filth-ridden, stacked-up slum that looked like it was built from garbage. If I was going to demolish it, I had to do it my way. We're redeveloping this area. What? We're going to redevelop it. And once it was redeveloped, I would own it. That was my plan. We couldn't discuss something this important out in the open. So we moved to the conference room in my mansion. No human staff, but plenty of magical golems. At my gesture, the golems brewed and served coffee. Redevelopment, huh? A magic spirit projected a 3D hologram into the air. A top-down view of Guro Fortress. Seeing it in hologram form made it look even more rundown and even more imposing. A fortress of filth, impossible to see inside, its contents unknown. Slowly, it rotated before us. There's potential. Choi Sunso spoke after studying the projection for a while. Kim Chul-kwon tapped his prosthetic arm. Wouldn't it be easier to just demolish it? Redevelopment isn't something that gets approved overnight. I'll have to pull every string I have. For starters, I had a direct line to the president. Then there were the Legion commanders, corporate chairmen, mage tower masters, and high-ranking bishops from the church. If I gathered all the connections I used during the Seoul terror attack, I could make it happen. The key issue was speed. Redevelopment was fine, but if we dragged our feet, the remnants of the Terror Alliance would slip away. Chul-kwon, I think we should go with Black Tiger Swordmaster's plan. If we take too long, we'll lose our chance. But we have to do it right. Black Tiger Swordmaster, once we start, we should lock down Guro Fortress and take control. We don't know if this is just a diversion or if the Terror Alliance is really inside, but we can't let them escape. Agreed. Let's do it. In that case. Choi Sunso turned to Kim Chul-kwon. Chul-kwon, can your Iron Fist gang completely surround Guro Fortress? Around the clock, 24/7, including all secret escape routes. 24/7. Kim Chul-kwon made a troubled face. That's tough. We have our own businesses to run. If Black Tiger Swordmaster orders it, we'll make it happen, but there will be gaps. And if the Terror Alliance forces their way out, we won't be able to stop them. That made sense. The Iron Fist gang had long controlled Gwanak district and had recently taken over Jeonsa district as well. Just as the Legion commander had mentioned during the Seoul terror attack, they were eyeing Guro district too. But compared to the Terror Alliance, they were lacking. They had been mass-producing reinforced warriors at the Jinwubong facility, but they had almost no high-level superhumans. Kim Chul-kwon, their strongest, was only level 5. Black Tiger Swordmaster, I see 3 major obstacles. Go on. Yes. First, the administrative process. As you know, redevelopment requires effort on the city level. To redevelop Guro Fortress, we must first convince Seoul City Hall and the City Council. What if I pressure them through the president? I can handle that. I have a few connections myself, and Guro Fortress redevelopment has been a long-standing goal of the Seoul administration. The current mayor has ambitions for the presidency, so if we frame it as a political achievement, we can get it approved. Good. I'll leave that to you, Manager Choi. As expected, he was efficient. Choi Sunso stood up. He fired a non-lethal laser from his fingertip, and the magic spirit elegantly carved words into the air, like writing on a tablet screen. The second issue is the blockade. We simply don't have enough manpower. The Iron Fist gang, despite controlling 2 districts, is fundamentally just a street gang. They can handle other gangs and problematic tenants, but stopping the Terror Alliance? Impossible. Gore. Still, without me, redevelopment would be difficult. No one's denying that. You're indispensable. You are Black Tiger Swordmaster's first vassal, after all. That's right. I was the first. So, what's the solution? We need to reinforce our ranks with high-level superhumans. How about seeking help from the Hunter Association or the Monster Village? Reinforcements for the blockade. The Hunter Association, the Monster Village. No, they wouldn't work. If I asked, they'd help but they weren't the right fit. The Hunter Association? They'd start off eager but slack off later, whining for more money. The monster village? Bringing mutants into Seoul was a bad idea. Too many potential disasters waiting to happen. I sank into thought for a moment. A blockade. That's what I needed. The Eastern Army would be perfect for this. A disciplined organization with a strong military structure and a high concentration of warrior-class superhumans. But the Eastern Army was busy. If I called them in, they'd demand to wipe everything out instead of bothering with redevelopment. Wait a minute. An idea struck me. The Eastern Army wasn't the only warrior-based organization I knew. There was another group. Smaller than a legion, but more than enough to surround Guro Fortress. A group that owed me a huge favor. What about Seo Wujin? I mean Jailboen. What if we hire Jaegamun and Iljiamun? That's brilliant. Choi Sunsu slammed the table in excitement. Jailboen is more than capable. If Chief Seo leads them personally, they can establish a perfect blockade. And Chief Seo himself is level 6, isn't he? Level 6. Level 6? He's that strong already. Adat novel bin adat. Yes. A true prodigy. I reached for my phone, but Choi Sunsu stopped me. He insisted on handling it himself. I wondered if Seo Wujin would be too busy, but he arrived immediately. He was intrigued the moment he heard Choi Sunsu mention redeveloping Guro Fortress. Sir. Seo Wujin strode in confidently. As soon as he saw me, he bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle. Congratulations on reaching level 6. I should have come to congratulate you sooner, but I've been swamped with work. I'm really sorry. No worries. I didn't congratulate you either. When did you hit level 6? Not too long ago. I was just a bit slower than you. But seriously, how did you level up so fast? Weren't you only level 1 when I first met you last year? I was. But aren't you the faster one? No way. I've been chugging elixirs since I was a kid, and I've had tons of specialized training. Seo Wujin casually took a seat. After some small talk, we moved on to business. His eyes sparkled as he studied the Guro Fortress hologram. So, you're redeveloping this place? And since the Terror Alliance might be hiding inside, Jailboen will be in charge of sealing the area completely. That's right. There's a lot more to this than just that, though. If we let people come and go freely, the blockade will be useless. I'll only allow non-superhumans through. But we need a foolproof detection system. No one gets past us with stealth or concealment magic. Also, we're eradicating all illegal activities, drugs, human trafficking, unlicensed clinics, underground fight clubs, all of it. Seo Wujin turned to look at me. This isn't just a redevelopment project, is it? No. My goal is to completely transform Guro Fortress. Maybe not to the level of Gangnam or Songpa, but at least as livable as Yeongdongpo or Mapo. A place where people can live like human beings. And ultimately, I want to extend that to all of Gurodong and Urimdong. The three of us locked eyes. Their expressions were a mix of surprise and something, almost proud. Seo Wujin clicked his tongue. This is interesting. That's so like you, teacher. Your scale is on a whole different level. Anyone else would have just massacred everyone and raised a flag, but you're thinking several steps ahead. And that leads us to the third problem. The third. Yes. I saved it for last, but it's the biggest issue of all: money. Right. Money. In the end, the world runs on budgets. As I stared at him, Choi Sunso habitually tapped his cheek. It used to be covered by a steel prosthetic. Realizing it was now flesh, he scratched it awkwardly before forcing a smile. I'll need to do the calculations, but at minimum, we need 1 trillion won. TL note, around $700 million. 1 trillion. 1 trillion. Are you insane? Sunsu, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. And that's the bare minimum. According to my estimates, it'll be closer to 1.2 to 1.3 trillion. This is crazy. It's not even that big of an area. Why would it cost so much? We're tearing down an entire district and rebuilding it from scratch. Demolition is the easy part. Rebuilding is the real challenge. We need to construct water and sewage systems, electricity grids, subway lines, roads, parks, everything. And are we stopping at a 20th century city? No, this is the 21st century. Modern urban planning integrates magic circles and elemental spirits for smart security, smart firefighting, smart emergency response, and smart transportation. I'm not saying we need climate control magic like in Gangnam or Songpa, but Black Tiger Sword Master, you mentioned Yeongdongpo and Mapo. That means we need to aim for at least the level of Dangsan or Hapyeong. Also, are we just going to kick out the residents without compensation? They need apartments or cash settlements. And that's why it costs 1 trillion. Hearing the breakdown, I understood. At the same time, my confidence wavered. Now I saw why Seoul City had left Guro Fortress untouched. It's more expensive than I thought. Yes. That's why I said it's the most important problem. It's a massive sum, but it's worth the investment. If Black Tiger Sword Master controls the redeveloped, or rather, reborn Guro, the profits will be beyond imagination. Choi Sunso glanced at Kim Chul-kwon before adding. And if you apply this model to Jeonkan and Gwanak, the impact will be even greater. 3 districts would effectively become your personal domain. A personal domain? In Seoul, no less? This was getting out of hand. In the long run, though, it was clearly a massive advantage. I wouldn't have complete sovereignty like in Paju or Cheonma, but my influence would be so overwhelming that it might as well be my private territory. 1 trillion? I could recoup that in just a few years. The economic and political influence alone would be staggering. This is a hassle. The thought crossed my mind, but I dismissed it immediately. I was greedy, and I still remembered the thrill of acquiring my Gangnam building. Before, I had avoided responsibility because I could barely take care of myself, let alone others. But those days were over. I had vassals now, 2 of them, and their organizations were massive. Since my stature had grown, I needed to rise even higher. Even now look at this. The Terror Alliance dared to attack me. Did they think I was an easy target? Did they not realize they were signing their own death warrants? I had to set an example. Not just by hunting them down one by one, but by wiping out the very foundation of their organization. Alright, let's do it. Manager Choi, how much can I borrow from the bank? A level 6 superhuman's credit. The reputation of Black Tiger Swordmaster. My Gangnam building, which had burned down but was insured. If I combined all that, the loan should be substantial. Even if I disliked the idea, collateral loans were an option. Choi Sunso counted on his fingers, calculating. Then he spoke seriously. Black Tiger Swordmaster, instead of taking out a loan, why not seek investors? Investment? From whom? You have plenty of connections. The Eastern Army, GMO Group, Sun Mage Tower, Thor Cult, Gaia Cult, reach out to as many as possible. Then, you divide up small portions of equity among them. It would be a type of consortium. Of course, you must retain at least 51% ownership. Seeking investment? Not a bad idea. I had to contact them anyway for the administrative procedures. But then, Choi Sunso said something intriguing. They might even offer capital without asking for shares, essentially, a donation. That's impossible. Nothing in this world comes for free. You never know. Still, taking out a loan and funding the redevelopment yourself is also worth considering. That way, you get exclusive control over the reborn Gorodong. Based on my calculations, if we negotiate well, you could secure a 1 trillion won loan. Without collateral. Wow, unbelievable. That meant my credit value alone was worth well over 1 trillion won. Kim Chul-kwan shook his head in disbelief. Even Seo Woojin let out a small, incredulous laugh. I couldn't get a loan that big. To borrow 1 trillion, I'd have to put up Jailbowen's headquarters or the world-saving sword art and unified spirit sword manuscripts as collateral. Guess all my hard work paid off. Ha ha ha. Teacher, you're probably one of the very few in the country who could secure a 1 trillion won loan on credit alone. Even level 7 superhumans struggle with that. Level 8s could do it, though. Then isn't a loan the better option? Even if I have to pay some interest. It's not that simple. Choi Sunso drew in the air with his fingers. A diagram appeared. At its center me. Connected to me, a vast network of organizations. A consortium featuring 5 of the 18 major factions from the 4 great powers. Just looking at the names was overwhelming. The world runs on budgets, but money isn't everything. Political power is just as crucial. Politics. Yes, of course, you must take the lead and maintain full control. You can't let others reap the benefits after you've done all the work. But why not make this a public announcement? Who would dare oppose it? Give them all a little pocket change, and everything will go smoothly. Seoul's mayor, Goro's district chief, the city council, the gangs, the residents. It's the same for all of them. Of course, some will be too greedy for their own good. But those cases, Chul-kwan can handle them. And if it's a bigger problem, Chief Seo here can have a little chat with them. The more I thought about it, the more it made sense. An economic and political alliance. Until now, I had only relied on personal connections. This would be a step beyond that. All right, I made my decision. I'll take investments and distribute shares accordingly. A wise choice. I started making calls. Everyone agreed immediately. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. We don't need any shares. Just as Choi Sunso had suggested. All 5 organizations, as if they had planned it together. An investment with no returns expected. A contribution, in essence. This was the obvious outcome. Choi Sunso didn't seem surprised at all. If they can spend some money to put Black Tiger Swordmaster in their debt, that's a bargain. Don't you think? Now that he mentioned it, it made sense. Black Tiger Swordmaster is like a stock that keeps hitting its upper limit every day. And it's not some pump and dump scheme either, it's a premium blue chip investment. You're bound to reach level 7, maybe even level 8. If it were me, I'd scrape together every bit of capital, even take out loans, to buy in. Honestly, it'd be easier to just divide up shares. That's how alliances are formed. Don't overthink it. Help them when they help you, and receive help when you need it. The next day, each faction sent their representatives. Some were familiar faces, others were strangers. It's an honor to meet you, Black Tiger Swordmaster. I owe you an apology for my past behavior. The man bowing at a perfect 90 degrees was in his early 30s, wearing the uniform of the Eastern Army. A lieutenant colonel not in the national military, but in the Eastern Army. The same one I had met at Bangma Ridge. Back then, he had been blunt and confrontational. Now, he was exceedingly polite. It's been a while. And who is this beside you? Hello, Black Tiger Swordmaster? I'm Major Che Songha from the Western Army. A woman saluted energetically. She looked incredibly young. Barely in her early 20s, maybe even her late teens. That probably explained her speech. It was more casual than what I'd expect from a soldier, almost civilian-like. Still, she wasn't someone to be underestimated. Judging by her mana signature, she was level 5. Likely a direct descendant of the Western Army's Legion commander. Yet, there was something about her that stood out. An unusual presence. I nodded calmly. A pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect the Western Army to send someone as well. The Legion commander was very curious about you, Black Tiger Sword Master. They wanted to come themselves, but their aides talked them out of it. Is that so? Something felt off. Suspicious, even. I discreetly activated my bright eyes and sixth sense, observing Major Che. Normally, I would be able to see everything: her level, traits, mana circuit structure, mana flow, even her thoughts. But nothing. All I could see was a faint, blurry mana signature. What the hell? Meanwhile, Major Cha continued smiling brightly. If anything, she looked amused, like she was watching a grandchild play. A strange, tingling sensation crawled up my spine. Was she? My thoughts were cut off. A representative from GMO Group had arrived. The chief secretary to Chairman Song Huiyang. Previously, I had only known him as Secretary Kim. He extended his hand for a handshake. It's been a while, Black Tiger Sword Master. I thought you'd attend the inauguration, but you left so suddenly. I had other matters to attend to. Yes, I heard about that. Which brings me to a message from the chairman. Song Huiyang had something to say? What could it be? I stared at him, waiting. Secretary Kim smiled faintly. The chairman said she won't give up. On what? Surely not that? A chill ran down my spine. For a brief moment, I considered sending him away. Maybe I should cancel GMO Group's investment altogether. But Secretary Kim was faster. He turned to the other representatives and announced boldly, GMO Group has decided to invest 400 billion won into the Goro redevelopment project. 400 billion. That was several times more than I had expected. I had assumed they'd contribute around 100 billion, but 400 billion? It was too much to refuse. I instinctively tightened my grip on his handshake. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. That's all that matters. And one more thing. Secretary Kim lowered his voice slightly, speaking just to me. Our chairman, please don't resent her too much. She may have grown up in the Chable world and turned out a bit warped, but she's a good person at heart. She wasn't a bad person, that much was true. She never lied, never broke a contract, never used underhanded tricks. For a Chable, that was rare. If she hadn't tried to use me, and if I hadn't been so cynical, maybe I would have seriously considered it. And now, after throwing 400 billion into this project, she said this? I gave a firm nod. I understand. If I thought she was untrustworthy, I wouldn't have worked with her in the first place. I never hated her. I just thought we weren't a good match. Haha, that's all we needed to hear. Secretary Kim stepped back, looking satisfied. The Eastern Army Lieutenant Colonel shook his head in disbelief. 400 billion. Even for one of the four great powers, that was a heavy sum. The Eastern Army will invest 100 billion. We're not as liquid as GMO Group. That's more than enough. Thank you. Please extend my gratitude to the Legion Commander and Division Commanders. Yes, the Legion Commander will be pleased. As expected, the Chables had the most money. The other factions followed suit, almost as if competing. Hyung. My grandfather is investing 200 billion. He wanted to put in more, but too much of our budget is tied up in research. Wow, 200 billion is already incredible. Thank him for me. I'll visit personally when I get the chance. Thanks. Does he really not want any shares? I'd be happy to give him some. He'd disown me if I accepted. Haha. The Sun Mage Tower's representative was none other than Kim Mabiob. It seemed like Kim Mabiob intended to stick to me like glue. That worked in my favor. I wasn't bothered by it, and it meant I could put him to work whenever needed. The Thor cult will invest 200 billion won as well. The Gaia cult will match that amount. We would have contributed more if not for these damned terrorists tying up our funds. No, this is already a huge help. I sincerely appreciate it. Honestly, I hadn't expected much from either church. Sure, I held the title of honorary paladin, but I hadn't really done anything for them. If it were the Grand Cathedral in Europe, that'd be a different story, but I had no significant ties with the Korean branches. But it seemed the churches saw things differently. The bishop from the Gaia cult leaned in slightly and whispered, "The Archbishop holds you in very high regard, Sir Paladin." The Archbishop? But I haven't done anything special. Well, we weren't exactly proactive in handling this situation, were we? Well, we were on the verge of receiving severe criticism, but your actions saved us. And I must apologize, but we are still benefiting from that? So they were using my name. Honestly, I didn't mind. That's probably why they granted me the honorary paladin title in the first place, to use it when needed. I wasn't about to criticize the Gaia or Thor cult for doing exactly what I would have done in their position. Still, they must have felt guilty. Otherwise, they wouldn't be handing me 200 billion won while giving me a heads up. I was fine with it. Even if I weren't, what could I do? 200 billion was 200 billion. As long as they didn't kill my parents or something, I was more than happy to let it slide. If they had used my name without telling me, I might have been annoyed. But that wasn't the case. If I was able to help, then I'm glad. Feel free to use my name as much as you want. Squeeze every last drop out of it if you have to. Oh, we could never go that far. And please, visit the Gangnam Cathedral sometime. The Archbishop has been eagerly waiting to meet you. Haha, I'll make time for it. Sir Paladin, our Archbishop will be visiting you soon. You need not go out of your way to see him. After all, how could we summon someone who has witnessed the greatest lightning? Unlike those Greek shrine keepers, we have proper manners. Just let us know when you're available. Listen to this Nordic bear spouting nonsense. What, you got a problem with that, Greek bookworm? They both looked fully Korean, yet here they were, calling each other a Nordic bear and a Greek bookworm. It was ridiculous. I fought the urge to laugh. Sad thoughts. Sad thoughts. I barely managed to keep a straight face. Then, Major Che Songha of the Western Army raised her hand. May I ask a question? Yes. Go ahead. The biggest issue in redevelopment is relocation. How are you handling the eviction of residents? Will that man over there take care of it? She nodded toward Kim Chul-kwan, who was sitting in the corner. He did look like a gang leader, after all. That was the common practice in this world, hiring gangs as enforcers to drive out residents in redevelopment areas. It didn't matter if people lived or died. Human lives were expendable. Even tossing them a few scraps of compensation was considered generous. I plan to provide fair compensation. Business owners will receive an average of their past 3 years' profits to cover their closure period. Residents will get relocation assistance, housing subsidies, and moving expenses. If they don't want to leave the area, we'll construct temporary housing for them. Relocation assistance, housing subsidies, moving expenses. The standards were taken from my original world, South Korea. Relocation assistance was 30% of the property's value. Housing subsidies covered 2 months' worth of household expenses for homeowners and 4 months for renters. Moving expenses were reimbursed at actual cost. The representatives' faces shifted into expressions of confusion. They didn't get it. Kim Mabiob finally broke the silence. Wait, Hyung. Why go that far? What do you mean? Are you running a charity? Relocation assistance? Housing subsidies? I've never even heard of those before. Just have Chul-kwan kick them all out? The people living in Goro are all parasites, lazy freeloaders, illegal immigrants, criminals. If you let them stay, they'll just drag you down. There's no need to be generous. The others nodded in agreement. Only Major Che Songha looked uncomfortable. That must have been the prevailing mindset in this world. Was it any different in my original world? During the early Industrial Revolution, people thought the same way. The idea of social welfare only became widespread relatively recently. Mabiob. Yes. Do you think I'm doing this redevelopment for money? Of course not. Hyung doesn't care much about money. That wasn't true. I cared a lot. It just wasn't my top priority. My ultimate focus was on acquiring traits, on getting stronger. And in this world, that was the correct answer. The stronger you became, the more money, power, and fame naturally followed. You heard about what happened to Manager Choi, right? How he ended up in the ICU after the attack. Yes. I heard you even used an elixir on him. I'm making an example out of them. The Terror Alliance messed with the wrong person. I'm going to make sure they have nowhere left to stand. I'm burning their nest to the ground. Once Goro Fortress was wiped out and Durumdong was cleaned up, what could they do? In the game, the Terror Alliance was never completely eradicated. If there were enough places to hide and the world kept descending into chaos, security would only continue to deteriorate. But what if I erased all the lawless zones? What if I redeveloped the area into a gleaming new city? What if I filled it with police stations, fire departments, and hospitals? Even the Terror Alliance wouldn't be able to survive in that kind of environment. It's similar to how the Japanese Empire used cultural rule to suppress the independence movement. What kind of comparison was that? I turned to see who had spoken. It was Major Che Songha. She looked like she was in her late teens, yet she was referencing strategies from 100 years ago. I was about to say something but held my tongue. I was beginning to understand the source of the strange feeling I'd had about her, and I was starting to grasp her true identity. May I ask one more question? Go ahead. What about the stateless residents? Goro Fortress has been outside the reach of the government for so long that most people there have never even been registered at birth. There are barely any legal Korean citizens. That was exactly why many would prefer to expel them. More ruthless people would simply exterminate them. But that approach didn't sit well with me. It didn't align with my goals either. I will protect them under my name. Excuse me? What did you just say? I will issue identification cards under my name, valid only within Gorodong, and provide protection for the residents. I won't investigate their pasts, but all superhumans will be required to register. If anyone is found guilty of serious crimes, they'll be expelled without compensation. However, as long as I protect them, they must abide by South Korean law. If they refuse, they will be exiled. The room stirred with commotion. Everyone turned to me with wide eyes. Even Major Che's expression sharpened. Black Tiger Swordmaster, do you realize what you're saying? Yes, I do. This was, in effect, a declaration of sovereignty. A nation consists of 3 things: people, territory, and governance. What I had just stated aligned with that concept. If my declaration stood and the residents accepted it, Gorodong would become my domain. Just like Pajio and Cheorwan. Can you handle that? Her gaze was piercing. Eyes that reminded me of Legion commanders, Mage Tower masters, saints, and pontiffs. Instead of answering immediately, I looked at Choi Sunsu first. He seemed both surprised and deeply trusting. Kim Chul-kwan was the same. His face was flushed with excitement, and his eyes locked onto me with unwavering determination. A sense of responsibility radiated from them. It weighed on my shoulders. I had never once taken responsibility for another life before, but I remembered. The fury I felt when I saw my building destroyed. The rage that surged when I saw my subordinate in a hospital bed. I clenched the hilt of Black Tiger sword. I am prepared. Major Che's expression melted away. Her demeanor completely changed. She went from exuding the chilling presence of a hardened warrior to looking like a grandmother doting on her grandchild. You already have the heart of a king. I was starting to worry that today's superhumans lacked backbone, but I don't need to worry about you. Her tone shifted entirely. The Eastern Army lieutenant colonel beside her jumped in shock and scolded her. Major Che, watch your tone with Black Tiger Sword Master. By seniority, he's basically our grandfather. Grandfather? More like the other way around. I ignored him and bowed my head. Thank you for your praise, Legion Commander. It is an honor simply to receive your presence, and I am humbled by your regard. Legion Commander? The lieutenant colonel's face turned pale. So did everyone else's. Their eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as they turned to stare at Major Cheno, the Legion Commander of the Western Army. She gave a playful smile. When did you figure it out? You catch on quick. I suspected from the moment we met. As expected, a promising tree shows its strength from the seedling stage. Unlike that brat from the Gu family, who only knows how to ogle my ass. WWW what? That's not true. The lieutenant colonel frantically waved his hands, his face drained of color. How could that be his fault? It's only natural, considering the Legion Commander's stunning beauty. Gahaha, you're different from what I heard? I was told you weren't one for flattery. Should I give you some pocket money? I'd be grateful to receive it. The Western Army's Legion Commander laughed heartily and pulled out a fountain pen. It was an exquisite work of art, made from the rarest materials and enchanted metals. She casually scribbled something in the air. An instant promissory note. Stamped with the official monosil of the Western Army and her personal signature. Amount, 1 trillion KRW, 1 trillion won. Here you go. She handed over 1 trillion won like it was pocket change and patted my back. Remember this moment. Never forget why you set out on this path or where you started. I've seen too many people begin with noble intentions, only to become monsters drunk on power, fame, and strength. I hope you won't follow that path. Old Tiger tells me not to worry about you, but I don't trust that old man's judgment. Thank you. I will keep that in mind. Good, good. Grow strong. Then I can finally rest easy. See you again. And just like that, the Western Army's Legion Commander vanished like mist. A perfect fusion of transcendent martial arts and illusion magic. Safe travels. Adat Novel bin Adat. The others looked toward the door. But I didn't. I rose from my seat and bowed deeply toward the back wall. A face appeared on the wall, grinning broadly. Then, it passed through the surface and disappeared. The Western Army's Legion Commander had left. The air was thick with awe and disbelief. Now, let's get back to business. The storm had passed, but everyone's expressions were still flushed with excitement. I was the only one who remained calm. I alone kept my composure. It didn't matter. As long as the captain held the helm steady, the ship would keep moving forward. A few days later, with the full support and sponsorship of 6 factions, the Eastern Army, GMO Group, Sun Mage Tower, Thor Cult, Gaia Cult, and now the Western Army. Plans and proposals were approved at lightning speed, and the redevelopment of Guro Fortress was officially set into motion. Kwang! A bomb exploded. The Guro Fortress collapsed. A thick cloud of dust rose, darkening the air. Shockwaves and debris scattered in all directions, but the pre-installed barrier blocked and purified them. Next, the heavy machinery moved in. It cleared out the waste, compressing and sweeping it away. Oh my, did it really? Well, that was satisfying. Satisfying? My house just got demolished. People gathered in small groups, watching the demolition unfold. On one side, the sorting process was in full swing. You say you have nowhere to go? Then why did you apply for relocation assistance? Well, Gilmyung Hyung told me to mark this circle here. And who is that? Just someone I know. You heard the explanation, right? The relocation assistance is for those who already have a temporary place to stay. If you don't have one, we arrange accommodations for you instead, but you don't get the relocation assistance. What exactly is a place to stay? A young man with unkempt hair and a dimwit expression. Even though they were several hundred meters away, my heightened senses picked up their conversation perfectly. The staff member, growing frustrated, clutched his chest and spoke. I mean, where you'll live? A house? It'll take at least 6 months to build the new buildings, so where will you stay until then? If you have nowhere to go, we'll provide a temporary shelter, but we need your consent. You were supposed to mark this box here, not that one. Bibat. Gilmyung Hyung told me to mark that one. Sigh. We held meetings and gave out information leaflets. Didn't you read them? I can't read. Adat Novel bin Adat. Illiterate? For a moment, I was dumbfounded. Illiteracy in 21st century Korea? No, in this world, it was possible. Even in Seoul, there were districts where the police turned a blind eye to gang violence and murder, claiming it was beyond their jurisdiction. The fire department? No different. So it wasn't strange for actual illiterates to exist here. Step. I deliberately made my footsteps audible as I approached. The guide, hired by Manager Choi, who had been dealing with the residents with a tired face, immediately straightened up. Black Tiger Sword Master, sir. Howdy. The young man spoke in a bizarre mix of dialect and standard Korean. He also reeked, clearly unwashed for days. Snap. I flicked my fingers. Purification activated, washing him from head to toe. The young man's eyes widened as he stared at me. Not only was the stench gone, but minor illnesses inside his body were also temporarily healed. He must have felt the difference. Are there many illiterate people here? Huh, what? Illiterate? People who can't read Korean. There's a lot. My mom's illiterate, so is Soon from next door, Chulsa from across the street, and Gaedeng from upstairs. What about elementary school? How could we go to school? We have to work every day just to eat. But Gilmyung-hyung helped us get by. Who is this Gilmyung-hyung? The guy with the big motorbike. He carries a real fancy gun, too. Oh, I was starting to get the picture. What did you do with the relocation assistance money? Our relocation, what now? The money we gave you. It should have been transferred to your account. Account. A bank book. Your bank account. I don't have one. You didn't receive any money. And no, that's impossible. We definitely sent it. I checked the records myself. The young man just scratched his head. The guide flailed his hands in denial, looking desperate. He was likely terrified I'd suspect him of embezzlement. I nodded and spoke calmly. Proceed as if the relocation assistance was never provided. But Black Tiger Sword Master, sir, it was definitely paid out. Judging by his words, he never received it. That Gilmyung-hyung? We need to investigate him first. Why yes, understood. I'll process it right away. Spread the word to the others. Report this to Manager Choi as well. Yes, sir. The results came in quickly. The gangs controlling Guro Fortress. Those bastards had been siphoning off my hard-earned money. The method? Fraudulent bank accounts. Most residents of Guro Fortress couldn't access banks. Many weren't even Korean citizens. But certain bank employees had helped the gangsters set up fake accounts, which the gang then controlled to steal the funds. These sons of bitches. What are your orders? What do you think? Kill them? You take the bank. Round up the manager and all the employees. There might be some innocent ones, so don't go overboard. I'll handle Durumdong. Gorodong and Durumdong were essentially one territory. Administratively separate, but the gangs operated as one. When redevelopment began, the Gorodong gangsters fled en masse to Durumdong. Now that Jailboen had set up a perimeter, they were feeling the pressure and tried to escape. If they had just disappeared, that would have been fine. But they got greedy. Smelling money, they had started bleeding the residents dry. Report received. Displaying on Gyumoen. Recently, I had upgraded Gyumoen. Added a communication module. Enhanced the mana barrier with a holographic display. The augmented reality HUD activated. The nearest route to the gang that the unkempt young man called Gilmyung-hyung's was marked. A long blue arrow stretched along the road. The magic even detected how many people were inside their hideout. Their armament status, too. Teacher, should I join you? No, I'll go alone. Still, I'll send some staff with you. Alright, thanks. Jailboen's personnel followed behind me. Walking down the street with dozens of them at my back, the people around us gasped and parted to the sides. I couldn't help but straighten my shoulders. Now I understood why crime bosses in movies always strutted around with their underlings. People whispered as they watched us. What's going on? Did a war break out? Wait, that guy. It's Black Tiger Swordmaster. I wish they'd redevelop our neighborhood, too. I heard the folks in Gorodong hit the jackpot. What's the point of a jackpot? They lost everything. I wasn't about to let that slide. That money was mine. Earned through blood and sweat, through my reputation and skills, through the investments I secured. It would eventually cycle back as taxes, too. What do you want? We arrived at the gang's hideout. I glanced up. It looked eerily similar to the Dagger Gang's base from when I cleared level 2. A cluster of one-room buildings fused together into a fortress. Cleaner on the outside, sure, but structurally no different from Guro Fortress. I asked, what do you want? A gang member guarding the entrance barked at us. He was a big guy. Even in winter, he wore only a sleeveless shirt, revealing grotesque Irjumi tattoos on his arms. I sensed no mana waves from him. A grunt. A non-superhuman gang member. I tilted my chin arrogantly. Call Jongseok. Shin Jongseok. The boss of Songchae Gang, the gang I had come to see. The so-called Gilmyung-hyung who scammed the young man wasn't even a mid-level officer in Songchae Gang. What did you just say, punk? The gang member's eyes flared. You think you can just call for our boss like he's your errand boy? Yes. I tapped the hilt of Black Tiger sword at my waist. I can. This son of a bitch. Huh. His voice trailed off. He had just now noticed my gear. At a glance, Black Tiger sword looked plain. But Mjolnir on my other side, Aegis on my left forearm, and the enchanted armor covering my body? Those were unmistakable. And then there was my face. Even shrouded in a golden mana barrier, no gang member from Durumdong, right next to Gorodong, could fail to recognize me. Be Black Tiger Sword Master. The gang member screamed. He frantically slammed the emergency button. He realized it was over and shoved his hand into his pocket, reaching for a gun. But I was faster. Thwack. A casual shove sent the slab of meat flying, coughing up blood. He slammed into the iron door. Kwang. A thunderous crash echoed as my infused mana shredded the door to pieces. I strode in without drawing Black Tiger sword or Mjolnir. Gang members descending the stairs stopped in their tracks, eyes widening. What the hell? We're under attack. Who is it? Sword Demon Gang? Reaper Gang? No way, not Iron Fist Gang. Sword Demon Gang? Reaper Gang? Ridiculous names for thugs. I scoffed and drew my twin pistols. Refined and elegant, yet radiating overwhelming magic power. That was when they recognized me. Be Black Tiger Sword Master. Shit, we're screwed. Run. Too late. Tat 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 tat. I fired. With gunplay, firearm mastery, and aim active. Honestly, I didn't even need trait enhancements to take them all down. I could win even without traits. But a tiger hunts a rabbit with full strength. Having hunted high-level superhumans who let their guard down, I knew never to be careless, even against small fry. Tat 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 tat. Reloading midair, firing in bursts, reloading again, firing again. Bullets punched through walls, tearing through gangsters. The clueless lackeys rushing down from the first floor. The officers lying in ambush on the second and third floors. The boss and key executives upstairs, hastily stuffing documents and cash into bags. All of them were struck down by my bullets. I didn't even need to pull out my shotgun or sniper rifle. The twin pistols alone were enough. One by one, their eyes rolled back as they collapsed, unconscious. Move in and secure the area. No traps. Yes, Black Tiger Sword Master. I holstered my guns and headed upstairs. Seriously, Dasen's pistols were broken. The non-lethal rounds attribute. Passing through walls while only knocking people out. Perfect for handling grunts. This is insane. I reached the top floor. A mountain of cash. Not even stacks of 10,0001 bills. All 50,0001 bills. And dozens of gold bars. How much was this in total? I sat in an executive chair and waited. Jailbowen's personnel arrived and began inspecting the cash and gold, visibly stunned. Anyone free, calculate how much this is. Yes, sir. The result, 22.1 billion won. For reference, the 5 billion won in cash I got from Sunmage Tower's master weighed nearly 100 kilograms. Even with some of this being gold, 22.1 billion was a massive haul. I skimmed through the documents and shook my head. These bastards are absolute scum. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, every illegal act imaginable. They even stole all the redevelopment compensation. What are your orders? Drag them to Gorodong. Public execution. Songche Gang's boss was a level 2 superhuman. Though subdued, he had just regained consciousness. Lifting his head, he shouted, "You have no right to do this. You stole my money. That gives me every right. Let's settle this legally." Legally. Oh, this is legal. You never heard of the 5 privileges of superhumans? Ever heard of the privilege of sanction? I have the right to a trial. No, you don't. You thought it was fine to scam the poor and uneducated like always? You should have considered where that money was coming from. Take him away. And no, stop. When the boss wouldn't shut up, one of Jailbowen's staff slapped him across the face. His teeth shattered, blood gushing from his mouth. Even though he was a level 2 superhuman, he was powerless against the staff member a level 3. He was reduced to a mutt being dragged away. Wujin, mark the next target. Yes. I'll display all the locations from the reports at once. Several markers popped up on Jiyumoan's HUD. I scoffed. This many? Yes. The gangs in Gorodong and Durumdong all threw themselves a compensation party. The residents barely saw any of the money, maybe 10% at most. Maybe I should have prepared more thoroughly. It wouldn't have mattered. Even government officials are in on it. Plenty of fake officials, too. So this won't be solved in a day or two. Can you lock down Gorodong? I'll make sure you get a hefty bonus. Just made a killing back there. Sounds good. Honestly, considering everything you've done for me, I should do this for free, but I've got mouths to feed, too. Business is business. I stormed through Durumdong like a hurricane. I didn't just clean it up, I razed it to the ground. And in the process, 2 traits I never expected landed in my hands. Acquired the trait, command. Acquired the trait, leadership. Originally, these were traits held by Hanyulbi's captain. Not bad. I wasn't planning on taking the great general route, but whether for running Kim's party or training disciples, they'd be useful. With these 2 traits boosting my efficiency, the gang purge accelerated. We've eliminated Sword Demon Gang. We found a hidden vault in Reaper Gang, 199 billion won in cash and gold. We caught the remnants of Blood Fiend Gang trying to escape. Bringing them in now. Word of the purge had spread, and gangs attempted to flee. But they failed. Jailbowen had secured the entire area, from the streets to the sewers. What could a bunch of thugs do against a perimeter of level 3 superhumans? They either got caught while running or were taken down resisting, only to face public execution. Siong Duong? Next. Please spare me. The boss made me do it. He gave the orders. Shut up. Next. Hundreds were beheaded each day. Not just gangsters. The corrupt bank employees and fake government officials who colluded with them, too. Calling them bank employees and officials was being generous. They were financial criminals and fraudsters. This area had no real government presence. Did you think the so-called bankers and officials here were legit? Most were scammers and impersonators. We plan to establish an administrative welfare center in Gorodong and Durumdong. The Prime Minister's chief secretary came to deliver the news. He was all smiles. This was the most cancerous part of Seoul, but I never expected it to be resolved so easily. As expected of you, Black Tiger Sword Master. It's not over yet. Haha, true. We still need to set up a police station, a fire department, a hospital, and schools. That wasn't what I meant. I'd been moving non-stop for the past few days, but I hadn't lost sight of my true objective. The Terror Alliance. Why was I making such a mess? Because I was hunting them. And to show them mess with me, and you're utterly screwed. Black Tiger Sword Master. After the secretary left, Kim Chul-kwan requested a meeting. We found them. On the outskirts of Durumdong. Far from where Choi Sunsu's blood was discovered. There, hiding like vipers in an artificial forbidden zone was the Terror Alliance. The entrance to the forbidden zone was located beneath the headquarters of a gang. Before being dragged to the execution site, the gang members confessed under interrogation. I stormed in without hesitation. Isn't this dangerous? Seo Woojin asked with concern, but I was confident. As long as Massacre Empress isn't here, there's no one who can stop me. The strongest member of the Terror Alliance, Massacre Empress. The only level 7. Back when I was level 5, she completely overwhelmed me, but things were different now. I had one-man army. To be honest, I was looking forward to this. If I could face Massacre Empress one-on-one, it would be a chance for payback. We're going in. Just in case, I brought others with me. Seo Woojin, level 6. Kim Chul-kwan, Kim Mabiob, Kim Sage, and Baek Soren, all level 5. Janet, level 4. Kali, level 3. Along with numerous Jailboan employees and several executives of the Iron Fist gang. Everyone was appropriately tense. That was ideal. Being overly tense or too relaxed would both be bad. They've improved quite a bit. I paid particular attention to Janet and Kali. Both of their mana circuits were solidly established. They were at the point where I could raise their levels by feeding them nectar. Once this was over, I needed to make trade elixirs for them right away. Then head to the Great Labyrinth to retrieve the Nephilim sword. Flash. We passed through the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. The wavering space tingled against my senses. Bright light filled my vision before fading, and instead of the dark, claustrophobic concrete maze I had expected, I was greeted by an open, brightly lit space. A blue sky stretched above. Around me stood scattered white stone pillars. It looked like an ancient Greek temple. Seo Woojin, who had followed me inside, looked around in confusion. What is this place? The others were equally bewildered. Baek Soren sniffed the air. Huh? The air is fresh. I smell something sweet. This was a type of dimensional maze, similar to the one the Eclipse mages had created on Ulungdo. The difference was that this one was not based on black magic but on a fusion of Taoist arts and spatial magic. I chuckled inwardly. I had seen this in the game. Damn, we stepped into the wrong place. This was one of the bonus dungeons that unlocked after defeating Massacre Empress and clearing Episode 1. Among players, it was called Minigame Heaven. It usually consisted of 3 or 4 minigames, with difficulty levels varying wildly. And out of all of them, the Greek temple-themed dungeon was the hardest. You guys stay here. Teacher, where are you going? Iron Body Indomitable Magic Resistance. Mana Soul Thor Cultivation Technique Mana Armor. I carefully scanned the area between the pillars. I could feel an invisible wall. Just like in the game. That blue sky and the majestic mountain range beyond the pillars were nothing more than a backdrop. In reality, this dungeon was a small, confined space. I steadied myself and stepped forward. As expected, the first minigame activated. The world was dyed blue. Bricks began stacking in front of me. They came in various shapes. Some were squares, some L-shaped, some Z-shaped like Tetris blocks. In the game, you had to clear them using a one-stroke drawing before time ran out. Fail, and a sniper would shoot you, ejecting you from the minigame dungeon. A barrier? Huh. It was the same here. A one-stroke drawing puzzle. Likely a special type of barrier shared exclusively within the Terror Alliance. Failing would turn the barrier into a bomb. Taking too long would summon a sniper. What is this? Don't touch it. It's magically locked. If you fail, it will explode immediately. Among us, Kim Mabiob was the only one with any real knowledge of magic. Realizing the situation, he urgently shouted. Baek Soren, who had been about to reach out, flinched and gripped her sword instead. Kim Mabiob stared at the air for a moment before speaking up. I'll try to handle it somehow. Just give me a moment. Click. However, just moments later, Kim Mabiob froze in confusion. With a simple flick of my hand, the barrier reacted, dissolving and melting away like an illusion. Wait, what? Let's go. No time to waste. Hyung, how did you do that? I just took one look and figured it out. It's a one-stroke puzzle. But still. Kim Mabiob looked troubled. He clearly wanted to ask how I knew the exact solution. I brushed it off and proceeded deeper inside. The Arcane Seoul developers were notorious for recycling puzzles. One-stroke drawing puzzles? They didn't just appear here. They popped up again and again so much that it became excessive. Not just twice or 3 times, but 4, 5, even to the point of absurdity. If you couldn't recognize the solution instantly, you weren't a veteran player. Step. Everyone followed along the corridor. The atmosphere gradually shifted. At first, it felt like a mountaintop. Now, it resembled a cool valley. The terrain also changed from a straight corridor to descending stairs. I raised a hand to stop the group. Stop. It's a trap. A trap? Where? If teacher says so, then it must be. Director Lee, check it out. Yes, Chief. A superhuman with detection and X-ray vision stepped forward. A level 5 warrior type. A decent superhuman, but this was pointless. No need. Pardon. Everyone, stay put. I took a deliberate step forward. To my eyes, everything was clear. Fake traps and real traps were laid out densely. Among players, this was known as whack-a-mole. You had to step on only the real traps to pass. Step on a fake one, and you'd be instantly reset. Kicked back to the dungeon entrance. Here, if we triggered the fake traps, the entire Forbidden Zone would probably collapse. Just like what happened at the shopping mall Forbidden Zone before. It would eventually recover over time, but it would be impossible to raid for a while. Flash! I stepped on the first real trap. Lightning crackled, and screams erupted. Ugh! Teacher! Black Tiger Sword Master! No need to worry. I took the magical lightning strike head-on and waved my hand dismissively. Then the second trap activated. Flames engulfed me. The third unleashed ice, and the fourth rained down jagged stone spikes. Each time, the others behind me panicked, but I remained unscathed. Fire resistance, cold resistance, lightning resistance, earth resistance. I simply swapped in elemental resistances instead of using Thor cultivation technique. There was no need to rely on empathic vision or sixth sense. I only had to observe the warning signs before a trap triggered and switch accordingly. At novel bin at. Fake traps flashed white. Real traps emitted a distinct color depending on their element. It lasted about 0.3 seconds. That was more than enough. In the game, you could either dodge or tank the damage. It was the same here. If anything, it was even easier now. My reflexes had far surpassed what they were in my original world. Even if the warning lasted only 0.01 seconds, I could still react in time. Ha! Whoa! Incredible! I bounced forward, stepping only on the real traps. I had already memorized the locations of the fake ones. Even if I accidentally stepped on one, I could dodge quickly enough. My nimble, flea-like movements left the others in awe. I overheard Baeksorin asking Seo Woojin behind me. Woojin, can you do that too? I can't. Why not? You're level 6 too. Could you do it if you reached level 6? I don't think so. My point exactly. I passed through the trap section. To those behind me, all they probably saw was my mana armor flashing with light. Casually, I located the hidden lever to disable the traps and pulled it. It was well hidden, but come on, this was me. I had once written a guide on Arcane Seoul's minigame Heaven, and it had gone viral. A mere artificial forbidden zone created by the Terror Alliance would never be enough to stop me. What is this place now? The Terror Alliance had this kind of setup. They must be swimming in money. No wonder they thought about terrorizing all of Seoul. If it weren't for Black Tiger Sword Master, we'd be in serious trouble. After passing through the trapped staircase, we arrived at the next area. A cliffside. The sky had disappeared, replaced by a vast underground cavern with a white ceiling. Cloud-like formations flickered in and out of existence. Some drifted in a straight line through the air, while others moved in circles. The third minigame was a platforming challenge. Think Super Mario. It's the 8th pattern. And, of course, it had to be the most difficult one. Baeksorin stood at the cliff's edge, gauging the distance. We just have to jump onto those clouds, right? I can feel mana from them. Correct. Should I try it? No. If you mess up, it's over. Stay back and watch. I started counting in my head. The target wasn't the nearest cloud, nor the one behind it. It was the third cloud in line. 3, 2, 1 now. I timed my jump with the moment the third cloud disappeared. Whoosh! I soared through the air. At my peak height, I kicked off midair. A golden ascension-assisted double jump. I didn't even need to use Grand Assault for a triple jump. I cleared the first and second clouds, landing exactly where the third cloud had just vanished. Wait, that's dangerous. Hyung, Kim Mabiob and Kim Sage shouted, thinking I was about to fall. But I was perfectly fine. As if on cue, the third cloud reappeared beneath me, supporting my weight. This was where things got serious. I recalled the guide I had written. Second cloud at 12 o'clock. The first cloud was a fake. Both my game knowledge and empathic vision confirmed it. Stay for 3 seconds. After jumping onto the second cloud, I waited calmly. Step onto the incoming cloud walk, don't jump. A cloud drifted toward me. I stepped onto it lightly. Jumping would cause it to vanish. This was literally a die if you don't know type of platform. Next is the rotating cloud jump. Rotating platforms were even worse. They appeared and disappeared at precise 0.5 second intervals. Visually, they looked the same. If you didn't time your jumps perfectly, you'd be reset to the beginning. This was why it had such a bad reputation. One mistake meant starting over. If the rewards weren't worth it, no one would even bother attempting it. Last section, full speed sprint. Tap tap tap. Even Grand Assault wasn't enough. I activated Swift and Dash and sprinted forward. The clouds beneath me turned red and disintegrated. The pace of their disappearance sped up. I ran even faster. I was now outrunning the vanishing clouds. Here it is. Midway through the straight path, a sudden flash of light blinded me. My vision went pure white, but I ignored it. I had already equipped the Holy Resistance trait. Arcane Seoul didn't have separate light resistance, it was integrated into Holy Resistance. And, thanks to Bright Eyes, I was shielded from the flash's effects. Boom! A massive hammer materialized above me and slammed down. I sped past it. Crash! The ground behind me collapsed. I leaped over the gap. Bang! Bang bang bang! A death cannon fired bloody beams capable of killing even a level 7 superhuman. I twisted my body midair, dodging backward. I kicked off a diagonally positioned cloud behind me, soaring over the oncoming beams. Finally, I landed on the protruding platform behind the death cannon. Clunk. The platform depressed, and all the traps shut down. Click, 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 click. Solid stone platforms emerged. They interlocked midair, forming a sturdy bridge. Baeksorin was the first to bravely step onto the bridge, and the others followed cautiously. Teacher, are you some kind of prophet? How do you know all of this so well? I'm not a prophet, but I do have a ring left behind by one. I doubt just wearing a ring could let you do all this. Well, I also happen to be pretty amazing. Wow, unbelievable. Baeksorin shook her head in disbelief. I leisurely waited for everyone to regroup. Only one minigame remained. It was a very simple one. If you only knew a little, you were bound to get it wrong, but if you knew it properly, you would always get it right. A massive iron door loomed before us. The remnants of the Terror Alliance were likely hiding behind it. If we had taken too long, they would have rushed out to ambush us, but they didn't get the chance. I had cleared the traps and minigames far too quickly. I stood confidently in front of the door. The Sphinx statue before it opened its eyes. Answer the riddle. The voice echoed strangely, as if resonating from deep within a cave. A creature that walks on 4 legs in the morning, 2 at noon, and 3 in the evening. What is it? A famous riddle. Kali's eyes sparkled. Teacher, it's rights. I gave an answer completely different from the expected one. In the morning, there were gods, kings, nobles, and slaves. At noon, only superhumans and slaves remained. In the evening, humans took up spears. Thus, the answer is rights. This was the ideology of the Rights Alliance. They claimed that in the past, people were oppressed by gods, kings, and nobles. Now that the gods and kings were gone, superhumans had become the new oppressors, so they had to rise up and reclaim their rights with force. The irony was that they themselves were all superhumans. They never proposed any concrete policies or offered any real solutions. It was nothing more than a slogan designed to sound good. What else could you expect from a group made up of international criminals, terrorists, racists, mass murderers, and rapists? Correct answer. GRRRRRNNNG? The iron door began to open. Slowly, scraping along the floor with a heavy, grinding sound. Kali quickly turned to Janet. It wasn't human. It must have been a code. Oh, I see. Now that I think about it, human would have been too obvious. How did teacher know the answer? He must have researched it beforehand. Even though he makes things look effortless, he always prepares meticulously. I gripped Black Tiger sword tightly and stared into the opening doorway. A chilling air spread like a tiger's breath. My fine hair stood on end. The back of my neck didn't just tingle, it went completely stiff. Something was in there. Behind the iron door. A dark space without a single light. I stepped inside slowly. Seo Woojin, Baeksorin, Kim Chul-kwan, and the others followed closely behind. The moment all of us dozens of people entered. Thunk. The iron door slammed shut. Then, the lights came on. You came looking for a grave, you little rat. A familiar face. A woman whose eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all cybernetic implants. She wore nothing but jeans and a white tank top, with a few pieces of jewelry. But the sword in her right hand. The sinister aura that dripped like ooze from that cursed blade. That was no ordinary weapon. The demonic blade Masamune. In other words, Massacre Empress. The final boss of episode 1 was waiting for us. Seo Woojin was confident. If I just get the chance. He had devoted his childhood to the sword. He had trained in martial arts, cultivated inner power, and refined his mana. That was why he had despaired. The moment the Saintess's hand touched the crown of his head, the moment divine fever began to burn through his entire body. I'd rather join the old father's cult. Are you insane? Over my dead body. If you join that cult, you'll be brainwashed into a completely different person. If not for his parents' opposition, he would have truly gone through with it. Not because of the pain. He didn't care about that. The real problem was that he could no longer practice martial arts or wield mana. I want to be strong. I want to shine like the heroes. So he had secretly picked up the sword again. Even if he couldn't channel mana, he had swung his blade countless times in his mind, imagining himself unleashing sword energy and circulating power. And then he was saved. By a superhuman who, aside from the scar on his cheek, didn't even look that strong. Teacher. He had been truly grateful. So thankful that he swore to repay that debt for the rest of his life. At the same time, he had devoted himself to training every night. Because he had lost over 10 years. Because he believed he had to work 10 times harder just to catch up to the others. And in the end, he was rewarded at Novel Bin at level 5. Unbelievable. He reached level 5 on his first certification. Is that even possible? He's not human. Good thing Jaegamon and Iljiamon merged. Isn't he Korea's future #1? He might even surpass the Heavenly Demon. The Heavenly Demon? His heart pounded at the thought. So he pushed himself even harder. He swung his sword, refined his mana, consumed elixirs until his stomach nearly burst, and seized every opportunity to gain real combat experience. There's nothing more I can teach you, my son. The first sword is now in your hands. The first sword. A fusion of Jaegamon's world-saving sword art and Iljiamun's unified spirit sword. Within the two martial schools, it was cautiously considered on par with the legendary Black Tiger sword technique. He had everything except the name. The moment he mastered the first sword, Seo Woojin was certified as level 6. Level 7 was within reach. And so was the title of Sword Master. Just one more step. Not even a full step, just half a step more, and he would reach level 7. He would become a Sword Master. That was why he had gladly accepted the request. a request from his lifesaver and half-mentor Warrior Kim. And he had his own ambitions. I can do it too. Warrior Kim had been famous for a long time for taking down powerful opponents in one-on-one battles. At level 3, according to rumors, he had defeated the Cleaner Association president. At level 4, he had slain the Lion Knight. At level 5, he had won a duel against the Hunter Association president. And then the defining moment. The Soul Terror attack. Warrior Kim had encountered Massacre Empress and lived to tell the tale. That feat had sent his name skyrocketing. After all, Massacre Empress had long been infamous as an international terrorist and a vile criminal. I can do it too. Gratitude was gratitude. But his competitive spirit was his own. Seo Woojin believed he could accomplish the same. Because he was a genius. Because he had trained until his hands bled, until his palms were skinned raw dozens of times over. Because he had reached level 5 on his first certification and climbed to level 6 in just 6 months. Truthfully, he had been hoping for this. The moment they stepped into the Forbidden Zone, there was a chance, however small, that they would run into Massacre Empress. If they did, he planned to step forward and challenge her one-on-one, to overcome the one-level gap and claim victory. He had envisioned it in his mind, a scene where his lifesaver and teacher, his parents, and the entire nation would cheer and look up to him in awe. But, gah. Reality was nothing like his imagination. You came looking for a grave, you little rat. The moment those words were spoken, the moment the air turned heavy like solid iron, Seo Woojin collapsed to his knees. Thud, thud, thud. He wasn't the only one. Everyone had dropped to their knees, as if an invisible force had slammed them down, as if it intended to shatter their kneecaps. Cold sweat poured down his back. His vision blurred. This was primal terror. No one realized it, but this was the power of the massacre trait. In the midst of overwhelming despair, Seo Woojin forced his eyes open. Through his flickering vision, he saw one person standing tall like a mountain. Oh, it's been a while. A little over a month, right? A calm, indifferent voice, just like always. Warrior Kim. The same Warrior Kim who had only just reached level 6. The same Warrior Kim who should be weaker than him. Yet, he was standing there, completely unfazed. This was the power of the one-man army trait. Or perhaps the effect of unrivaled. How? And it wasn't just Warrior Kim. A strained groan came from beside him. Someone was trembling violently. Then, through sheer will, they forced themselves to stand. You stinking old hag. I'm going to kill you myself. Baek Soren. Her bloodshot eyes glared as she spat insults. Her legs were trembling, but she steadied herself. Shing. She drew the holy sword that Warrior Kim had entrusted to her and pointed it at Massacre Empress. And she wasn't alone. Hew up. Heya. Janet stood up, radiating divine light. As she infused her shield with aura, she transformed into an immovable iron fortress. Eek. Even Kali joined in. The three of them gathered, directing their killing intent at the enemy. A level 5, a level 4, and a level 3 rising in defiance. Massacre Empress twisted her mechanical lips into an eerie smirk. You little brats must really have a death wish. Fine. I'll kill you all. And you, little rat, this time, you won't escape. Grand escape isn't all-powerful. I never planned on running. A calm voice rang out once more. You die today. Pohaha. Massacre Empress let out a wild laugh. Die. She charged forward. Boom. Warrior Kim and Massacre Empress collided. Something astonishing happened. As if by some unspoken agreement, both of them took 2 steps back. Massacre Empress gritted her teeth and shouted. You. Once again, they clashed. Again and again, they struck at each other. A perfectly even match. If the warriors of old had witnessed this, they would have praised it as a true battle between a tiger and a dragon. Seo Woojin watched the duel in a daze. It was nothing like he had imagined. Completely different. In his fantasies, it wasn't Warrior Kim fighting Massacre Empress. It was him. He had pictured himself blocking her attacks like an iron wall, striking like a meteor, and unleashing relentless, storm-like assaults, fighting her as an equal. But in reality, he was on his knees, reduced to a mere spectator. He wasn't the protagonist. The protagonist was Warrior Kim. You wretch. A thunderous roar exploded in my ears. It rumbled like a storm. But it couldn't shake me. I locked eyes with Massacre Empress. More precisely, I stared at my own reflection in her cybernetic eyes, my gleaming, glass-like pupils before hurling Mjolnir. Crack! Lightning erupted. The very technique I had learned from the Thorkult's pontiff. Accumulated energy followed by detonation. A crude imitation of the lightning of annihilation. Perhaps even a makeshift astrap. Damn it. Massacre Empress dispersed the lightning. Her counterattack followed immediately. Boom! A dizzying impact tore through my brain. I barely managed to block it by switching traits at the last second. If not for Aegis, that single blow would have severed both my arm and my heart. Master of the Sword, Cybernetic Adaptation, Massacre. Title, Swordsmanship, Heaven and Earth, Annihilation, Untouchable. These were Massacre Empress's traits. The explosion from her sword aura nearly sent me flying, but I held firm. Instead, I braced myself and used Grand Assault to charge at her midair, slamming into her. At the same time, I timed a shield bash perfectly. Bam! She blocked with her sword, grinding her teeth. You rat bastard. Frustrating, isn't it? Pissing you off, isn't it? It was just like before. I clung to her relentlessly, and she struggled to shake me off. Because of title, swordsmanship. The sword art Massacre Empress had inherited from her father, the Sword Emperor. It specialized in long-range attacks. And since she was a sword master, she could unleash pale gray sword auras like crashing waves. Just like in the game. If you left a mage or a priest alone, she would annihilate them instantly. The standard strategy was to fight in close quarters, swapping out mages for magic swordsmen and priests for paladins. I didn't rush. I carefully countered her step by step, purifying curses as they came, absorbing every conditional stat boost from one-man army, swinging Mars swordsmanship like a divine blade. The one-level gap was still absolute. No matter how much I had rebuilt my body twice, no matter how efficiently I switched between high-tier traits, it was only natural that I would be pushed back. Let's see if you can handle this. Massacre Empress suddenly stepped back. She twisted her body, hiding the demonic blade Masamune behind her. In that instant, a red alarm blared in my head. Heaven and earth annihilation. Last time, this attack had pierced through all my defenses, stopping just short of my heart. I braced myself. I raised Aegis. I switched traits and poured all my mana into Aegis. Mana Soul Thor Cultivation Technique Holy Radiance. Mana Shield Block Divine Artifact. A milky white barrier formed. But instead of unleashing heaven and earth annihilation, Massacre Empress smirked. You fell for it, fool. Instead, a tidal wave came crashing down. A storm of pale grey sword auras rained down. They fell like raindrops, slashed like strokes of ink, blocking every escape route, turning into a surging tide that threatened to swallow me whole. But I remained calm. I still had absolute composure. This is actually easier. Empathic Vision Iron Body Mana Soul. Mana Shield Block Divine Artifact. I deflected each one. Blocked them one by one. I saw every attack's trajectory and order through empathic vision. With Bright Eyes and the Prophet's Ring, it was impossible to miss. A series of precise, calculated defenses. Moment after moment, my milky white mana shield flickered. Each time, shield block activated just before impact, boosting my defense. No matter how powerful her sword auras were, they couldn't break through. But Massacre Empress wasn't phased. After unleashing dozens of sword auras, she finally drew Masamune fully. Flash. This time, it was the real heaven and earth annihilation. Crack! A deafening explosion shook the air. I watched as my mana shield shattered. For a brief moment, my brain felt like it had caught fire. My vision flickered to white. But that was all. Unlike last time, heaven and earth annihilation failed to break through Aegis. The only thing destroyed was the outermost layer of my reinforced shields. The core defense, the true Aegis, remained intact. Even my Star Spawn combat suit, though lacking Iron Fist, remained functional. This can't be. Massacre Empress shouted in shock. From level 5 to level 6. From upgrading Aegis with specialized traits. Everything had combined to create this impossible result. Of course, I wasn't unharmed. My arm has a fracture. Not just a fracture. The muscles were completely torn. I could feel internal bleeding rising in my throat. But I didn't show it. Instead, I launched myself at Massacre Empress. Smack! With my fractured left arm, I swung and struck her with a shield bash. Gah! For the first time, Massacre Empress groaned in pain. I was almost there. Instead of healing my wounds with Undying, I switched to Giant's Strength, Iron Body, Swordsmanship Expert, and Close Combat Mastery. Then pressed forward, overwhelming her with Mars Swordsmanship. Massacre Empress was being pushed back. Massacre Empress barely managed to block Black Tiger Sword Slash and Mjolnir's crushing strike as she staggered backward. Her twisted, grotesque face contorted further, scrunching up like a pile of scrap metal as she roared in fury. You rat bastard. The end was near. I instinctively focused on my armory. I had deliberately refrained from using certain weapons in front of Massacre Empress. Even though the shotgun and sniper rifle stored inside my armory were cumbersome, I still carried them on my back. Boom! We clashed again. Masamune struck against Aegis and failed to break through. In contrast, Black Tiger's sword grazed Massacre Empress's cheek. Clang! Sword aura slashed at her cybernetic body, but whether it was because of her cybernetic adaptation trait or simply high-quality alloy, the damage wasn't severe. How dare you! She charged at me recklessly, completely ignoring defense. Head on. Her mechanical irises, fully dilated in rage, blazed with blue fire. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Whoosh! Flames erupted. A blood-red inferno, like a flamethrower. Hellfire. It consumed an enormous amount of mana as it engulfed Massacre Empress. This won't stop me. She endured it. She tore through the flames, charging straight at me. Her cybernetic eye flickered with an icy light. She thought she had forced me to reveal my trump card. She was wrong. The hellfire was just a smokescreen. The real attack was something else entirely. I brushed my left hand against my armory. Mjolnir vanished, sucked back inside. In its place, something small, as delicate as a flower petal yet as sharp as shattered glass, landed in my palm. I threw it, with the full force of my throwing trait, aimed directly at Massacre Empress, who was now right in front of me. Oh, a mistletoe leaf. The divine weapon Mistiltion's God-slaying leaf embedded itself in her chest. Massacre Empress froze in place. Her mana circuits shattered. The once invulnerable glow of her untouchable trait cracked and faded, fragmenting like broken glass. The perfect opening. I stepped forward, extending my sword. From the very beginning, this had been one continuous sequence. Hellfire, the throw, and now this final slash. I knew from experience that when Massacre Empress lost her invulnerability, she would be staggered for exactly 0.3 seconds. Schlick! I severed her wrist. Her sword-wielding hand flew into the air. Gay-ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, distorted by the mechanical sound of her cybernetic voice. It wouldn't end here. She was still a sword master. Losing a hand and dropping her weapon wouldn't stop her. If I hesitated, she would coat her remaining hand in sword aura and tear out my heart. Boom! I slammed into her with my entire body. With close combat mastery, smash, and charge reinforcing the impact, she coughed up blood. Without hesitation, I launched my next attack. Bang! With shield bash, holy power, and holy radiance, I struck her chest with Aegis. The milky white shield smashed into her like a hammer, sending her flying. The final strike. My left hand brushed my armory, and I hurled Mjolnir. This time, the traits applied were Throw, Lightning, and Divine Artifact. Mjolnir transformed into a lightning spear and impaled Massacre Empress. Straight through the heart. Boom! A concentrated lightning explosion detonated, and her torso was obliterated. Her severed limbs scattered across the battlefield. All that remained was a single, round cybernetic head. Haha. Her entire face was replaced with alloy. Her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears had been turned into pure machinery, giving her a monstrous, inhuman appearance. That eerie metal head rolled across the floor, and came to a stop at my feet. Even in this horrific state, Massacre Empress was still alive. Kill me. Her cybernetic irises trembled, flickering like a malfunctioning device. I didn't refuse. Crunch. I drove Black Tiger Sword straight down. The pitch-black blade pierced through her alloy skull. And with that, the final boss of Episode 1, Massacre Empress, was dead. Ha! For a moment, I let the emotions wash over me. It hadn't been long since Massacre Empress had completely overwhelmed me. Back then, I had barely managed to buy time with close-quarters combat, only to end up on the brink of death from a single heaven and earth annihilation. Aegis, Iron Fist, Jochiol's combat suit, and all my stacked defensive traits. If even one of those had been missing, I would have died. In fact, Jochiol's combat suit had been completely destroyed, beyond repair. But now, in this second duel, this rematch, I won. Even though my mind was burning from constantly switching traits, even though sweat poured down my back, I still won. I had overcome a one-level gap and emerged victorious. Ha ha ha. If no one had been watching, I would have laughed like a lunatic. Teacher? Congratulations. Beck Soren bounced up and down. I knew you'd win. Massacre Empress wasn't even a challenge for you. She was just extra #1. Calling her extra number 1 is a bit much. The superhumans she killed would probably be rolling in their graves. Oh, right. That woman even beat a sword master before, didn't she? She did. That's why she had earned the title Empress. The combination of demonic blade Masamune, master of the sword, and heaven and earth annihilation was terrifying. Of course, an even more broken combination was blank body plus trait swap. Hugh. Ha. Janet and Kali didn't even have the strength to say anything. They slumped to the ground, completely drained. It was understandable. A mere level 4 and level 3 had managed to endure the massacre trait and remain standing. Just look at the others. Even Seo Wujin, a level 6, looked completely dazed, staring blankly at me and Beck Soren. That reaction was normal. I glanced around. What about the others? Huh. Beck Soren blinked in confusion. Now that you mention it, there's no one else here. No, they were here. I activated empathic vision and immediately saw it. Beyond the walls, a hidden passage. Originally, this space had been designed so that reinforcements could flood in at any moment. At the start of the fight, that passage had been packed with enemies. They had been waiting for Massacre Empress's signal to attack. But now, they had all escaped through the secret passage while I was busy fighting her. A smirk crept onto my lips. Massacre Empress hadn't planned for things to turn out this way. She had expected to kill me first, then capture my allies and do whatever she wanted with them. Too bad for her. She lost the one-on-one duel. And now, her ugly, severed head was rolling on the ground. Never let your guard down. Massacre Empress had been furious enough to place a massive bounty on my head. That anger, combined with the memory of effortlessly defeating me just a few months ago, had led her straight to her own death. I understood why. No one could transform this much in just a few months. It was almost impossible. Congratulations. You actually defeated a supreme warrior. This is an incredible feat. Absolutely incredible. I heard Chiok Jun Jaeyong became a swordmaster at level 6. Maybe Black Tiger Swordmaster will go down in history too. Even if the lion-hearted king came back to life, he wouldn't be able to match Black Tiger Swordmaster. One after another, they cheered. Their faces were glowing with excitement. I was the one who had won, but they were celebrating as if they had won themselves. All except for one person. Seo Wujin. His words congratulated me, but his face was dark. His clouded eyes darted toward Beck Soren, Janet, and Kali. Was he bothered by the fact that he had collapsed to his knees in front of Massacre Empress? But that was inevitable. If not for Heavenly Killing Star, Innate Chi, or the blood of the goddess, even those three would have succumbed to the massacre trait. Let's move. I waved my hand and entered deeper inside. Aegis clanked against my arm, its presence unmistakable. Strangely, it felt closer than before. Not just a shield, it felt like it had become a part of my body. Acquired the trait, shieldsmanship. It was the result of blocking every strike of Massacre Empress's title swordsmanship with shield block. 2 left. So far, I had acquired 4 shield-related traits: Shieldsmanship, Shield Block, Shield Bash, and Shield Wall. If I obtained just 2 more, I would unlock Shield Expert. I stuffed Massacre Empress's head into a golf bag. If I turned it into the police, I'd collect a massive bounty. Did she evacuate her subordinates? No, they were waiting in ambush. But I don't see anyone. They ran away after their leader died. Oh, they had fled. Fast. They had already reached the outermost areas of the secret passage, just barely escaping the range of my empathic vision. I was pursuing them, but whether I could catch them was another matter. They won't escape. Seo Woojin, having regained his composure, spoke up. Our people are stationed outside. Both the CEO and Vice CEO are here. Without Massacre Empress, it'll be nearly impossible for them to break through. I agreed. Through empathic vision, I could see that the remaining enemies were nothing but stragglers. Not a single one was level 6. The highest was level 5, while most were level 3s and 4s. The Jailboan CEO and Vice CEO were both level 6. They would capture them easily. Episode 1, the Soul Terror attack completely over. In game terms, this was the true ending. No more sudden quests. No more area events. Not even side quests involving the Terror Alliance would pop up anymore. I had ended the Soul Terror attack this easily. Gleam. Gleam. Baek Soren picked up Masamune, turning it over in her hands. A chilling light flickered along its blade. Teacher, this seems like a really good sword. You're going to use it, right? No, I don't need it. What, do you want it? Ihihi. You take it. Give the holy sword to Janet. Wow, really? Yeah, Black Tiger sword is enough for me. Demonic Blade Masamune was a great sword at novel bin at. It had solid attack power, guaranteed hits, and even randomly inflicted curses. But I didn't like it. It was a katana. I preferred straight swords over curved blades. Besides, Black Tiger sword wasn't bad at all. It had the strongest attack power and was indestructible. Ihihi. Baek Soren hugged Masamune, giggling weirdly. Her cheek was nicked, blood dripping down, but she didn't seem to care. Heavenly Killing Star and a cursed blade. That combination was a bit terrifying. This way, I didn't rush. Instead of chasing after the terrorists through their escape route, I led the group deeper into the forbidden zone. We reached a magically sealed door. I'll open it. No need. Leave it to me. I equipped the destruction trait and fired my destruction shotgun. Boom. There were no self-destruct traps or dispel magic, just a plain old sealed door. I blew it apart with ease and stepped inside. HAAA. Ha. Everyone gasped. And for good reason. A mountain of gold smirked back at us. Literally. A pile of gold bars stacked like a hill. To one side, enchanted gemstones gleamed within display cases. On the other side, magical artifacts lined the walls. Swords, guns, staffs, holy relics, armor, rings, necklaces. Among them, a few notable items caught my eye. Unholy leather armor. Relic of Malevolence. Wait, these are supposed to be in the Terror Alliance's headquarters dungeon. Looks like Massacre Empress had stolen them while escaping. Not that I cared. My attention was drawn to something else entirely. A black ebony musket. Golden patterns faintly shimmered on its surface. Gemstones embedded in its body radiated mana. A familiar design. I twitched an eye before reaching out and grabbing the gun. So this is where it was. The final piece of the Dasen gun set. A rifle. Its affinity was death. The most lethal and battlefield-appropriate attribute. With this, I had completed all 5 Dasen guns. Since I already had the gunplay trait, this opened the path to its higher tier trait, or more precisely, its ultimate form. Wow. And right next to it, a ring, constantly flickering with light. I picked it up without hesitation. The trait embedded in the ring was Blink. A teleportation-based ability classified as a superpower mobility skill. Even rarer than spatial teleportation. I never expected to find it here. Massacre Empress. She gave me a hard time, but I suppose I should forgive her. She had been so generous. It would be rude not to accept. After a brief moment of silent gratitude, I cheerfully announced. Take 1 artifact each. Consider it a souvenir. Whoa, are you serious? Of course. If I wanted, I could keep everything for myself. But that would be short-sighted. Now that I had people following me, sharing was necessary. Besides, there wasn't a single magical artifact here that I needed. I was still going to take all the gold and enchanted gemstones. And the piles of diamonds mixed in. I'd probably need to launder them as a redevelopment fund, but in the end, they'd still be mine. Should I extend to Durumdong too? That wasn't a bad idea. Since Massacre Empress had been found in Durumdong, I had the perfect justification to take over. Yeongdongpo district treated Durumdong like an abandoned child, a little bit of greased palms, and it would be mine. While the superhumans joyfully looted the magical artifacts, all eyes were on 2 items. Unholy leather armor and Relic of Malevolence. Since they were in high demand, I had to assign them myself. I declared that Seo Woojin would get the armor and Choi Sunso would take the relic. Seo Woojin accepted the armor with a bewildered expression. Teacher, I didn't even do anything. What do you mean? You helped a lot this time. But, it's fine. You'll have plenty of chances to repay me in the future. Seo Woojin swallowed hard. The unholy leather armor was SSR ranked. Comparable to my Starspawn combat suit. 1 tier above Jocheol's combat suit. Even Seo Woojin, despite being a rich kid, would have a hard time acquiring something like this. Teacher, Holding the armor, Seo Woojin suddenly dropped to his knees. Wait, what? I blinked in confusion as he looked up at me. His expression was different. No, it was familiar. The same look he had when we first met. The same expression he wore while writhing in pain from divine fever. Teacher, I want to officially become your disciple. What? I always thought I was a genius. I was confident even in this mission. But, Seo Woojin's gaze flicked toward Baeksorin, Janet, and Kali. The three of them were just as shocked. Their wide eyes locked onto Seo Woojin. Today, I did nothing. I just sat there and watched you fight Massacre Empress. I didn't even swing my sword once. I didn't even release a single sword aura. I understood. He had finally realized that he was a greenhouse flower, a pampered rich kid. Level 6 versus level 7. A 1-level gap was massive, and the massacre trait was terrifying. But still being forced to kneel, helpless, was the ultimate humiliation. A true warrior, even when overwhelmed, would still struggle to their last breath. They would still resist, even if their head was about to be severed. Even I, back then, even without one-man army or unrivaled, I had charged at Massacre Empress. What about your family's teachers? They are all great instructors. My parents taught me well too. But something is missing. Seo Woojin's eyes burned with passion as he looked at me. I knew what he meant. The heart of a warrior. Or rather a warrior's instincts. The survival mindset of a wild beast clawing its way through adversity. Something that was rarely found in the great martial schools. I thought for a moment before nodding. All right. I accept you? Seo Woojin's face lit up. Really? Yeah, master? Please accept my bow. Seo Woojin knelt and bowed deeply. Once, twice, 3 times, 9 times. It was a bit embarrassing, but I let him go through with it. He had been raised in a prestigious martial school with centuries of history. This was probably what made it feel real for him. The Jailbowen employees burst into applause. Congratulations, Chief. The CEO and Vice CEO will be thrilled. Seo Woojin also looked more at ease. Baeksorin smacked him hard on the back. Welcome, Junior Disciple. Junior Disciple. Of course. You're the youngest. Are you kidding me? I met Master before you did. I should be the eldest. We go by order of initiation, not who met him first. Isn't that right, Junior Seo? By martial arts tradition, she wasn't wrong. But honestly, using senior and junior titles felt too old-fashioned. I chuckled and stepped between them. Just treat each other as equals. Be friends. You're the same age. Teacher. That's not fair. Woojin was already half my disciple before this. And come on, it's the 21st century. Who even cares about seniority titles anymore? Just think of each other as classmates. Tisk. Baeksorin puffed up her cheeks. Next to her, Kali shook her head. Ugh, what an old lady. What? Oh, and she hears perfectly when it's something about her. You little. Baeksorin lunged at Kali, who laughed and dodged effortlessly. No matter how crazy Baeksorin's rampaging train trait was, she couldn't catch someone with Shadow Step. Even with a 2-level difference, Blood of the Goddess was ridiculously overpowered. KSSH? KSSH? Baeksorin blinked across the battlefield, getting toyed with. Enough. Let's get out of here. What about the gold and jewels? We'll send people to retrieve them later. I'm using them for redevelopment. I only took magical artifacts and diamonds for now. Everyone's mood was high. Each of them had gotten a priceless magical weapon, things that couldn't be bought even with billions. I felt the same way. I had grabbed an armful of diamonds. I wouldn't be running out anytime soon. After sealing the treasure vault, we followed the secret passage out. Black Tiger Swordmaster, Woojin, Father, Mother. The Terror Alliance never escaped the encirclement. Not a single one. Every last one of them had been captured and restrained. And then, for the final touch, I pulled out Massacre Empress's head. A heavy silence fell over the area. Disbelief filled their faces. For a brief moment, the Terror Alliance had set Seoul ablaze. And here was their leader. A notorious international criminal. A terrorist feared worldwide. Her severed head, drenched in blood, oil, and mana fluids, was held high in my hand. The silence stretched. Until it exploded into cheers. Whoa! Massacre Empress is dead. Long live Black Tiger Sword Master. At the front of the crowd stood the Jailbowen CEO and Vice CEO. The first time we met, they had clearly looked down on me. Less than a year later, our positions had completely reversed. Now, they looked at me with a mix of discomfort and awe. They could feel it. The powerful mana wave I was radiating. I casually waved my hand in response. Then, I turned to Janet and Kali. Their mana circuits had fully stabilized. Now that the Terror Alliance was finished, we finally had time to raise their levels. Janet would reach level 5. Kali would reach level 4. Which meant, it was time to begin Janet's personal quest. It was time to retrieve the Nephilim sword. A flash of light split the space. Blazing chi crushed human bodies. Phew. Spare me. No. Screams filled the air. But the eyes of the one who had ignited the flames remained merciless. Gripping a holy sword, its pure white chi burning brightly, they slaughtered one after another. Hiss. Die. Kill that wench. Kill her. Wrath of fire. Flames shot forward. A chain of fireballs was launched in succession. Yet, none of them inflicted any real damage. A shield was raised. A magic shield imbued with fire resistance blocked everything. Guek. Cook. At last, the final one. An old man clad in a robe, marking him as a mage, stood trembling. The one who had been cutting down mages grimaced. Warrior Kim, Tower Master. The mage wept as the name was spoken coldly. Why are you doing this? What crime have we committed? You don't know. I don't? How would I even know you? The warrior who had been radiating chi removed their helmet. A face was revealed. Youthful, too youthful. At most, they looked like a middle schooler. Their features were unmistakably Western European. Golden hair shimmered, deep-set eyes were shadowed, and irises shone blue. Not a man. A woman. The mage's pupils trembled violently as he finally recognized her. Surely not. Janet. Humph. Janet swung her sword in a long arc, as if even speaking to him was disgusting. His neck was severed, his head soaring through the air in a spray of blood. Janet and I stepped back several paces. Neither of us wanted the blood to touch us. Janet. Are you okay? Baek Soren and Kali embraced Janet. Phew. At last, Janet broke into sobs. Seo Woojin was the only one who awkwardly looked at her. He didn't know what had happened between Janet and this mage tower, the Ilyang Mage Tower. How she had been kidnapped, subjected to human experimentation, and lost her parents while escaping. Let's go down. Every mage in the tower had been massacred. This was a mercy. Mage towers typically employed many people beyond just mages, and in the game, Janet had ruthlessly slaughtered them all, spewing curses as she did. The Black Tiger Sword Master vouched for you, so we have refrained from interfering. However, if any innocent lives were taken, there will be an official trial. A few superhumans approached me, issuing a warning. The privilege of authority naturally, even Janet wasn't exempt from it. We could submit evidence later. But I wanted Janet's revenge to be properly recognized, so I had brought along investigators from the police department for a simultaneous report, not just an after-action one. That won't be necessary. I activated the elevator, using the tower master's eyes and fingers. Most mage towers employed the highest level of security mana pattern recognition, but Ilyang Mage Tower was so low tier that they relied solely on biometric security. Ding! The elevator reached the 9th basement floor. The doors opened, revealing a hellscape on Earth. Ugh. Yug. Seo Woojin gagged at novel bin at. Kali was no better. Only the hardened investigators, Baek Soren Heavenly Killing Star and Janet, who had already experienced this nightmare, remained unfazed, their eyes cold and piercing. Glass chambers sprouted like trees, filling the room. Inside them were people, grotesquely mutated. A woman without skin. A child whose brain was larger than their body. A man with 10 octopus tentacles instead of arms and legs. An old man covered in reptilian scales with the beak of a bird. A figure whose stomach had been split wide open, exposing their organs. A person who regularly exhaled and reabsorbed their own blood. It was a scene where human malice and greed were laid bare. The grim spectacle of magical science's human experimentation mocked us. These bastards. One of the investigators gritted his teeth. Janet was a natural-born psychic who was once experimented on here. She told you that herself. Yes. Let's find the research logs. There should be records. In the game, this was a classic fetch quest item. Would it be the same here? The investigators spread out, rummaging through computers. A few pulled out their smartphones to request backup. After briefly observing them, I turned my attention to a cabinet tucked away in the corner of the lab. In the game, there had been a cabinet placed there. That's it. I opened the cabinet. Crash. No, I destroyed it. It was magically sealed. A low-tier seal, weak enough to be shattered by a shotgun blast, which reduced it to rubble, revealing its contents. Inside were several thick notebooks. Dragon Blood Experiment Log. Demonic Hybrid Observation Log. And Nephilim. Found it. Nephilim hybrids of humans and angels. Did that mean Janet had angelic lineage? No, that wasn't the case. Her innate chi was merely a natural occurrence. But mastering the Nephilim sword required innate chi. I flipped open the log and skimmed through it. Human bloodline, 100%. That line stood out. Great Labyrinth, 50th floor. A colossal gatekeeper resides here. A fallen angel with the body of a giant, a grotesque face, and angelic wings. He is called the last descendant of the Nephilim. He forges a strange sword of light, shattering all who oppose him. His true name is Anak. No matter how many times he is killed, he resurrects endlessly. I stopped reading and closed the log. The true name was crucial. To extract the Nephilim sword from the corpse of a fallen angel, one needed to know its true name. That was why I had to complete the personal quest in the correct order. If the true name had been randomly generated, I could have just gone to the Great Labyrinth and slaughtered the fallen angel outright. What's that? A human experimentation log. Looks like they kept only the most important records here. Huh. What kind of idiots still use paper logs in the 21st century? Mages have always been a bit insane. That's true. Take it. We'll submit it as evidence. The Black Tiger Sword Master went through all this trouble. Shouldn't you take something as compensation? Well, this place is so pathetic, there's nothing worth taking. Haha, it certainly seems that way. Ilyang Mage Tower was truly destitute. Even using my mystic eyes to scan the place, I couldn't find a single treasure vault. Compared to the secret vaults of the Terror Alliance, which had held over 100 billion won in gold and jewels, this place was nothing but a den of beggars. Tui. I saw Janet spit phlegm into a corner. Is that all? Try this ka, Tui. Ka, Tui. Not bad. Baeksorin was now teaching Janet, who had grown taller than her, how to spit properly. She really teaches the weirdest things. I pretended not to see and turned away, just as Seo Woojin approached, his face pale. Teacher, what is all this? What do you think? It's trash. I never imagined something like this existed in Seoul. It's not Seoul, it's Gwacheon. Right next door, though. And the Terror Alliance had a hideout in Durumdong, so it's not surprising that a criminal organization like this exists in Gwacheon too. What is Gwacheon doing about it? What do you think? Taking bribes, of course. And it wasn't just Gwacheon. This world was full of these kinds of scumbags. Mercenary groups pretending to be legal security firms while trafficking humans. Companies grinding up bodies to make cybernetic implants and drugs. Dark mage towers conducting human experiments. Cultists secretly offering human sacrifices. If I were some kind of justice warrior, I'd be too busy hunting these guys down to level up. If you look for them, you'll find them everywhere. Even Jailbowen was probably committing illegal acts behind the scenes. They had history and tradition, so they weren't involved in the worst human rights violations, but still. This is too much. Seo Woojin looked around, his face even paler. Then, as if unable to bear it any longer, he shut his eyes tightly. Maybe it was too much for a rich kid to handle. I led the others out of the mage tower. Police cars and riot squads had arrived in force. Brrrr. Janet clenched her fists, glaring at the mage tower. Her expression made it clear killing the mages hadn't been enough. She wanted to destroy the tower itself. I stopped her before she could act. Iliang Mage Tower will be remembered forever. I want to wipe them all out. It'll serve as a warning to the other mage towers, too. They'll hesitate before doing human experiments. But they won't stop completely. Yeah, you're right. To stop human experimentation completely, you'd need the power to take on all the mage towers alone. Janet clenched her fists tighter. I want to get stronger. You have to. Do you think I can get strong enough to stop all human experimentation in this world? It's possible. Really? Yes. You just need to reach level 9. Level 9? Seo Woojin's face went pale as he looked between me and Janet. But Janet remained unervingly calm. If that's what it takes, I'll do it. I'll help you. It wouldn't be easy. Up to level 8, you could grind, use nectar, ambrosia, and diamonds to level up. But level 9 was different. You needed a fragment of divinity. They'd become abundant later, but early on, they were incredibly scarce. Even I couldn't guarantee I'd get them on time. I have to hit level 9 before episode 3. Since the Seoul Terror incident had happened years ahead of schedule, episode 2 and episode 3 would likely arrive just as fast. They'd come crashing down at an unimaginable speed. I had to prepare before then. I wouldn't get blindsided like on December 24th, the night before the Divine Annihilation Festival. First, we're heading to Germany. Germany. Yes. There's a way for you to get stronger in the Great Labyrinth. The Great Labyrinth. It was sudden, but Janet didn't waver. She simply nodded. I'll go? Oh, teacher? Me too. I'm coming too. I'll go as well. All three of them wanted to come? That was a bit troublesome. There's no room. If we take the Red Cougar, I can only bring one person. That's unfair. I want to see the Great Labyrinth too. You have to go at least once in your life. Woojin, aren't you busy? I'll take a leave of absence. My parents will approve. They were all determined to come along. Maybe I should just buy plane tickets? There was no rule saying we had to take the Red Cougar. No, we could just travel more slowly. The Red Cougar or a plane would get us there in under 12 hours, but if we took our time, we could train on the way. I reached into my pocket. My fingers closed around a wooden carving. I pulled it out and unfolded it. Snap, crack. The wooden piece expanded, transforming into a small boat. Then, from a small boat into a medium-sized sailing ship. Then into a massive sailing ship. And finally, it grew to the size of an aircraft carrier, hovering in the sky. Whoa, what is this? It's enormous. Eskidbladnir. Seo Woojin really was well read. He pulled out his smartphone and tapped away. Without needing a voice command, the Red Cougar took off, soaring into the distance. Meanwhile, the ship's gangway extended. No, calling it a gangway didn't do it justice. It was a small bifrost, a bridge of light. Let's go. Whoa, this is incredible. Everyone stepped onto the light bridge and entered the skyship. The interior hadn't changed. If I had time, I could furnish it and modify it with magical engineering to turn it into a fully functional mobile base. But that would have to wait. The bridge of a mythical ship was certainly impressive. All four of them wandered around like excited children, eagerly exploring the bridge. We'll be traveling on this. It's slow. It'll take about a week to reach Aachen, so keep that in mind. That's fine. Actually, that's better. This is exciting. We'll have plenty of time to train. The deck was vast, like an enormous sports field. Kali took off running, flickering with shadow step as she zipped to the edge and back in an instant. Janet, on the other hand, tested her innate chi against the bridge's walls for no reason. Chi is SSSSS. Surprisingly, the bridge held up well. As I had experienced before, the ship's durability was impressive. Of course, if she actually attacked properly, it would split apart in an instant. Baeksorin and Seo Woojin also returned after thoroughly exploring the ship's interior. This really feels like an aircraft carrier. With a bit of modification, it could be very useful. Right? Do you want to try? Me? Yeah. If you need materials or equipment, just ask Manager Choi. He'll get them for you, he's quite capable. In the game, Seo Woojin had led a personal guard unit called the Jail Corps. Naturally, the Jail Corps had a base, a mobile fortress on land. A massive land battleship that crushed forests, rivers, and cities as it advanced. It was truly terrifying. If Seo Woojin handled it, my skyship would surely be modernized into something spectacular. Absolutely, I'll do it. Seo Woojin's eyes sparkled. Like a kid who had just been given a new toy. Guong. The skyship slowly began its journey westward. Down below, I could see the police pointing up at us. Not just them. Pedestrians had stopped in their tracks, staring slack-jawed at the skyship. The traffic lights were green, but cars slowed down. Some people even stuck their heads out of their windows to watch us. Occasionally, flying cars hovered near the ship, hesitating before veering away. Traffic was practically grinding to a halt. Let's ascend. Yes, master. Above the clouds. Past the stratosphere. Only then did we escape prying eyes. But now the air defense network was in chaos. A flood of transmissions came in, trying to communicate with my magic spirit. Not my problem. The magic spirit would handle it. Wow. This is incredible. Before we knew it, the sun was setting over the horizon. The sight of the sun sinking between the clouds created a breathtaking, almost dreamlike scene. But I hadn't brought them up here for sightseeing. I called my disciples to the deck. An altitude of 10,000 meters. A freezing temperature of -40 degrees Celsius. But even Kali, the lowest level among them, was level 4. She could handle it. Clang, clang. There was much to teach, and much to learn in return. My main focus was sword and spirit as one. Seo Woojin's starting trait had been sword and spirit as one, and passing it down had become my new goal. Sword expert, sword chi, flash, severing moon. To that, I would add sword barrier and sword and spirit as one. With those 6 traits, I could create master of the sword. Technically, I could include heavenly thunder sword, but that was part of the ultimate martial sword art, not the black tiger invincible sword art. Let's do it before finishing level 6. A level 6 sword master. I needed it for the Nephilim sword. Once I became a sword master and obtained the Nephilim sword, reaching level 7 would be easy. Teacher, look over there. It's so beautiful. The journey was pleasant. It felt like we were on a sky cruise. We sparred and trained, then lowered our altitude to admire scenic landscapes. Whenever we passed famous tourist spots, we stopped to explore and find good restaurants. It extended our flight time, but I had made solid progress in uncovering the secrets of sword and spirit as one. I was just a step away from being able to copy it with a diamond. Teacher, you're incredibly fast. Thanks. You're doing well too. Seo Woojin had also made great strides. His original 4 traits were: first sword and spirit as one sword expert mana core. Now, 2 new mana circuits had awakened. Onslaught and mobility. If I evolved mana core into mana soul, onslaught into one-man army, and mobility into phantom step, then upgraded sword expert and sword and spirit as one into master of the sword, I'd have a perfectly optimized high-damage swordsman build. For the last slot, I could add aura armor to complete the balance. This guy really is a genius. While we passed the time, we traversed the Eurasian continent and finally arrived in Aachen, the labyrinth city of Aachen back here after months. The youngest disciple of the heavenly demon, the Blood King, looked at me in shock. You, what the hell have you been up to? Huh? What do you mean by that? I didn't do anything special. We had just flown here casually while training. But from what he said next, I realized why he was reacting this way. Did you stumble upon some great fortune? Your entire presence has changed. Back then, you were clearly just a warrior. But now, his sharp eyes scrutinized me from head to toe. It was as if he could see through my very soul. The Blood King was also an 8th level transcendent. He was probably examining the mana circuits inside my body. You don't look like a warrior anymore. You look like a seasoned fighter. No, more like a battle-hardened veteran. How did this happen? I understood what he meant. The last time we met, I had Tiger King sword technique traits equipped. Thanks to that, and the black tiger sword at my waist, I had managed to decline his offer to become his disciple. But now, Giant's strength Vajra body undying. Mars swordsmanship Thor's cultivation technique close combat mastery. A full Mars build. If anything, it was closer to a traditional warrior setup. Once my mana was strong enough to sustain Mars swordsmanship without Thor's cultivation technique, I planned to swap it out for Grand Assault. I could also add sword expert, shield expert, or even weapon master. I had a fortunate encounter. Oh, a fortunate encounter? But to my eyes, it looks like you've strayed far from tradition. You've gone completely down the demonic path. Nonsense. There were many warriors in Arcane Seoul, but the most common were traditional warriors. There was a reason they were called traditional. I couldn't help but laugh, and the Blood King's eyebrow twitched. You dare laugh? Then, slowly, he clenched his fist. Krrrnng. A strange resonating sound. His fist was howling. Fiery red sword chi surged like boiling blood. It felt as if the entire area was being submerged in a river of blood. I quickly called out to my disciples. Get as far back as possible. Prepare to defend yourselves. We were standing on the deck of my skyship. I had docked it, reducing its size to that of a destroyer, when the Blood King had shown up. Sheeing, I drew the black tiger sword. The clear ring of the blade steadied my mind. I had expected this from the start. All 3 of the heavenly demon's disciples were the same. If they met warriors below level 5, they tried to recruit them as disciples. If they met level 6 or 7 warriors, they boasted and showed off their skills. And if they met an 8th level warrior, they challenged them to a duel. I pointed the black tiger sword at the Blood King. The grin on his lips deepened. Excellent. Without hesitation, he swung his fist downward. A fist imbued with sword chi came crashing from above. It felt like the sky itself was collapsing. As if a massive mountain was tumbling down to crush me. The air evaporated, making it hard to breathe. My knees were about to buckle under the pressure, but I resisted. Gritting my teeth, I instinctively swung my sword. Slosh. Blazing sword chi. A naturally flowing heavy strike, followed by a chained attack. I wasn't using bright eyes. I didn't even have sixth sense equipped. But Mar's swordsmanship, the sword of the god of war, told me exactly where and how to strike. I followed that intuition and stabbed forward. Dozens, no, hundreds of thrusts unfolded in a single breath. A barrage of radiant strikes overlapped like a sculpture of light. This wasn't just repetitive stabbing. It was a single cohesive form. A monstrous entity forged from overlapping sword chi. KZZTZZZT? There was no way to counter it head-on. This was an 8th level transcendence strike. I had defeated an old and weak level 7 master, an even massacre empress, a perfected level 7, but the gap between an 8th level transcendent and a 7th level master was enormous. Like heaven and earth. Even with my full-strength counterattack, all I could do was slightly push back the crimson destruction. Boom! The sword chi struck just beside me. The once indestructible deck, the ship's hull that had withstood even the memory giants, shattered, sending fragments flying. I could feel wooden splinters embedding into my skin as I gasped for breath. My whole body felt like it was breaking apart, but the Blood King seemed even more excited. Excellent. He clapped his hands, then brought his index and middle fingers together, extending them forward. Was he serious? Take this as well. A crimson beam shot out. A precise, lightning-fast attack. The moment I registered it, it was already aiming straight for my forehead. Was he insane? I couldn't block this with my current traits. I needed traits meant for warriors specifically for combat. Giant strength mana soul sword chi. Mar's swordsmanship Thor's cultivation technique sword expert. I instantly swapped out 3 traits. Then, I swung my sword. The black tiger sword spun in a perfect arc. A razor-sharp sword chi slashed at the crimson beam. Just before it could pierce my forehead, I barely managed to redirect its trajectory. Ah, mother of. Unfortunately, the attack was now heading straight for my disciples. They screamed. Thankfully, no one was hurt. I retrieved my sword and caught my breath. The Blood King was staring at me as if he had just seen a ghost. I had done that on purpose. Because the pontiff of the Thor cult had once described the heavenly demon as a transcendent god. Ha ha ha. So that's it. That's what's going on. The Blood King let out a hollow laugh. Then, suddenly, his expression turned predatory. Striding forward, he grabbed my hand and shouted, "You're a heavenly demon's body." The hell was that? What do you mean by heavenly demon's body? What do I mean? It's the ultimate physique. A body that can master any martial art, wield any supernatural power, a body as vast as an ocean. Isn't that heavenly martial body? Completely different. Heavenly martial body is limited to martial arts. It lets you learn martial arts 10 times faster than normal, but it can't absorb supernatural abilities. The Blood King looked at me with greedy eyes. The eyes of a predator eyeing its prey. Instinctively, I tried to shake off his grip, but I couldn't. His steel-like hand was clamped tightly around mine. This isn't the time for this. We must go to the 10,000 Great Mountains at once. We need to meet Master, the heavenly demon. Yes, now I see it. You're not someone I can take under my wing. You were meant to be my junior disciple. Huh? A heavenly demon's body. After the first heavenly demon and my master, you'd be the third. We must go immediately, so you can pay your respects and officially become my junior. My master will accept you as a disciple the moment he lays eyes on you. It was an enticing offer. Heavenly demon divine art. An attack technique, a defense technique, a movement technique, and a mana cultivation method all in one. A truly unparalleled and supreme trait. Everyone who had been listening was completely stunned. They blinked at me in disbelief. Baeksorin gave me an urgent nod, and my other disciples, while shocked, were looking at me with eyes practically begging me to accept. But I slowly shook my head. I'm deeply honored, and I sincerely appreciate it. But if I go to the 10,000 Great Mountains, will I actually be able to meet the heavenly demon? What do you mean by that? You mentioned before that the heavenly demon may have ascended to immortality. Well, that's checkmate. In the game, once you completed the personal quests of the 3 disciples of the heavenly demon, an event would trigger where you traveled to the 10,000 Great Mountains. A complete trap. The 3 disciples would spend an entire in-game year waiting to meet their master, only to return to the squad empty-handed. They never got to meet the heavenly demon and wasted their time in vain. It would be the same here. In the game, you could fast-forward time, but in this world, that wasn't possible. If I wasted a year waiting, episode 2 would pass, and the moment I returned, episode 3 would begin. That would be the end of me. I have my own responsibilities and people I need to take care of. So you're refusing? Of course not. If the heavenly demon himself calls for me, I'll drop everything and go. But I can't go to the 10,000 Great Mountains just to wait indefinitely, can I? You yourself said it's been a long time since you last saw him. HRMM. The Blood King didn't seem pleased. He made a noise like he was clearing his throat, but it was more like a growl. But what could he do? The one who's desperate has to make the move. For me, Heavenly Demon Divine Art had alternative replacements in the big 3 sword arts. But for the Blood King, unless he himself became the Heavenly Demon, I was his only option. If he wanted to reach greater heights, if he wanted even a taste of Heavenly Demon Divine Art, he had no choice but to introduce me as the youngest disciple. Eventually, the Blood King nodded. Fine. But remember this. If you ever disrespect my master, I will never let you live. If I even get to see the Heavenly Demon's shadow, it would be the honor of 3 lifetimes. If he calls for me, I will drop everything and go. That, I swear. As you should. Hearing my firm response, the Blood King, while still dissatisfied, accepted it. Now then, what was this request of yours? It seemed he had finally remembered the original reason for coming. Impatient as always. If this were under normal circumstances, we would have met in his office. But he had gone out of his way to track me down on my skyship. I want to use the Dimensional Railroad. The Dimensional Railroad? For you, I suppose that's fine. The Dimensional Railroad. A passage that connected the depths of the Great Labyrinth to the Labyrinth City of Aachen. The Great Labyrinth was essentially a massive restricted zone, an alternate dimension. The inside and outside were completely cut off from each other. Even radio waves didn't work, so if you wanted to communicate with the Fortress of Beginnings on the 10th floor or any of the lower fortresses or forward bases, you had to wait for couriers to deliver messages. But necessity breeds invention. The Protector Alliance had a special passage they only used in emergencies. That was the Dimensional Railroad. A makeshift path, patched together from alternate dimensions and subspaces, allowing for rapid travel to locations like the Fortress of Beginnings on the 10th floor, the Guardian Citadel on the 20th, or even the Cannon Fortress on the 50th. It was just incredibly dangerous. Use it as you wish. Any official protector has the right to use the Dimensional Railroad. But you do know what lurks inside, don't you? Of course. Then handle it yourself. If you get devoured by dimension beasts, that just means I misjudged you. Remember, your fate lies in the 10,000 Great Mountains. I'll keep that in mind. I neatly folded my skyship and stored it in my pocket. As we made our way toward the Dimensional Railroad, my disciples all looked like they had a million things they wanted to say. Beck Soren, in particular, could never hold back in situations like this. Once we were far enough from the Blood King, she immediately leaned in. Teacher, what was that about? Heavenly Demon's body? Are you a heavenly demon? How the hell did she jump to that conclusion? I couldn't help but chuckle. I guess my body type is similar to the heavenly demons. Even the Thor cult mentioned it. Huh? The Thor cult? Yeah. Their pontiff apparently saw the heavenly demon once. He said I was the same. Divine Annihilation Star. Omnipotent One. Heavenly Demon's body. Different places and groups seemed to have different names for it. Though, there was something bothering me. The Thor cult described it as a soul phenomenon. Why is it a body here? Was it because this was a warrior-based organization? No, that didn't make sense. The Heavenly Demon cult was primarily made up of warriors, but it was still fundamentally a religious sect. It makes sense now why you've been getting stronger so fast. Are you going to become the Heavenly Demon one day, teacher? If you do, you can't forget about us. Stop getting ahead of yourselves. But teacher, shouldn't you at least visit the 10,000 Great Mountains? No, if I don't intend to become a real disciple, there's no reason to go there. The Blood King may want to take me in as his junior disciple, but Divine Lord and Demon Marquis won't. Especially Divine Lord. If I were officially recognized as possessing the Heavenly Demon's body and inherited the Heavenly Demon Divine Art, it would only be a matter of time before I was named the next young cult master. That would make Divine Lord nothing more than a dog chasing chickens. Of course, he'd try to eliminate me, erase me from existence. I need to be careful. Today's events would soon reach Divine Lord's ears. I had to get stronger before he moved to suppress me. Would it have been better to keep this quiet? No. By making an enemy of Divine Lord, I had also gained the potential to become the Heavenly Demon's disciple. That meant my reputation and status were growing. Right now, I needed to expand my influence as much as possible. I already had an enemy in the Old Father's cult, so Divine Lord was an acceptable risk. As we talked, we arrived at the Dimensional Railroad. It was a 3-dimensional railway. Ordinary railroads lay flat on the ground in a straight line, but the Dimensional Railroad had tracks laid at the vertices of a square. The train itself spun as it moved, operating in a capsule-like form. No, calling it a capsule wasn't quite right. It was more like an amusement park ride. There were only safety belts, no roof, no enclosure. Completely exposed. The station master gave us a warning. Be careful. It takes 3 hours to reach the Cannon Fortress on the 50th floor. During that time, you must fend off dimensional creatures. Yes, don't worry. Well, considering you might become the cult leader's disciple, I suppose you'll be fine. We're departing now. Clunk. The dimensional train started moving. Soon, we passed through a blue dimensional gate and entered the dimensional corridor. Oh my, wow, it was a truly bizarre world. Giant gears spun in every direction. Scenes of the industrial age flickered past, followed by visions of feudal lords waging war. Strange monsters, supreme dragons, gods, and demons, beautiful fairies, and nightmarish hellscapes drifted by like bubbles. This was why it was called the Dimensional Corridor and the Dimensional Railroad. A thin, unstable seam that stitched together different worlds and eras at random. Stay alert. They'll show up soon. Yes. Everyone drew their swords. Almost simultaneously, a bubble of light shot toward us from the front. Suyuang? A beam of energy. I expanded Aegis to its maximum, deflecting it. Clong? A soft vibration spread through my body. That was a powerful strike. I could block it, but even someone as strong as Baeksoren would struggle against it. Ugh. As expected, I heard a suppressed groan from behind me. I had no choice. I slashed through my safety belt with the black tiger sword and leaped out. Teacher. I'm fine. I had bright eyes, sixth sense, and grand assault. In an emergency, I could even use my skills for triple jumps. I practically flew across the train, ignoring the mind-bending scenery while parrying one attack after another. Kikke. Gwaik. The dimensional creatures shrieked. Their bodies were like larvae, with root-like tendrils and bat wings. They opened their mouths and fired energy beams. The attacks struck the mind, body, and mana circuits simultaneously, but it didn't matter. With Vajra body and star spawn, the damage was halved, and Undying restored the rest. I didn't use my sword. I deliberately relied only on my shield. Instead of simply deflecting or redirecting attacks, I blocked them head-on. I could have used my sword to parry or absorb the impact, but that would have been a waste. I knew exactly what trait I could easily obtain in this section. They're increasing in number. They're chasing us. More and more dimensional creatures swarmed in. I waited for the right moment. Then, the signal came. Wuyuang. Aegis vibrated, letting out a clear chime. I immediately raised Aegis and aimed at one of the creatures. As an energy beam struck the shield, I infused it with mana. Instead of absorbing it at novel bin at, I reflected it. Zhuang. The energy beam rebounded, shooting back at the dimensional creature. A rainbow-colored flame erupted, and the creature disintegrated into dust. Keek. Acquired the trait, Magic Reflection. Now, only one thing remained before I could get Shield Expert Shockwave. Whoa, that was awesome. Teacher, how many should I take down? Huh? Absolutely not. If you leave the train, you'll fall into the dimensional rift. Do not step outside. Kali nearly blurted out something dangerous. No matter how broken Shadow Step was, that wasn't happening. I continued moving between the train cars, wielding Aegis. One magic reflection, one dead dimensional creature. In the game, this had practically been a minigame. A warrior with magic reflection could clear it effortlessly, while mages and priests had an incredibly difficult time. Either way, we had no trouble. 3 hours later, we arrived at the cannon fortress. After a night of rest, we departed. About an hour into our descent into the Great Labyrinth, we found it. A giant, 10 meters tall. A fallen angel with shriveled wings and a grotesque face. The one who possessed the Nephilim's sword. A level 7 raid boss. Baeksoren whispered. It's huge. 10 meters tall. Saying 10 meters is one thing, but in reality, that's the height of a 3-story building. If you tipped a city bus upright, it would be that tall. Now imagine a creature of that size stomping around, snorting heavily. It's only natural to feel intimidated. I swept my gaze around. A circular cavern. No terrain features that could be used to my advantage. The walls were solid, and the ceiling swirled like clouds, emitting a faint, hazy light. It was the same in the game. The fallen angel, the Nephilim, was the gatekeeper of the 50th floor. You had to defeat it head-on to proceed to the 51st floor. No special strategy was required. Only raw stats. If your gear wasn't properly farmed, you couldn't break through. It was a pure gear check, boss. You all stay here. Huh. I'll help too. No, do not, under any circumstances, step into the arena. If you do, you'll die. Teacher, is it similar to the one that was in the underground mall before? Similar. I took a deep breath. Opening my golf bag, I pulled out alchemy tools and blacksmithing equipment. As I tapped on them and began brewing herbs, the Nephilim stopped in its tracks and sniffed the air. Krug. Krrrhh. But it couldn't step outside the arena. Of course not. According to its settings, it was bound by both a curse of shackles and a curse of sealing. If it was possible to attack from the outside, I could cheese the fight, but unfortunately, the arena was subtly disconnected from the surrounding space, making that impossible. I drank 5 types of elixirs, applied enhancement catalysts to Black Tiger Sword, Mjolnir, and Aegis, then stood up. Hua. I activated potion dependency and potion addiction before drinking. As I exhaled, shimmering light particles rippled around me. Seo Wijin looked at me with concern. Teacher, isn't this too much to handle alone? From what I know, that thing is a level 7. You need at least 4 level 7s to take it down. If it were an ordinary level 7, yes. Teacher, shouldn't you request reinforcements from the Protector Alliance? No, I can handle it. It was a mindless monster. Unlike high-level superhumans, it had no cunning, no strange tricks up its sleeve. According to my calculations, I had a chance. And if things went south, I could just run. Just in case, I had already set my grand escape point to the cannon base barracks. The only thing to be wary of was the Nephilim's sword. Watch closely. If I use grand escape, you all head to the cannon base immediately. Understood, teacher. At the mention of grand escape, everyone nodded. Their tense expressions relaxed as they settled down to observe the Nephilim. Feeling their gazes on my back, I gripped Black Tiger Sword and Mjolnir and approached the Nephilim. Krrrhh, Krrrhh, Krrrhh. It flared its nostrils. As I closed the distance, its breathing grew heavier, loud enough for even an ordinary person to hear. Then, suddenly, it opened its mouth wide. Grah! The world flipped upside down. A surge of intense fear burned through my chest, and my vision went dark. At the same time, my grip weakened, almost causing me to drop Black Tiger Sword and Mjolnir. A full-body roar. A powerful sound-based trait that inflicted both a fear debuff and a stat reduction debuff. But I endured it. Using the Vajra body trait and borrowing the power of Bright Eyes, I instantly manifested a mana armor to deflect it. I stepped forward, then launched myself with all my might. I soared into the air with grand assault. Poof! The Nephilim didn't just stand still and take it. It cut off its roar midway and shut its mouth. It must have sensed something was off. Its massive, bulging eyes locked onto me as its head creaked in my direction. In an instant, I had closed the distance. Fury flared in those giant eyes. Wrath. Crackle. It swung its sword down. No, that wasn't a sword. It was more like a colossal club, or maybe even a building pillar. A weapon as massive as the Nephilim itself, as if it were swinging a city bus. Humph. I had anticipated this. The Nephilim was immune to ambushes and surprise attacks. Anyone attempting a sloppy backstab would get obliterated by its insane counterattacks. That's why I had saved one of my triple jumps. Whoosh! Bright eyes flared. My final jump activated, altering my trajectory. Downward. Instead of soaring up, I angled straight for the Nephilim's knee. Then, I used aerial dash. Whoosh! Mana and steam burst from my body. I shot forward like a cannonball. Its massive, rough-textured knee rapidly filled my vision. I switched traits. Giant Strength Mana Soul Swordsmanship Expert. Mars Swordsmanship Thor Cultivation Technique Severing Moon. I unleashed my strongest possible strike. Crack. Grah. Did you think that was it? As I passed its knee, I spun my body. Using the momentum, I hurled Mjolnir. Of course, I had already switched traits. Divine Power Radiance Lightning. Close Combat Mastery Artifact Mastery Throw. A primordial bolt of lightning pierced through the back of its knee. Boom, boom. It crackled and exploded, searing and shattering flesh. But when Mjolnir returned to my hand, I clicked my tongue. Are you kidding me? It was fine. The knee joint I had struck with Black Tiger Sword, the hamstring I had pierced with Mjolnir, had only suffered minor cuts and were slightly charred. This thing was a true gear check, boss. Fine. I expected this. I'll focus on stacking as many wounds as possible. The key to this fight wasn't me. It was the enhancement catalyst applied to Black Tiger Sword and Mjolnir. Giant's Blood. If God's Lair focused on countering the Old Father's cult, then Giant's Blood was specialized against giants. The Nephilim, after all, was a type of giant. It didn't lower its stats, but it inflicted endless damage over time. The more I wounded it, the more the damage would accumulate. If I could keep attacking, victory would be mine. Gwyarg. The Nephilim roared in fury. Spinning its body, it reversed its grip on its sword and brought it down. Boom! Not a chance. The moment I saw that pattern, I twisted my body midair. An evasive maneuver embedded in Grand Assault. In the game, it functioned as invincibility frames. Here, it translated to an exquisite dodge, a top-tier evasion trait. The ground exploded. Mana surged up, carrying debris and sand. An area of effect attack, not just a point or a line. I couldn't avoid it entirely and took a partial hit, but I endured. With Vajra body. With Indomitable, which mitigated the damage. And with its built-in purification, which dispersed the impact. I was flung dozens of meters away, and the Nephilim locked its enraged gaze onto me. Grrrrrhh. Darkness spread. My whole body itched. A dark element damage over time, effect at novel bin at. The longer I waited, the more it would stack, so dragging out the fight wasn't an option. Ha! What a waste. If I had traits like Radiant Knight, Sacred Crown Knight, or Holy Sword Knight, this would be so much easier. Even an N-rank warrior Kim could solo a Nephilim with those. But no use lamenting. I had to win with what I had. I took a breath and charged again. Using Shockwave, I struck its heels repeatedly while it was momentarily stiffened. Grah! Thud! 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 The Nephilim stomped violently. It must have realized that catching me with its sword was difficult. But that was fine. I could read its movements with Bright Eyes. Each time its foot struck the ground, a massive shockwave erupted. But it was laughable. With Vajra body and Indomitable, I could withstand it. Even Starspawn was assisting, reinforcing my defenses. It's almost time. Even while slicing through it with Mars swordsmanship, I stayed vigilant. I had to. The Nephilim's true attack wasn't its full-body roar, its shockwaves, or even its darkness wave. It was something completely different. And it came without warning. Goosebumps. The moment the hairs on the back of my neck stood up, I threw myself aside. I didn't even have time to think about using an escape skill. Pouring all my strength into movement, I darted between the Nephilim's legs. Then, without looking back, I triple jumped and twisted my body downward. Behind me, right past the back of my head, a gleaming light slithered through the air like a grotesque serpent. A blazing sword aura. A radiant, brilliant sword force. Slash. Bright Eyes was severed. The magic barrier I had manifested was partially obliterated and couldn't even regenerate. I could feel my hair burning away. Even part of my skull was missing. That sword didn't just cut skin. It erased veins, bones, everything. The Nephilim's sword. The moment I landed, I turned my body. Ha! Cold sweat dripped down my face. But now wasn't the time to tremble in fear. The Nephilim's fatal flaw. Whenever it unleashed a massive attack, it was left in a momentary rigid state. I kicked off the ground. Without a second to breathe, I charged straight at it. With reckless abandon, I soared up to its chest and plunged Black Tiger's sword into its heart. At the same time, I slammed Aegis against it and struck down with Mjolnir. Of course, each attack was optimized with the appropriate traits. Switching traits for every movement. Gruuyuak. As its monstrous roar echoed, I launched myself upward. The Nephilim's head barely grazed past me. It had attempted a headbutt out of sheer rage. Even the slightest contact crushed Star Spawn and sent a wave of agony through my bones. But I could endure. I didn't even use Undying, I simply hurled Mjolnir again for another strike. Only after landing did I activate Undying to heal my fractured bones. Grrrrrrr. The cycle repeated. Like an annoying mosquito, I darted around, whittling down the Nephilim. The wounds accumulated. Though they were mere scratches, blood now streaked across its enormous body. I wasn't unscathed either. Huff, huff, huff. My entire body itched. Outside my skin, inside my skin, the outer layer of my eyes, the inside of my eyeballs, my lips, my tongue, even deep in my stomach. When itching becomes too intense, it turns into pain. It felt like a swarm of termites was devouring me alive. I wanted to tear all my skin off. But I endured. Relying on Vajra body, reinforcing myself further with divine power, I charged again and again. Before I knew it, I was bleeding. Each movement left a trail of crimson in my wake. I saw my students shifting anxiously. Teacher, stop it already. Use Grand Escape. Do it now. You're going to die at this rate. Yeah, right. I had hunted this thing so many times, just so I could feed a piece of divine essence to Warrior Kim in the Great Labyrinth's deepest levels. And now you think I'm going to die here? Not happening. If I had even one N-rank Warrior Kim with me, I'd have cleared this in a single attempt. Sure, I'd be left half dead, but still. Unlike in the game, reality made it excruciatingly painful. But considering the trait I was about to acquire, it was absolutely worth it. Flash, a flower bloomed. From my heart, from my divine power circuits, a new light was born. A soft, pulsating radiance. Yet firm and unyielding. It pushed back the black tide washing over me. Acquired the trait, Radiance. A fundamental trait for any paladin, usually paired with holy light. I immediately felt lighter. Increased defense, heightened resistances, my entire being whispered to me. Now, Uog. I meant to let out a battle cry, but all that came was a strained grunt. Gritting my teeth, I leapt forward. Sensing the shift in my aura, the Nephilim's eyes darted around. Then, it grasped its sword with both hands. The Nephilim's sword stance. Should I dodge? Yeah, I had to. Blocking was impossible. Even I, who had withstood Armageddon, couldn't block the Nephilim's sword. But this was a turning point. And there was something better than dodging. I reached for my weapon pouch. There were no bulky shotguns or sniper rifles inside. Instead, I had placed 2 rings. For today. For this very moment. The ring on my left index finger vanished, replaced by a new one. Kuurg. The Nephilim swung its sword straight at me. A glimmer of victory shone in its eyes. The moment its will condensed, sword aura erupted, blazing with a force that far exceeded the speed of sound, set to obliterate me completely. It was wrong. The only thing the sword aura shattered was an afterimage. My vision had already shifted. I was no longer in front of the Nephilim. I was behind it, standing firmly on its shoulder, gazing at its weak spot, the nape of its neck. Stab. Graya. I drove Black Tiger sword in with all my might. Even with full force, it only sank halfway. The Nephilim let out an ear-splitting roar. But it was still in its post-attack stiffness. I had time for one more strike. Bam! I slammed Mjolnir down, with the precision of a carpenter hammering in a nail, right onto the hilt of Black Tiger sword. The blade sank almost to its hilt. Then, the embedded wound began to bubble and boil. It had reached the critical threshold. Graya! Graya! The Nephilim went berserk. Gripping its sword with both hands, it flailed wildly in all directions. Pale gray sword auras slashed through the air in chaotic arcs. The final phase. In game terms, its health had dropped below 10%. In reality, it was making a desperate struggle before death. Whoa, I barely dodged one of its attacks. A slight mistimed movement would have cost me my life. Even with a near miss, Aegis shattered, and my forearm was severed. The blink ring I had just used was still recharging. Bright Eye, Sixth Sense, Grand Assault. Acceleration, Mobility, Evasion. I erased all defensive traits. I focused solely on dodging. Even as the black tide of darkness gnawed at my body, I ignored it. It was a battle of endurance now. Flash, zap, boom, crash. I dodged again and again. Narrow escapes, one after another. But I didn't stop attacking either. Even with a severed arm, even as my blood sprayed in all directions, even as my entire body was drenched in red. I hurled Mjolnir in rapid succession. Huff, huff. My breath was caught in my throat. My chest felt like it was ripping apart. My heart was already overloading. Every joint in my body screamed in agony. With each movement, my body creaked and groaned, sending jagged pain shooting through me, turning my vision white. But I endured. Fueled by sheer determination, I gritted my teeth and kept throwing Mjolnir. How much time had passed? My eyes had already burst their blood vessels. Without bright eyes, I couldn't even see properly anymore. Then, thud, the ground trembled. Ha, heya, the Nephilim had fallen. If I were inexperienced, I might have rushed forward, might have rifled through its corpse for loot, might have reached for the colossal sword to obtain its true form SSR Black Blade. But I knew better. Even with 0 health, the Nephilim wouldn't die immediately. Whoosh, boom, whoosh, boom. So I kept throwing Mjolnir again and again, even as the Nephilim lay motionless, even when its skull burst open, exposing its brain, even after its heart had completely stopped. Like a machine, like a robot, I kept throwing Mjolnir in what seemed like a meaningless repetition. I only stopped much later, when I faintly heard a lingering thought. How unjust. A shadowy phantom danced atop the colossal corpse. The Nephilim was dead. Only then did I finally relax my body. Ugh. I really felt like I was going to die. I picked up my severed arm that was lying nearby and reattached it to the stump. Then, I chugged a top-grade healing potion. Undying Resurrection Regeneration. Thor Cultivation Technique Mana Recovery Meditation. I swapped my traits and closed my eyes. Using the power of meditation, I sank deep into my consciousness. I awakened the fire of mana within me. Lightning-like mana surged through my mana circuits. Steam rose from my skin as my wounds rapidly healed. It took quite some time for my arm to fully reattach and for the pain raking through my entire body to subside. As I completed the healing process and opened my eyes, my disciples, who had approached, were in a frenzy. Teacher, are you all right? Your arm? How's your arm? You're alive, right? They must have been extremely worried. Well, I did fight a brutal battle. Boss-class enemies were truly different. This fight felt even harder than when I faced Massacre Empress, who had reached a perfected level 7. If I hadn't obtained Radiance mid-battle as I had intended, I would have needed an elixir instead of just a top-grade healing potion. Ha, my goodness. You're really just level 6. Even a level 7 wouldn't have been able to pull this off. You're incredible. You might even be able to descend to the 51st floor alone. If our comrades on the surface heard about this, they'd call it nonsense. It wasn't just my disciples who were gathered. The defenders of the cannon base, whom I had briefly met yesterday, were also watching me with expressions of awe. The distance from the cannon base to the Nephilim's arena was about an hour's walk. Since there weren't any significant obstacles in the way, they had a clear view. Seeing flashes of light erupt for hours on end, they must have decided to come check it out. I flashed them a casual smile. I'm a bit strong. Haha. Ha ha ha. A bit. Have you ever considered becoming the Grand Master? If you're interested, our Brotherhood will back you. I have other things to do. Grand Master? Are they insane? To become one, it's not just about strength, you also need to accumulate a significant amount of merit with the Protector Alliance. I'd have to be stuck in the Great Labyrinth or the Great Rift for at least 10 years. If they just handed me the title, that'd be one thing, but being tied down to the Great Labyrinth? No thanks. Step, step. I walked toward the fallen Nephilim, stepping over pools of blood. Its body was already starting to evaporate. The rough skin was turning into smoke, scattering into the air. I pulled the black tiger sword out from the back of its neck and gripped it in my left hand. Reversed grip. Then, I approached the massive sword still clutched in the Nephilim's hand. Here it is. With my bright eyes, I could see it. A club-like sword the size of a city bus. At its core, a radiant mass of mana. I placed the black tiger sword against it. Then, I raised Mjolnir and brought it down with all my might. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out. It was like chiseling away at a boulder with a hammer and chisel. My disciples and the defenders of the base stared in stunned silence. Teacher, what are you doing? What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Just watch. I chiseled away meticulously. As I worked, radiance emanated from my back, holy light gleamed from the black tiger sword in my left hand, and the divine power of Mjolnir in my right hand shone brilliantly. It was only natural that those watching would be left dumbfounded. I could hear them whispering behind me. Is our teacher a paladin? Not sure. He's a warrior. No, he's a fighter. He has the heavenly demon's bloodline. You can't just categorize him as a simple paladin or warrior. Oh, right. Boom, crack. After striking it a few more times, deep cracks formed across the surface of the massive sword. Eventually, it shattered, revealing what was inside. A translucent, jet-black glow seeped out. Or perhaps, pitch black. I poured more strength into my attack, activating my destruction trait. After a strenuous effort, I finally uncovered what I was looking for. A single sword. No, a beam of light. The blade itself had no physical form. It looked as if darkness itself had been tempered into a weapon. There was no hilt, no guard, just a strange, shadowy blade. SSR Black Blade. Despite its ethereal nature, it was massive. It wasn't just an ordinary longsword. More like a greatsword. Both in shape and in size. Janet. Yes. It's yours? I gestured for Janet to come closer. The Black Blade was a remarkable weapon. Its attack power and stats were second to none. Especially its dark aura, the amplified energy that formed when using sword chi or aura, was among the best in all of Arcane Seoul. Since it was a formless sword, it could even be stored inside one's body. But compared to the Black Tiger sword, both were excellent, but it came down to a matter of preference. Would I choose indestructibility and sheer attack power, or opt for boosted stats and special effects? With Mjolnir in my arsenal, my choice was clear. Janet's eyes wavered. Me. Yes. Oh, and give the holy sword to Kali. She needs a good weapon too. Me? But you did all the work, teacher. I have no use for it. I casually tapped the black tiger sword against my palm and smiled. Only then did Janet hesitantly approach. Meanwhile, the defenders of the base didn't look too pleased. Shouldn't we report this? Well, the reason for their reluctance was simple. Normally, the black blade would disappear along with the Nephilim. Nephilim were designed as immortal entities. No matter how many times you killed or sealed them, they would revive after a day. They ignored those who had previously defeated them, but attacked all others, serving as the eternal gatekeepers. However, there was a way to obtain the black blade. Janet stepped forward and grasped the weapon. My disciples let out odd gasps, while the defenders sighed in frustration. One of them, unable to hold back any longer, stepped forward and spoke. Stigmata's protector? The thing is, that sword. I know. You, no. Yes. That's why you should just watch. I took Janet's hand and led her forward. I pointed to the still writhing wound where I had stabbed the black tiger sword. Janet, stab your sword here. This one. Yeah. And just do what the sword tells you to. Adat novel bin adat. What the sword tells me to. Yeah. That's all you need to do. Janet looked at me once before raising her sword. Thunk. She drove it deep into the wound with all her strength. Dark light burst out in all directions. The black blade transformed completely into a mass of black radiance. It wrapped around Janet, the fallen Nephilim, the surrounding space, and even the entire arena, as if slashing through reality itself. This is. What kind of mana? Even at a glance, the mana was terrifying. I grabbed the black tiger sword and Mjolnir and leapt down. I secured both weapons at my waist, then pulled out the rifle strapped to my back. A Dasan rifle, an automatic rifle from the Dasan series. I had the complete set, meaning I could utilize all 5 elemental attributes. Protectors, you should return to the cannon base. Why? Demons will be swarming in soon. Demons? Why? Because of this. I prodded the dark radiance inside the arena with my rifle. The corpse of a fallen angel. To demons, this is a feast. They'll be coming from the 51st floor in droves. It'll be practically a small-scale wave. Gasp. A wave. Damn it, why didn't you warn us before pulling this stunt? Don't worry. We can handle it on our own. And even if things go south, they won't attack the cannon base. They'll just feast on the corpse here and disperse. There's no need for you to go through unnecessary trouble. Just leave this to us and head back. A demon wave could be handled by any party strong enough to take down a Nephilim. I was a little concerned about my disciples, especially Kali, who was only level 4, but hardship builds strength. If things got too dangerous, I'd just have them take shelter in my shadow. You certainly are brimming with confidence. An elderly protector with white hair let out a chuckle. But we are protectors. We cannot simply flee before demons. The protectors exchanged glances before standing shoulder to shoulder, blocking the exit of the arena. A younger-looking protector raised his voice triumphantly. The spoils are ours. I'll divide them according to your contributions. Rumble. The ground trembled. Beyond the arena's exit, down the staircase, a space wide enough to fit a 32-lane highway was now filled with ominous mana waves stretching far into the distance. At last, the demons emerged. Kakeek, keek, creek, kak. Humans. An angel? Angel's blood? Angel's flesh. From the 51st floor onward, the great labyrinth was on a completely different scale. The common fodder swarming in were level 6. The more menacing ones, scattered among them, were level 7. Thankfully, an 8th level boss-tier demon hadn't shown up. My disciples tensed and moved to stand behind the protectors. WELL help too. Don't get in the way. We can contribute. Just stay back. Everyone was on edge. Even the protectors' expressions were grim. A quick scan suggested there were at least several hundred of them. I took aim. This was my first time using a Dasan rifle, but it fit my grip perfectly. As expected of the rarest of the Dasan firearms, the magical enhancements built into the rifle supported me flawlessly. Bang! I pulled the trigger. Tat 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 tat. I switched to full auto and fired away. Yet, the recoil was non-existent. Wherever I aimed, wherever my sights aligned, black blood exploded as demons dropped one after another. Kek. Ga. Kiaok. Screams echoed through the battlefield. Behind them, divine light, searing lightning, and black flames flared simultaneously. The protectors watched in shock as the demons were mowed down like a harvested field. What the? That's impossible? That shouldn't be possible. How is he killing level 6 demons with a gun? Guns were weaker than swords. Firearms were dominant only up to levels 1 and 2. By level 3, swords could match guns, and by level 5, they completely outclassed them. So why were my bullets massacring demons? Simple. The first shot. The very moment I pulled the trigger, the stun attribute froze the demons in place. Then, the destruction attribute struck their weak points. The impact attribute tore apart the shattered exteriors. The soul bullet attribute detonated at the weakened points, stunning them. A stunned demon suffered drastically lowered defense and resistance. Finally, the death attribute finished them off. And that wasn't all. When using stun, I infused it with holy light. When using destruction, I combined it with my destruction trait. When using impact, I channeled lightning into it. When using soul bullet, I amplified it with divine power and heavy strikes. and when delivering the final death shot, I enveloped it in black flame, all while maintaining basic traits like gunplay, close combat mastery, and one-man army from start to finish. Clink! I ran out of bullets. I tapped the magazine I had prepared on the ground. Both my gunplay and rapid reload traits activated, causing the fresh magazine to pop up automatically. I instinctively tilted my rifle, and the magazine locked into place seamlessly. Then, I resumed firing. A mechanical rhythm of reloading and shooting. The once confident demons were rapidly turning into corpses. They didn't even seem like demons anymore. More like a horde of zombies. Mindless, sluggish, and frail creatures relying solely on numbers. The protectors, who had prepared for a desperate battle, let out awkward laughs. Haha. Are these really demons? Are these truly from the 51st floor? They are. Just look at their mana waves. But how? Who knew demon extermination could be this easy? Ha ha ha. Easy? On the surface, maybe. But I felt as if my brain was melting, a searing pain spreading through my skull. Swapping traits mid-burst fire. The Dasan rifle, though originally developed in the early 19th century, had undergone modifications to match the specifications of the K2 rifle from my original world. In other words, it could fire nearly 900 rounds per minute. And I was switching traits with every single shot. Drip. A nosebleed ran down my face. My eyes burned. My tongue felt dry and rough. I had focused so intensely that the world around me had turned yellowish. But I didn't stop firing. Even as my mind went blank. Even as my muscles tensed to the point of trembling. I kept pulling the trigger, reloading, and moving with the precision of a machine. If not for the years of experience I had built up, I wouldn't have been able to sustain this. And the only reason it was even possible was that I was fighting from a distance. Hold the line. Push them back. A handful of demons managed to breach the defense line. Only a few. Out of the hundreds that had climbed up, only a few dozen had made it through. That was something the protectors could handle on their own. Die? Just die already. Baek Sorin rampaged wildly, her saber slashing through the air. Hup. Seo Wujin unleashed his sword and spirit as one technique, sending a wave of sword chi flying. Watch out. Kali surged forward from behind, providing support whenever danger arose. With those three assisting, there was even less to worry about. Before I knew it, darkness had settled. The field of dark radiance began shrinking, reabsorbing into itself. The Nephilim's corpse had long since evaporated. All that remained at the center of the arena was Janet, and the black blade she held. A woong? The black blade let out a powerful, resonating howl. Its appearance had changed slightly. What was once just a blade of pure light had now formed a proper hilt and guard. Holy inscriptions floated across its surface. It had completely stabilized, becoming a tangible, physical weapon. That sword. Do you recognize it? This is my first time seeing it. No, it can't be. That sword shouldn't exist. One of the protectors seemed to recognize it. Yet his face was filled with disbelief. The Nephilim's sword was something out of legends too mythical to be real. But it was real. Right before my eyes. And in Janet's hands. Crack. Without warning, Janet drove the sword into her own heart. Janet. What the hell? Why? Are you insane? Baek Sorin and Kali recoiled in shock. Seo Wujin's eyes widened as well. I was the only one who remained unfazed. I stepped up beside Janet and calmly asked. Do you understand now? Yes. I understand. Janet slowly opened her blue eyes. Within them, holy inscriptions rapidly scrolled past. Like lines of code being rolled through a mouse wheel. Now, it was just a matter of waiting. Once the black blade fully bonded with Janet, the Nephilim's sword would stabilize as well. Let's go back. It was time to head home. And time for the true inheritance of the Nephilim's sword to begin. I quickly returned to the surface. The Blood King was gone. Apparently, he abandoned his position as president and went back to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Ignoring the commotion within the Protector Alliance, I boarded the skyship. I had already secured enough supplies, including food and other necessities. Unlike when I first arrived, I had no intention of sightseeing this time. Teacher. As I watched Aachen fade into the distance, Janet approached me. What is it? Well, there's something I need to tell you. Janet hesitantly spoke up. This, the Nephilim sword? I'm not sure how I should even begin teaching it to you. It wasn't fully attuned to her yet, but she seemed to have grasped the basic concept. That made sense. The Nephilim sword was entirely different from Mars swordsmanship. Explain in detail. I don't know everything, but I think there are certain conditions required to learn this. Something like innate chi. She was right. If Mars swordsmanship required the heavenly killing star, then the Nephilim sword absolutely required the chi trait. There was another difference as well. Mars swordsmanship could be inherited even without the heavenly killing star, but for the Nephilim sword, the successor also needed to possess the chi trait. That's right. Chi. Not innate chi, just chi. In other words, even if one didn't have innate chi, they could still inherit the Nephilim sword as long as they had any chi-related trait. I'll handle that myself. Is there a way to learn innate chi? Nope. The name itself says it all. Innate chi. What's wrong with the name? Oh, you're not familiar with Hanja, are you? Innate means something you're born with. You can't acquire it later through training or education. I might not be able to read Hanja, but I knew things like this. I'd read so many fantasy and martial arts novels in my past world that it was obvious. Then what should we do? We just need to learn acquired chi. and I already had a way to acquire an cheer-related trait. Master of the Blade. Training in sword and spirit as one with Seo Woojin on our way to Aachen had been a great decision. If not for that, it would have taken me much longer. I carefully examined the mana circuits engraved in my body. They were constantly shifting and transforming. Among them, there was a small hidden fragment, like a seed. A fragment of sword and spirit as one. It wasn't ready to bloom into a diamond yet. Let's start training. Janet, you rest. Woojin, help me. Soren, you assist Kali. Yes, teacher. Ugh, I wanted to do some real combat. Oh, Soren, you can stay in the Great Labyrinth if you want. Do whatever you like. Same goes for you, Kali. Just make sure to come find me when you need nectar around level 5. Are you sure? Of course. Beck Soren looked like she wanted to jump off immediately. Well, she had a parachute. Kali, too, swallowed nervously as she stared down at Aachen. Can I really train without you, teacher? I already taught you all the basics. Next, you'll need to learn Kalaratri, which is in the Great Rift. As long as you return around level 5, that's fine. Besides, Soren will teach you practical combat skills better than I could. Beck Soren puffed out her chest proudly. Seo Woojin watched her with a slightly complicated expression. Then I'll stay in the Great Labyrinth too. Traitors. Janet growled as if deeply wounded, and Beck Soren and Kali stuck their tongues out playfully. Alright, I'll be heading to the Great Labyrinth. I'll transfer some spending money to your account. No need. I've got plenty. I made so much from hunting beasts in Korea, and I took a ton of requests too. Kali, let's go. Yeah, see you later, Janet. You absolute traitors. Leaving Janet stomping her feet in frustration, the two of them jumped off the ship. Of course, they deployed their parachutes immediately. Their delighted screams echoed as they skydived, and then their parachutes blossomed in the air. Seo Woojin shook his head as he watched. Soren is truly unpredictable. She has the heavenly killing star. But she's cute, isn't she? Well, yes, but sometimes it's a bit overwhelming. Her personality is so different from what you'd expect from the heavenly killing star. She's a lot better than the heavenly killing star in those drama adaptations. Click, click. One by one, I removed my gear. The GMO set, the star spawn, the iron fist gauntlets, my necklace and rings, my weapon pouch, all of it. The only thing I had left on me was a simple tracksuit. Instead, I pulled out a blunt training sword from my golf bag. Master of the Blade Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art Thor Cultivation Technique. Focus 6th Sense Training. The perfect traits for acquiring sword and spirit as one. Shall we begin? Yes? Here I go. Seo Woojin's sharp sword strikes came rushing toward me. In pure swordsmanship, he was leagues ahead of me, and I had taken off all my gear. I silently deflected his attacks. Using Master of the Blade, I smoothly parried and countered while advancing. Clang, 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 clang. Sparks of sword light scattered like shards of glass. Seo Woojin's face was no longer visible behind his sword. No, at this moment, he wasn't even a person, just a single blade. I found myself unconsciously holding my breath, a chill running down my spine. And I smiled. Just a little more. I was so close to obtaining sword and spirit as one. I lost track of time, lost in the exchange of blades. Dinner time. Janet, who had been watching blankly, finally called out to us. Whew. The sparring session ended. Both Seo Woojin and I were drenched in sweat. You worked hard, teacher. Wait a moment. Huh. Woojin, come here for a second. Amidst our intense training, something good had happened. The seed within my mana circuit had fully taken root. I immediately pulled out a diamond and pushed it into the air. The diamond melted, resonating with both my and Seo Woojin's mana wavelengths. Then, it surged toward him, copying his mana circuit and forming a large gem. Whew. Seo Woojin let out a whistle. Copying superpowers. I've heard of it, but this is my first time seeing it in action. Is that so? Yes. But is this really okay? The elders in my sect told us never to do this. If done incorrectly, it could cause mana collisions and make you weaker. I'll be fine, but you shouldn't try it. Who knows what kind of side effects it might have. I was tempted to experiment. What would happen if an ordinary superhuman without a blank body or trait swap copied a trait using a diamond? I discreetly examined both Seo Woojin and Janet's mana circuits. A 6-layered mana circuit is the limit. In game terms, it was like having 6 trait slots. Martial arts, magic, and superpowers can have dozens of abilities, but with insight and my bright eyes, I could only see 6. That meant only 6 could apply their effects at any given time. But what if I used Flash to unlock Master of the Blade, only for sword and spirit as one or first sword to be pushed out? They would still be stored in my memory and usable, but if I lost their bonus stats and experience perks? So that's what they meant by mana collision. Either way, it didn't apply to me. I gripped my sword and focused. Whoosh! A dazzling white sword chi erupted, and I felt myself becoming one with the blade at novel bin at. My vision expanded. The world seemed narrower. My sharpened senses felt as if they could scan the entire skyship in an instant. Seo Woojin murmured in a strained voice. Sword and spirit as one. Just one more step left to Master of the Blade. After finishing my meal, I picked up the rifle I had set aside earlier and handed it to Seo Woojin. Teacher, why are you giving me this? Shoot me? Excuse me? You're joking, right? You know I don't die from things like this. But earlier, that was because of my ability. Seo Woojin gave me a doubtful look, as if to ask if I was really sure about this. I nodded firmly. When I personally loaded a magazine into the rifle and handed it over, he hesitantly took it. You really want me to shoot? Shoot. For real. Just shoot. Unlike the hesitant Seo Woojin, Janet looked completely unfazed. She still seemed a bit dazed as she watched our back and forth. Seo Woojin let out a long sigh. After creating a 10-meter distance between us, he aimed the rifle. Then. I'm shooting, teacher. Please be careful. Yeah, just shoot. Tat 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 tat. Gunfire rang out. I had already swapped my traits. Master of the Blade Sword Chi Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art. Thor Cultivation Technique Focus Training. The method was the same as when using Sword and Spirit as one. I continuously executed Black Tiger Shadow, the fourth technique of the Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art. Let the bullets hit me or not. Let the death energy gnaw at me or not. I had already broken my limits twice by consuming specially formulated reconstruction elixirs. My body had long surpassed the limits of a human. Even without defensive traits, I could withstand rifle bullets. My clothes might be torn, and my bones might crack, but I wouldn't suffer any fatal wounds. Teacher, are you really okay? Still, I couldn't avoid getting covered in blood. After emptying an entire magazine, Seo Woojin slowly lowered the rifle. While continuing to use Black Tiger Shadow, I waved my hand. Keep going. I'm fine. This is too dangerous. There's a top-tier healing potion in my golf bag. I'll just drink that. Oh, then I guess it's fine. Only after hearing that did Seo Woojin look relieved. Then, he fired relentlessly. He swapped magazines in advance and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bullets tore into my body, ripping flesh and shattering bones. Huff. Huff. I ignored it all. I focused solely on the Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art. The technique for Black Tiger Shadow was imprinted in my brain. Now, I just had to manifest it. Using Master of the Blade. Using Sword Chi. Thor Cultivation Technique, along with focus and training, supported me. The Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art was proving to be an excellent guide. It clearly showed me the path to a sword barrier. Even with my blank body, it should have taken me weeks to acquire it. But I could already begin to grasp its structure. Ha. Seo Woojin, who had been firing non-stop, tired out before I did. Was it because he wasn't used to shooting? Or was it the stress of firing at a person? Janet, who had been watching, slowly stood up. Appa, switch with me. Please take over. All right. Move aside. Tat 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 tat. Janet was much better than Seo Woojin. Of course, she was. Janet was a pure tank. Thanks to adamantine body, she barely felt fatigue. Her mental fortitude was also solid. Skipping dinner, she continued firing late into the night without pause. Seo Woojin collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Why, am I so weak? If you're weak, then everyone else in the world is a skeleton. You should focus on becoming a sword master first. Soren is a berserker, Janet is a defensive warrior, and Kali is an assassin. But you're a warrior. And until a warrior is fully developed, their defense is naturally weak. I would grant him body protection chi after obtaining Master of the Blade. Then, Seo Woojin wouldn't fall behind the others. In duels, he might even surpass them. After all, no superhuman was stronger in one-on-one combat than a perfected warrior. Except for me, of course. Seo Woojin clenched his fists and stood up. I can become stronger, right? Obviously. You still have a long way to go. If Soren is 90% complete and Janet is approaching 90%, then you've barely reached the halfway mark. That's it. You still have a long road ahead. Enhancing his fierce assault into one-man army was no simple feat. Especially since it wasn't his starting trait. But once he succeeded, no one would be able to look down on him. Yes, I'll train even harder. You're a genius. You'll get stronger in no time. Training continued without sleep. Seo Woojin and Janet took turns resting. Meanwhile, I simply ate my meals and continued taking bullets. For an entire week, I was covered in blood, my bones fractured, my muscles torn apart. As the skyship crossed the Eurasian continent and entered the airspace over the Yellow Sea, Janet, who had been dazed all week, finally snapped back to reality. I understand now. She stretched out her hand. A black sword emerged from the center of her palm. Black blade. She grasped it gently. As she furrowed her brows slightly, a brilliant white light ignited along the blade. The stark contrast between black and white. The two lights intertwined, creating an indescribable radiance. Gray, ash white, dark silver. It was like an inkwash painting where the shades of black and white flowed freely. A sword of light and darkness. Compared to the ones wielded by the Nephilim in the Great Labyrinth, hers was even more stable and beautiful. Congratulations. Wow, that's incredible. Congrats on becoming a sword master. But she couldn't maintain it for long. Even with Amana Soul, Janet was still only level 5. Her face quickly turned pale, and she swayed unsteadily. Relax. Don't use the black blade yet. It's better to first manifest it with your own body. Teacher, wouldn't that be dangerous? Janet isn't like an ordinary warrior. She never trained in hand-to-hand combat, but her hands and feet are already lethal weapons. She can handle chi. I didn't know that. The Nephilim sword was both a sword technique and a mana cultivation method. The more familiar Janet became with it, the less mana it would consume. More accurately, the more she used it, the more mana she would generate. To reach that point, she needed to experience it firsthand. I'll give it a try. Janet stood off to the side of the deck, waving her hands. Black and white chi flared up and dispersed repeatedly. I couldn't afford to fall behind. As the Korean peninsula came into view, I urged Seo Woojin. Let's finish this. Yes. Tat 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 tat. Training resumed. I swung my sword. Sword chi bloomed. It surged brilliantly, surrounding me like falling rain. It was still full of gaps. But compared to a week ago, the improvement was clear. Even if it wasn't a perfect sword barrier, it was at least 90% complete. A tiger's shadow enveloped me in protection. It didn't take much longer. About 4 hours later, just as we entered Seoul's airspace, I felt it. The black tiger sword trembled. And in my vision, the illusion of a legion commander smiled at me. It had been a long journey. That week, enduring non-stop gunfire, willingly putting myself through what could only be described as torture. I must have taken hundreds of thousands, no, millions of bullets. But in return, I had achieved a satisfying result. Master of the blade flash severing moon. Sword and spirit as one sword chi sword barrier. A top-tier trait. One of the absolute best among warrior class traits. I had gathered all the necessary components for master of the sword. I couldn't combine it right away. Just like how gunslingers' top-tier traits required specific conditions, master of the sword also had prerequisites. High difficulty quests, completing specific labyrinths, earning achievements, and so on. Of course, if you used a paid item, none of that mattered. Let's head down. The skyship began to shrink. From the size of an aircraft carrier, it gradually reduced to that of a destroyer. The only thing that remained unchanged was the bridge. I stepped out of the bridge and found myself inside my mansion. While an aircraft carrier was too large to dock, a destroyer could manage. Once Red Cougar disembarked, the ship shrank down to the size of a toy raft and settled into the safe haven of my pocket. Waiting for me outside were Choi Sunso and Kim Chul-kwon, likely having heard the news. Black Tiger Sword Master, you've returned. You've worked hard. No need to say that. Everything went well while I was away. I had been gone for nearly 2 weeks. Thankfully, both of them looked fine. Things are going smoothly. The redevelopment of Gurodong is on track, and we've also started work on Durumdong. I take it the government was cooperative. The redevelopment of Durumdong was something both the Seoul metropolitan government and the national government desperately wanted. What about the gangs? Chulkwon did most of the work. After the Terror Alliance was discovered, the Eastern Army sent reinforcements. The soldiers made things much easier. Haha, that made sense. Before, people might have turned a blind eye, but after the Terror Alliance was exposed, gangs became irrelevant. Even the locals must have been more cooperative. I nodded in satisfaction. You both did well. I should give you a bonus soon. No need. My life belongs to you, Black Tiger Sword Master. You've saved me twice now, how could I ask for a bonus? I already received more than enough in advance. The same goes for me. If not for you, I would have died months ago. And I even reached level 5 thanks to you. I can't ask for more. Alright, understood. I said that, but I still plan to reward them. Both were highly capable. Choi Sunso handled public matters, while Kim Chul-kwon took care of the underworld. Thanks to them, I could disappear for weeks at a time to focus solely on training. If I gained something, I should give something in return. For Choi Sunsu, money. For Kim Chul-kwon, a new build. Manager Choi, I have a job for you. Good timing. Go buy some swords. Swords. Choi Sunso glanced at my waist in confusion. The black tiger sword was securely sheathed there. Naturally, I wasn't asking him to buy swords for myself. All types. Western long swords, great swords, katanas, traditional Korean wandos, Chinese dao, shamshurs, scimitars, kukris, you name it. Every single one has to be a different type. They don't need to be magic swords, but they should be handcrafted by master blacksmiths. If they're factory made, they need to be top-tier luxury items. So they're not for personal use. Right. I don't need any more swords. These are disposable. Charge the cost as an expense. How many do you need? 1,000. No more, no less. Choi Sunsu's mouth slightly opened in surprise. It was more than he expected. Of course, it was. There were exactly 1,000 types of swords in Arcane Seoul. And this world wasn't too different. Whether it's kitchen knives or anything else, if it's a blade, bring it. It won't be easy, but you can handle it, Manager Choi. Ugh. How soon do you need them? As soon as possible. No need to deliver them all at once, just send them as you gather them. Understood. I'll start immediately. Sunsu, I'll help you. That'd be a great help. Choi Sunsu and Kim Chul-kwon quickly got into a car and drove off. Seo Woojin looked at me and asked, Teacher, why swords? I need them to become a sword master. What? A sword master? Seo Woojin and Janet's eyes widened. Janet, in particular, looked completely dumbfounded. But teacher, aren't you level 6? Don't you need to be at least level 7 to become a sword master? Seo Woojin shook his head. No, it's rare, but there have been cases of people becoming sword masters at level 6. Even in the Goryeo era, Cheok Junjaeong became a sword master at level 6. Oh, are you planning to do it like Yeonga Isomun? Yeonga Isomun. You know, the famous story about how he became a sword master by breaking swords. He destroyed 1,000 swords, and when only 5 remained, he finally completed sword chi. That actually happened? I hadn't heard of it, but I got the gist. It was the same reason I needed 1,000 swords. In the game, once you gathered 6 required traits, a temporary button appeared. Generate sword chi. Pressing it would cause all equipped swords to glow and then shatter. There were no exceptions. Unless a weapon had an indestructible property like the Black Tiger sword, everything would be destroyed. A warning message popped up, but players who ignored it ended up breaking expensive weapons and had to beg customer support for item recovery. Destroying 1,000 different types of swords granted an achievement. Shattering 1,000 blades. That achievement was one of the conditions for obtaining Master of the Sword. It was much easier than completing quests or labyrinths. All it required was money. It took quite a bit of time, but that wasn't a problem. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm doing. That won't be easy. Some of my ancestors attempted it but failed. They said there must be special conditions or a unique martial art required. I know. That's why I'm making sure everything is in place. Are you serious? Seo Woojin swallowed nervously. Becoming a swordmaster must have sparked his ambition. You just keep doing what you're doing. At this rate, you will become a swordmaster at level 7 without any problems. I could teach you my method, but if I do, the first sword you worked so hard to master will be erased from your mana circuit. Mana collision will occur. Really? Stick to the standard path. Everyone has a method that suits them. You don't need to obsess over becoming a swordmaster at level 6. It's better for you to reach level 7 first. You're probably right, teacher. I'll do that. Seo Woojin bit his lower lip as he glanced between me and Janet. From the looks of it, he felt a competitive spark now that Janet had become a swordmaster at level 5. Or maybe just maybe it was inferiority creeping in. I let out a short laugh. This was Seo Woojin, a rich kid who reached level 5 the moment he awakened and was now at level 6. And yet, he was jealous of both Baksorin and Janet? I found it ridiculous. I raised my hand and patted his shoulder firmly. Don't compare yourself to Janet. She's a natural-born chi wielder. From a warrior's perspective, she was a swordmaster from the moment she was level 0. That's what matters isn't sword chi. Just because you can wield chi blade, does that automatically make you a swordmaster? No. Your mind, energy, and body must be in harmony. From what I can tell, your body and energy are excellent, but your mind is weak. I've noticed that too. Was it because he suffered from fevers as a child? His body was strong, and his mana was exceptional, but his mental fortitude lagged behind. After a long time, I finally had a proper rest in my bed. I cooked a decent meal myself, then headed down to the training hall. Piles of swords were stacked in one corner. These were the weapons Choi Sunso had sent. I picked up a straight sword, one similar to my Black Tiger sword. I took a deep breath. Master of the Blade Flash Severing Moon. Sword and Spirit as one sword chi sword barrier. My traits remained the same. In the game, this would have been simple. But in reality, I wasn't sure how to proceed. I started by channeling my mana. Holding my breath, I pushed it into the sword. Carefully, stacking it like building blocks or sculpting a sand castle. I understood. My mana circuits. Upon closer inspection, the 6 overlapping circuits resonated and intertwined like branches of a tree, or like layers of a spider web merging into a greater whole. The peculiar energy that formed in between. It burned like wildfire. It flashed like lightning. I poured it all into the sword. The blade gleamed. With a flash, white crystalline formations sprouted. Gasp. Wait, is it actually working? Seo Woojin and Janet, who had been sparring nearby, reacted in shock. But of course, it didn't work on the first try. Crack. Before the white crystal could fully form, a sharp, chilling rupture echoed. The straight sword shattered into dozens of fragments. The metal itself had burned away entirely. That's a shame. I really thought it would work. If it worked on the first try, I wouldn't have told Manager Choi to buy all these swords. I still had a long way to go. This time, I picked up a katana. Again, I infused mana. Another failure. Again, I infused mana. Another sword shattered. It wasn't easy. Blindly injecting mana wasn't the answer. Each time I channeled mana, my 6-layered mana circuit resonated, generating unique energy. I needed to go beyond simply understanding it. I had to completely internalize it. I could fail at this. I needed to stay focused. I had gone all the way to Germany to obtain the Nephilim sword. If I failed to inherit it, what was the point? It would be like cooking porridge just to feed it to a stray dog. Sure, reaching level 7 and becoming a sword master before obtaining the Nephilim sword wouldn't be the worst outcome. But it wouldn't be the same as achieving it at level 6. According to my plan, I intended to obtain Cholera just before hitting level 7. At level 6, I would fully master the big 3 sword arts and Thor cultivation technique. Then, I would consume a reconstruction elixir infused with all these traits. If I succeeded, I would become immensely powerful. If I failed, I would be significantly weaker by the time I reached level 7. I will make this happen. I was already strong. But when I thought about the Saintess waiting at the end of episode 3, when I thought about the ancient god preparing to descend, I knew I couldn't stop here. I had to become stronger. 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 Whether I wanted to return to my original world or conquer this one and rule it, the outcome was the same. I lifted another sword, raising it as if to pierce the heavens. Then, I infused my mana at novel bin at. Crack. The sword shattered. I repeated the process. Picking up a sword, breaking it. Picking up another, breaking it again. I entered a trance. Seo Woojin and Janet said something beside me, but I didn't hear them. I didn't try to. Even without a meditation trait, I delved deep into my own consciousness. I focused entirely on observing my mana circuits, immersing myself in the chi they created. I threw my conscious thoughts into my subconscious. And then, a form began to take shape. A mental image. It was rough and unrefined. A single blade. It had entered my mind. HNGH. A groan escaped me. My hands moved faster. My mana erupted as if it had been waiting for this moment. Using both hands now, right hand shattering, left hand breaking. My eyes followed each sword as it broke. But my focus remained locked onto one thing. The white sword in my mind. How much time had passed? I thought I caught a glimpse of Choi Sunsu. I vaguely saw Kim Chulkwon bowing deeply. I even sensed Kim Mabiob and Kim Sage passing by, but I didn't register them. The only thing I held on to was one thing. The sword. And then, like a bolt of lightning, understanding struck me. A tremendous impact shook my entire being. My 6 mana circuits collapsed, then reassembled in a dance-like motion. They, too, formed the shape of a sword. Even the mana circuits imprinted on my body took the form of a blade, and the realization that pierced my mind was also shaped like a sword. I had become a sword. With my body, my mind, and even my soul, I was forging myself into a blade. Chong, I drew my sword. The final sword. Black Tiger Sword. At some point, I had already used up all 1,000 swords that Choi Sunsu had gathered. I extended the blade forward. Its jet black edge gleamed like a tiger's fang, reflecting the mana lights around me. I engraved that radiance into my heart, and from it, I pulled forth the sword of my mind. A transparent, white blade sprouted. It resembled the energy swords often seen in sci-fi movies, yet its texture was like crystal clear glass, filled with starlight and white flames compressed within. Neither too fast nor too slow, the chi coated my sword. As if a new blade had formed atop my existing one. Everyone around me stared at the black tiger sword and the white chi as if mesmerized. Sword chi. The mark of a high-level superhuman. A technique that only a level 7 grandmaster could truly wield. I coughed up blood. 1 second. That was all it took. Just 1 second of using sword chi, and I had suffered internal injuries. Teacher. Black Tiger Sword Master. Are you alright? Everyone rushed toward me. Even Choi Sunsu hurriedly unlocked a safe and pulled out a top-tier healing potion. No, that wasn't necessary. I could fix this just by swapping traits. I equipped Undying, Resurrection, and Regeneration, then waved them off. I'm fine. Leave it. But you suffered internal injuries? You need to heal right away. I just need a short rest. Put that potion away. Using it now would be a waste. Choi Sunsu hesitated, but eventually placed the potion back into the safe. I really would be fine. My reflection in his eyes. The pale complexion I had moments ago had already returned to normal. The mana consumption is insane. That was because I had used sword chi with only Master of the Sword equipped. If I had set up my usual combat traits. Master of the Sword Giant's Strength Mana Soul. Black Tiger Invincible Sword Art Thor Cultivation Technique Grand Assault. I could have lasted 3 seconds. Still, only 3 seconds, If I also used lower tier traits like Mana Recovery, Mana Absorption, and Deep Breath, the duration might increase a little, but exceeding 5 seconds would be difficult. That was how Sword Chi, or rather Chi Blade, worked. It devoured mana at an absurd rate. It's best used as a trump card. Fighting while constantly wielding Sword Chi was something only level 7 and beyond could handle. But I didn't need to rely on it all the time. Even if I just used sword energy, the difference between an ordinary master of the blade and a master of the sword was massive. Teacher, congratulations. A sword master at level 6? That's insane. The reporters would go crazy if they found out. I'm not planning to announce it yet. Keep it a secret for now. Haha, of course. I won't say a word. I brushed off the flood of congratulations. For some, becoming a sword master was a lifelong dream, the ultimate goal. But for me, it was just a stepping stone. The second step after Mars swordsmanship. And now, it was time to step on to the next path. The path of a sword technique so powerful that even calling it the ultimate sword chi wouldn't be enough. A technique that boasted the strongest offensive power in all of Arcane Seoul. I sent everyone away, leaving only Janet behind. Teacher, should we spar? That won't work. Neither of us can maintain it for long. This wasn't like training with Baeksoren. If Mars swordsmanship was a combat-based sword style, then Nephilim's sword was purely about chi blade theory. A sword art solely focused on the manifestation of sword chi. That was what Nephilim's sword was. It had no specific forms or movements. Even in the game, it provided an enormous attack power boost but offered no bonuses to accuracy or defense. Show me a demonstration first. Yes. Go as slow as possible. I'll try. Janet drew her black blade. The black energy sword fit perfectly in her grip. She activated Nephilim's sword. A chaotic light flared from parts of her mana circuit, concentrating onto the blade. A swirling mix of black and white energy burst forth. But within mere seconds, it flickered out. Janet, now pale, turned to me. Did you see it? Yeah, I saw it, but I couldn't grasp it. Even with Master of the Sword equipped, even with bright eyes, sixth sense, and all my sensory traits active, I couldn't fully comprehend it. Of course, if I could understand it just by watching once, I wouldn't be Warrior Kim, I'd be Seo Woojin. I had seen the flow of mana and felt its properties, but that was all. I can't just watch. That thought came to me strongly. I rolled up the left sleeve of my star spawn armor and held out my arm to Janet. Try it on me. What? Are you serious? Yeah. No way. Teacher, your arm will get cut off. I'll just reattach it. Are you insane? Janet stared at me in horror. I simply shrugged. This is how superhumans do things. It's fine. It'll heal quickly. You treat your body way too carelessly? If you don't want it, just give it to me instead. Haha. Being reckless is how I got this strong. If I survive, I get stronger. No matter how strong you get, there are limits. After several reassurances, Janet hesitantly brought the black blade to my left arm. I had already removed my iron fist gauntlet, exposing bare flesh. She hesitated for a long moment before squeezing her eyes shut. Mana surged as she released sword chi. In an instant, my arm was severed. And along with it, my mana circuits were torn apart. Blood vessels, nerves, even my mental pathways. GGHHH. A tremendous wave of pain crashed into me. It flooded my senses. Stronger than any fever I had ever suffered. Because this wasn't just a normal cut. It was chi, a pure manifestation of mana shredding my very existence. I gritted my teeth and endured. I thought I had built up a tolerance to pain, but I nearly blacked out. Blood streamed down my chin as I clenched my jaw. Barely managing to swap my traits, I pressed the severed shattered remnants of my arm back into place. My flesh and blood boiled and bubbled, beginning to regenerate. Are you okay? I'm fine. Now that I had felt it firsthand, I understood. This method was wrong. Both Sixth Sense and Prophet's Loop whispered to me, warning me never to try that again. So then, how was I supposed to inherit it? In the game, I searched my memory. I had never played the Nephilim sword storyline myself, but I had watched plenty of streamers do it. From what I saw on those broadcasts, each of the big three sword arts had a different method of inheritance. Mars swordsmanship was passed down through dueling. Kalaratri was learned through a combination of dance and pursuit. And Nephilim sword was through debate. Wait, debate. Yes, debate. I remembered a scene where Janet solemnly spoke, and the player character countered her, engaging in a discussion about the principles of swordsmanship. That worked because the player was at least a sword master. I stared blankly at Janet. Can I even debate with her? She avoided my gaze. She was still too young. This was nearly 10 years earlier than in the game's timeline right now. She was basically a middle schooler. Despite my doubts, I decided to ask. Janet, what is chi? The innate chi you use. The chi you manifest through Nephilim sword. The sword chi I wield as a sword master. What exactly is it? I honestly wasn't expecting much. She was too young. She had rushed to level 5 and obtained Nephilim sword too quickly. Her theoretical foundation had to be weak. Mine wasn't much better. If someone asked me the same question, I'd just parrot the game's description and leave it at that. Well, Janet hesitated. But then, she sat up straight and began speaking. The way I see it, chi at least, as described by Nephilim sword is the light of the soul. The light of the soul. Yes. Unlike sword energy, it's not just a condensed form of mana. It's a fusion of mana as the body, and the soul as the mind. It's a second self. A duplicate of oneself. A manifestation of the spirit. A manifestation. Yes. That's why, even among high-level superhumans, only warriors can use chi. Reinforced warriors gain strength from external augmentations, mages manipulate the laws of the world, and priests channel divine power. But warriors delve into themselves, into their own unconscious, perhaps even reaching their soul's essence to grow stronger. I had underestimated her. Contrary to my assumption, Janet's words contained a fragment of truth. She must have noticed my gaze because she grinned sheepishly. That's just my opinion. I can feel something when I use Nephilim sword, but it's too vague to explain clearly. Of course, Nephilim sword was chi blade theory. Like the old saying, the Deo that can be spoken is not the eternal Deo. It wasn't a step-by-step methodology. It was a realization. I see chi as transcendence and constellations. Transcendence? Constellations. That's right. There's a reason the word gang is used in names like Big Dipper Gang. If chi was just chi taking shape as a blade, we could just call it an chi blade and be done with it. But it's more than that. It's the path to transcendence, the gate to the stars. That's what I believe chi is. That's too complicated. Did I make it too difficult? It's similar to what you said. You described chi as the light of the soul, right? Think of it this way: can you see the soul of an ordinary person? No, not unless a necromancer injects mana into it to extract it. Exactly. A lingering spirit tainted by mana, a corrupted soul, those might become visible. But normally, you can't see a soul. Yet, you can see sword chi. Not just see it, but fully materialize it. That's an even greater transformation than gas turning into liquid or liquid into solid. What does that tell us? Oh, I get it now. It means the soul itself has become stronger. No, it has ascended to a higher state. Exactly. Something must have clicked for Janet. She suddenly lifted her shield and began striking the air. Thud, thud. Her shield shimmered, and from its center, a black and white flower of chi bloomed. She's already adapting. So debate does work. And it wasn't just her. I could feel something stirring inside me as well. Just a little more, and I felt like I could grasp something. Do you know why the Nephilim sword was created? Janet suddenly asked. I do. It was made to achieve godhood. I finally understand. If you keep refining chi, refining it over and over again, you can eventually forge your soul into a true avatar. And once that avatar grows, you become a god. That alone isn't enough. Strengthening just the soul isn't enough. Look at the gods. Even Old Father lost much of his power when he died and lost his body. You need both a spiritual body and a physical body. The Nephilim sword might allow someone to reach level 9, but it won't get them to level 10. Level 9. That sounds like a dream. For now, just keep that in mind. Reaching level 10, becoming a god, required something special. A divine slaying or a great feat had to be accomplished. Even I wasn't thinking that far ahead. In the game, level 10 was only unlocked in episode 9, when the Dimensional Rift and Divine Raid were introduced. For now, level 9 was more than enough. Enough to conquer the world. Enough to kill the Saintess and prevent the ancient god's resurrection. So, strengthening the soul is the key. Exactly. And Nephilim understood that. That's why Chi exists. The Nephilim were angelic hybrids, so they could use Chi from birth. Just like how dragons are born as a magic race. Even their hatchlings can use magic. They say a true warrior should be able to wield Chi as naturally as breathing. As naturally as breathing. Yes. Effortlessly. Just like how people don't consciously calculate every muscle movement when using their fingers. They just do it. They just do it. That phrase resonated deep within me. This is the key. I reached out my hand. I spread my fingers wide and tried to summon sword chi. Of course, it didn't work. I was still a newly awakened sword master. I had to focus deeply, control my breathing, and tense my core just to activate sword chi. Normally, it would take years of training before I could wield chi as effortlessly as Janet described. I frowned slightly. Seeing this, Janet placed her hand over mine and spoke softly. Teacher, breathe. Just breathe like you normally do. You're not using sword chi, you're just breathing. It was difficult to accept. Up until now, I had been activating sword chi like an active skill. But now, I had to use it like a passive skill? A sudden flash of insight struck me. The difference between an active and passive skill. In a game, the distinction was clear. But in this world, in this reality, which had become a fully realized world, my chest tingled. I was so close to grasping something. Janet smiled faintly as she sensed my realization. Then, as if playing a hand game, she began moving her hands in front of me, opening, pushing, grasping, and weaving through the air. Pop, pop, pop. Black and white chi burst forth like fireworks. Several times, her chi brushed against my hands, yet it did no harm. At some point, she had achieved mastery over Nephilim's sword. Not perfectly. She wasn't yet using its innate mana cultivation method. But she had reached the point where she could fully control its destructive power. I stared, mesmerized by the luminous display. The starlight before me. A stairway to the constellations. Or perhaps, the light of the soul. They swirled in a radiant dance, transmitting a powerful realization into me. A truth beyond words. A lesson that could not be taught with language or explained through writing. A revelation. A constellation formed in my mind. And finally, a single radiant sword pierced through my thoughts. Huop. A surge of enlightenment erupted within me at novel bin at. It felt as if my brain was evaporating from the intensity. My blood boiled, pounding against my skull. Heat. Euphoria. Exaltation. My entire body was overwhelmed. I spread my fingers wide. White sword chi flared and split apart, trailing along my fingers. Like a tiger's claws, 5 distinct chi blades extended outward. Janet laughed brightly. You did it, teacher. This is only the beginning, I said as I gazed at the white chi in my hand. A moment of sudden realization. It was undeniably a success. I had achieved the control over chi that a seasoned sword master would have. But had I inherited Nephilim's sword? No. The color of my chi was white. Not the black and white of Nephilim's sword. This was a pale, spectral white, born purely from my own soul. But this was the final step. I retrieved a diamond from the safe. There was nothing left to prepare. I was about to use up everything I had earned from defeating the Massacre Empress. Wuyuyung. The diamond let out a deep hum. Janet smiled as she watched the Nephilim sword gem form. It only took a day? Back when Soren did it, didn't it take much longer? Yeah, Soren and I both struggled a lot back then. But today, it ended quickly. Hehe. Can I go back to Aachen now? Of course. I'll book you a first-class ticket. Wow, really? Yeah, I have plenty of money. Janet's face lit up with childlike excitement. At moments like this, she really did seem like a middle schooler. But after seeing her just now, I knew I couldn't treat her like a child anymore. It had only been a few months since she became my student, yet she had grown so much physically and mentally. Kuom? The Nephilim sword was absorbed into me. My mana circuits flared up, glowing red hot. It felt similar to when I had obtained Mars swordsmanship. A terrifying pain tore through my nervous system and circulatory system. The agony was nothing like when I had inherited sword and spirit as one from Seo Wujin. It was dozens of times more intense. Huff. Haya. No. This was still better than when I had acquired Mars swordsmanship. Back then, I had experienced the heavenly killing star, heard bizarre hallucinations, and felt violent impulses. This time, there was none of that. My master of the sword trait trembled and shuddered, but the transfer itself was surprisingly stable. I only coughed up some blood and clawed at the ground so hard that my fingernails fell off. Huo. I swung my hand. A black and white chi trailed behind my palm. The mana consumption was still severe, but the manifestation was now stable. Janet clapped her hands. That was perfect. Thanks. I should be the one thanking you. If it weren't for you, She shuddered, recalling the time when we first met. I'll rest for a bit and then head to Aachen. All right. Let Woojin know before you leave. Got it. I swung my sword. I channeled Nephilim sword through the black tiger sword. It definitely consumed more mana than using sword chi alone. But the attack power, it was significantly stronger. Sword chi already multiplied attack power, but now it was like multiplying it again on top of that. If I use Mars swordsmanship to create an opening and then strike with Nephilim sword, and if I finish with Cholera Tri, it would be an instant kill. The concept of switching between the big three sword arts seamlessly was starting to take shape in my mind. Training time. I locked myself in the training hall for days. Janet had already left, and Seo Woojin sparred with me, helping me refine my techniques. I had planned to dedicate at least 2 weeks to training. But then, urgent news arrived via Choi Sensu. Black Tiger Sword Master, we have a serious problem. What happened? Chairman Song. Chairman Song is critically ill. Song Huiyang? That was odd. How could a level 7 superhuman be in critical condition? What? Was she attacked? That's the thing, she's been poisoned. She can just use an elixir. What's the problem? This didn't make sense. Elixirs could bring people back from the dead, and the GMO group should have plenty of them stocked. Choi Sensu frantically shook his head. They already used one, but the poison only got worse. At first, she just lost consciousness, but now she's on the verge of dying. What? An elixir failed to detoxify the poison and instead worsened the condition? As far as I knew, there was only one type of poison, or rather, curse, that worked like that. And in the game, this specific venom was only used once. A few months before the zombie outbreak in episode 2, it was deployed to cripple one of the 5 great conglomerates ahead of time. Not against the GMO group, but against the Shinue group. What the hell is going on? I didn't know the full details, but one thing was certain. The zombie outbreak. Episode 2 was approaching. It was strange. Why Song Huiyang? Why not the chairman of Shinhua Group? Song Huiyang's influence had grown recently, but it still couldn't compare to the chairman of Shinhua Group. After all, the chairman was level 8. Think later. Right now, saving a life came first. I grabbed the golf bag I had stashed in a corner of the training room. Let's go. We moved immediately. Manager Choi and I took the Red Cougar, while Seo Woojin drove his own aircar as we headed to GMO Hospital in Songpa District. On the rooftop, Secretary Kim and the newly appointed Chief Secretary Kim were waiting for us. Their faces were grim. You're here. How is the chairman? Not well at all. It didn't seem to be a secret. A glance downward revealed a swarm of broadcasting station vehicles. Even independent streamers were on site, pushing their luck by flying drones only to have them shot down by aerial defense drones. What happened? Adat Novel bin Adat. I asked as I followed Chief Secretary Kim. She was poisoned. Isn't there someone who tastes her food? Yes. The food taster is separate. The food taster was fine, but the chairman had a seizure the moment she ate. The attending secretary responded immediately, but after taking an elixir, her condition worsened. I knew it. The details had to be confirmed, but it was just as expected. We arrived at the VVIP suite, the deepest part of the hospital's main building. Superhuman doctors, sweating bullets, rushed to greet us. How is the chairman? She went into cardiac arrest. We're performing CPR. What? Chief Secretary Kim burst through the door. Thud, 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 thud. A muscular superhuman doctor was performing CPR, drenched in sweat. With every compression, the frail body bounced from the sheer force his weight and mana were being used to deliver enough impact. There was no other choice. A level 7 superhuman had such immense durability that ordinary shocks were absorbed and dispersed. Only the force equivalent to industrial machinery could reach her heart. Damn it! What the hell is going on? She was fine just a moment ago. I am sorry. We're doing our best. Your best? Your beast? If the chairman dies, you all die too. Have you forgotten who paid for your scholarships, your salaries, and made you superhumans? If you don't want to be buried with her, save her at all costs. Why yes, sir. A bald doctor hurried over, clutching a golden crystal vial. An elixir. They had already failed once, but with nothing else working, they were going to try again. Stop. I reached out and halted them. Chief Secretary Kim snapped. Are you out of your mind? The elixir made her worse, and now you want to use it again. We have our hospital's secret technique. If we use the elixir to create the potion of the elixir of immortality, if you use that, the chairman will die instantly. Take it back. These people. A vein bulged on Chief Secretary Kim's neck. Before he could explode, I spoke up. Secretary, summon necromancers. Right now, necromancers. There's no way to cure the chairman at the moment. But if we have a necromancer, we can at least prevent her condition from worsening. I checked the time. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I pointed at my watch for emphasis. A necromancer must arrive within 5 minutes and inject mana. If they do, the chairman lives. If not, she dies. 5 minutes. Too short, barely enough time to act. Chief Secretary Kim gulped. Then, without hesitation, he touched his earpiece and began issuing orders. Alert the security team. Deploy all of Team 4 to the VVIP suite immediately. Notify GMO security. This is an emergency. Summon Team 4 from Division 2, Division 4, and Division 8 to GMO Hospital. All directors of GMO funeral services, gather at once. Swift and precise. From the way he mentioned Team 4, it seemed like they had superhumans trained in necromancy. The number 4 was an unlucky superstition, but in this world, even superstitions held power. It couldn't be ignored. Soon, Security Team 4 arrived. The superhumans saluted the unconscious Song Huiyang, then turned to Chief Secretary Kim. Black Tiger Swordmaster, what should we do? Stop CPR and inject mana into her brain. Her brain? That would. It's fine. She won't end up in a vegetative state. I'll take responsibility. Ha. Chief Secretary Kim let out a long sigh. Then, clenching his teeth, he looked back and forth between me and Song Huiyang. I'll trust you, Black Tiger Swordmaster. Let's hope for another miracle. Agent Kim Sunyoung, Agent Park Ji-hoo, inject mana into the chairman's brain. What? Did I mishear? There's no time. I'll take responsibility. Even if it fails, you won't be held accountable. Just do it. The two agents hesitated, then stepped forward. One was a necromantic soldier, the other a necromancer. They stood on either side of Song Huiyang's head and placed their hands upon her. Beep. The moment CPR stopped, a sharp, continuous alarm rang out. Chief Secretary Kim clenched his eyes shut. We'll begin? Mana was injected. Cold, dark, deathly mana surged into the brain. A moment of silence. A suffocating stillness, akin to death itself. Beep 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 beep. The heart began to beat. Huh. Phew. Chairman. But only the heart was functioning. Oxygen saturation levels rose, and breathing resumed, but that was all. There were no signs of regained consciousness. I approached Chief Secretary Kim and spoke firmly. Inject as much mana as possible. Just control it so it doesn't seep out of her brain. Understood. Will this help her recover? No. This isn't a cure. It's only temporary. In a few days, her condition will start deteriorating again. In a month, even this won't work. Then what should we do? We need to find the source. I had already said it. This was both poison and a curse. That meant we had to find the source of the curse, eliminate it, and retrieve the antidote they were undoubtedly carrying. If we failed to do that, she would die. The problem was finding the one who cast the curse. They must be nearby. To administer poison, they had to be someone close. And curses only worked within a certain range. But there was something to deal with first. I recalled the situation from the game. The chairman of Shinhwa Group had also taken the elixir but didn't die immediately. He managed to hold on for a while, only to suffer multiple ambushes, assaults, and assassination attempts before he finally succumbed. The first attack happened right after he was poisoned. Right here, in the hospital. By doctors and nurses. Clatter, clatter. Excuse us. Coming through. Yes, just a moment. Two nurses pushed a medical cart down the hallway, followed by a doctor. My eyes naturally locked onto the three of them. It was the exact same setup. Just like in the game, where the first assassination attempt took place. Bright Eye's sixth sense. On the surface, nothing seemed off. Even after switching my trait, there was nothing suspicious. The cart contained only medical instruments, and all three were superhumans of the priest class, with traits related to healing and recovery. There was just one thing. Holy Explosion. A priest class trait designed to counter mana explosions like mine. Normally, that wouldn't be unusual. Holy Explosion only dealt fatal damage to evil beings like demons, ghosts, or undead. For regular patients, it would actually cause dramatic recovery. But what about Song Huiyang? What if it was used on a patient suffering from the poisonous blood of an evil god? Hold on a moment. I stepped in front of them. Yes. The nurses looked up at me. Ahem, ahem. The doctor cleared his throat a few times. We need to draw arterial blood. The cart was stocked with plausible medical equipment. Their ID badges identified them as staff of GMO Hospital. They were likely real employees. The Old Father's cult had been infiltrating this land for centuries. But they couldn't fool me. Did Dark Jaguar send you? A title referring to the god they worshipped. A subtle twitch in the eyes of the doctor and nurses. But they managed to suppress their reaction. They weren't ready to believe they had been exposed. I don't know what you're talking about. Crash. I slammed my fist into the medical cart. The stainless steel cart split apart, sending latex gloves, syringes, and alcohol swabs scattering everywhere. The security team was already watching with suspicion. Several of them melted into the shadows, cutting off the other end of the hallway. I glared at the three and spoke firmly. Repeat after me. Dark Jaguar is a pathetic wretch devoured by feathered serpent. Both were famous Aztec gods. In lore, they had been killed by the Old Father's cult during the conquest of the New World, forcing their followers to retreat deep into the jungles of South America. That was the official story, but the truth was different. The cult had embedded themselves within their ranks, slowly siphoning their power. The three of them flinched. They couldn't say it. They had disguised themselves as members of a minor sect, but their true faith lay with Dark Jaguar. Blasphemy would result in immediate loss of divine power. Damn it! Kill him. Die. A nurse lunged at me, syringe in hand, aiming for my neck. Like that would work. I kicked her away. She spat blood as she flew backward. The other nurse met the same fate. She tried to swing the shattered remains of the cart at me, but I blasted her away with a mana explosion. You bastard? Gah. The doctor was no different. Weak body, no combat traits, no artifacts. He should have surrendered quietly. Instead, he resisted and took a hit from me before being captured by the security team. They gagged him and locked his wrists and ankles in restraints to prevent suicide. MMPH? MMPH. He struggled, but it was pointless. All three were dragged away by security. Back in the VVIP suite, the hospital director was kneeling before Chief Secretary Kim. Chief Secretary Kim was furious, while the director looked pale as death. I am sorry, I had no idea. Chief Kim, I mean, that bastard? I didn't know he was an assassin. Director, do you think sorry is enough for this? If a single hair on the chairman was harmed, even your suicide wouldn't be enough to settle this. Enough. I calmed Chief Secretary Kim down. This wouldn't solve anything. The assassination attempt using holy explosion was just the beginning. The attacks and ambushes would continue until Song Huiyang was dead. The hospital director couldn't have done anything. Those guys were Dark Jaguar fanatics. Dark Jaguar? I thought they were wiped out. They were, but remnants remain. Why would those cult lunatics target our chairman? I don't know. I actually did. The Saintess had orchestrated it. If the Rights Alliance was behind the Seoul terror attack, then the Dark Jaguar cult was responsible for the zombie outbreak. Assassinating a major corporate leader was just one of their preparatory moves. GMO Group has been pretty active lately. The factions of Arcane Seoul rarely moved. They had too much to lose and were too large to act recklessly. But Song Huiyang? She had crushed her brothers to seize the throne. She had borrowed my strength to win a war. She needed results to solidify her position. So, she had mobilized GMO Group's full power to take down the Authority League and had even contributed 400 billion won to my redevelopment project. For a brief moment, her influence nearly surpassed that of Shinhwa Group. They couldn't let that slide, to the point where they chose to target Song Huiyang over the level 8 chairman of Shinhwa Group. Chief Secretary Kim ran a hand through his disheveled hair. They must have used blood of the heart. The precise name was the Dark Jaguar's heart blood. During the Aztec War, Longinus, an apostle of the Old Father, had pierced Dark Jaguar's heart with his spear. The heart blood had spilled, and Longinus's spear had become a divine weapon. The blood that clung to the spear had turned into a poison, a curse. Dark Jaguar had managed to escape, but ultimately, he met his end. At the very least, the Dark Jaguar cult had retrieved Longinus's spear, because the heart blood on it was their last hope. I hope to restore Dark Jaguar's name and bring him back to life. That's right. Now you understand what needs to be done, don't you? Yes. Chief Secretary Kim immediately issued a flurry of commands. First, he expelled the hospital director and the entire medical staff. Then, he fortified the defenses. Only those he could trust were allowed to stay. Barrier spells, defensive magic formations, protector drones, and even protective golems. On top of all that, they constructed a human wall. They cleared out every last person from the main building, promising them hefty compensation. Remove anyone with priest-class traits. You know why, don't you? The Dark Jaguar fanatics and their abilities. Of course. Dark Jaguar was also known by another title, the mirror that spews smoke. Fittingly, he ruled over prophecy and omniscience, illusions, and shapeshifting, deception and theft. Pretending to be from another sect, acting as if they worshipped a different god that was easy for them. Just like the three who had tried to enter earlier. Even those who had worked at GMO Group for years couldn't be trusted. Phew. Chief Secretary Kim wiped the sweat from his forehead, his frustration evident. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted outside. Even from here, the flames would be visible. A surge of mana rippled through the air. Chief Secretary Kim reflexively turned toward the disturbance, but I waved my hand. It's a diversion. Watch the underground. The underground? Team 2 Captain, check it out? Yes, sir. A portion of the security team left. When they returned, they were carrying a mutant rat the size of a calf. We found this in the underground parking lot. We're blocking their attempts to infiltrate through the ventilation system. One look was enough. It was a mutation. No doubt a genetically engineered abomination. Chief Secretary Kim's face looked drained as he turned to me. Black Tiger Swordmaster, will you help us? We can't protect the chairman with our forces alone. We'll issue a formal request. Grinding his teeth, he continued. Find the bastard who poisoned the chairman, the one who cast the curse. And when you do, rip them to shreds. We'll do whatever it takes to protect the chairman in the meantime. That's why I'm here. I looked down at Song Huiyang, lying on the hospital bed. That face, always so full of confidence. That smirk, always brimming with self-assurance. Now, she was deathly pale. Her lips had turned blue, her body lying still like a corpse. I felt nothing. Even if she died right now, it wouldn't stir any emotion in me. But, the Saintess lurking behind all this. The Old Father's cult that orchestrated the poisoning. Just thinking about them made my blood boil. I couldn't let this slide. Not a chance. If I had the chance to ruin the Saintess's plans, I would do anything. Leave it to me. So I said. I'll get it done. No matter what. Just get it done? No. I would devour them whole, down to their very bones. The superhuman who cast the curse. The Dark Jaguar cult hiding beneath the Han River. Every last one of them. Before beginning the pursuit, I had one task to take care of. I assigned Seo Wujin to guard Song Huiyang. Make sure nothing happens to her. Got it. Leave it to me. Don't trust anything. If sunlight shines, doubt it. If a single gnat flies in, doubt it. Shapeshifters, druids, nature sorcerers, those bastards will be targeting the chairman. I'll keep that in mind. Would that be enough? Even Shinhwa Group, the top conglomerate and one of the 6 powers, failed to protect their own chairman. A level 8 superhuman was taken down without resistance. Would GMO Group fare any better, even with Seo Woojin? Honestly, I had my doubts. The only way forward was to do what I did best. It was a time attack and an elite battle. Would Song Huiyang die first? Or would I find and kill the culprit first? I patted Seo Woojin's shoulder once and left. One of the executive secretaries followed me. His face was just as grim as Chief Secretary Kim's. Black Tiger Sword Master, I beg you. If the chairman dies, then This world was ruthless. In cases like this, it wasn't uncommon for secretaries and bodyguards to be buried alongside their employer. Don't worry. Everything will be fine. Please. I'm counting on you. I boarded the Red Cougar and flew toward Song Huiyang's mansion. The executive secretary, looking horrified, insisted on driving, but I refused. Every second counted. Rather than sit back while someone else drove, it was better to push my traits to their limits and arrive even a second faster. Welcome, Black Tiger Sword Master. The mansion staff had all gathered outside. Their faces were ashen. This was the very place where Song Huiyang had been poisoned. If she didn't survive, none of them would meet a peaceful end. Is everyone here? Please wait for a moment. If I could instantly identify the culprit using Bright Eyes, Prophet's Ring, or GMOI, this would be easy. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible. Dark Jaguar's divine power, its deception and shape-shifting abilities couldn't be seen through, even with high-level traits. It was the power of a god. But that didn't mean I had no way forward. I lined up the mansion staff and pulled out my smartphone. Oh, hey, Hyung. What's up? Thought you were training. A familiar voice. A boy's voice, just past puberty. Still youthful, yet more mature after gaining experience. Kim Sage. Are you free right now? Free? Yeah, I guess. Why? I'm sending the Red Cougar. Get on and come here. I need a favor. Don't say favor. Just give me an order? Do you even know where I am? The Coliseum, right. Haha, busted. I'm sending the car now. From Jongno District, where Song Huiyang's mansion was, to Buchan, the Red Cougar could get there in a flash. I sent it on autopilot, and less than 10 minutes later, Kim Sage arrived with Kim Mabiab in tow. Kim Sage's eyes widened at the grand mansion. Kim Mabiab, the ultimate rich kid, was unimpressed. Hyung, what do you need me to do? It's simple. I gestured toward the mansion staff, who stood stiff as corpses. Cast Golden Blessing on each of them. The power of a god had to be countered with the power of another god. Golden Blessing didn't reveal the truth outright. But an evil god like Dark Jaguar just touching another god's power would cause a violent reaction. The same went for his followers. If I had a divine power of a similar rank, I wouldn't have needed Kim Sage at all. Okay, I got it. The staff braced themselves. They probably thought this was some kind of interrogation or torture. The result was far different. A radiant golden light, like polished metal, enveloped them. A powerful force surged from within them, making their bodies gleam like gold. Oh, it doesn't hurt. It feels weird. Even though Kim Sage's god was newly ascended, he was still a god. This was likely the first time they had ever experienced such intense divine power. The staff looked bewildered. I activated Bright Eyes and carefully observed them. Nothing. That was possible. In the game, the culprit was chosen at random. Most of the time, they disguised themselves as mansion staff, but there were a few other possibilities. It's none of you. At the very least, the culprit isn't inside the mansion. Phew. Are you sure? Of course. I'll guarantee it with my name. Still, I'd advise against going home just yet. It's better to avoid suspicion. Thank you. We're safe. Some sighed in relief. Others collapsed as their legs gave out. Especially the elderly butler. His emotional turmoil was evident as he turned away to wipe his tears. Hyung, what's going on? Adat novel bin adat. Wait, did something happen to Chairman Song? Kim Sage looked clueless. Kim Mabiab, on the other hand, quickly caught on. She was attacked. She's in the ICU right now. That's impossible. She's level 7. Being high level doesn't mean you're invincible. This is serious. We have to find the culprit fast. If we don't, I don't even want to imagine what will happen. My golden blessing will reveal them, right? Yeah. If it touches the culprit, we'll know immediately. So, the culprit must be an evil god's priest. But if they're not among the mansion staff, where are they? We're about to find out. If the culprit wasn't a staff member, only 2 possibilities remained. Both could be checked via CCTV. I led Kim Sage and Kim Mabiab to the security room. We split the screen into 256 feeds and fast-forwarded through the past week's footage. Ugh. Whoa, this is dizzying. You can actually see all this. Even with 256 feeds and running at 16x speed, I didn't miss a thing. A normal person would get dizzy just from watching. Kim Sage, Kim Mabiab, and the executive secretary were all grimacing. But I was different. Bright Eyes, Sixth Sense, Keen Vision, Insight, Focus, Resolve. With this set of traits and using GMOI and Prophet's Ring, I fixated on the massive screen. My head throbbed. Not just pain-burning agony. But I maintained my focus. I analyzed every living creature, every unnatural light source, every shadow across the 256 screens. At exactly 2 minutes and 30 seconds, I frowned. Failure. Restart. Failure again. One more time. After 5 attempts, my head felt like it had been dusted with powdered mint candy, cool yet burning. The dizziness cleared, and my focus sharpened. Acquired the trait, Clarity. In the game, it boosted mana regeneration. With my mana recovering and my mind crystal clear, I succeeded on my 6th attempt. I shot up from my seat. Found it. Huh? Found what? A black cat entered the mansion 3 days ago, right? Oh, yes. I remember. The next day, the chairman found it cute and petted it. It was a very affectionate cat. How do you know that? I simply nodded toward the screen. I saw it there. Wow. And yesterday, the chairman personally fed it a kura snack. That had been unexpected. I didn't know Song Huiyang liked animals. I only thought of her as an ambitious woman. Someone who purged her own blood relatives without hesitation. You're exactly right. That's when it made contact. The culprit marked her through that touch, and this morning, they infiltrated the kitchen and slipped a single drop of poison into her meal. The executive secretary gasped. A classic method. It didn't matter if she had a food taster, if her tableware was imbued with purification and detoxification magic. The blood poison of an evil god ignored all magical defenses and activated only in the designated target. Bang! The executive secretary slammed his fist against the wall. That bastard! Using the chairman's kindness against her. This savage world didn't leave room for sentimentality. Liking animals? In my old world, that might be considered a virtue. But here, it was just a weakness. If people found out, assassins would exploit it, just like this. Black Tiger Sword Master, you can catch them, right? Of course. I was already outside. More precisely, I stood between the main house and the garden, under the long eaves, like a traditional hen oak. The very spot where Song Huiyang had fed the poor black cat its treat. Bright eyes, sixth sense tracking. Insight, keen vision, sharp nose. Just like when I tracked the Mountain King across the Cheonma plains. I focused my eyes and sniffed the air. Every trace in the world passed through me. Pollen drifting in the spring air, the scent of the wind, scattered footprints, the lingering aroma of animals and butterflies. Then, after a while, one footprint turned red. A cat's paw print. Adorably small, yet carrying sinister malice. And, much deeper than other animal prints. A shapeshifter. Better than a druid. Druids of evil gods could control animals remotely, cursing targets from a safe distance. I calmly followed the footprints. Mabiab, lend Sage a cloak of concealment. Huh? I already gave him one. You did. Yeah, I have a lot at home. Perfect. Secretary, you have stealth abilities, right? Of course. Let's all go in cloaked. I equipped stealth, while Kim Mabiab and Kim Sage donned their cloaks. The executive secretary manipulated his prosthetic limb, and his figure disappeared. With that, we began tracking the footprints. The trail wasn't far. In Wangsan, the mountain that wrapped around Song Huiyang's mansion like a natural fortress. We followed the path almost to the peak. Then, suddenly, the tracks vanished. This is the place. The executive secretary's silent question. I turned to the others and nodded. Bright eyes fed me information. Amidst the grass, branches, and rocks there it was. A hidden burrow, camouflaged with natural debris. Too small for a person to enter. Only a rabbit or a cat could fit inside. I tapped Kim Sage's shoulder. Ever since the Colosseum Kim clan incident, we didn't need words to communicate. Kim Sage nodded calmly. He knelt and began to pray. Flash, light erupted. From beneath the hidden burrow, a golden pillar shot up into the sky, and along with it a piercing scream. Gah! If they hadn't hollowed out a large interior space, they would have died instantly. I quietly drew my handgun. Among my 2 Dasan pistols, I chose the small caliber one, equipped with the restrain attribute. I waited. As expected, the screaming stopped then, a shadow darted into the air. Flap! A raven. The shapeshifter was a level 5 superhuman, but he had chosen to flee. A quick decision, but a bad one. Because I had predicted it perfectly. Bang! A single gunshot. A dark streak pierced the sky. The restrain effect slammed into the raven. No chance to scream, just a helpless plummet. Shapeshifting had a major flaw. They could turn into many animals. But in exchange, their durability matched the animal they became. A regular raven was fragile enough that even a small caliber bullet was lethal. I walked toward the fallen raven, one hand resting on my weapon holster, predicting the shapeshifter's next move. Son of a bitch. Just as expected. The raven shot up, shifting midair. Its body expanded. Bulging muscles. A grotesque, hulking frame. A monstrous gorilla. Back when I reached level 4, this had been one of the recommended materials for a trade elixir, alongside the horned tiger. It didn't matter. I focused on unloading the gun I had swapped out from my armory. Toot. A heavy, thunderous gunshot. A shotgun. The king of close quarters combat fired at point-blank range. With destruction attribute, destruction trait, and additional effects of divine power, holy radiance, lightning, and black flame stacked on top. A complete critical damage package. The jaguar-faced creature contorted in agony. Slowly, very slowly, he looked down at his abdomen. There was a gaping hole. His heart was barely missed, but his stomach, small intestine, and large intestine were completely obliterated. Only the fact that he was a divine incarnation beast kept him alive. If he had been a normal monster, he'd be dead already. Giga. You, damn. He couldn't even finish his sentence before collapsing. His flesh wriggled, attempting to regenerate, but the process was too slow. I pinned the shapeshifter down and bound both of his arms. Close combat mastery and restraint activated. Now, he couldn't move at all. Sage, heal him. Huh? If I use divine power, he'll die, though. He won't die. He's human. Ah, so he's a shapeshifter. Even an evil god's priest was still human. As long as he wasn't an inherently unholy being, he wouldn't die from being healed by another god's priest. Though he'd wish he had. Gray ah! A blood-curdling scream burst out. Kim Sage's complete healing was restoring his body too quickly, causing him immense pain. But he couldn't struggle, because I had locked him down. Let go? Let me go. The pain must have been unbearable. His shapeshifting broke. The jaguar beast vanished, revealing a short, stocky white man. His stench was unbearable. Who knew when he had last bathed? I tightened my grip around his neck with my forearm and asked, "Where is the heart blood?" Hearing my words, the man froze. I didn't even need to look. I knew his eyes were darting around, scheming. I didn't give him a chance to think. I squeezed harder. GHHHK, GHHKK, GHHGHHHK. Not just cutting off his breath, his bones were on the verge of snapping. I pressed down with my full body weight and repeated my question. Where is the heart blood? Normally, this level of pressure would break someone. Only fanatic priests who had merged their souls with divine shadows could resist. But shapeshifters and druids? They could never withstand torture. Yet this white man, rather than breaking, he coughed and laughed mockingly. I stuck it up your mom's ass. Gak kak. A mom joke? Letting that slide would mean I wasn't Korean. I pressed my left hand against his back and injected it. Black flame. A fire that burned through the nervous system. The man convulsed violently, as if his body had been struck by lightning. He couldn't even scream properly. The pain was beyond human comprehension. His body had gone into shock. And yet, he clenched his teeth, enduring it. You're tougher than you look. This was a rare case. Even in the game, this scenario almost never happened. I had never personally encountered it before. I had only seen one streamer experience it once. If I hadn't watched that stream, I might have missed the real culprit. I activated Bright Eyes. Using its X-ray capabilities, along with Prophet's Ring's foresight, I scanned underground. The spot where the white man had been hiding. A 3D map unfolded in my vision, marked by crimson lines. There. A narrow, elongated tunnel. I saw where it led, and launched myself forward. Swish. In a single bound, I covered hundreds of meters. Huh. Hyung. Black Tiger Sword Master. Voices called out behind me. I ignored them. I leaped over rocks and trees, moving like the wind. Even when I passed through a residential area, I didn't stop. Security alarms blared too late. By the time they sounded, I was already gone. What are you trying to? The white man, still in my grasp, gasped. I ignored him completely. Finally, I arrived at the spot I had marked. Meow. A small clearing. A hidden burrow, tucked within the crevices of some rocks. A black cat peered out. Our eyes met. The cat looked at me, then at the restrained white man. HSSSS. It hissed and lunged, trying to save its friend. But how could that work? It was just a normal level 0 cat. Not a mutant. Not a spirit beast. It had no chance. Luna? No. The white man, a shapeshifter, and druid screamed in panic. All that effort to rescue his animal friend wasted. Too late. Nya. The cat swiped at me, claws fully extended. Useless. The black cat, too, was effortlessly restrained in my grip. Let's negotiate. The white man pleaded pathetically. If you let us go, I'll give you a treasure. I'll tell you everything I know. I stared at him, unimpressed. He thinks he can negotiate? My grip tightened around both my right arm and left hand. Kaya. The cat struggled wildly, and the man panicked. Please, just let us go. I swear, I'll never set foot in Korea or even Asia ever again. I'll make a magical oath, please. He had no problem ambushing others, but now he was begging for his life? I was already leaning toward a slow execution. The man twisted his body, putting all his strength into moving his arm. He wasn't trying to escape. He barely managed to move his hand to his belt buckle. Flash. A small necklace appeared in his grasp. Desperately, he held it out to me. If you let us go, I'll give you this. A jeweled necklace. The chain was made from an alloy of celestial gold and infernal gold. The pendant was a dragon, crafted by stacking multiple enchanted gemstones. Wait, hold on. As its identity registered in my mind, my thoughts swayed. Why is that here? It's a dragon's necklace. The man stammered. I inherited it from my master. With this, warriors can command dragons, reinforced class superhumans can awaken dragon blood, and mages and priests can unleash powerful dragon magic. It's the ultimate treasure. Killing a weak druid like me isn't worth more than this, right? A dragon tongue necklace. It allowed communication with dragons and was essential for acquiring traits like Dragon Roar, Dragon Knight, and Dragon Lord. Honestly, I never had any intention of becoming a Dragon Knight. But then again, I already had traits for piloting, riding, unity, and control. There was no reason not to acquire it. After all, Elder Dragons were the strongest combat mounts in Arcane Seoul. Is it soulbound? Oh, of course it is. I touched the necklace lightly. It repelled me, as if it had a mind of its own. Like two magnets with identical poles. Seeing this, the man smirked triumphantly. Even if you kill me, you won't be able to take the necklace. A soulbound item doesn't unbind even in death. What should I do? I hesitated for a moment. Talk first. Then we'll discuss the deal. Black Tiger Swordmaster. Just watch. The executive secretary started to object, but I stopped him. The white man gulped, realizing that while I had the final say, this wasn't going to be an easy bargain. The one who hired me was the Dark Jaguar cult. They worship an ancient Aztec evil god. I know. Skip the backstory. Get to the point. Damn it. Alright. The cult gave me 2 vials of poison. One was for poisoning the target, and the other was to be used in a special ritual. I only did what I was told. So where's the second vial? Rituals don't consume the poison, as far as I know. That's. The man hesitated. I knew why. Fine. I'll just cut the cat open. And no, don't. It won't die. You know that, right? Anyway, thanks for cooperating. Keep talking. What else do you know? So, the man spilled everything in a rambling mess. Their contact methods, the payment for the job, their hidden bases, their secret followers, everything. I listened patiently. And finally, I got what I was waiting for. My guess is, the Dark Jaguar cult is hiding beneath the Han River. Under the Han River? Where exactly? This was the key. Even in the game, the entry point to the Forbidden Zone was different for every player, making it impossible to just follow a guide. I expected him to name a specific bridge, but instead, he muttered. It's literally under the river. What kind of bullshit is that? I'm serious? It's below the Han River, under the water at a specific depth. They spread out like a net and enter the Forbidden Zone. I saw it with my own eyes when I transformed into a fish. Okay, that's enough. I had found the Dark Jaguar cult's main base. The man, having finished his confession, glanced at me nervously. You'll let me go, right? Right. The executive secretary gave me a long, meaningful look. Are you really going to let him live? I stared at the man. His desperate face. His pleading eyes. His entire body screamed his will to survive. Meow. Even the cat cried sorrowfully. If this were the old me, I might have hesitated. But after everything I had been through in this world, my emotions had dulled. My morals had eroded. Letting a superhuman assassin, a shape-shifting druid, walk free? Just because he gave me some information and a treasure? Not a chance. My arm and hand tensed. The man choked out a desperate scream. Damn it! Why? I told you everything? You're getting a treasure out of this? I'm just a small-time lackey. Humph. I didn't even acknowledge him. Just a scoff. His voice turned frantic. If I die, you'll never get the necklace. He was wrong. Arcane Seoul was a mobile game. There were ways to unbind soulbound items. Die quietly. Crack. Bone snapped. Both man and cat, simultaneously. They stuck out their tongues, lifeless. They wouldn't have felt any pain. I had tightened their muscles instantly, killing them in a single move. That was my way of repaying them for the information and the treasure. Should I cut it open? Yes. From the cat's stomach, a tiny crystal vial the size of a pinky nail rolled out. The heart blood. Just looking at it, its ominous mana rippled like mist at novel bin at. Using the special magic pouch handed to me by the executive secretary, I stored it along with the dragon tongue necklace. Swoosh. The red cougar, which I had called in advance, and Kim Mabiob's aircar descended overhead. We split up and headed back to the hospital. The hospital wasn't in good shape either. The main building, now fully controlled by GMO Group's security team and GMO security, was under siege. Grotesque monsters surrounded it, launching attacks. Kiaak. Kreia. Hold them back. Don't let them in. Don't let a single one through. Where the hell is the police? When are the combat police getting here? They said 5 minutes. The creatures were similar to the one the white man had transformed into earlier, but much weaker. At best, level 3. The real problem was that when they died, they exploded into clouds of poison. GMO Group's superhumans were struggling. Damn it! Where are these things coming from? The executive secretary, seated beside me, stomped his foot impatiently. He was itching to jump in, but I didn't wait for the landing. I flung open the cockpit door and threw myself out. Black Tiger Swordmaster. Swoosh! The wind rushed past my face. Below, the entire battlefield unfolded before me. Like a video game. Like a top-down strategy simulation, every detail was etched onto my retinas. Shout taunt mana explosion. Thor cultivation technique mana soul deep breath. I swapped my traits. Then, I took a deep breath. My lungs expanded to their absolute limit. I gathered all the air in my diaphragm, and unleashed it all at once. Stop right there, Kwaruyung. Was it because I had inhaled so deeply, or because my mana explosion amplified it? It wasn't just a shout, it was a shockwave. The air warped and detonated, slamming into the ground. Not only did all the monsters I had targeted freeze up, but even the GMO Group superhumans who had been fighting stiffened like statues. More than just paralyzed, they collapsed like frogs, unable to move. Level 3s, level 4s, even level 5s. This wasn't just shout. Shout only lowered stats. It didn't cause paralysis or other crowd control effects. This was the roar trait. I had unintentionally acquired a new trait. That makes this easy. While falling, I grabbed the rifle slung on my back. My Dasan rifle, always equipped in my 2-slot armory. I locked in a magazine and opened fire. Ta-ta-ta-tang? Of course, I switched my traits beforehand. A shooter's bullets enhanced by firearm mastery, aim, and focus rained down like a storm. Not a single shot missed. Even at full auto, every bullet buried itself in a monster's skull. KGHH. Gah. No time for screams. Only dying groans. Just like that, the monsters surrounding the hospital were wiped out. In under 10 seconds. Haha. What the hell? The GMO group superhumans were dumbfounded. They staggered to their feet, staring at me with disbelief. No time to talk. I rushed past them. Stormed into the hospital. My sheer momentum made the superhumans guarding the entrance flinch. What the? Wait. It's Black Tiger Swordmaster. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Fortunately, the executive secretary had handled things outside. Following the orders relayed through their earpieces, the guards quickly stepped aside. I sprinted through the hallways, leaped up the stairs, and arrived at the VVIP suite. Inside, it was chaos. Purification? We need purification. Damn it, these evil god cultists. The moment the chairman recovers, she'll personally hunt you all down. Sunlight crept in. Shadows crawled forward. Dust swirled ominously. Thorns sprouted from the floor. Everything was targeting Song Huiyang. Even as priest-class superhumans cast purification spells, the effects were temporary. The curse from the distant cultists relentlessly assaulted Song Huiyang. More precisely, it was aiming for the heart blood inside her. Move. I lunged towards Song Huiyang. The superhumans hurriedly stepped aside. Even amid the panic, they had taken a moment to confirm my identity. Chief Secretary Kim, face twisted in urgency, shouted. We can't hold out much longer. It's fine. Just buy me 10 seconds. The superhumans formed a protective ring around me. Had they sensed the danger? The curse intensified. Light, darkness, wind, earth, electricity, ceiling lights, medical equipment, 4 tubes, bed sheets, curtains. Everything in the room went berserk, hurling toward me. Hold them off. Hurry, hurry. Damn it, this is insane. I pulled the crystal vial from my pocket. Its sinister mana pulsed. I covered it with my hand. Normally, a priest-class superhuman would have to purify it, but that wasn't necessary. Divine power, lightning, holy radiance, luminescence, purification, healing. There was already a perfect paladin right here. I infused it with divine power. Lightning snapped and crackled, purging the tainted mana. Holy light flared from my hands and back, radiating healing energy. The darkness thinned, until only shimmering golden blood remained. Of course, even this was poison. For a normal life form, it would be instantly fatal. But when combined with the source of the curse, it had the opposite effect. A cure. A purging agent. Drip. I poured the golden blood into a silver spoon. The gently bubbling liquid was placed in Song Huiyang's mouth. She instinctively sucked on the spoon, like a baby nursing from its mother. And then, the world froze. What? The superhumans murmured in confusion. The curse, which had been raging wildly, lost all power. Sunlight froze in midair. It had been slashed in half, its remaining edge trembling. Shadows developed gaping holes. The wind stalled mid-surge, swirling helplessly in place. The trembling medical equipment, 4 tubes, and blankets returned to normal. A moment passed. Then, golden light and inky darkness burst from Song Huiyang's body. Fwa! The light faded. At last, Song Huiyang opened her eyes. She blinked, disoriented. Looking down at the hospital gown she was wearing, then around the hospital room, her face twisted in confusion. Where am I? Chairman? You're awake. Chief Secretary Kim? What happened? You almost died, Chairman. What? Chief Secretary Kim wasted no time, delivering a briefing on the situation. Inside the hospital room, things had settled down. Outside, the sounds of battle had ceased. But Song Huiyang, a level 7 superhuman, didn't need to be told what had happened. The superhumans guarding her bedside were soaked in sweat. The lingering mana fluctuations in the air were proof enough that a battle had just taken place. HAAA. Song Huiyang let out a long sigh. Once again, I owe you, Black Tiger Swordmaster. No need to call it a debt. We help each other. You helped me before, so now it was my turn. 400 billion won. An enormous sum of money. Thanks to that, I had been able to redevelop Gorodong and Urimdong with ease. Song Huiyang pressed a hand firmly against her chest. That was just a few pennies. But you saved my life again. A few pennies? Really? My worthless older brothers must have troubled you. I'll handle them myself from now on. If they had just stayed put, I wouldn't have touched them either, but now, there's no choice. I'll have to end this. That's not it. Song Huiyang thought her brothers were behind the assassination attempt. So did everyone else. Chief Secretary Kim didn't say anything, but his face turned red with anger. I don't think so. This wasn't your brother's doing. Then who? That's what I need to find out. I couldn't just point to the old father's cult right away. The Saintess had carefully covered her tracks, using the Dark Jaguar cult as puppets. Even the Dark Jaguar cult probably didn't realize that they were nothing more than the Saintess's pawns, controlled by the old father's cult. If I accused them outright, it would backfire. After all, the two cults were sworn enemies. No one would believe they had worked together. But maybe Song Huiyang would trust me. No, Song Huiyang was the type to use anything for power. If I had to confide in someone, I'd sooner tell the Eastern Army Corps commander than her. I had to be careful about what I said. Song Huiyang studied me, her expression unreadable. Do you have a lead? I do. As expected. She nodded firmly. Then I'll make it official. Her expression turned serious as she looked me in the eye. Find the bastards who tried to assassinate me. I heard you already killed the executioner, but this isn't over yet, is it? Wipe out the Dark Jaguar cult. Kill everyone involved. And if there's a mastermind behind them, kill them too. If that's not something you can do, then just bring me the proof. I'll handle the rest myself. Now, that's what I like to hear. Song Huiyang didn't realize it, but she had just declared war against the old father's cult. Without hesitation, I gave a firm nod. Gladly. The first step was the eradication of the Dark Jaguar cult. The proper way to enter the Forbidden Zone was through the Han River. In game terms, it was the standard dungeon strategy. With just basic scuba gear, one could enter easily. But the difficulty is another story. It was a frontal assault, after all. The cultists of the evil god would be fully prepared and waiting for my arrival. Stealth is an option too. The second method was to infiltrate through the Forbidden Zone's emergency exit. As long as I wasn't detected, I could clear the place with ease. I'd also get my hands on classified documents and various treasures. Originally, these were items the Dark Jaguar cult had discarded. But after thinking it through rationally, I decided to abandon that approach. I wasn't an assassin. The only assassin-related traits I had were stealth and feign death. With just these two, remaining undetected was nearly impossible. At some point, I'd inevitably be caught, chaos would ensue, and I'd end up losing both my loot and my chance to complete the mission. I really want to secure those documents, though. The treasures didn't matter much. There wasn't a single piece of magical equipment worth coveting. But the classified documents I needed to confirm what was in them. In the game, they only appeared as documents written in code or unreadable, but who knew? Maybe the experts at GMO Group could decipher something. The third method. A method that wasn't available in the game. I would use a strategy that only lore-obsessed veterans on the forums had speculated about. The chairman has something to help with. What is it? You've heard where the Dark Jaguar cultists are, right? Yes. Under the Han River. Seems like they've set up a forbidden zone. That's correct. That's where I'm starting. Would you like me to provide a magic chip for fish transformation? Or an underwater breathing chip? That was the standard approach, but if I had only needed that, I wouldn't have even brought it up. I fanned my open palm as if cooling myself off. I'm going to dry up the Han River. Excuse me? What did you just say? There are about 20 dams along the Han River, right? Contact them and have them halt all water discharge. A few days from now, once the water level has dropped sufficiently, we'll set up large-scale moisture-blocking barriers and evaporation spells to expose the riverbed. Then, we'll fire an interdimensional shock bomb at the Forbidden Zone's entrance to force them out. In the real world, the Han River had about 15 dams. More or less. But in this world, there were a few extra. Song Huiyang looked at me, utterly dumbfounded. Wait. Black Tiger Sword Master, do you have money to burn? Do you even know how much an interdimensional shock bomb costs? It's a warning. A warning. A standard infiltration of the Forbidden Zone would be efficient, sure, but it wouldn't serve as a proper example. An example. Chairman, look around. I pointed outside the window with my finger. Then I gestured toward the hallway outside and the ceiling above. This matter is already all over the news. By tonight, there won't be a single person in the country who doesn't know about it. And it won't just be our country, people overseas will know too. My apologies, Chairman. Kim, the aide, bowed his head unnecessarily. Song Huiyang seemed to grasp my point. So you're saying we need to utterly crush them. It was the same reason I had overturned Guro's stronghold. A display of power. Relentless retribution. A declaration that anyone who crossed me would regret it. At the same time, we won't give them any time to clean up their base. They don't yet know I've discovered their hideout, but the moment I enter the Forbidden Zone, they'll realize it. Aha. So you're planning to mix something into the interdimensional shock bomb? Not outright destroy the place. We can't destroy it. Who knows what's inside? A grass-cutting operation, a rabbit hole burning strategy. To pull it off, I had to move like lightning. Before they could even grasp the external situation, I had to drain the river and launch the bomb. Song Huiyang tapped the bedside railing. Hearing you out, it makes sense. It'll cost a bit, but the results will be clear. However, there's one issue. Go ahead. The moisture-blocking barrier and large-scale evaporation spell, where are you planning to set them up? If you place them the way they do for bridge construction, the cultists will notice and escape first. In this world, bridge construction was incredibly easy. With the right magic, you could completely drain the water. In the real world, the Han River Bridge was built in 1917. But in this world, magic had allowed it to be built as early as the Joseon dynasty. It had burned down during the Imjin War, though. I've got away. I grinned at Song Huiyang. A meeting of the minds. She caught on, a glimmer of realization flashing in her eyes. Skidbladnir. Correct. Haha, alright, I understand your plan, Black Tiger Sword Master. Let's do it. I'll cover all the costs. Just make sure you get results. Though I doubt I even need to say that. You can count on it. I moved immediately. Song Huiyang, still lying down, made a call. Meanwhile, I retrieved the skyship from a remote mountain village in Gangwon province. I summoned Choi Sunso, called for Kim Chul-kwan, and placed an order with Kim Mabiob through the Sun Mage Tower. Whoa, so this is it? This thing is amazing. Kim Mabiob, seeing the skyship for the first time, couldn't hide his excitement. I thought he was only obsessed with flying cars, but apparently not. He ran his hand over the golden surface, fidgeting like he needed to pee. Hyung, can I take this for a test flight just once? No. Come on. You wouldn't even let me borrow the red cougar. If I let you, the magic spirit would cry and beg for death. I've never seen a magic spirit cry before, but it did. That was just an act. An act. The tower master also specifically told me never to let you borrow it. That old geezer. Kim Mabiab looked like he was about to turn into a villainous rebel son, burning with filial betrayal. I lightly jumped onto the deck. Up top, ship modifications were in full swing. Hey, handle that carefully. The one overseeing the modifications was none other than Seo Woojin. He was shouting, veins popping in his neck. The angle is off. Follow the blueprint exactly. Precisely. It's just a slight misalignment. What's the big deal? It's magic? Magic? If it's not assembled correctly, the whole thing will explode. Do you have any idea how much this ship is worth? $1 billion? Not one, but dollars? If this thing blows up, even if we strip you of your mana circuits, mana heart, and mana-infused spinal fluid, you still wouldn't be able to repay it. Damn. Alright. Even the workers were all superhumans. They wore magic-enhanced sunglasses, aligning components according to augmented reality blueprints. A grand magic barrier, a high-grade magic activation array, mana cannons, magic Gatling guns, automated missile launchers, and more. Thanks to the superhuman workers who moved as if they were flying, this legendary magical ship was steadily taking on the form of a modern Magitech battleship. You're all working hard, teacher. Seo Woojin greeted me with a bright smile. The modifications are going smoothly? Give us a few more days, and we'll be done. I knew you'd pull it off. Haha. It won't be perfect, though. This is just a temporary armament. If we want to do it properly, we'll need to dedicate more time. I'll count on you then too. Of course. Just leave it to me. That was Seo Woojin for you. He had already proven himself by constructing a land battleship in the game, so leaving it in his hands should be fine. Director Kim? No, Black Tiger Sword Master. Vroom. Dozens of SUVs roared onto the scene, kicking up a cloud of dust. A man with a gleaming, bald head leaped out. Every time I saw him, he seemed balder. The president of the Hunter Association. I hadn't seen him since the Monster Village chameleon incident. I came as soon as I got the request. You need long-range support. Yes. It shouldn't be too difficult. You just need to attack from the deck of my ship. Haha. Easy? Too easy? Hunters? This is practically free money? Didn't I tell you? Just listen to our Black Tiger Sword Master, and good fortune will follow. Ahahaha. The hunters burst into laughter. Most of them were level 3 or level 4. That was more than enough. With my command and leadership traits enhancing their attacks, their firepower would surpass that of the ship's main cannons. Hello, friend. The Hunter Association wasn't the only one that had arrived. A woman, oddly dressed in a bright yellow dress, came running in with a group of mutants. A humanoid entirely composed of electricity, a three-eyed being with an additional eye on its forehead, an Azura with 3 heads and 6 arms, an all-headed human, a bird that carried thunderstorms, and more. Mutants. The only ones startled were the workers. And Kim Mabiab too. He instinctively spewed fire in shock. But I simply waved my hand nonchalantly. Been doing well. Thanks to you. Who's this human? A half-mutant. He had a phoenix circuit implanted. That's why he looks like that. What a strange human. The woman skull serpent stared intently at Kim Mabiab, who hesitated before lowering his hand. I thought they were mutants. That's rude. I apologize. From where Kim Mabiab stood, the hunters and mutants were casually exchanging high-fives. Hey, do you still fart like crazy when you're drunk? That was because I overexerted myself hunting down terrorists. I could take you on any time now. Yeah, right. You passed out before midnight last time. How about a drink after this job? Deal? You damn human. Still on good terms, it seemed. Seeing all the mutants that had shown up, I nodded to myself. It wasn't just the long-range specialists who had come. They had brought anyone who had free time. That was fine. We could make use of the mana cannons. Greetings, Black Tiger Sword Master. Oh, a mage. A magician from the Sun Mage Tower approached. An elderly man with snow-white hair. What was his name again? Something. The very same mage responsible for high-level magical realization and the one who had invited me to the Sun Mage Tower. I had known his name back then, but I had forgotten it since. The barriers and magic arrays are fully set up. But are you really going to use them as disposable assets? That seems like such a waste. I won't be using them for deep-sea diving, so there's no need to keep them. Well, that's true. In that case, you should install something else in their place. I'm considering my options. I'll leave it to you once I decide. Very well. I'll make sure they're engraved to perfection. The fundamentals of a mobile stronghold. Climate control, environmental regulation, durability enhancements, artificial forbidden zone creation, defensive barriers. These were all things I could install. The issue was money and materials, not feasibility. I could always commission the Sun Mage Tower for it. I ran my hand over the skyship. Its armaments, painted silver to match the hull, gleamed. We didn't have enough time to install massive turrets or large-caliber main guns, but this was still more than enough. Honestly, it was overkill. For wiping out a mere cult, this level of firepower was excessive. Even without the Hunter Association or the Monster Village joining in, we would have had more than enough firepower. Impressive. After all preparations were complete, Song Huiyang spoke from the ship's bridge. VRRRM, VRRRRM. The bridge had also undergone some changes, especially the seat where the Red Cougar was stationed. The tangled mess of haphazardly connected wires was gone. A magic ring had been installed in the captain's seat, and smaller magic rings had been embedded into various parts of the Red Cougar, linking them together at Novel Bin at. A bright halo of light connected them, like a bridge of rainbows. Master, launch preparations are complete. The Han River water level has reached its lowest point. Upon arrival, we can fully evaporate the water in the target area within 1 minute of activating the magic array. Good. I sat in the captain's chair. One of the best things about the modifications was how comfortable it was to control the ship, even while Red Cougar was connected. Before, Red Cougar had obstructed my view, but not anymore. The controls had also changed. Instead of an old-fashioned ship's wheel, I now had a state-of-the-art fighter jet joystick fitting snugly in my hand. The operation begins now. Skyship launching. All passengers, please take your seats and fasten your seat belts. Launching in 3, 2, 1. Skyship, launch. The skyship was the size of an aircraft carrier. Naturally, it moved sluggishly. That is, only when I wasn't directly piloting it. Boarding piloting synchronization. Mana burst air raid mobility. But what if I was the one piloting it? And what if I optimized it with my trait set? Quiet boom, lightning struck. The massive ship shot up like a cannonball. The large clearing where it had been docked flipped in an instant. The shockwave from the launch blasted apart trees, ground, and boulders like a bombing run. Mother of. Song Huiyang, who had been arrogantly lounging without fastening her seatbelt, let out a scream. She wasn't the only one. Wails erupted from all around. I checked the passengers' conditions through GMO vision, then lost interest. They were all superhumans. No one was actually injured. A little shaken, maybe. Kuyuang, Kuum. A mana explosion propelled the skyship forward in earnest. It tore through the clouds, flying like a monstrous wolf. Fast. The journey, which would have taken 2.5 hours, was completed in just 30 minutes. That was impressive, but it didn't quite satisfy me. Still slower than Red Cougar. Red Cougar was a supersonic flying car. The skyship was huge, so reaching supersonic speed was tough, but shouldn't it at least hit half the speed of sound? I should create a few more traits. Just doubling the speed here would be a good start. We're approaching Udo. Seo Wujin, seated in the tactical chair, called out. I nodded and rose from the captain's seat. All hands, combat positions. All hands, combat positions. The superhumans who had been seated moved to their stations. Melee specialists took their seats at the mana cannon turrets. Ranged attackers positioned themselves at the firing ports lining the deck. The Hunter Association president flexed his right hand, summoning a magic crossbow. On the other side, Skull Serpent ripped off one of her own finger bones and loaded it as ammunition. A ship. A ship is flying in the sky. Is this a civil defense drill? There weren't any alarms, though. At the Han River Park in Udo, citizens out enjoying a spring picnic looked up at us. The newly installed detection system was so precise that if I wanted to, I could even eavesdrop on their conversations. VRRRM VRRRRM. We reached our target area, just northeast of Udo, between Mapo Bridge and Wonhia Bridge, the Forbidden Zone entrance that had been secretly investigated. To be exact, the entire stretch between Bamsam and Nodul Island was the entrance, which meant all the water between Bamsam and Nodul Island had to be drained. The operation begins. Operation start. Deploying Grand Magic. Wuyuyung. Wuyuyung. The barriers and magic arrays activated. The sky-darkening skyship. The magic engraved on its deck. All of it projected downward, piercing into the Han River. The river water began to evaporate rapidly. At the same time, it receded. This wasn't just a simple moisture-blocking barrier. Per the Chief Mage's suggestion, a human restriction spell had been added to prevent the Dark Jaguar cult members from escaping the Forbidden Zone. Swayayaya. 1 minute. The riverbed was laid bare. Next, the concentrated illumination activated. A shimmering distortion appeared in the air. Like scattered shards of metal, light bent unnaturally, forming long, wide cracks. Fire the interdimensional bomb. Firing interdimensional bomb. Thunk. Thud-thud. Missiles launched. Their thrusters ignited, carrying them forward with black flame catalysts and interdimensional vibration payloads. They weaved through the air like writhing serpents before plunging into the Forbidden Zone. Silence. The moment before battle. The air was charged, not overly tense, but perfectly focused, locking onto the exposed riverbed. And then, at last, Uwa, KKGH, cough, kahak. People in diving suits burst out, coughing into their oxygen masks. They blinked in confusion, scanning their surroundings. What the hell? What's going on? They had thought they were still beneath the Han River, but they were wrong. The moment they emerged in their diving suits, unarmed and unprepared, their fate was sealed. I brought my lips to the captain's mic. Activating command and leadership, I spoke a single, short order. Commence bombardment. The enhanced attacks rained down like a relentless bombing campaign, hammering the riverbed. A true barrage. The Dark Jaguar cultists, the heretics, fell before they could even react. Thanks to GMO vision, I saw everything in perfect detail. Synchronization truly was broken. The skyship's sensors applied the same effect, piercing through the flashes and dust clouds to reveal everything. Cease fire. Resume fire. Cease fire. I issued my commands like a rhythmic chant. It was the first time we had fought in sync, but everyone here was a superhuman. They followed my orders flawlessly. At some point, I had acquired the trait leadership. Command, which enhanced my subordinates' stats. Order, which conditionally boosted their abilities when they followed my commands. These two traits were essential ingredients for general. Since I usually fought alone, I didn't have much use for it, but there was no harm in having it. Defensive barrier detected. Kim Sage, stationed at the detection console, shouted. Of course, the cultists weren't just going to sit there and die. They had finally grasped the situation outside. Someone must have escaped and sounded the alarm. I narrowed my eyes, pushing GMO vision to its limit. The massive monitor at the front of the bridge displayed a crisp image. The same image projected clearly onto my retina. A hulking figure wielding an obsidian magic shield. His armor was obsidian. His helmet, more of a headpiece, was obsidian. Even the axe in his hands was obsidian. Black Enforcer. No specific rank. Not a playable character. A dungeon boss. He was one of the final bosses in the Myangeway Group Chairman Defense Mission, a prelude to Episode 2. More enemies began to emerge. Black Blood Knight. Black Soothsayer. Black Priest. The same lineup. The Enforcer set up a defensive wall with his shield, while the Soothsayer and Priest reinforced the barrier to withstand our bombardment. Boom, boom, thud thud thud, crash, flash. Kim Mabiob, at the weapons control console, bellowed. Kill them all. Wipe them out. Fire. Full barrage. He even poured his own mana into the weapons. Fiery red projectiles erupted in succession from the mana cannons. An overwhelming display of firepower. In terms of the real world, this would be akin to several Aegis-class destroyers launching artillery and missile strikes. Yet the black bosses still stood strong. Of course they did. They were all level 6. If a level 5 superhuman was comparable to a fighter jet, then a level 6 superhuman was on par with a destroyer. In both attack and defense. Had it been just small fry, long-range bombardment would have sufficed. But I had never expected that to be enough. Clang! I drew the black tiger sword. All eyes turned to me. Captain. Kim Mabiob, caught up in the moment, addressed me with an odd title. Song Huiyang watched me closely. Seo Wujin stood, drawing his sword in sync with me. Kim Sage remained calm, his gaze steady. The chief mage, sweating profusely as he maintained the magic barrier, barely glanced up. We're going in. Wujin, you're with me. I've been waiting. Let's slaughter them all. I'll join as well. Yes. Be careful. Heh. Ever since my lessons with a certain someone, I haven't lost to anyone. So don't worry. If you say so. Thunk. The floor opened up. The skyship, once ridden by berserkers of Norse mythology. It had a direct passage from the bridge to the outside. Why else would an assault station be installed for immediate deployment? I threw myself out. No parachute, no safety measures, just a straight dive. SSSSSHHH. The wind howled fiercely against my body. Boom, boom, boom. The final barrage struck the ground ahead of me. Flashes and explosions burst through the air. A suffocating cloud of dust rose. I plunged right into it. Through the swirling dust, my eyes locked onto the enforcers. You wretch. The enforcer roared, swinging his axe. The obsidian weapon crackled with black lightning. Boasting in front of me like that? I casually tossed Mjolnir. The hammer, imbued with an optimized trait set, detonated into a storm of lightning. The incoming black lightning? It was completely devoured. Ugh, you bastard. He had blocked it with his shield but had still taken considerable damage. The charred enforcer gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on his axe. But before he could do anything, the soothsayer behind him panicked, stomping his feet. You idiot! Stop him! Stop him now! If you let him go, we're all dead. Huh. Damn it. The priest reacted as well. Together, they raised a defensive barrier. Too late. I gripped the black tiger sword in both hands and dashed between them. Nephilim sword giant strength mana soul. Mana burst Thor cultivation technique black flame. I poured my power in. Drained my mana circuits dry. The black tiger sword gleamed. Its black and white sword chi flared intensely. In moments, it transformed into black flames. A series of cracks formed, then, quarrrrrg, a massive explosion erupted. This wasn't an ordinary detonation. The explosion was crafted from sword chi, utilizing the Nephilim sword as shrapnel. And the flames? Black flame. Sword fragments and fire engulfed everything. Gaya. Sea Captain? Please spare us. Jaguar Lord. 4 survived. The 4 black bosses. But the cultists they had tried to protect? Not a single one remained. They had gathered unknowingly within the defensive barrier. And they were wiped out. This was the power of the Nephilim sword. Even used as mere sword chi instead of sword chi, it was devastating. It drained my mana dry, but it was worth it. You're the best, teacher. Are you planning to do this all by yourself? Seo Wujin and Song Huiyang arrived. Seo Wujin landed with a dramatic flourish, his cloak billowing. Song Huiyang elegantly soared in, golden wings unfurling mid-flight. Seo Wujin went for the priest first. His relentless sword strikes aimed straight for the throat and heart. Meanwhile, Song Huiyang moved gracefully through the air, disrupting the black bosses. She scattered light blades from her hands and fired beams from her wings. Even with just Song Huiyang alone, she could likely take down all 4 of them. But that wouldn't do. We needed them alive for interrogation. So, I had to do my best as well. Shout roar mana stabilization. Thor cultivation technique mana soul deep breath. I took a deep breath. Targeting only the 4 black bosses, I let out a commanding shout. Stop. Shout weakened their stats. Roar paralyzed them. That was the plan, but... Whoosh! I saw the mana wavelengths of Seo Wujin and Song Huiyang flare up like wildfire. Their stats had increased. I had activated mana stabilization deliberately, but I hadn't expected this. Somehow, I had met the conditions for a new trait. Battle cry. Huh? This might work even better than I thought. Among the top-tier sonic traits, the most famous was Lion's Roar. Next in line was War Cry, but the strongest of them all was something else. Dragon's Cry, the very thing associated with dragons in the game. I already had Dragon's Speech, one of its required components. All I needed now was to invest some diamonds, one to remove the trait restriction, another to acquire the new trait. Greya. The Blood Knight let out a long roar. He realized things weren't going his way. His body began to transform. The artificial implants embedded in him burst out, and black fur sprouted across his skin. He was shifting from human to monster, a jaguar fiend. I spotted the mana circuit growing from his heart. A circuit I knew all too well. Mutant. The Blood Knight growled at me. I'll kill you no matter what. He knew that it was because of me that Song Huiyang's assassination had failed. That their entire hideout was being torn apart because of me alone. Even if he had to become a monster, he was determined to take me down. But I was unfazed. Mana Soul Mana Core Thor Cultivation Technique. Mana Recovery Vigor Deep Breath. I had taken a moment to rest, fully recovering my mana. Tap. Tap. Seo Wujin and Song Huiyang landed beside me. Neither had a single scratch. The black bosses, on the other hand, were covered in blood. Their breathing was ragged. Surrender, and I'll spare your lives. It was a generous offer, but I knew they wouldn't take it. They were fanatics. As expected, the Blood Knight screamed and charged. He was fully transformed into a fiend. Artificial adaptation and corruption had evolved into mutant adaptation and mutant heart. Naturally, his stats had skyrocketed to nearly match mine. Boom! The ground shattered as he lunged, leaving a dark streak in his wake. In an instant, he was right in front of me. Watch out! Song Huiyang warned, but it was pointless. I had already changed my traits. Master of the Sword. I focused entirely on that trait. Whoosh! A surge of sword energy erupted. Even in broad daylight, it shone vividly. It wasn't like before, this was on a whole other level. At one glance, it looked like a blazing inferno. At another, it was like a concentrated beam of starlight, as if I had forged a sword from a cluster of stars. To the people of this world, it was an unmistakable sight. A staple in movies and dramas, a viral sensation whenever it appeared on video sharing platforms, always hitting 100 million views with ease. Chi Blade. Song Huiyang screamed. The 3 remaining bosses widened their eyes in shock. Even the charging Blood Knight froze. His now bright yellow, feline-like slit pupils quivered. His face twisted. His fury and rage evaporated, replaced by entirely different emotions. Shock. And fear. Slice. I passed by the Blood Knight. I didn't need Mars swordsmanship. I didn't need the Black Tiger invincible sword art. I simply let the blade guide me. I swung as it whispered to me. White sword energy danced. A pure white star descended onto the battlefield. The Blood Knight was cut into dozens of pieces. No blood. No scream. Only chunks of flesh, scattered like garbage. Lies? That's a lie. The soothsayer shrieked. You're level 6. Level 6? How did you become a sword master? Is there a rule saying only level 7s can be sword masters? That's not how it works, but still. Enough talk. Are you surrendering or not? Whoosh! I let my sword energy flare as I asked. The 3 of them exchanged glances. Their expressions, once twisted with shock and fear, quickly shifted. Their eyes burned with resolve. Fanatics really were exhausting. I didn't wait for an answer. I moved. A white arc streaked through the air. The 3 reacted belatedly, but it was already too late. Their obsidian shields, magic barriers, and holy defenses. None of it mattered at novel bin at. Guh. Keg. I severed their limbs. A single, continuous stroke of white left clean-cut traces across their bodies. Only their heads and torsos remained as they collapsed. Then, I delivered a precise punch to each of them. I struck their hearts with just enough mana to incapacitate them. They convulsed, then went limp. Barely alive. As superhumans, they wouldn't die, but they wouldn't regain consciousness for several days. Song Huiyang let out a breath, looking exasperated. I guess I didn't even need to help. Not at all, Chairman. Thanks to you, this ended quickly. Wujin, good job as well. Not at all. But, teacher, you're seriously strong. I don't know if I should say this, but, you seem stronger than a level 7. Of course. You already saw it. Well, yeah, but still. He had been right there when I took down the Massacre Empress. Well, back then, I had only barely won. I had to distract her with Hellfire and land Mistiltion's Godslayer strike just right. If I fought her now, things would be different. I'd still need an item that nullified invincibility, but it would be much easier than before. Clank, clank. Seo Wujin secured the 3 captives with monosealing restraints. He also gagged them to prevent suicide. Above us, parachutes unfurled. The Iron Fist Gang's superhumans were descending to handle cleanup. We could leave the captives in their hands. I sheathed the black tiger sword and turned to Song Huiyang. Chairman, shall we? Let's go. Not just anyone could enter the Forbidden Zone. The interdimensional shock bomb had spread black flame catalysts everywhere. Any superhuman who entered would have their mana ignited, suffering pain akin to a high fever. I was immune to black flame, so I could pass through without issue. Song Huiyang was a level 7 superhuman and possessed the Solar Crow mana circuit. As long as she used the right artifacts, she would be fine too. We stepped into the Forbidden Zone. The entire world was distorted. Black flames clung to the walls, ceiling, and floor. They roared as if they would consume everything, but in truth, they only burned mana. A few corpses lay right by the entrance. They had likely tried to escape but got caught in the bombing before making it back inside. This place is pretty big. It is. Are you feeling alright? A little stifled, but nothing serious? If you feel any issues with your mana circuit, let me know immediately. I can absorb the black flame for you. The Dark Jaguar cult's headquarters matched its in-game counterpart. A classic dungeon layout. 5 floors, all aligned in a straight path. The first 3 floors weren't worth much. They only contained living quarters, a dining hall, and training facilities for regular cultists. The real deal started on the 4th floor. Song Huiyang scowled as she took in the research labs and the altar. Damn cultist scum. Hybrid experiments. Human experimentation. Human sacrifices. Even in this world, these were among the most heinous crimes imaginable. There were no survivors. There never would have been. Even if they had lived, death would have been a mercy compared to the suffering they had endured. For non-superhumans, their deaths had likely been instant. This is it. The 5th and final floor. The treasure vault and the offices. Stacks of gold bars, gems, enchanted gear, rare materials, and diamonds filled the room, but none of it mattered. Song Huiyang and I had already agreed to split the loot fairly. The real prize was the classified documents we found in the office. They were filled with encrypted text. Snap. Song Huiyang flicked her fingers. All we have to do is decrypt this, right? That should be it. Would this contain proof of the Old Father's cult meddling? I wasn't sure. Even if it wasn't definitive evidence, a clue would be enough. Enough to strip the saintess of her mask before episode 3 began. We tore the office apart, searching every inch. Not just one office, we ransacked all 4 bosses' offices. Even their bedrooms. Any place a boss might have been, whether it was the dining hall, meeting room, altar, or research lab, we searched it all. Which was why we were oblivious. Unaware that chaos had erupted outside. Unaware that citizens were losing their minds over the sudden appearance of a level 6 sword master after decades. Holy shit. A male student leaning against the wall, staring at his smartphone, suddenly shouted. Then, he walked over to his friends, who had been chatting idly nearby. Hey, pay up. 10,001. Huh? What are you talking about? Bullshit. What's your problem now? I told you Warrior Kim was a sword master, didn't I? Look. He's a sword master, right? Proudly, the student thrust his phone forward. A live broadcast. A streamer had managed to capture an incredible moment, a radiant white sword chi flashing like starlight on the screen. Whoa, no way. Another student, who had been sitting, shot to his feet. Is that real sword chi? Yeah, it was filmed using a Magetech lens and played back in slow motion. The speed is at 0.05x. Start it from the beginning. From the start. Acting smug, the student rewound the video. The streamer had gotten incredibly lucky. They had captured the exact moment when the skyship first appeared. Shadows cast over the city, and confused citizens lifted their heads. Beyond their stunned expressions, the skyship approached, grand and imposing. This is insane. Shit, that ship's flying. It's a skyship, right? No way a skyship is that big. Even the Saintess ship isn't that massive. A modernized, heavily armed skyship. It hovered in the air, projecting magic circles and opening fire. The students couldn't tear their eyes away. An aerial battleship unloading cannons, missiles, and machine guns. How is this not cheating? But the skyship was just the appetizer. The main event was yet to come. The streamer zoomed in, catching 3 black dots falling from the skyship. Skillfully, they focused on the leading figure among them, and at that moment, an explosive roar erupted not just in the classroom, but across the entire school. A with Graveby. Whoa, it's Black Tiger Swordmaster. He looks sick. What a badass. He jumped without a parachute. Like a meteor, he plummeted to the ground. The impact sent shockwaves in all directions. A brutal spectacle unfolded, yet the cheers only grew louder. This violent and savage world. Even middle schoolers were already desensitized to extreme footage. When does the sword chi come out? Or a blade? Or a blade? Skip ahead. Hold on, you impatient bastards. The battle soon began. A superhuman, transformed into some grotesque monster. But it didn't matter. The man wielding Black Tiger sword, the very figure they had seen in their textbooks. The scar on his cheek made him all the more iconic. And then, the chilling, radiant sword chi. Dumb. This is insane. They're all dead. Swordmaster. This is crazy. And then, the next moment, the man vanished. No, he became light itself, shooting forward. A blinding glow erupted. It was as if a star had descended from the heavens. In an instant, the monstrous superhuman was sliced into dozens of pieces. Hey, can't you slow it down more? How did he do that? Hold on. I'll set it to 0.01x speed. Only then did the truth become clear. The man's sword moved at a terrifying speed. Even with the latest mage tech lens, his motions were blurred mere after images. But the streaks of white light carving through his enemies were unmistakable. It was as if countless crescent moons bloomed behind him. The student's jaws dropped. Is this real? It's like watching a movie. CGI? Is this CGI? Is this real footage? It's real? It's on the news? Warrior Kim took down terrorists again. Damn, he's like the ultimate terrorist hunter. Didn't he also take down the massacre empress? Back then, people were arguing about whether he was a sword master or not. But this time, he just proved it outright. Ugh, Hyung. Take me. Warrior Kim wouldn't even look at you. He barely gave Chadojun the time of day. For Warrior Kim, I'd even cross-dress. Ew, I'm gonna puke. The male student replayed the video over and over, unable to get enough. He wanted to see more. The dazzling movements. The sheer decisiveness as he cut down his enemies in a single stroke. The radiant sword chi. Was it because he had essentially stopped the Seoul terror attack and wiped out the remaining threats? Warrior Kim himself was unaware, but among the citizens of Seoul and the entire nation his popularity had skyrocketed. No matter where you went on the internet, it was all about Warrior Kim. Warrior Kim for National Assembly. Why stop at the assembly? Send him to the Blue House. How about making him president for life? Come on, that's too much. Ever heard of democracy? Still, he's better than those damn politicians. Didn't you hear how he handled the redevelopment of Gorodong and Durumdong? Wait, what? Relocation compensation? Moving expenses? That's the first I've heard of it. Adat novel bin adat. He's a true superhuman who cares about ordinary people. It's all an act. Just wait. Once he gets into politics, his real colors will show. Some people idolized him, while others remained skeptical. But there was one thing everyone agreed on. He's a monster. From what I know, Warrior Kim is 23, right? And he's already a sword master. Insane. Is he some kind of god of the sword? Sword master is just the beginning. Superhuman analysts say Warrior Kim is also a paladin, a gunner, and a fighter. Don't be ridiculous. Ridiculous is what you're saying. I heard that too. They said it doesn't even make sense. He's just completely out of the norm. He's been famous for ages. He's taken down superhumans stronger than him in level. Is he going to become the next heavenly demon? I got some inside info from China. Apparently, the Blood King is insisting that Warrior Kim should be the heavenly demon's youngest disciple. He even fought with the Divine Army General over it. Seriously. Could the next heavenly demon really come from our country? He's got everything. Everything. Early 20s, insanely handsome, tall, rich, and ridiculously powerful. Come on, be honest. He's just good looking, not insanely handsome. He hit Sword Master at level 6. That alone makes him drop dead gorgeous. Even if he looked like an orc, I'd still call him handsome. Same here. Isn't his whole life just a cheat code? I'd be happy just reaching level 3. Same. Clipped videos of him were spreading everywhere. 23-year-old Sword Master compilation.gif. This is how you use Aura Blade so easy, right? Warrior Kim rolling up an Aura Blade.jpg. Titles like these were all over the place. It seemed that the moment he unleashed his sword chi and cut down the mutated superhuman had left a deep impression. Not just on the internet, but on social media, the news, and even in unrelated posts it had become a required reference. Like a badge of authenticity. Naturally, a new nickname emerged. Sword Star. Until this morning, people had called him Black Tiger Sword Master. A title that carried more weight because the Eastern Army Legion commander had acknowledged him rather than because he had proven his own strength. But that name was already fading into the past. Now, he had a title he had seized entirely through his own power. A name burned into the minds of every citizen, taken from that unforgettable moment when he charged forward. It echoed across the entire nation. I let out a short laugh when I heard it. Sword Star. Not Sword Saint, but Sword Star. Honestly, even I had to admit it did look like a star. The cascade of sword chi I had unleashed in that video. Yes, ha ha ha. Becoming a sword master in your early 20s is truly unheard of. Perhaps only the heavenly demon of 10,000 peaks has done the same? Ha ha ha. The president laughed heartily. I had been wrapping up the cleanup when he suddenly showed up. What's his angle? I stared at him, and only then did he reveal his true intention. There's been a lot of talk lately. Black Tiger Sword Master, no, Sword Star. Have you ever considered a career in politics? So, they're already trying to keep me in check after I started the redevelopment in Gorodong and Durumdong. And with what just happened, some people must be wary of me. The skyship. It wasn't just a means of transportation, it was a warship, a mobile stronghold. Could it be the Saintess? It was possible. Before the Seoul terror attack, I was just a sacrificial pawn she needed to nurture carefully. But now, I was no longer a mere offering, I was turning into a poisoned apple. I set my suspicions aside and revealed a bit of my stance. I have no intention of entering politics. Is that so? That's a shame. We were considering inviting you to join our party. He said it was a shame, but he actually looked relieved. But wait, something feels off. Can the president even openly invite someone to a political party? Isn't he supposed to remain politically neutral? I don't know enough about the political system in this world to say for sure, but I will protect my assets and my territory. Your assets and territory, you say? Yes. You're aware that the Terror Alliance attacked Manager Choi, correct? Yes, I know. I intend to make sure that never happens again. Recently, I had made some organizational changes. I even started my own company, a construction firm and a security firm, 2 companies in total. I was the official CEO. Manager Choi was in charge of construction, while Kim Chul-kwon ran security. Even the Iron Fist gang had been formally absorbed. They were working hard to eliminate all illegal activities and transition into a legitimate business under Choi Sunso and Kim Chul-kwon's leadership. Gurodong and Darimdong were just the beginning. I might have to extend light redevelopment efforts into Gwanak-gu and Jeomkan-gu as well. I support you, Sword Star. The president spoke with careful deliberation. You saved my life, after all. You may not have realized it, but I've been doing my part to support you. Not realized? Of course, I know. I'm always grateful. As you must be aware, whenever someone rises too high, there are always those who try to drag them down. And I have a feeling, the political, corporate, superhuman, and even religious circles are all growing uneasy. Specifically, who? Well, I'm not in a position to say that outright. The president bowed his head apologetically. I quickly waved my hand. No need to apologize. I understand I shouldn't pry too much. Just knowing this much is already a great help. Please, take care of yourself. I'll do my best to shield you, but we can never be certain how things will unfold. For now, it would be wise to either stay at home or move discreetly. Did I draw too much attention? On the other hand, I had successfully increased my influence. No one could treat me lightly anymore. I had secured my survival. Of course, there were still major obstacles ahead: the Saintess and the Old Father's cult. Sword Star, our GMO group will stand by your side no matter what. What do you think about formally announcing an alliance soon? I like that idea. I'll consider it positively. By the way, your companies are named Warrior Security and Warrior Construction? Why not Sword Star Security or Sword Star Construction instead? I'll think about it. I had founded them in a rush, so I had just named them after myself, Warrior Kim. Now that I thought about it, Sword Star did sound better than Warrior. But I wasn't in a hurry to change it. I had a feeling my nickname wouldn't stop at Sword Star. Something bigger, something stronger, something even grander would come next. Something, like the Heavenly Demon. It would happen within just a few months. So, there was no reason to change the company's name just yet. Ha ha ha. The president chuckled in satisfaction. Young people being so close, it's a wonderful thing to see. Right. Song Huiyang beamed as she linked her arm with mine. Another sudden move. Oh, Sword Star. I have a gift for you. She was quick on the uptake. Before I could react, she pulled a golden dragon ornament from her pocket and held it out. A palm-sized dragon accessory with a notched design so it could be attached to a belt. It was made from a blend of celestial gold and infernal gold. Each scale was inlaid with mithril, as well as enchanted rubies, sapphires, and emeralds. The materials alone were extravagant, but the subtle magic resonance radiating from it was on another level. Oh, the president let out a murmur of admiration. This is one of those items trending in the US lately, isn't it? I heard it's incredibly rare. During my summit with the American president, he was proudly showing off the one he was wearing. But since I'm not a superhuman, I could only listen. It was a weapon holster. An SSR grade item, if this were a game. Unlike my current holster, which could only hold 2 firearms, this one could hold up to 5. That meant I could carry a shotgun, a sniper rifle, an assault rifle, and still have room for more. Hell, I could carry the entire Dasan 5-gun set with me at all times. I accepted the holster with genuine appreciation. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. It was a bit much, seeing you lugging all that gear around on your back. Instead of a golf bag, I'll get you a proper belt pouch with spatial expansion. How long are you going to keep carrying around a measly 4x magic bag? You're really careless about this stuff. No, this works fine. Besides, I've gotten so used to carrying the golf bag that I'd probably feel weird without it. I'd rather just get a golf bag with a higher expansion ratio. Did a ghost of a golf bag addict possess you or something? Ha ha ha. Ever since I landed in this world, that first attack by roe deer, it still haunted me. If I hadn't been armed back then, I'd be dead. That's why I always carried my golf bag, stuffed with every weapon, tool, and consumable I could possibly need. Song Huiyang didn't stop at just the weapon holster. She handed me a whole pile of rewards. A new golf bag, cash, gold bars, real estate, diamonds, nectar, top-grade potions, magic materials, the list went on. It was too much trouble to check everything, so I only took the golf bag, diamonds, nectar, and top-grade potions for myself and dumped the rest on Choi Sunsu. As expected, Chairwoman Song is incredibly generous. This must be worth hundreds of billions. Really? Honestly, you deserve at least that much. It was the price of my life, after all. After exchanging a few words with the president, Song Huiyang left as well. Both of them were busy people. And so was I. There's a lot to do. The president told me to lay low. But since when have I ever cared about that? Sitting still meant death. With episode 2 about to begin, and episode 3 right behind it, I need to prepare in advance. There were 4 key elements to the upcoming zombie crisis. Zombie hordes, the zombie virus, the dark jaguar cult, The corpse dragon. Just because I cleaned up beneath the Han River didn't mean it was over. I needed to deal with the corpse dragon lurking in the Great Rift ahead of time. I had to clear out zombie spawn points across Seoul. And I had to secure a cure for the zombie virus. The simplest, most straightforward task came first. I reached down and tapped the 2 pistols holstered at my waist. The Dasan 5-gun set. A collection of magic-imbued firearms crafted by the late Joseon-era Grand Mage, Dasan Zhongyakyeong. The answer lay within these weapons. The Dakibi. TL note, Korean goblins. A race that, in this world, had become little more than legends and folk tales. They held the strongest gunner traits in existence. And they possessed the cure for the zombie virus. There was something I needed to prepare first. I sat alone in the training room and opened the safe. From inside, I took out a heap of diamonds. The diamonds had been nearly depleted after inheriting the Nephilim sword. Now, they were replenished in abundance. That was thanks to looting the treasure vault of the Dark Jaguar cult and the reward I received from Song Huiyang. This should be more than enough, even after using it for the Kalaratri inheritance. I took out only what was necessary and let out a short breath. Phew. Then, from the armory and the golf bag, I retrieved 2 rings and a necklace. Ring of Blink. Ring of Acceleration. Necklace of Dragon's Word. It was time to use the diamonds. First, I took Blink as my trait. Should I give it a try? I equipped Blink and focused my mind. My consciousness blurred, and the world rippled as if being pushed away. In an instant, I moved from one end of the training room to the other. Aside from the cooldown time, it was an absurdly overpowered trait. But there was a drawback. If I use it carelessly, it could be dangerous. Even for a brief moment, my mind became hazy. Against an opponent who didn't suffer from rigidity, like the Nephilim of the Great Labyrinth, using it would be difficult. The Massacre Empress, or even that old man, if I used Blink against them, my head would be cut off instantly. Well, it didn't matter. I hadn't taken Blink just to use it as it was. I grabbed the Ring of Acceleration. Without hesitation, I used the diamonds to acquire the trait. I hadn't deliberately obtained acceleration through Grand Assault, but it served as a material for several high-tier traits, including Rampaging Train, Nigerian Nairobi, Blink, Acceleration, Mana Soul, Lightning, Incorporeal Form, and Psychic Power. Incorporeal Form could be acquired from the Dakibus. Dasan really was a lifesaver. A cure for the zombie plague, the ultimate trait for gunslingers, and even incorporeal form, it all came from that guy. Finally, I picked up the Necklace of Dragon's Word. There were still 2 traits left from Thunder Slash, but the trait I was aiming to create already had all its materials. All that remained was securing Dragon's Word. Narrowing my eyes, I pushed in the diamonds. As expected, Dragon's Word was Dragon's Word. Compared to Acceleration and Blink, it was a far more advanced trait. It consumed nearly 3 times as many diamonds. Shuung! At last, the trait replication succeeded. A new mana circuit was engraved, and my entire body burned. My throat itched. It felt like a lump was forming on my vocal cords. After struggling for a while and vomiting blood, the new trait finally settled. Gaoru Adranesk Svarji Tufuha, TL note, Fusaro da. As soon as I opened my mouth, Dragon's words naturally flowed out. The rhythm and pitch blended together, making it sound like a song. But the core wasn't the sound itself. It was the mono wavelength resonating from my vocal cords. The mono wavelength, rhythm, tone, and syllables combined to impose my will upon my opponent and even upon the world itself. That was Dragon's Word. Damn, my throat hurts. Since it was my first time speaking it, it felt awkward. Grumbling, I swapped out the traits. Dragon's Word, taunt, shout, roar, battle cry, deep breath. After preparing a high-grade healing potion and sacred water, I began merging the traits. Mana circuits intertwined and overlaid. The intense pain felt like my throat was being torn apart. I had expected it, but the agony was nearly unbearable. Gripping my throat, I vomited blood until it filled a basin. Uig. I had long since trained myself to endure pain, so I managed to get through it. A normal person would have thrashed in agony, fainted, been rushed to the emergency room, and only woken up 3 days later. After drinking the healing potion and sacred water, I equipped traits like Undying and Regeneration to heal myself. Thought I was gonna die. Time for a test. In the corner of the training room stood a row of scarecrows. They were dressed in self-repairing enchanted steel armor. I stepped forward, cleared my throat, and fixed my gaze on them. Tensing my abdomen, I let out a powerful shout. Shatter. Kwaya. Trait Dragon's Roar. TL note, changed from Dragon's Cry to Roar. Just by shouting, a tremendous explosion erupted. A shockwave burst forth from my mouth, crashing into the scarecrows. The mana wavelength was so dense it became visible. The power embedded in the wave crushed the scarecrows. Not just their steel armor, but everything inside as well. Thud. Crack. The steel armor crumpled. The scarecrows were completely destroyed. As scraps of fabric, straw, and sawdust scattered through the air, I let out a small laugh. If Dragon's Roar was this strong, how powerful were full-fledged Dragon's Word sorcerers? They could just launch their incantations directly. At this rate, I'm winning any singing contest. Whenever I met the Dakibus, I'd have to start with a wager. Their hospitality and rewards depended on how many out of 3 matches I won. That was why I was spending time here before setting off. Gugigigung. Was it the aftermath of Dragon's Roar? A faint tremor shook the entire mansion. Even the ceiling quivered, dislodging dirt that sprinkled down. I should probably avoid using this in the training room next time. Wouldn't want to accidentally bring the house down. Feeling refreshed, I gathered my golf bag and armory. Thanks to the SSR grade armory, my load was much lighter. I had already stored a shotgun, sniper rifle, and assault rifle inside. Along with those, I kept an emergency ring of Grand Escape and a bottle of elixir. I wasn't going to die easily. Binoculars, detectors, magic ships. There was a lot to pack for this journey. Meeting the Dakibus wasn't the only objective. According to my plan, I would also be making stops in Greece and the US. Since I had to bring my disciples along, I needed to prepare various consumables. While I could escape danger on my own, Beck Soren, Janet, and Kali couldn't. Acceleration, blink, Grand Escape. That should do. Just in case, I packed a few more essentials. Everyday supplies. Water detergent, a laundry bat, a magic vacuum cleaner, and so on. Then, as I stepped outside, Seo Woojin approached, waiting for me. Teacher, what were you doing in there? Seo Woojin was already busy enough to need 2 bodies. Redeveloping Goro Stronghold, upgrading the skyship, personal training, and even sparring with me. Still, I had told him to make time, and he followed my words without a single complaint. I had something to do. Why? Did you hear something? I don't know what it was, but I heard a massive sound. I thought my heart was going to stop. I should reinforce the soundproofing. Not that soundproofing alone would work. To block it properly, I'd need layers of magic circles for sound suppression, shock absorption, vibration dampening, and mana insulation. The best option was simply not using it in the training room. I smoothly climbed into the Red Cougar. Beside me, Seo Woojin scratched the back of his head. I'm supposed to be driving. It's fine. This one's owner-driven. The Red Cougar shot up into the sky. With me handling the piloting, synchronization, and control all at once, the Red Cougar moved like a falcon in flight. Seo Woojin would do well enough if he drove, but not as well as me. It wasn't just fast and agile, it was comfortable inside, too. Thanks to the synchronization trait, even traits like mana stabilization and vigor were transmitted. Above the clouds, I brought the Red Cougar to a hover and reached for the armory. One by one, a shotgun, a sniper rifle, and an assault rifle emerged. I even took out the 2 pistols strapped to my waist and laid out the Dasan gun set in a neat row. Teacher, can you tell me where we're going now? We're going to find the Dakibus. Dakibus? Yeah, you've read the family records, right? I have. One of my ancestors once encountered a Dakibi. Oh yeah, yes. He lost in a wrestling match and had a rough time. The Dakibi freeloaded off him for a whole year, eating up all his rice cakes. He barely managed to drive it away by hiring a high monk. But in the end, the Dakibi gave him enchanted gold coins before leaving, so he actually made a profit. A good-natured Dakibi. Well, Korean goblins were different from Japanese demons, after all. As I chatted with Seo Woojin, I switched my traits. Gunslinger Thor cultivation technique Mana Soul. Mana Core Mana Recovery Clarity. I needed an immense amount of mana for what I was about to do. So, aside from Gunslinger, I filled my trait slots with mana-related traits. I infused mana into the Dasan gun set. Back in the game, activating this with Warrior Kim had been an absolute pain. I had to chug mana potions like water just to barely manage it. Flash. After a while, all 5 guns emitted a bright light. They intertwined like vines before shooting out in a single direction. A streak of light remained in their wake. Unfortunately, it passed right through Seo Woojin, making him flinch. Whoa, that scared me. Southeast. I nodded slightly. The gateways to the Dakibi realm opened at 5 random locations. Changdeokung in Seoul, Gyeongpo Lake in Gangneung, Gwanbukari Ruins in Gongju, Bulgaksa Temple in Gyeongju, Bengnokdam Crater Lake in Jeju. If it was southeast, the choice was obvious. Bulgaksa Temple in Gyeongju. Once I got there and found the clue, a dimensional gate would open, leading to the Dakibi realm. Swayosh? I turned the controls toward the southeast. Thanks to the synchronization trait, the Red Cougar effortlessly broke the sound barrier. I'd probably arrive in less than 10 minutes at Novel Bin Adat. Despite the speed, the interior remained perfectly smooth, no vibrations, no noise. Do you have something specific to do with the Dakibus? Plenty. You should wrestle them a lot too. Wrestling? I heard it's really hard to win against them. Never hook their right leg. Always go for the left. Even then, it won't be easy. I've heard that before. You said you wanted to get stronger, right? Yes. This is the best prescription for you. Challenge every Dakibi you see to a wrestling match. Don't wait to be challenged, take the initiative. After wrestling about 100 of them and winning at least half, you'll definitely get stronger. I can get stronger just by wrestling. In the Dakibi realm, you can. To be precise, it was an achievement system. The requirement was having at least one trait that served as a material for one-man army. Seo Woojin had Onslaught, so he met the condition. The real issue was whether he could maintain a win rate of over 50%. But he should manage just fine. He was already level 6 and had Mana Core, after all. Flash. Before I knew it, we had arrived above Bulgaksa Temple. It was late at night. I deployed the skyship and stored the Red Cougar inside. After retrieving it, I activated stealth and quietly approached the Deungjin Hall. Seo Woojin, having used the stealth magic chip I'd given him, whispered softly, "Teacher, do we really have to go this far?" Probably. That's how it was in the game. In all 5 locations, you had to sneak past patrolling staff to get inside. I wasn't sure if it worked the same way here, but I planned to follow the game's method. Who knew? Maybe it applied here too. Yawn. On the way, I ran into a monk who had stepped outside for a smoke. Wait, can monks smoke? The faint blue mana glow in the cigarette smoke told me it probably wasn't an ordinary cigarette. Well, in this world, it wasn't something worth making a fuss over. I took a wide detour to avoid detection. 15 minutes after arrival, I reached the Deungjin Hall. Creak. I used a security suppression magic ship, then a lock-picking magic ship to open the door and slip inside. Bulgaksa's Deungjin was massive. 3 celestial golden Buddha statues radiated a profound magical aura, a soft yet majestic mana wavelength. It made me instinctively lower my head in humility. The clue should be hidden in the statues. In the game, it was simple. You had to interact with the statues, murals, donation box, or cushions in the hall. A message would then appear, presenting a riddle. After solving the riddle and placing the correct item into the donation box, the conditions would be met. Then, by channeling mana into the Dasen gun set once more, the dimensional gate would open. But rummaging through a temple didn't sit right with me. I wasn't some JRPG protagonist, after all. Instead of risking triggering security measures, I decided to switch my traits and observe the interior of the Deungjin Hall. Bright eyes, sixth sense, keen eyes. Inside X-ray vision detection. Huh. What is it, teacher? An unexpected clue caught my eye. At the very center of the hall stood the golden celestial Buddha statue of Sakyamuni. Right on its chest, a mana circuit was embedded clear as day. And it was a design I had seen before. Wow. This is insane. Teacher. Sigh. These damn Dakibis. I swear, they never change. They've gone and pulled a prank on this Buddha statue. What? What kind of prank? I need to destroy the statue with a gun. Wait, what? That can't be right. It was a trait-triggered mechanism. More specifically, it required the destruction attribute from a shotgun. After confirming that, I scanned the room even more carefully. Just as I suspected. 2 cushions had a stasis spell. The corner of the mural contained a shock trap. Inside the donation box, the wall held a phantom bullet spell. And the candlestick concealed a death mana circuit. All of them were the exact same size. The implication was obvious. I had to hit all of them at the same time, which meant using all 5 guns at once while equipping the gunslinger trait. How the hell am I going to deal with the aftermath of this? Dakibis were mischievous by nature. They always gave rewards in their own way, but that didn't mean things wouldn't get messy. If everything went smoothly, I might not get caught, but if I made even a single mistake. To be safe, I took out a few gold bars from my golf bag and placed them into the donation box. My apologies. Teacher, you're really going to shoot? I have to. If we want to meet the Dakibis. I reached for the armory. The twin pistols at my waist clinked softly. Gunslinger shooting aim. Rapid fire, sixth sense focus. I took a deep breath. And fired. 3 guns drawn from the armory. 2 pistols summoned in a flash. Tat 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 tat. 5 simultaneous gunshots. Each shot hit its mark perfectly. The Buddha statue's chest exploded. The cushions twitched before locking in place. The mural tore apart completely. The donation box absorbed the phantom bullet without a trace. The preservation magic on the candlestick flickered and vanished. I saw it all with my own eyes. Weoung? The security suppression magic wasn't enough. An alarm blared throughout the once silent Bulgaksa temple grounds. Teacher. Footsteps echoed outside. Hurried, urgent steps. I didn't even need my enhanced vision to check. The monks and security personnel were definitely rushing over. Thankfully, before they could reach the door. Before they could open the Deungjin Hall. Flosh. A bright blue dimensional gate rippled into existence. Right in the shattered chest of the Buddha statue. Let's go. I leaped in without hesitation. Seowujin followed right behind me, and the moment we passed through, the portal snapped shut. A new world unfolded before us. It was an entirely different realm. Above, sheep-shaped clouds roamed the sky, bleeding softly. The ground was covered in a soft, furry texture, making each step feel like walking on a plush carpet. In the distance, mountains looked like ink-washed strokes from a traditional painting. The wind itself took shape, forming tiny fairies that danced briefly before dissipating. Oh ho! And standing before us was a man. He wore a brown cowboy hat. A cigar dangled from his lips, puffing out rings of smoke. A single revolver rested at his hip, making him look like an outlaw straight out of the Wild West. With one exception. He was dressed in a dusty, white hanbok robe. Kim West, you finally showed up. TL note, this is a bit complex. He calls him, which means Kim Sobang. Sobang means West. If in the US you used to refer to random people as John, in Korea it's Kim. Basically, you can read it as random person from the West, in reference to the Wild West. Despite his peculiar appearance, he was unmistakably a native Korean mythical being. A Dakibi. Kim West is here. Where? It's Kim West. How long has it been? Dakibis came rushing out. Small Dakibis, tall Dakibis, lanky Dakibis, stocky Dakibis. All of them wore white hanbok robes with cowboy hats. Cigars in their mouths. Revolvers at their waists. Just like in the game. I politely bowed. Greetings. I am Warrior Kim. Greetings. Welcome. The Dakibis surrounded me and Seowujin. Seowujin was flustered, but he followed my lead and bowed. Greetings. I am Seowujin. Oh, well now, a fine-looking Kim West. This second Kim West looks just like us, doesn't he? Sniff, sniff, I smell something familiar. Was it because Seo Woojin's ancestor had a connection with Dakibis? Since they were magical beings, they could sense ties of fate. I deliberately took off my iron fist gloves and rolled up my tracksuit sleeves. You there, big guy, how about a wrestling match? With Dakibis, striking first was always best. I issued a challenge to the largest Dakibi, who looked to be over 3 meters tall. The Dakibi threw his head back and laughed. Wahaha, sounds good. I won't go easy, so keep your mouth shut and hold on tight. We gripped each other's waistbands firmly. As I prepared myself, I shot a look at Seo Woojin, telling him to challenge another Dakibi now. Seo Woojin swallowed hard and stepped up to the smallest Dakibi. Dakibi sir, how about a wrestling match with me? Yahoo now, this is promising. These Kim Wests have good manners? Hey, fatso, go easy on this Kim West, he looks weak. Shut it, Dangoma, I'm ending this in one move. No way, I'm going first. The grip was heavy. It felt like a steel tower was pressing down on me. Dakibis had no levels or stats. When wrestling, their physical strength was automatically adjusted to match their opponent's level and stats, making it nearly impossible to win through ordinary means. But I had my own method. Begin. The moment the signal rang out, I yanked his waist toward me. Giant strength mana soul Vajra body. Undying sixth sense combat mastery. A perfect combination of double power build and trinity build. And attacking exactly as my sixth sense guided me. With combat mastery kicking in, the Dakibi was dragged forward without resistance. I hooked his left leg at the last moment. Boom! The steel tower collapsed. As he crashed into the sand, a brief silence followed. Whoa, look at Kim West. Fatso went down in one move. Impressive. I'm next. Me. The Dakibi surged forward. Get in line. Get in line. The next Dakibi fell. The one after him as well. Each time, I grabbed their waists without traits. But the moment the match started, I equipped the optimal traits. And the Dakibis dropped like autumn leaves in a storm. Of course, they caught on. But not a single one complained. Instead, they got even more fired up and charged at me with excitement. This guy's no ordinary Kim West. Hey, get back up. No thanks. Go practice wrestling with King's Rock over in the East Sea and come back. Damn it, that pisses me off. Dangoma, you're our last hope. A complete rampage. I had defeated dozens of Dakibis in a row. Only one remained, the smallest Dakibi. The one Seo Woojin had challenged and lost to in a single second. Now, he was standing in front of me, rolling his shoulders. I'm the village champion. Come at me. Your weird tricks won't work on me. There was always one like this. In the game, it was a forced loss event. No matter what SSR character you brought or which traits you equipped Warrior Kim with, you couldn't win. There was only one way to beat him. I casually equipped some traits and grabbed the Dakibi's waistband. Begin. The moment the signal was given, I looked past the Dakibi and shouted. Huh? The sun is rising. What? Where? These Dakibis were night Dakibis. At sunrise, they turned into broomsticks. Naturally, he panicked and turned his head. His grip loosened just slightly. Now was the time. I gave him a light pull, and hooked his left leg. His balance collapsed instantly, and his face turned pale. Kim West? That was a dirty trick. He wasn't going down easily. The Dakibi twisted his body, trying to flip midair and slam me down instead. Pointless. I had already switched to traits that gave me the stability of Trinity build and the strength of double power build. The Dakibi was completely overpowered. Boom! Despite his small size, his dense body crashed into the sand. Because of his last-minute struggle, he landed face first. Guek. He let out a groan and passed out. But the other Dakibis were loving it. Dangoma got wrecked. Pohahaha. Look at his face. It's all squished like a rice cake. Now I want some rice cakes. Kim West is the new champion of our village. They hoisted me up and started tossing me into the air in celebration. I quickly shot a look at Seo Woojin, telling him not to rest. While they were distracted with me, he should be wrestling more Dakibis. Huff. Ha. Dakibi sir, one more match. Excuse me, Dakibi sir? Wrestling. Please wrestle with me. Seo Woojin had guts. After being thrown around a few times, he had figured out the trick. He steadily racked up wins, increasing his win rate. Even though he couldn't switch traits like me, he had Mana Core and First Sword. His stats were lacking, but by concentrating his mana at the right moment, he could win. Every single match probably drained his soul, though. Seo Woojin continued wrestling. Meanwhile, I drank with the Dakibis. They set up drinking tables, placing one in front of each of them and one in front of me. A traditional Joseon-style private drinking table. This is pretty good. The alcohol was makgeolli. The side dishes were boiled pork slices and freshly seasoned kimchi. The combination was excellent except for one problem. The Dakibi I had last defeated, Dangoma, scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry about that. This is all we got. The makgeolli was fine. It was fermented just right, going down smooth. The problem was the food. The boiled pork wasn't properly cleaned, with bristles still sticking out here and there. On top of that, it had a strong gamey smell and was so tough it was hard to chew. And the seasoned kimchi? It was just a cabbage leaf covered in red pepper powder. It was so salty, I had no idea how much salt they had dumped in. Ahem. HRM. Eat plenty. The Dakibis glanced at me before scooping portions from their own plates. As they piled it onto my plate, a tower of boiled pork and kimchi formed before me like a miniature lottie tower. They expected me to eat all of this? Me, who had become a gourmet after eating only delicious food lately. The Dakibus grinned mischievously. Champion Kim West, you can eat it all, right? A guest must never waste food. Come on, eat up. We can't have anyone saying we don't treat our guests properly. Ah, so this was phase 2. I smacked my lips a few times. In the game, the food had been decent. Why was it like this here? No helping it. Vajra body indomitable undying. Thor cultivation technique mana soul holy power. A second bet with the Dakibus. A food challenge. Technically, it was more of a who can eat more contest. Originally, it was supposed to be a competition against the Dakibus, but they didn't seem interested in eating at all. I shoved the pork and kimchi into my mouth. Then, I grabbed a whole bowl of makgeolli and chugged it down. A roar erupted. Wow, he wrestles well and eats well too. If he sings well, he'll be a triple champion. I don't see his singing pouch, though. Get Hokburai? Hokburai. The towering piles of pork and kimchi quickly disappeared. Bjorp. I let out a long belch, and the Dakibus cheered wildly. Aik. Seo Wijin, having finally finished his wrestling matches, slumped down beside me. His face was pale as he sprawled on the ground. Ugh. I feel like I'm dying. But you can feel yourself getting stronger, right? Yes. The onslaught trait I had passed on to him through training. Now, it had evolved into one-man army, glowing brilliantly. The rest, Seo Wijin would handle on his own. Kim West, eat some meat. And drink? You need to eat heartily like the first Kim West, got it? Yeah, got it. But I'm Seo Wijin, not Kim West. I'm not even married yet. Huh? What was that? Kim West is Kim West. That's right. Sigh. Fine. Seo Wijin also received his own private table. Completely drained of both sweat and mana. He looked like he had no appetite, but he still picked up his first bite. Neatly wrapping some kimchi around a piece of pork, he took a careful bite. And his face contorted in pure agony. Ugh, MMMPH. I stopped him before he could spit it out. Never spit it out. Dakibus take that as an insult. MMRRPH, HRMPH. Teacher, how do I wash it down with makgeolli? That's the best part of Korea. Seo Wijin grabbed the bowl and downed the makgeolli in one go. His expression instantly changed to one of bliss. This is amazing. He gave the Dakibus a double thumbs up. The Dakibus, who had been watching anxiously, beamed with joy. Good. Our makgeolli is the best. The Earth Mother cult? Gaia's cult? They can all come at us? There's no better makgeolli than ours. The second Kim West knows what's good. Eat more. There's plenty. You have to finish it all. That's the only way we'll let you go home. The makgeolli had gotten the praise, but the pork and kimchi towers were what kept growing. The Dakibus laughed heartily while Seo Wijin's face visibly darkened. No way around it. Consider it the price of one-man army. You consumed a high-tier trait, so now you had to suffer through some punishment. Now that we're drinking, we need some singing. One Dakibi stepped forward, wiggling his hips. Was this Hokburai? Large lumps swelled on both sides of his neck. Clapping his hands to draw attention, he began singing. Gashari it go, Nanan. Oh, what a great voice. Such powerful lungs. As expected of Hokburai, blow them all away. There was no melody, no rhythm, just loud, ear-piercing screeches. And his voice was so loud, my ears rang. Seo Wijin, mid-bite into kimchi and pork, winced. Dakibus sing like this? Anyone could out-sing them. No, here, volume is all that matters. Even if Korea's best opera singer came, if he couldn't be louder, the Dakibus would say he can't sing. That's a weird standard. To Dakibus, we probably seem weirder. The song ended. Bang, bang, bang bang. The Dakibus fired their revolvers into the air. A Dakibi's way of showing respect. Hokburai, having finished his song, turned to me and gestured. Kim West, your turn. Sure. I got up and walked to the center. The Dakibus stared at me with interest. Will this Kim West achieve the triple crown? I hope so. Ugh. I just want to stop eating this awful pork. I want buckwheat jelly. Gasp. Buckwheat jelly. Rice cakes too. Rice cakes. Adat novel bin adat. And properly cooked pork. HNNGH? Just hearing that makes my tongue melt. Damn it, I just want to get married. Me too. The wails of the bachelor Dakibus echoed through the night. I cleared my throat. Equipping Dragon's Roar and a few appropriate traits, I tensed my abdomen. Taking in deep, massive breaths, my chest and stomach swelled as if they were about to burst. I had already signaled Seo Wijin in advance, cover your ears. As for the Dakibus, whether their eardrums ruptured or not wasn't my problem. And then, I roared with all my might. Gashari it go, Nanan. Lightning exploded. Thunder rumbled like a mad beast. The shockwave from my voice surged into the sky. Bay. The sheep clouds screamed as they were struck by the sound, tumbling away in a panic. The ground itself quaked and flipped over. Clatter, boom, makgeolli barrels shattered. Trays of food splintered into pieces. Gua. And the Dakibus? They were no exception. One clutched his head and collapsed. Another foamed at the mouth and passed out. One even flickered in and out of existence, his entire form becoming unstable. Seo Wijin's face turned pale. If not for one-man army, he probably would have suffered internal injuries. Oh ho, ah ho ho ho. It took the Dakibis a long time to recover. Eventually, with great effort, they raised their hands and fired their revolvers. Bang! A magical firework shot into the sky. It burst just below the sheep clouds, forming a massive glowing hand. A clenched fist with a raised thumb. A giant thumbs up. Boom! Bang! Bang bang! And it wasn't just one. Every single Dakibi fired their enchanted bullets. Red, blue, yellow, white, green. A sky full of colorful thumbs UPS, glowing against the dark night. I lost. Kim West, you win. We lost, fair and square. A complete, overwhelming defeat. Here, take this as a prize. One Dakibi removed his cowboy hat and handed it to me. Not bad. This wasn't just any hat. It was a Dakibi cap. Everyone knew what that meant. Dakibi caps had the invisibility trait. Unfortunately, I couldn't extract or replicate it, even with diamonds. Like the Holy Sword or Mjolnir, it was a unique trait. But that didn't mean I couldn't make full use of it. Especially since gathering all the Dakibi series items would make it even stronger. I extended my hand. I'll take the club too. Huh? The club? Yes. The cap and the club come as a set, don't they? A matching set. Well, about that. The Dakibis exchanged uneasy glances. To be honest, we don't have the club. What? If you Dakibis don't have the Dakibi club, then who does? Of course, I already knew the answer. And as expected, the Dakibis gave me the same response I was expecting. Our brides have it. Brides. Yeah, the lady Dakibis. That's why we can't even cook properly these days. In the past, we could just go meet, appear, and it would. But now, we have to go hunt pigs and boil them ourselves. I just want to eat delicious meat again. Kim West, could you set us up with some brides? In the old days, Kim West's always played matchmaker for Dakibis. It's tradition? Absolutely. If you set us up, if you get us married, we'll give you everything. The Dakibi club, the Dakibi cap, whatever you want. There it was. The words I had been waiting for. Dakibi cap, Dakibi club, Dakibi flight suit. They were all as good as mine now. First, I checked the Dakibis condition. Their robes were all filthy, dust-covered and stained. Their once white garments had turned a dull yellow. No wonder the female Dakibis are avoiding them. Imagine going on a blind date, and your date shows up in unwashed, stinking clothes, with greasy, matted hair and breath that could kill a man. You'd be chasing down the matchmaker, demanding an explanation. Take off your clothes. All of you? Huh. Kim West, you into that kinda stuff. Shut up and hand them over. I'm doing your laundry. We know how to wash clothes too. You're telling me this is washed. I forcibly stripped them, starting with the strongest one, Dangoma. He screamed and tried to run, but there was no escaping me, not when I had grand assault equipped. Once I got one, the rest was easy. Dangoma, now furious, turned on the others and ripped their clothes off himself. Dangoma, are you a Dakibi or a water ghost? That's right, I'm a water ghost. Hurry up and strip. Damn it. I don't want to do laundry. You're not doing it. Kim West is. Just take it off. Shit. As the robes came off, their undergarments were revealed. And they were even worse. So bad that I didn't even want to describe them. Yeah, I wasn't washing those. They could handle that themselves. They had Dakibi clubs, didn't they? A tap with that, and poof, good as new. I stacked the robes beside the well, forming a mountain of cloth. Up close, the stench was overwhelming. It wasn't just a bad smell, it was an assault on my senses, sharp and pungent. Seo Woojin instinctively covered his nose and backed away. Teacher, do I have to help with this? No, just focus on your mana training. The mana density here is higher than the mana concentration chamber, so you'll get better results. Yes, sir. That was all I needed to say. Seo Woojin bolted to a safe distance, sat cross-legged, and began circulating his mana. Thud, thud thud. I had come prepared. From my golf bag, I pulled out detergent and a laundry bat. Using a washing machine was out of the question. Hand washing was the only way. I drew water from the well, filled a large basin, poured in the detergent, and dunked the robes inside. Then, I started hammering them with the laundry bat. Might as well grab some housekeeping traits while I'm at it. I had acquired cooking skills easily, but other household-related traits had been elusive. I'd been too busy running around. But considering my efforts so far, I was confident I could secure at least 2. Dishwashing, organizing, and disposal were still uncertain, though. Giant strength, one-man army combat mastery. Thor cultivation technique, onslaught acceleration. Thwack, thwack thwack thwack, thwack thwack thwack. I struck with vigor, syncing my traits with my attack speed and hammering away. The robes trembled as if they were about to tear. But, as expected of enchanted garments, they withstood the punishment. Water splashed everywhere, evaporating on impact and rising in a misty cloud. That's Kim West for you? The Lady Dakibis are gonna fall head over heels for him. Look at that color. It's perfect. Bright white. So clean. I was using high-grade magical detergent. Just mixing it with water made it evaporate on contact, maximizing efficiency. It worked better than industrial washing machines and dryers from my world. Naturally, the robes turned pristine white. Less than an hour in, most of them were done. Then, I felt it. My laundry bat was moving with supernatural precision. Acquired the trait, laundry. I finished the rest of the robes and tossed them back to the dakibis. Each one landed perfectly on its rightful owner. No chance of confusion, every dakibi had a unique build. Whoa, thanks a ton. So soft and fluffy. It's like brand new. But I swear I washed this just yesterday. Why does it look so different? Different? Because you guys barely did anything. Leaving your clothes out to dry and slapping them a few times wasn't laundry. Hand washing with detergent was basically resurrection in comparison. I clapped my hands twice to get their attention. Bring me the trays. Time to do the dishes. Ugh, so much work. Can't you just do everything, Kim West? Are you saying you don't want to get married? If you don't cooperate, I won't play matchmaker. Ugh, fine, fine. Dakibis were notoriously lazy except when it came to pranks. But the moment I mentioned matchmaking, they scrambled to their feet. They piled everything next to me. Half-eaten trays of pork and kimchi, makgeolli bowls, and empty drinking cups. Next up, dishwashing. I pulled out magic dish soap and a sponge from my golf bag. One-man army combat mastery Thor cultivation technique. Onslaught acceleration swift. Adjusting my traits slightly, I started scrubbing. I went at the dishes with unrelenting force. Scrubbing so hard it was like I was sanding down a battle-scarred blade. The grease buildup was horrendous. It wasn't just pork and kimchi stains. There was some mysterious black residue caked onto the dishes. Now that I thought about it, I had a strong stomach. I had eaten off these filthy plates without a second thought. Then again, after developing God's tongue, chewing licorice candies, and stuffing my face into surströmming just to gain keen nose, my resistance to gross things had turned ironclad. Res. Shutting off all thought, I continued scrubbing. The dakibis watched in silence. Then, one by one, they brought over more dishes. Not just trays, but rice bowls, soup bowls, side dish plates, and even sauce jars and kimchi pots. A literal mountain of dirty dishes stacked beside me. Phew. I exhaled deeply and kept scrubbing. This wasn't just dishwashing. It was a full-scale deep cleaning operation. If my hands hadn't suddenly sped up unnaturally, and if old stains and rotten grime hadn't begun melting away at my touch, I might have been stuck here all night. Acquired the trait, dishwashing. Faster than I expected. Guess that was the power of high-level stats and a dakibi-infused environment rich with mana and inspiration. 2 traits in quick succession. I was on a roll. Having completely finished the dishes, I stood tall and declared with enthusiasm. Next up, deep cleaning. Everyone, grab a broom and a mop. Can't Kim West just do it for us? You guys don't want to get married? You know what happens when the sun rises, right? The dakibis flinched. The dakibi realm only existed for one night. Once the sun rose, everything here would vanish like an illusion, and I would be forcibly expelled. I could re-enter the next night, but I'd have to start from scratch. Did I really want to go through all of this again? No way. This had to be a one-shot success. I couldn't afford to mess around, grinding some pointless patience trait while infinitely resetting. If I got kicked out at sunrise, I'd probably end up on tomorrow's news. The best course of action was coaxing the dakibis into cooperating, completing the gunslinger ruins, and escaping through the portal that appeared afterward. Let's get married. Let's do this. If Kim West leaves, who knows when he'll come back? Tonight is the night we get married. Aya. Finally, the dakibis rolled up their sleeves. Some of them even transformed back into their true forms. Brooms. Yeah, some dakibis were actually just enchanted brooms. Others turned into mops. But me? I didn't need any of that. I pulled out my magic vacuum cleaner from my golf bag. This thing could suck up dust and mop the floor at the same time, no need for primitive tools. Vroom. I started with the biggest house. There were a total of 10 houses in the dakibi village. I had to finish them all before sunrise. Thankfully, time flowed slower here, giving me some leeway. But considering how useless the dakibis were, the deadline was still tight. Seo Woojin hovered awkwardly nearby. Teacher, do you need help? You said we have to finish before morning. No, just focus on your mana training. You sure? I'm sure. This is a personal challenge. You felt it earlier, right? How personal challenges make you stronger. Yes, this is the same. You helping would actually slow me down. This realm isn't easy to enter, so focus on getting stronger. Understood. But let me know if you need more hands. The inside of the house was a disaster. Junk everywhere. They had piled up food waste in one corner and just thrown a cloth over it like that would somehow make it disappear. When I grimaced and glared at them, the dakibis awkwardly looked away. All we need is a dakibi club. With that, we can fix everything. No need to clean at all. What a bunch of lazy idiots. Even if you had a magic club, you shouldn't be this bad at daily life. But I looked on the bright side. This was all free experience points. More traits for me. If I thought of it as them messing up on purpose just so I could get more traits, then even the rotting garbage and dust-covered furniture seemed bearable. Mars Swordsmanship Master of the Sword Thor Cultivation Technique. Mana Soul Mana Core Mana Recovery. I charged in at full speed. Did Mars ever imagine that his swordsmanship techniques, the experience of a god of war, would be used for deep cleaning? He definitely didn't. But it was insanely effective. With Master of the Sword enhancing my precision, I blitzed through the mess like a lightning bolt. Every spot the vacuum touched gleamed. Under furniture, between cracks, deep in corners. Nowhere was safe from me. I dug in ruthlessly, leaving nothing but spotless surfaces. Even though my magic vacuum cleaner was just a high-end item, in my hands, it might as well have been a divine weapon. Thud, thud thud, I mercilessly threw out piles of trash. Wait, you can't throw that away. Then go fix it with your magic club later. Ugh, bleg, it got in my mouth. Then maybe you should have cleaned up earlier? Pile all the trash together, we're burning it all. The Dakibus grumbled but helped anyway. If they wanted to get married, they had no choice. Clean clothes, clean houses, clean bodies. That was the minimum requirement. Once the first house actually started looking livable, the Dakibus finally got moving. They ran to the well and doused themselves with water. And since they were magical beings, just that simple act instantly cleaned them up. Their hair dried, their skin brightened, and their faces became fresh and youthful. At this point, my movements sped up even more. Acquired the trait, cleaning. Forget sword master, I might as well be cleaning master at this rate. I flew through the rest of the houses like a storm. Wiping, scrubbing, vacuuming, mopping. By the time I finished, phew, I wiped the sweat from my forehead and looked eastward. No sign of dawn yet. Barely safe. The only thing left was disposing of the trash. Whoosh, I ignited the flames. Bright red fire roared out of me, like a flamethrower. Hellfire Thor cultivation technique, mana soul. Mana core, mana recovery, mana absorption. The garbage burned beautifully. Non-flammable waste. Irrelevant. This was hellfire. As long as I had mana, it could burn through anything. Even black flame couldn't match its instant destructive power. As expected, the entire mountain of garbage turned to ash in seconds. Didn't work, huh? I picked up a handful of ash and clicked my tongue. I had deliberately used hellfire instead of black flame for one reason. Disposal. The last housekeeping trait I needed. I figured my casual habit of tossing trash away too easily had slowed my progress. From now on, I'd burn everything myself. Alright. Cooking, cleaning, laundry, dishwashing all done. 2 were still missing. Organization and disposal. Not urgent, though. The main goal was my home, a compound trait formed from all housekeeping traits. Essentially, it was a base building trait. When set up in a location, it provided huge stat bonuses, experience boosts, and skill proficiency gains. Perfect for training. Perfect for battle. And since I had a base type mount, the skyship, it was even more valuable. We're ready. All set. Time to get married. The Dakibus spun in circles, their freshly cleaned robes fluttering. One even planted his head in the ground and started spinning on his head. A Dakibi spun in place, balancing on his arms while kicking his legs in wide circles. Another did a handstand, bouncing on his palms like a spring. They were all dressed in traditional hanbok, but the way they danced was pure breakdancing, a ridiculous sight. Yo, Kim West, get in here. Join us. I jumped in. Dance. This single trait was all I needed. The only dance I had actually learned was idol choreography, but breakdancing wasn't out of the question. The trait would handle the rest. I adjusted my traits slightly and started dancing among the Dakibus. Faster. Stronger. More intense. The Dakibus burst into laughter. Kim West? You're incredible. This is legendary. Did we just pull an SSR tier? Kim West? Seo Woojin, looking awkward, tried bouncing to the beat. But the Dakibus were ruthless. Boo. Stop that. You're not a Kim West. You're a damn ONI from the Eastern Islands, aren't you? Still, the condition was fulfilled. Every Dakibi and every human in the Dakibi realm was dancing. And then, rumble. The ground trembled. It's starting. Kim West, we're counting on you. The vibration was like a massive temple bell ringing. Like boiling magma, the earth churned and bubbled. Then, blue and red lights burst from the ground. Dozens of beams shot into the sky and hovered in midair. From a distance, they would look just like Cheongsilongsil, the traditional blue and red wedding threads. Cheongsilongsil. Time to get married. I just want to get married. It's my lifelong wish. I've been a single Dakibi for 500 years. If this keeps up, I'm gonna become a Buddha and ascend. I quickly scanned the floating lights. At first glance, they all looked the same. But up close, there were subtle differences. Each light had protrusions and indentations, each at different intervals, in different shapes. For example, one blue thread might have shaped bumps, while a red thread had matching shaped hollows. Or the opposite. I had to match as many as possible within the time limit. If even one of the 3 factors, shape, number, or spacing, was off, the threads wouldn't connect. And those 2 Dakibus wouldn't find a match in this cycle. I cracked my knuckles. Goal, full marriage completion. The more successful matches, the bigger my reward. Hup. I jumped. Snatched the nearest blue thread, and slammed it against a matching red thread in the distance. The 2 lights wriggled at novel bin at, then wrapped around each other, twisting like 2 snakes entwining. Please, please. Dangoma clasped his hands together in prayer. So the first match was his. I ignored him. There were plenty more threads to connect. I landed, then leaped again. This time, I grabbed a red thread and linked it to a nearby blue one. Over and over, dozens of times. When I had matched more than half, a roar erupted behind me. They're connecting. It worked. We're getting married. Dangoma's getting married. Thank you, Kim West. Thank you so much. Not yet. No premature celebrations. I finished linking every last thread before landing. Then, I turned around. The Dakibus stared at me in stunned silence. Their mouths hung open. Every single Dakibi in the Dakibi realm. As expected. Flash. Flash, the connected Cheongsilongsil threads radiated brilliant white light. Not just 1 or 2, not just 10 or 20, exactly 100. The exact number of dakibis present. Full completion. Everyone was getting married. The pillars of light split apart. Like doors opening, they parted, and figures stepped forward. Women in white wedding dresses. Each wore black ceremonial headdresses, and instead of bouquets, they held thick shotguns in their arms. Naturally, my gaze went straight to the shotguns. Those were dakibi clubs, held upside down for melee attacks, fired mercilessly in battle. That was how dakibis fought. Their realm was unique. The majority of their warriors were female. Male dakibis were closer to mages than fighters. Oh, my bride, my husband. Finally, the male dakibis rushed toward their brides. Each one found his match, and they broke into wild, celebratory dances. The female dakibis joined in, spinning their heads and twirling their bodies, wedding dresses nearly tearing from the intensity. A full-blown dance battle erupted. I simply leaned against a nearby tree and watched. No need for me to jump in. Dakibis sure know how to have fun, right? Cock-a-doodle-doo? The festivities only settled when a rooster crowed in the distance. A massive sun rooster, peeking its head from the east. If only male dakibis were here, they would have immediately turned into brooms. But now, the female dakibis were present. They flipped their shotguns upside down. Bring back the night, hocus pocus. A synchronized shout. Darkness surged from the shotgun butts, racing across the horizon. The sun rooster yelped in shock and fled. Time reversed. Night returned. The male dakibis brushed off their disheveled robes and straightened up. Ahem. Shall we begin, my dear? Yes, my husband. The dakibis lined up in pairs, just like human couples at a wedding ceremony, facing the officiant. Kim West, be our officiant. Sure. Everyone, shrink down a little. You need space to bow. The village plaza wasn't that big. If they all tried to bow at full size, they'd run out of room. So, they shrunk down instead. Some even performed acrobatic flips as they did so. They shrank to 1/10 their original size, looking like tiny dolls. A lineup of miniature dakibi couples stood before me. I couldn't help but grin. They were adorable. At the same time, something stood out. The couples were hilariously mismatched. How did they end up with such opposite partners? For example, Dangoma, the small dakibi, was paired with a massive, muscle-bound female dakibi. Fatso was matched with a delicate, reed-thin bride. The old-looking dakibi was with a baby-faced bride. The round-faced dakibi was with a square-jawed partner. And so on. But one thing wasn't random. Using bright eyes, I saw their mana wavelengths. Each couple's mana patterns were almost identical. Groom and bride, bow. No need for unnecessary formalities. At my command, a white ceremonial bowl appeared. It overflowed with pure cleansing water. The dakibis respectfully bowed toward each other. Thud. Ow. Sorry, my dear. It's all right, husband. Everywhere, dakibis smashed foreheads and yelped in pain. I let them recover before continuing. Groom dakibis, do you swear to always love, respect, and build a happy home with your bride, no matter what? Yes, we swear. Bride dakibis, do you swear to always love, respect, and build a happy home with your groom, no matter what? Yes, we swear. With these vows, in the presence of their kin and ancestors, I declare these dakibis to be lifelong partners in joy and hardship. Woo-oh-ah. Bang, bang bang bang. Overwhelmed with excitement, the dakibis fired their guns into the air. Magical fireworks shot up and exploded. Giant, grinning dakibi faces formed in the sky. Bae, bae, the sheep clouds cried out in chorus. Boom, rumble. The ground split, spitting out boulders into the air. The boulders exploded mid-air, scattering golden mist and rainbow-colored clouds. In the distance, the Inkwash mountains rose and danced. Even the trees swayed in rhythmic pulses. Party time. The male dakibis revolvers transformed. Their barrels lengthened, handles extended, and shoulder stocks attached. No longer pistols. They were now shotguns. Dakibi clubs. Slightly thinner and smaller than the ones the females carried, but still authentic. Meat, appear hocus pocus. Boiled pork rained from the sky. Kimchi, appear hocus pocus. A gust of wind delivered bowls of freshly seasoned kimchi. Rice cakes, appear hocus pocus. The ground heaved, lifting massive slabs of rice cakes. Buckwheat jelly, appear hocus pocus. The trees shook, dropping blocks of buckwheat jelly like fruit. Bwahaha, hee. Have a drink, my love. Yes, my dear. You too. A feast began. Was it a wedding reception or an after-party? Either way, it was wild. The dakibis sprawled out, gorging on food and drink. A private table was set for Seo Woojin and me. Seo Woojin cautiously took a bite of the pork. Then, his eyes widened. This is delicious. Obviously adat novel bin adat. Boiled pork that was hastily cooked with no seasoning versus properly prepared pork. No contest. This was the best boiled pork in all of Korea. Why? Because it had been copied from a dish made by the greatest pork master in the country. If dakibi caps had invisibility, then dakibi clubs had duplication. A phenomenally useful trait in any situation. Kim West. Dangoma stumbled over, his face flushed red from alcohol. Come meet my wife. This is Big. Nice to meet you. Big, Dangoma's bride, gracefully lifted her wedding dress with both hands and bowed, just like a Western lady. I returned the gesture with a polite bow. Congratulations. I wish you both 100 no, 10,000 years of happiness. Haha, thanks. Thank you. This is our gift to you. The two Dakibis clasped their hands together and extended them toward me. At first, their hands seemed empty, but the moment I reached out, pop, a shotgun materialized. A massive, oversized shotgun, even larger than the shotguns the female Dakibis carried, let alone the ones the males had. You're really giving this to me? Of course. Who else but Kim West? This is the best Dakibi club we have. We've never given it to anyone before. No one has ever arranged this many marriages for us. A weapon, both a gun and a club. SSR tier. It had top-tier attack power and could shift forms, functioning as a pistol, rifle, or sniper rifle as needed. But, was it better than Dasen guns? Unfortunately, no. If I didn't have the Dasen gun set, I'd use it. But compared to Dasen's weapon cache, it fell far behind. Thank you. I'll make good use of it. Was this it? No way. I had matched 100 couples. Full marriage completion. In the game, this level of success rained down rewards. RIP. Just as expected. One of the Dakibi brides ripped her wedding dress with a sharp motion. Dakibi flight suit, appear hocus pocus. She struck the torn fabric with her shotgun. Whoosh. The cloth expanded and morphed into a wedding dress once again. A Dakibi flight suit. An SSR tier armor piece imbued with the flight trait. Seo Wijin eyed the dress and grimaced. Are they expecting our teacher to wear that? Because, of course, it was for women. A gender-restricted item. The Dakibi bride blushed. It's really good, though. You could give it to your future wife later. That works. I'll accept it. Thank you. I needed the Dakibi flight suit as well. I couldn't extract its trait, but with the Dakibi series, there was something else I could do. I took the wedding dress, then pulled out the shotgun and cowboy hat I had received earlier. Placing the shotgun on the dress's sleeve and the cowboy hat on its headpiece, I channeled mana into them. Not my warrior's mana, but the purest mana I could muster. VRRRRR, VRRRMMM, the Dakibi series shone brightly. Then, suddenly, poof, they evaporated into pure mana and vanished. H-ha. Kim West, what did you do? Oh my god. The hat, dress, and shotgun. All gone. Only a single glowing point of light remained. A tiny, grinning Dakibi the size of my fingertip. The Dakibi soul, born from merging the Dakibi series. The Dakibis erupted into celebration, clapping and dancing wildly. A Dakibi soul. That was real. The prophecy has come true. We're going out into the world. I reached out my hand. The light Dakibi wiggled its hips in a tiny dance, then hopped onto my palm. And then, absorption. It crawled along my nerves and blood vessels, traveling straight to my heart. Buzz, my mana circuits vibrated. A new ability bloomed within me. Acquired the trait, phasing. A rare trait, even in Arcane Seoul. Essentially, 1 second of invincibility and the ability to phase through matter. Much stronger than Iron Fist. Iron Fist had been penetrated by the Massacre Empress. Phasing, however, wasn't absolute. It couldn't block ethereal attacks. True invulnerability only existed in skills like the Massacre Empress's Untouchable, or mythical artifacts. But its versatility was unmatched. It wasn't just for defense. I could use it to walk through walls or slip through barriers. One more thing. Phasing was a required material for the Lightning God trait. Now, I only needed one more Shinix to complete the set. Dangoma grabbed my hand tightly. You'll take us with you, right? Open the portal for us. Of course. But you know it can't be right away. Yeah. We'll wait. Just promise. I promise. But I need something first. Anything? Just say it. I need Jeonsa and Hwajo. I'll get them right now. The Dakibis rushed into their houses. They rummaged through their homes for a while, causing a ruckus. Then, they returned triumphantly with the items I requested. A golden ruler and a flaming pearl. One Dakibi proudly held up the golden ruler. This is Jeonsa. In the past, it could even bring the dead back to life, but its power has weakened. It can't revive people anymore. But it can heal people on the brink of death. And if someone's lifespan has run out, it can extend their life by 3 years, once per person. If it loses power, bring it back, we'll recharge it for you. A beta S. Thank you. Essentially, it was a rechargeable elixir. But that wasn't why I wanted Jeonsa. It was because of the zombie plague. Jeonsa's healing power surpassed healing potions and holy water combined. It couldn't cure people who had fully turned into zombies. But for those bitten or infected, simply infusing mana into Jeonsa and tapping them with it would heal them. Even just drinking water infused with Jeonsa worked. And this is Hwajo. If you throw it, it shoots fireballs. We call them Dakibi flames. It's effective against evil beings, malicious spirits, phantoms, undead, demons, anything like that. The old Kim Wests used to call it exorcist fire and loved it. Even if it runs out of power, you don't need to bring it back, it recharges on its own. I'll make good use of it. Originally, there was one more treasure, Okjaok, a bamboo flute. But the last Kim West we lent it to lost it. After that, the gate from our village to the outside world closed. Kim West, we need you to find Okjaok and bring it back. If Jeonsa, Hwajo, and Okjaok are together, the gate will open again. We're counting on you. I understand. I'll find Okjaok and bring it back. Another name for Okjaok was Manpasikjaok. Originally, it appeared in episode 7, Ice Age. It dropped from one of the boss monsters, and obtaining it triggered a reputation quest line that unlocked Dakibi Realm reputation. But this time, things were happening in reverse. Didn't matter. As long as I reached my goal, the path didn't matter. By my calculations, once I opened the gate, the Dakibi Realm would officially become a firm ally. It'll take some time. Please be patient. Haha, that's why we trust you. We'll wait, of course. With such beautiful wives to keep us company, waiting is nothing. Just come back before we die. We can wait 200 years if we have to. I already knew where the boss was. But hunting it? That was a future task. The boss holding Manpasikjook was a high-level Arctic beast. To hunt it, I needed fire attribute traits. Black Flame would work, but it wouldn't be enough. What I needed was Supreme Flame. The strongest fire trait a warrior could obtain. The ones left were Dragon King's Flame, Celestial Flame, and Chaos Flame. I still had plenty of time before my bet with the Sun Mage Tower, but I should start preparing. Supreme Flame would also be a huge advantage in my battle with the Saintess. Fighting her with Black Flame alone would be a pain. It would be far easier to devour her holy flames with Supreme Flame. I gathered Jeomkiok and Hwajo and stood up. The Dakibus rose with me, their faces filled with reluctance. Take care, Kim West. Make sure to come back. Thank you for everything. We love you. Come back within 100 years. Don't die. 100 years? It won't even take one. I waved and took out Hwajo. Seo Wujin leaned in beside me. Teacher, I don't see an exit. The gate is closed. Normally, there is no entrance or exit. The only way out is getting expelled when the sun rises and breaks the illusion. But, isn't the sun blocked? The Dakibus stopped it from rising. Exactly. So we need a different way out. I threw Hwajo. The copied flame pearl shot forward, and set the well on fire. Then, a strange phenomenon occurred. Like burning a scroll of rice paper, the very space itself was consumed by flames. The well vanished, revealing a completely different scene. A chamber of neatly stacked stone bricks. Even at a glance, it was massive in scale. Blue mana lanterns still flickered, dimly illuminating the endless passageways stretching into the depths. This was the Gunslinger Ruins, a labyrinth created by King Jeongjo, the reformist monarch, with the help of great mage Dasan Zhongyakyong and the Dakibus. It felt as if I were being pulled into the stone chamber. The dry air rushed in, a space that had been dormant for hundreds of years. The thick dust tickled my throat. Cough, cough. Seo Wujin coughed beside me. What kind of place is this? The entrance had already vanished. The stone walls had sealed the way behind us. These are the Gunslinger Ruins. Dasan Zhongyakyong built them. Oh, that great Joseon archmage. You've heard of him. Of course. If he had stayed as a court mage for just 10 more years, he would have revolutionized magic in our country. Who was it again? Right, King Jeongjo. It's a shame he died so early. Step, step. I walked forward slowly. The same magical lamps, the same corridors continued. After walking for quite some time, we finally came across a fork in the path. 3 routes. Seo Wujin hesitated, but I chose the middle path without hesitation. This way? You know the way. Yeah, the others are a waste of time. I could have chosen either the right or left paths. They held minor puzzles, magic golems, and small rewards. If this were a game or if Baeksoren were with me, I might have taken a detour to fight the magic golems. But with just me and Seo Wujin, it would be pointless. It was better to clear this quickly and take only the main reward. How long had we walked? The magical lamps grew noticeably brighter. Moreover, the corridor widened significantly. Until now, if Seo Wujin and I stood side by side, we barely had enough space. But now, the passage was 5 times as wide. There was enough room to swing a sword freely. Stay alert. There should be magic golems here. Magic golems? Leave them to me. I'll take care of them. You won't be able to. I'll handle it. Huh? Why? I might not be as strong as you, but I can fight just fine. These aren't ordinary golems. They're conceptual magic golems. Conceptual magic golems. Seo Wujin frowned, confused. Seeing is believing. There was no need to explain further. I moved forward in silence. Moments later, we reached a wide-open chamber. 3 magic golems blocked our way. Shiiek, Shiiek. Their bodies were made of brass. Spiked tubes protruded from their shoulders. Every movement released bursts of white steam. Large and small targets were embedded all over their bodies. As I examined those targets, Seo Wujin drew his sword. I'll start off lightly. Tap. Seo Wujin launched himself forward. Like a hawk in flight, his movements were sharp and agile. A streak of blue sword energy slashed toward a magic golem. But strangely, his attack missed. He had clearly struck the brass body, yet instead of slicing through, the blade simply slid off. Huh? What the? Seo Wujin cried out in confusion. Still, he wasn't the rookie he once was. Even while flustered, he quickly withdrew and swung his sword again. The blue sword energy crackled like lightning, striking the magic golem. Boong! The magic golem finally reacted, throwing a punch. A dangerously close attack. Seo Wujin barely twisted his body in time to evade. It wasn't a perfect dodge. A few strands of severed hair fluttered through the air. Ta-da! That was when I fired my gun. 3 shots from my dual pistols. 2 shots from my rifle. 1 shot from my sniper rifle. Each bullet landed on the targets marked on the golem's body. The moment the targets shattered, the magic golem lost power and collapsed. Huff, huff, Huff. Seo Woojin staggered to my side, gasping for breath. Kua. Gwaarg. The remaining 2 magic golems finally reacted and charged at us. There was no need to drag this out. Bang, bang, bang. I fired at every visible target. 2 different pistols. A shotgun. A rifle. A sniper rifle. Utilizing the full set of Dasan guns. Every time a bullet struck a target, the magic golems flinched. And within mere seconds, they crumpled to their knees. Seo Woojin let out a bitter laugh. So that's what you meant by conceptual magic golems. Now you get it. I approached the nearest magic golem. Extraction. I used my trait for the first time in a while, pulling out a mana core. A level 5 mana core. To be honest, I didn't need to take it. I had plenty of money. But after years of scraping by, I had developed a habit of never leaving valuables behind. Swoosh. As I extracted the mana core, the magic golem vanished as if it had never existed. Was it an illusion? Both an illusion and reality. It's the power of the Dakibi. From what I know, they helped build this place. That's fascinating. You said Dasan Zhongyakyong made this, right? Yeah. King Jeongjo ordered him to. I heard King Jeongjo and Dasan were really obsessed with guns. I guess that was true. Even in the game, these magic golems could only be damaged by the Dasan guns. And not just any shot would do. Players had to use the right gun for the target that appeared above the golem's head. Because of that, this dungeon had a poor reputation among players. It required too much effort. I pressed forward. I took care of every magic golem we encountered. I collected every mana core. Seo Woojin didn't seem to care one way or another. For both of us, this amount of money was just pocket change. We're almost there. Woojin, I need you to do something. Just say the word. The next enemy is the Dungeon Guardian. Once we defeat it, we're done. I'll handle the Guardian, but there's a catch. Crystals will keep falling during the fight. A beta. Crystals. They fire magic beams. You need to break them before they activate. At novel bin at. That sounds easy. It's not. There won't just be 1 or 2. They'll drop at a rate of 2 or 3 per second. And swinging your sword alone won't be enough. You'll need to use sword energy at the very least. Sword energy. Seo Woojin's expression twisted in disbelief. 2 or 3 per second. Swinging a sword once per second was already a monstrous feat. And now he had to release sword energy? At least 2 or 3 times per second. I patted Seo Woojin on the back. I know it's tough, but you can do it. Push your new abilities to the limit. I'll try. Just finish it as fast as possible. You need to pour as much mana as possible into each attack. Otherwise, the crystals might not break. Got it. It was difficult, but possible. Why? Because the falling magic crystals were affected by one-man army. Especially the massacre effect embedded within it. They would take additional damage, and breaking them would restore mana. Seo Woojin lacked confidence, but it would be more manageable than he expected. It'd be great if he could awaken Mana Soul too. As the magic crystals shattered, the mana density in the air would rise dramatically. This created the perfect environment for awakening mana-related traits. Just like how constant battles with Dakibi made it easier to awaken one-man army. Finally, we arrived at the last area of the ruins. A massive chamber. At its center was a pile of smooth bricks stacked high. As we approached, a magic circle engraved on the floor activated. Bricks shot into the air with precise movements before embedding themselves into the pile. Each brick was etched with tiny magic circles and began floating. Gwung, gwung. The bricks interlocked. A massive humanoid form took shape, looming over us. From its face, a pair of burning eyes radiated magical energy. The sheer intensity of its mana reverberated through the air. It was on a completely different level from the golems we had encountered so far. At least level 7. Seo Woojin swallowed hard. Sir, be careful. He dashed forward. If he got hit, it'd be over. Using Grand Assault, I kicked off the ground, practically soaring, and landed atop the magic golem's head. Its smooth crown came into view. At its center was a circular target. Bang! The circular target signified a handgun marker. I fired. The target shattered, but the magic golem remained unaffected. The only result was that the brick containing the target spun, revealing a different set of marks. This time, 3 cross-shaped targets. My hand brushed against my holster. My dual pistols slipped back into their empty slots. In their place, I drew my rifle. I was still midair. With the precision-enhancing effects of gunslinger, shoot, and aim, I adjusted my stance. Then, I fired a barrage of shots. Bang, bang, bang. Every bullet struck its mark. Gwaarg. The magic golem roared. It swung its arms wildly. Its brick-like limbs stretched like springs, whipping toward me. But I still had Golden Crow's flight. I abruptly changed trajectory and dove toward the ground. Dodging the attack, I continued firing relentlessly, swapping between 5 different firearms in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The magic golem's body rippled with each hit. Its targets shattered, its bricks spun, revealing new marks again and again. Dozens at a time. All over its body. Like a nuclear reactor on the brink of meltdown. Boom, boom, boom. But I couldn't let my guard down. Magic crystals rained down from the ceiling. Crystals shimmering in iridescent colors. The moment they struck the ground, they shone brilliantly and began firing beams of light. All aimed at me. There was no dodging or blocking these magic beams. Ugh. I could already feel my body growing sluggish. The magic beams had a simple yet deadly effect. They reduced all my stats. At first, it was barely noticeable, but the debuffs stacked over time, and every single magic crystal inflicted the same debuff. If this continued, I was doomed. Hey op. Seo Woojin intervened at just the right moment. He threw himself in front of the magic beams aimed at me and slashed downward. A sharp, blue arc of sword energy cut through the air. The magic crystal shattered instantly, scattering fragments. Seo Woojin turned to me and shouted, "Sir, leave it to me." Then, he dashed across the battlefield. Boom, boom, boom. As the crystals fell, he moved like a blur, breaking each one before they could fire. Every swing of his sword carried incredible force. Just as I had expected. He hadn't awakened mutation, but even with just his mobility traits, he was handling the magic crystals well. Whenever a stray beam managed to fire, he took it head-on, pushing through sheer grit. As a result, the debuffs stacking on me were minimal. That meant I could return the favor. I danced around the magic golem, toying with it. My hand brushed my holster again and again, switching weapons instantly. At first, I had fired in a steady stance. But now, I had shifted to akimbo-style shooting, wielding guns in both hands. And not just pistols. I wielded a rifle in my left hand, a sniper rifle in my right. Sometimes I paired a shotgun with a pistol, or a shotgun with a rifle. Impossible techniques in reality. Completely impractical stances. But in this world, I was different. Gunslinger, shoot, aim. Giant strength, keen eyes, sixth sense. Precision was handled by my traits. Recoil? I crushed it with raw power. Before a target even finished shifting, keen eyes and sixth sense guided me to switch weapons and fire instantly. Meanwhile, my enchanted equipment glowed brilliantly, amplifying my performance. With bullets pouring down like a storm dozens per second, the magic golem's magical aura trembled dangerously. Gwayayaarg. The magic golem let out a sharp, guttural cry. I narrowed my eyes. I knew exactly what this meant. Already, it had only been a few minutes since the fight began. Klea, a deafening chime. The magic golem split apart. Hundreds of bricks broke away and soared into the air. A massive, layered magic circle began forming above. Woojin, get out of there. Seo Woojin, positioned near the outer edge, could escape. But I couldn't. I stood still, letting the radiance of the magic circle, the ultimate annihilation beam, wash over my entire body. Sir. Seo Woojin shouted desperately. But I simply smiled. In the game, this beam could instantly kill even a level 7 character. Even though I was stronger than a level 7, I should have died. Yet, even after the beam swept past me, even after it erased part of the floor, my mind remained sharp and clear. And the reason was obvious. Phasing. As proof, my entire body had become translucent. The annihilation beam hadn't affected me in the slightest. I didn't go through all that effort marrying off every single Dakibi for nothing. If I hadn't ensured a full set, I would have been missing one of the Dakibi traits. Die. A boss that unleashes a massive skill always enters a stunned state afterward. I threw myself forward, firing into the scattered bricks. Phasing had a long cooldown. If I let it fire another annihilation beam, I might actually be in trouble. The best course of action was to end this with overwhelming firepower. Bang, bang, bang. The bricks trembled. Every shot sent them bouncing into the air. Then, more bullets struck, spinning them wildly. They ricocheted, twirling midair, bouncing off each other. Like a game of ping pong played with an invisible paddle. Hundreds of bricks. Not a single one slipping past me. Ha. Seo Woojin shook his head in disbelief. With the boss stunned, no magic crystals were falling. Ignoring the heat rising in my head, I kept shooting relentlessly. Just as my breath started growing heavy, something changed. Crackle. A brick crumbled into dust. And that was just the beginning. Bricks from across the chamber, bricks that had been bouncing in front of me, bricks that had yet to move, all of them began disintegrating into fine sand. Not just a few, but all of them. Completely vanishing, leaving behind a single mana core. A level 7 mana core. Larger than my own head. I stuffed it into my golf bag, chuckling. If I were still using my old golf bag, it wouldn't have even fit. The new one was undoubtedly superior. A gift from Song Huiyang, enchanted with top-tier spatial expansion magic. It looked ordinary on the outside, but inside, it was as vast as a truck bed. Lightweight, preservation magic applied, it was convenient in every way. Sir, you did it. You too. You did well. It wasn't as bad as I thought. Seo Woojin grinned. A while ago, he had been full of doubt. But after actually fighting, he had gained confidence. Still, why was it taking so long? It should have appeared by now. And right on cue. The remains of the magic golem, now reduced to sand, began to stir. Slowly, they rose, taking on a new form. Huh. Seo Woojin tensed, drawing his sword. I was different. I holstered my weapons and crossed my arms. Because I had been waiting for this moment. Swish, swish. The shape solidified. A middle-aged man, wearing a royal robe and sunglasses. A pistol strapped to his arm, a chinbo gun slung across his back, and a long rifle at his waist. A figure that screamed gun enthusiast. Welcome, my fellow gunslingers. The man smiled at us. I am Yi-san, king of Joseon. Seo Woojin was visibly flustered. Wait, hold on. Did you just say you're the king? That's right. But, you see, Joseon. What was he even trying to explain? To a magic spirit, no less. Hello, King Jeongjo. I do know that my posthumous title is Jeonjo, but hearing you call me that feels a bit off. Could you address me differently? Of course. Your Majesty. That's much better. I casually sat down in front of the middle-aged man Jeonjo. Seo Wujin hesitated for a moment before following suit. Jeonjo chuckled heartily. Huh? Humans these days have no respect for their ancestors. Well, Your Majesty isn't exactly my ancestor. Seo Wujin glanced at Jeonjo, then leaned toward me and whispered. Sir, is he really King Jeonjo? That Jeonjo? Yeah. Haven't you seen his magical portrait? It's an exact match. Well, yeah, but he's been dead for ages. He's a magic spirit. Excuse me. He's the dungeon administrator. They copied Jeonjo's personality and implanted it here. He's not actually the Jeonjo. Jeonjo smirked bitterly. Back in my day, even a magic spirit was treated with proper respect. You modern folk are terribly rude. A spirit is just a spirit. If you don't like it, try coming back to life. Ha ha ha. Your tongue is as sharp as your shooting. I could say the same for Your Majesty. Ah, that damn Sim. I should have dealt with him properly. I didn't think my letters would be famous even in later generations. What are you talking about? Seo Wujin was completely lost in the conversation. This guy knew a lot, but he was also strangely ignorant about certain things. King Jeonjo was infamous for his sharp tongue. One only needed to read his secret letters to left state councillor Sim Wanji to understand. The sheer variety of insults he had used was remarkable. Whether in the real world or in this one, Jeonjo's skill in verbal warfare remained unchanged. I studied Jeonjo's sunglasses carefully. You seem to know a lot despite being sealed here. Heh, of course. Why? Do you want them? If you do, I could give them to you. I'll pass. Those sunglasses contained an advanced sensory trait. Clairvoyance. This magic spirit of Jeonjo had spent over 200 years here, using them to peek into the real world. And yet, he didn't seem upset. Even though he must have witnessed the fall of Joseon, the colonial period, the division of Korea, and the Korean War. Of course, he wouldn't be. This wasn't the real Jeonjo. Just a magic spirit infused with his copied personality. A mere dungeon administrator. Just give me the gun. Should I? Jeonjo straightened his posture. Then, he drew the firearms strapped to his body, one from his arm, one from his back, and one from his waist. 3 antique guns. Each one a masterpiece. The frames were made of pure silver, inlaid with celestial gold, embedded with magic gemstones like constellations. The stocks, seemingly carved from solid ivory, gleamed a soft, milky white. Wow. Seo Wujin let out an odd gasp. Jeonjo casually tossed the 3 guns into the air. They vanished, leaving behind only their outlines, shimmering like starlight, connected by glowing lines. True magic firearms, legendary relics. Jeonjo gestured at the constellation-like guns. Choose one. You may take only a single firearm. I activated keen eyes and examined them. Not that I really needed to. I already knew what they were. Invincible gun. Magic bullet sniper. Mastery of the gun. If this were the game, these traits would have been displayed exactly like that. Can I pick one too? Seo Wujin asked. Jeonjo scoffed. Do you think so? These were created for gunslingers. Dasan and I barely managed to forge them together. Sword wielders like you can get lost. Lost? Your Majesty, you have quite the foul mouth. Ha ha ha. Jeonjo laughed it off. If Seo Wujin ever read Jeonjo's royal letters, he'd be completely horrified. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. What mattered was choosing one of these 3 traits. Ideally, I'd take them all. But unfortunately, these traits were mutually exclusive. Once I chose one, I would never be able to select the others no matter what. Even premium items wouldn't allow me to change my choice. Invincible gun. A trait specialized for close quarters combat. Perfect for dual-wielding pistols. Magic bullet sniper. Do I even need to explain? The ultimate sniper trait. Mastery of the gun. Comparable to the master of the sword, this trait applied to all firearms. Honestly, I had been contemplating my choice even before coming here. Now that I was standing in front of them, my decision was even clearer. I reached out and pointed at the pistol. I'll take that one. Are you serious? Jeonjo looked surprised. My recommendation would be this one. He tapped the long rifle lightly. Sleek, beautifully designed, with an elongated barrel that was particularly captivating. I saw how you wielded all 5 of Dasan's guns earlier. That means this would suit you best. I imbued this rifle with mastery of the gun. It greatly amplifies the unique abilities of firearms and pushes a gunslinger's skills to their absolute limit. It's perfect for you. With acute. I knew that. That's why I had hesitated. The combination of the Dasan guns and mastery of the gun was, without exaggeration, utterly broken. But there was a problem. I was a gunslinger. But I wasn't just a gunslinger. At lower levels, guns had been my main weapon. With them, I had ambushed Rodir and wiped out the Dagger Gang. But now, they were merely secondary weapons. Useful for debuffing high-level enemies. Convenient for massacring low-level opponents. But that was it. My true power lay in my sword. The 3 great sword arts I was steadily building, that was my ultimate weapon. That meant my choice was clear. I'll take invincible gun. Ha. Jeonjo looked utterly dumbfounded. You already knew everything before coming here, didn't you? Did Dasan leave you some kind of record? Something like that? TCH. That guy was so indifferent. When I was alive, I had to pour 10 kegs of fine liquor into him just to get him to work. But after I died, he became even more diligent. Jiangzhou grumbled as he pushed the pistol toward me. The starlit gun, glowing blue, drifted toward me. Straight into my heart. Straight into my mana circuits. I opened myself fully to accept the trait. Whoosh! A brilliant flash of light. It felt similar to when I acquired Master of the Sword. In my mind, 2 pistols settled into place. Crossed over each other, swirling with wisps of gunpowder smoke. At least this time was better than before. No internal injuries. No coughing up blood at novel bin at. The dungeon itself was shouldering the burden of causality, mana, and enlightenment. I let out a long breath. Then, I drew my guns. Holding them in both hands, I used Grand Assault to leap backward. Spinning midair, I unleashed a rapid-fire barrage. Tat 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 tat. Hundreds of bullets poured out in an instant. Reload? Unnecessary. When my bullets ran out, my mana automatically generated new ones. Of course, the mana cost was high, but it was worth it. Because right now, my firepower was on par with a heavy machine gun. Not bad. This was why it was called Invincible Gun. Each top-tier gunslinger trait came with a unique ability. Magic Bullet, the strongest single-shot attack. Mastery of the gun, amplifying the unique abilities of each firearm. And then, Invincible, overwhelming firepower in an instant. But do you know what was even scarier? It could be used with phasing. Normally, when in phasing, attacks couldn't be performed. But a few select traits allowed exceptions. And one of them was Invincible Gun. How is it? Jiangzhou asked, looking satisfied. With this, won't you be able to defeat a sword master? Excuse me? A sword master? What kind of nonsense was this? I shot him an incredulous look, and Jiangzhou spoke seriously. There's a reason Dasan and I combined our efforts. Strengthening the nation was my lifelong goal. And to achieve that, I chose guns. Joseon was a small country, and neither the way we fought nor Qing, whom we served as our suzerain, could be defeated through traditional warfare. It wasn't the wrong approach. At lower levels, guns easily outclassed swords. But at higher levels, at level 5 and beyond, especially at level 7, when Master of the Sword emerged, after extensive research, we were able to actualize the potential of firearms. It's a shame you didn't choose mastery of the gun. With it, you could have definitely defeated a sword master. My dream has always been for guns to surpass swords. That's impossible. What? What did you just say? It's impossible. At level 5 and beyond, assuming equal conditions, a gunslinger cannot defeat a sword wielder. TCH? If you had mastery of the gun, it would be possible. No invincible gun should be enough to? Of course. I'll say it again. It's not possible. Jiangzhou's mood visibly soured. His face turned red, then pale. His lips twitched as if he were holding back a string of curses. He was barely restraining himself, but anyone could tell he was on the verge of exploding. Before he could, I moved first. Slowly, I drew my sword. Huh? What do you think you're doing? A gunslinger drawing a sword? For what? Even with clairvoyance in his sunglasses, he didn't know everything. He knew his own posthumous title. He casually used the term sword master, but he didn't know who I was. I focused my mind. The sword trembled ever so slightly. Then, I switched traits and infused my mana. Whoosh! A powerful burst of sword energy erupted. I didn't even need Nephilim sword. Master of the Sword was enough. The Black Tiger sword radiated a noble brilliance, reinforcing my words. Jiangzhou's face twisted. Sword energy. Sword energy. Then, as if he had seen a ghost, his complexion drained. A sword master, and a gun master. Shock, disbelief, admiration. His emotions were a chaotic mess. For a long time, he just stared at me in stunned silence. Then, he let out a hollow chuckle and shook his head. Your talent is beyond extraordinary. I always prided myself on being one of the smartest men of my time, but I've never seen talent like yours. Even Dasan couldn't have been on your level. Wait, how old are you? You look young. I'm 23. 23? Ha 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 ha. You've only just come of age? Ha 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 ha. Jiangzhou threw his head back and laughed. It was a laugh filled with both disbelief and genuine joy. The heavens haven't abandoned humanity? I was worried because of the turbulent fate of this world, but it seems my efforts weren't entirely in vain. Jiangzhou reached into the chest of his royal robe and tore off the embroidered dragon insignia. Rip! He waved it through the air a few times, and the fabric coalesced, forming a golden dragon inkstone. My eyes widened. Why is that here? That was supposed to appear much later, after unlocking the Dakibi nation's reputation system and grinding through countless dungeons. Do me a favor. Jiangzhou handed me the inkstone. While holding this inkstone, defeat a swordmaster using only firearms. If you succeed, a unique pattern will be engraved onto the inkstone. Once that happens, head to the Jiajagok library. You will find the hidden Royal Jiangzhou gun there. The Royal Jiangzhou gun. The superior version of the Dasan guns. Each of the Dasan guns was SR grade individually, and when combined, they were treated as SSR grade. But the Royal Jiangzhou gun? It was SSR grade on its own. One of the strongest weapons in existence, rivaling the Black Tiger sword or Mjolnir. Isn't that a bit of an unreasonable request? You're already both a sword master and a gun master at level 6. What's so difficult about this? By the time you hit level 7, it'll be a breeze. And if it's still too hard, just do it at level 8. Whenever it happens, just make sure to take down a sword master. Using only guns. No time limit, no level restriction. That was fine by me. I thought about it for a moment, then nodded. All right, I accept. Ha ha ha, a wise decision? This is a masterpiece among masterpieces, a weapon that transcends eras. It will be of great help to your future. Jiangzhou burst into hearty laughter, but his body was already beginning to fade, like waves eroding a sand castle. Ah, it seems my time is up. It was an enjoyable experience, Your Majesty. Enjoyable? You have quite the flippant tongue. It was an honor to meet you, Your Majesty. At least your disciple has some manners. Here, take this. Jiangzhou swung his hand. A beam of magic light shot forward, piercing through Xiao Wujin. What are you doing? Thank you, Your Majesty. This will be a great help. Your disciple put in quite the effort earlier. It's only right he gets something in return. It's just a small gift. Xiao Wujin had shattered plenty of magic crystals and endured the mana beams, but his mana core and mana circuits hadn't evolved. That was simply because SSR ranked characters required more experience to progress. Jiangzhou had merely given his mana circuits a slight push, just enough to help the seed sprout. With time, or perhaps some focused training or even a bit of diamond-fueled assistance, Xiao Wujin's mana core would evolve into a mana soul much faster than expected. Of course, Xiao Wujin had no idea about any of this, but seeing my reaction, he assumed something good had happened and deeply bowed to Jiangzhou. Thank you, King Jiangzhou. When I return, I'll offer you a drink at your shrine. Just one drink. Pardon. His Majesty enjoys drinking. At least 10 full bottles of traditional soju, nothing less than 40% alcohol. What, 10 bottles? Not 10 glasses. 10 jars. No more, no less. Got it. Ha 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 ha, you truly understand me? Giving you the inkstone was worth it. What an odd place to feel a sense of fulfillment. Swoosh. Jiangzhou's form completely crumbled away. His final words echoed from the scattering dust. I'll be watching. Make those sword wielders eat their pride. I'm counting on you. Asking a swordsman to humble other swordsmen. I could only laugh bitterly. Rumble. The dungeon began collapsing. Xiao Wujin instinctively crouched down. Sir, isn't this dangerous? It's fine. When we open our eyes, we'll be at Changdeokang. Just as expected. By the time the crumbling dungeon faded from view and my senses realigned, we were already standing in front of the main gate of Changdeokang. It was broad daylight, meaning we were in full view of the public. Without wasting a second, I activated stealth and slipped away. Once back at the mansion, I finally took some time to rest. Ugh, I feel like I'm dying. Don't get lazy. Start training right now. Squeeze out every bit of your mana. If you endure for just a few days, you'll grow much stronger. From what I can tell, you'll become as strong as you did back in the Dakibi realm. Really? Yeah. Push your mana to the limit. You know what I mean, right? Of course. Xiao Wujin's eyes gleamed with determination. Despite being exhausted from staying up all night, he grabbed his sword and headed straight to the training hall. I had work to do as well. I met with Choi Sunso and Kim Chul-kwan to check on the redevelopment progress and give them further instructions. Then, I had a brief discussion with the mansion's magic spirit. So, I need to retrieve the blueprint. Yes. With my abilities alone, I cannot design a level 7 reconstruction elixir. Just like before, obtaining a blueprint from a divine entity would be the best option. Everything was pushing me toward Greece. Not just the blueprint but also Earth's unique trait system, since those traits could only be acquired in Greece. Alright, I'll go. I need to stop by the US as well, so it'll take some time. Understood, Master. Please be careful on your journey. I activated the Red Cougar and set off. Destination, Olympus. Gaia was waiting for me. Olympus, the land of the gods. In this world, it could be seen with the naked eye. North of Thessaly, Greece. Right above the 2,919-meter peak of Mount Mytikas. I pushed the control stick of the Red Cougar forward. The Red Cougar descended. The clouds below drew closer, and the vast world unfolded before me. A world flipped upside down like a spinning top. A place that could be observed from afar but never truly reached, no matter how fast one ran. A land dotted with golden forests and pure blue lakes. Olympus. It is beautiful, I'll give it that. There was only one way to approach Olympus. Passing through the Gaia Grand Temple on Mount Mytikas. With Olympus in my sight, I descended to the ground. Just as I had researched beforehand, the area in front of the Gaia Grand Temple was bustling like an open market. Don't push. Hey, let's follow the queue. The goddess Gaia is watching. The Gaia Grand Temple on Mount Mytikas was as grand as a fortress. In fact, it served as both a fortress and a gate. A world of gods that was normally impossible to approach. But Olympus was different. By completing a quest and following the path to the heavens, one could enter with a physical body. Upon entering Olympus and meeting the gods, the physical body would evaporate, transforming into a spiritual existence and attaining immortality. VRRRMMM thud. I parked the Red Cougar in the lot. A magic spirit fluttered over and scanned the Red Cougar. Free parking for 1 month. Afterward, a month of paid parking is required before ownership transfers to the Gaia Grand Temple. Do you agree? I agree. Ownership of the Red Cougar confirmed under Gaia Order Honorary Paladin, Warrior Kim. May you successfully complete the pilgrimage of immortality. I stood before the temple. A towering wall, likely over a few hundred meters tall, came into view, capable of stopping even giants. And it had done just that. During the Gigantomachy, the war that marked the end of the Olympian gods, the final battle took place here. Zeus, Heracles, and Athena all perished in that war. The only survivors were the goddess Gaia, ancestor of both gods and giants, and a few deities who fled to Rome, including Mars. I followed the path upward. The pilgrimage road was wide, but strictly controlled to a single file line. Anyone attempting to cut in line would be zapped by a magic spirit's electric shock. But that didn't apply to me. I walked past the line without waiting, and the magic spirits didn't react in the slightest. Naturally, complaints erupted. What the hell? Why does that guy get to cut in line? Hey, show some respect for the queue. Most of them were shouting in English. I understood them just fine. But so what? I straightened my shoulders confidently. Pilgrims ahead turned to glare at me with hostile expressions. But only for a moment. Once they saw the emblem on my chest, they quickly looked away. He's a paladin. Damn it. Why is a paladin walking up instead of flying? Yeah, if he's going to Olympus, he could just ride a Pegasus. Considering my contribution points, I could easily receive a Pegasus. But I wasn't interested. Too slow. A Pegasus was all about looking pretty. A wyvern or a griffin was far more impressive and practical. Striding forward, I soon reached the temple. Paladins armed with shields and spears twitched their eyebrows at me. After checking the paladin emblem on my chest, they lightly emitted divine power. One radiated luminous light. The other, holy radiance. A casual greeting among Gaia Order paladins. Much like how that Nordic warrior at the Indian embassy had once flared his mana waves as a show of strength. Divine power, holy radiance, luminous light. Divine artifact, mana shield, domain shield. I smiled and released my own divine power. The aegis strapped to my left arm turned a milky white, and a sacred light rippled around me. A paladin whose strength was obvious at a glance. The lined-up pilgrims murmured in admiration, while the two paladins respectfully bowed. Are you the knight commander? Please forgive our rudeness. It's an honor to meet you. I am Glaukos, and this is Miltiades. I am Warrior Kim, from Korea. I have business in Olympus, may I enter? Well, the thing is. The paladins hesitated under their helmets. I waved a hand casually. I understand the procedures. I'll wait, will you? As expected of the Stigmata's protector. Truly honorable. You know me, of course. My brother-in-law works in the Great Labyrinth. He recently, well, not just recovered, but overcame his stigmata and returned. We owe you a great debt. Ao Epsilon. The paladin saluted, his gratitude evident. The pilgrims, overhearing the conversation, began murmuring. The Stigmata's protector. That's really him. I thought he was in Germany. He looks just like his photos. Look. It's really him. Apparently, the method I had shared to overcome stigmata had made a bigger impact than I expected. The pilgrims started edging toward me. The entire queue, en masse. Just as I was about to feel a bit overwhelmed, a stroke of luck arrived inside the temple, a yellowish light burst like a firework. Augeas got chosen. A cheer that was half joy, half distress. The pilgrims clicked their tongues. Tisk, tisk. Well, at least Augeas isn't the worst one to get. Yay, you just have to work your ass off for a few months and it's done. If you're lucky, you'll gather a big following. And there's no risk of dying, at least. Though you'll be rolling around in filth. Pfft. Inside the temple, a side door at the end of the queue creaked open. A bald man, clutching a parchment scroll as if it were his lifeline, stepped out. His face was full of despair. The pilgrims cheered in encouragement. Hang in there. Just think of yourself as dead and clean with all you've got. Well, at least you're guaranteed a way into Olympus. The goddess Gaia must be looking out for you. Hey, you willing to sell that? Humph. You want to get struck down by the goddess. To ascend to Olympus, one had to complete a trial. The bald man had drawn the Augeas stables cleaning. After the Gigantomachy, the Augeas stables had become a mythical structure in itself. Without any need for management, it continuously bred livestock and supplied meat to Olympus. But someone had to clean it. Periodically. The filth piled up in just a single day. I better not get something like that. For ordinary people, it might be a lucky draw, but for me, it'd be a nightmare. Even with a cleaning-related trait, I'd be stuck for months. I'd rather risk divine punishment than keep that task. I'd have to trade it no matter what. Mulling over my options, I approached the side door. The priest guarding it smiled and swung it wide open. Please, Stigmata's protector, you may enter first. Thank you. Ugh. Damn it, adat novel bin adat. The pilgrims groaned like puppies desperate to relieve themselves, but what could they do? Rules were rules. I passed through the side door and entered. The interior was a simple stone chamber. At its center, where sunlight poured in from an open ceiling, stood a waist-high well filled with shimmering blue water. Please place your hand into the well. Retrieve the parchment that your fingertips touch. That will be your trial. A blindfolded priestess instructed. She and her kind had once served the temple of Apollo at Delphi. After Apollo perished in the Gigantomachy, they had relocated here. They wore blindfolds to mourn their fallen god, but their prophetic powers remained intact. Following her instructions, I plunged my hand into the well. A dense mass of mana tingled against my fingertips. Then, something soft parchment. I seized it instantly. The entire well shimmered, spitting golden fireworks. Boom, pop, pop pop, a dazzling display of color. But the blindfolded priestess gently winced. Of all things, I already knew. Instead of speaking, I unrolled the parchment. The embossed divine script surged into my mind. Trial, dragons and fleece. O traveler who ascends the sky, go to the Georgia Valley of the Kingdom of Georgia. Above the golden mines, a golden dragon slumbers. Retrieve the golden fleece guarded by the golden dragon. The fleece of immortality and resurrection shall guide you to the land of the gods. One of the hardest trials in the game. The priestess whispered, almost conspiratorially. You don't need to retrieve the entire fleece. A few strands will suffice. The golden dragon does not remain awake at all times, so if you use Pan's FL. Ahem, ahem. The observing priest loudly cleared his throat. The priestess, who had been whispering, quickly adopted a formal tone. Good luck. If you truly wish to reach Olympus, you may exchange parchments with other pilgrims. Given your contributions as the stigmata's protector, the goddess will not impose severe punishment. Thank you for the advice. No, I should be thanking you. Had it not been for you, my nephew would still be suffering from his stigmata. So that's why she gave me the hint. Pan's flute. In Greek mythology, it was the treasure used to lull Argos, the giant with 100 eyes, to sleep. If I used it, the golden dragon would surely fall into slumber as well. It wasn't a true sleepless dragon like in legend. The classic strategy was to steal the golden fleece while the dragon slept. That would grant access to Olympus. But I had no intention of using that method. Why? If success was categorized into 3 levels: great success, success, and barely passing, then stealing the fleece was just barely passing, which meant 0 rewards. All I'd get was entry to Olympus. After coming all this way, I needed to gain something worthwhile. The Dragons and Fleece trial was one of the hardest among the 12 trials, but it was also rumored to hold incredible hidden rewards. I clenched my fist. The rough texture of my iron fist gauntlet scraped against my skin. It's about time for an upgrade. Among all my equipment, this was the only SR rank item I had. The GMO set or the Dasan Arsenal set would be SSR ranked if fully assembled, but Iron Fist? No matter how I looked at it, it was stuck at SR rank. Drawing the Dragons and Fleece trial was nothing short of divine providence. The Golden Fleece. An SSR ranked gauntlet imbued with the traits of immortality and resurrection. Obtaining that magical artifact upon a great success completion was my primary objective. Lucky me. Man, if it weren't for that paladin, I would've. As I stepped out of the side door, the pilgrim at the front of the line quickly shut his mouth. From their perspective, it made sense. If not for me, they would have drawn the Dragons and Fleece trial instead. But truthfully, I was the one who was grateful. If I had rushed even a little, if someone had gone in before me, I would have ended up with a different trial. Whoosh! I soared into the sky aboard the Red Cougar. Destination, Georgia Valley. In ancient times, the journey would have required traversing the Aegean Sea, the Sea of Marmara, the Bosporus Strait, the Black Sea, coastal lowlands, and mountain ranges. For me, it took less than an hour. Between towering mountains, a vast valley spread out before me. A picturesque village stood nestled within. Brick houses with blue, yellow, and red roofs. Tall chimneys poking up from each home. Thin wisps of smoke curling lazily from them. At the village's center, a temple radiated a soft glow of divine power in all directions. Ruoar? If not for the occasional dragon's roar echoing through the valley, it would have been perfect. But the villagers didn't seem to mind. Sounds strong today. Good morning. Eat well, everyone. A village once renowned for its gold mines and panning sites. After the Golden Dragon settled in, mining completely declined. But in its place, tourism flourished. Pilgrims undertaking their trials. Tourists coming from afar just to catch a glimpse of the dragon. Thanks to them, the villagers never went hungry. I parked the Red Cougar in the public lot. After registering the vehicle, I headed straight for the gold mine. Not that it was much of a mine anymore. It was just the mountain right behind the village. At the mouth of a massive cave, the Golden Dragon lay asleep atop a nest of gold ore. KRRRNG. Despite the village being right at its doorstep, the Golden Dragon never attacked. The first reason was the protection of the Gaia Temple. But the more important reason? The Golden Dragon was always full. It never went hungry. Its nest was always warm. And the Golden Fleece, the treasure of all treasures, provided a comfort akin to being cradled within an egg. Why would it bother hunting? Better to get a little more sleep. Should I try invisibility? Are you crazy? That won't work at all. I heard etherealization lets you phase through walls and floors. You think you can phase through an entire kilometer? The dragon senses anything within that range. That won't work either. What about Pan's flute? You got a way to get one? Pan's flute was buried with Hermes when he died. Damn it. If we can't do this or that, then what the hell can we do? That's why it's called a Golden Tier trial. Near the Golden Dragon's nest, a forward base had been set up. Precisely 1,500 meters away. Any closer than 1 kilometer, and the Golden Dragon would react. So this was where pilgrims gathered. I entered the base. No, I walked past it. I didn't say a word to the other pilgrims. I didn't stop to prepare. As if I didn't need to. Wait, what? Hey, is that guy insane? You can't go there. If you wanna die, do it alone. At least warn us before you get yourself killed. The pilgrims immediately scattered. The moment the Golden Dragon woke up, its flames would reach all the way to the forward base. Nowhere near the dragon was safe except inside the village. KRRRNG. I reached 1,200 meters. The Golden Dragon stirred. Its body tensed, tail twitching. Anyone could see it was about to wake up. Ding, 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 ding. An emergency bell rang from the Gaia Temple. A holy barrier expanded rapidly. People screamed as they fled back into the village. I ignored them. I quickened my pace. Passing another 200 meters, I crossed the 1-kilometer boundary. The golden dragon opened its eyes. It shot upright, locking its gaze onto me. Blazing golden pupils. Narrowed, vertical slits flickering with fury. Kraya. Its roar erupted. A physical sound wave. A dragon's roar, unleashed upon me. A deafening, ear-splitting noise. But I simply smiled. Because to me, a dragon's roar was no longer an incomprehensible, terrifying force. It was just speech. Begone, insect. A truly draconic warning. But the important part? I understood it. Which meant I could respond. Instead of running or dodging, I chose a third option. Hello. Nice to meet you. I didn't even need to roar back. I simply activated my dragon tongue trait and spoke. The golden dragon's eyes widened. As if it couldn't believe what it had just heard. Its massive, golden irises locked onto me in shock. A long silence passed before it finally responded, its voice slipping out in disbelief. You spoke. A conversation in dragon tongue. The first condition for a great success in this trial. I responded calmly. Yes, I spoke. What was the big deal about dragon tongue? I squared my shoulders and continued walking in a straight line. Even as the overwhelming presence of the dragon bore down on me, even as waves of searing heat radiated outward, I remained unfazed. The golden dragon simply watched me. It was in a dragon's nature. They never attacked first when faced with someone who spoke their language. In other words, I had shifted the situation from hostile to neutral. A peculiar being. I stopped 100 meters from the dragon and sat down. Even at this distance, if the dragon wanted, it could swallow me whole. It only had to lower its head. It could kill me, but there's no need to. The golden dragon was on par with the Nephilim from the Great Labyrinth. A bit tricky to handle, sure, but not impossible to defeat. And the rewards were plentiful: dragon scales, tendons, bones, horns, even the heart. But I wouldn't get the golden fleece. Because if I fought and killed the golden dragon, it would destroy the fleece out of spite. The golden fleece could only be obtained through the great success route. No matter how many dragon materials I collected, none of them could compare to the fleece. What business does a talking insect have in my nest? The golden dragon shifted slightly, angling its body just enough to block my view of its nest. Typical dragon behavior guarding its treasure. I chuckled. I came to give you some advice. Huh? Advice? From an insect? How arrogant. The golden dragon let out a furious roar. Then, it breathed fire. Golden flames erupted into the sky, scorching the heavens. Naturally, the village behind me fell into chaos. Bang, 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 bang. The emergency bell rang furiously. The holy barrier stacked layer upon layer, turning so opaque that the village was barely visible. That was how terrifying the golden dragon's presence was. Not that it intimidated me in the slightest. Master of the sword Nephilim's sword Thor cultivation technique. Dragon tongue adamantine body mana soul. Instead, I gathered my strength. Black and white energy flickered across my body. The Nephilim's sword manifesting in my flesh. A feat possible only because of my adamantine body. It burned an immense amount of mana, but for a brief moment, I could sustain it. That power. The golden dragon tensed, halting its flames. A mere sword master could already cut through dragon scales. But Nephilim's sword? Even a dragon could tell it was a mythical force from a bygone era. Underestimating me would be a grave mistake. I smirked at the golden dragon. Well, I think I've earned at least a conversation, don't you? Arrogant for an insect. It grumbled, but its posture softened. The dragon extended its long neck, lowering its head toward me. Like a giraffe stretching out, its massive skull loomed over me. Speak. What is it you wish to say? It still refused to call it advice. I didn't care. After a brief pause, I answered. You know, you'll never become a dragon lord if you keep sitting here. What? You dare? Think about it. You've been here for over 2,000 years since the Gigantomachy, right? By now, you should have at least reached Elder Dragon level. And yet, even though your scales and bones have hardened, your heart remains unchanged. Alpha Nu Beta. Why was the golden dragon guarding the golden fleece? Why had it built a nest atop the gold mines and remained there for centuries? To grow stronger. To become an elder dragon, and eventually, a dragon lord. The golden fleece was a treasure imbued with the power of immortality and resurrection. For 2,000 years, the golden dragon had been absorbing that power. Ruoar. The golden dragon let out a furious howl. Even in dragon tongue, it carried no meaning, just pure rage and frustration. I stared up at it. Am I wrong? You know the truth better than anyone. You don't need the golden fleece anymore. You drained all its power centuries ago. Staying here any longer is pointless. While other dragons are becoming elder dragons and challenging for the throne of Dragon Lord, you're just sleeping. Insolent insect? What do you know? I may be smaller than you, but I know more about dragons than you do. For example, I know how you can become an elder dragon. What? The golden dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. A long silence. Then, slowly, it muttered. You claim to know the path to elder dragonhood. That's right. I do. Huh? And yet I do not. Its voice trembled with disbelief. But both the dragon and I knew one undeniable fact. One cannot lie in dragon tongue. The language itself carried power. It compelled absolute truth. And any words spoken in dragon tongue had to be upheld. The golden dragon clenched its claws. An unconscious reaction. The gold ingots beneath its talons crumpled like paper. Slowly, the dragon leaned in closer. Its massive eyes filled with an emotion it could no longer suppress. Desire. Then tell me, what is this method? It's simple. You're a golden dragon, correct? Unless you are an otherworldly being from beyond the Great Rift, that much should be obvious. Stop speaking nonsense and explain yourself. Golden dragons possess both earth and fire attributes, correct? Technically, it was closer to metal than earth, but close enough. That is true. Over the centuries, you've absorbed more than enough earth attribute from the golden fleece and the gold mines. You've consumed vast amounts of mana enough to become an elder dragon or even a dragon lord. But there's a problem. You're lacking something. The golden dragon's pupils narrowed. Lacking? What am I lacking? I smiled. Fire. Fire? You claim I lack fire? Are you blind, insect? The golden dragon unleashed a torrent of fire. Golden flames erupted brilliantly, spreading outward. But I simply shook my head. This is how it should be done. This is fire. Hellfire Thor cultivation technique Mana Soul. Mana Core Mana Recovery Deep Breath. Whoosh. I abandoned Dragon Tongue entirely and activated Hellfire. Like a living flamethrower, I spewed fire into the air, right next to the golden dragon's golden flames. As the infernal blaze surged forth, the golden dragon's eyes wavered. Why? Because my fire looked stronger than its own. Worse, hellfire was spreading, consuming the golden flames and even creeping toward the dragon's own throat. Kraya! It let out a long roar. I quickly reactivated Dragon Tongue to translate at novel bin at. Impossible? An insect like you? Well, of course. Right now, the golden dragon was using Dragon's Flame. A formidable fire attribute ability, but not top tier. It couldn't compare to solar flames, hellfire, or dark flame. The golden dragon thrashed in disbelief for a long while before finally regaining its composure and looking down at me. No, this time, it lowered its head to meet my gaze. A similar posture to before, yet different. Now, it acknowledged me as an equal. Are you saying that to become an elder dragon, I must strengthen my flame? It was catching on. I nodded thoughtfully. That's right. You already know about Dragon Sovereign Fire, don't you? Dragon Sovereign Fire. An advanced form of Dragon's Flame. It was also a key ingredient for Extreme Flame and Supreme Flame. Dragon Sovereign Fire. Yes. My mother wielded that power. Exactly. Now think about the other golden dragons. Or even the red dragons. Where did they build their nests? Did they settle in mines like you? No. Only earth dragons make their nests in mines. Grr. The golden dragon let out a low growl. Then should I relocate my nest immediately? It glanced back at its horde with clear reluctance. That wouldn't do. Simply moving the nest wasn't enough. It wouldn't matter to the golden dragon, but I had a problem. It would take the golden fleece with it. If I wanted to secure the great success route, I had to choose my words carefully. Moving to a volcano would work, but you'd have to absorb volcanic heat for at least 1,000 years. Can you wait that long? 1,000 years? I could, but that's too long. Exactly. By then, new dragon lords would rise, and a whole new generation of hatchlings would have been born. Insect no, human. You must have a method. That's why you sought me out, isn't it? The golden dragon's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Sharp. I smirked. Of course. If you offer me proper compensation, I'll help you become an elder dragon. Proper compensation. The golden fleece. I pointed confidently at the nest. The golden dragon screeched. What? You thieving rat? You dare covet my treasure? Then forget it. Stay here forever, clutching your hoard and sleeping away the centuries. You think I won't force an answer from you? The golden dragon unfurled its wings. Its mana flared to its peak. Condensed and nearly tangible, the sheer pressure rattled the sky. Thunder boomed. Sparks crackled through the air. But I wasn't the least bit afraid. I casually rested my hand on the hilt of the black tiger sword and asked, "Want to test me?" Ghhhhh. The golden dragon let out a deep, forced cough. If we fought, I would win. The dragon didn't know that for sure, but after seeing the Nephilim's sword earlier, it at least understood that I wasn't some bug it could crush underfoot. Very well. If you turn me into an elder dragon, I will grant you my treasure. Let's be precise. I can't instantly make you an elder dragon, but I can show you how. Human, do not play games with me. It takes time. What I can do is evolve your dragon's flame into Dragon Sovereign Fire. After that, you'll need to go to a volcano and drink magma for about 10 years. That will balance your fire and earth attributes, allowing you to evolve into an elder dragon. The golden dragon was level 7. Elder dragons were level 8. For reference, dragon lords were level 9. 10 years. 10 years, huh? The golden dragon lowered its head in contemplation. Make your choice. I waited in silence. Would it wait 1,000 years in a volcano? Or would it trade the golden fleece and shorten it to 10 years? The answer was obvious. Then, the dragon's eyes shifted. For a brief moment, a flicker of cunning crossed its face before disappearing. Of course. It was a dragon. Would a dog stop chasing bones? Would a dragon easily part with its hoard? I pretended not to notice and remained patient. At last, the golden dragon spoke. Fine. I accept your proposal. Human, I shall grant you the golden fleece. But you must provide the precise method. If you deceive me, you will face my wrath. I have no intention of deceiving you. We'll finish everything today. You'll gain Dragon Sovereign Fire, head for the volcano, and I'll take the Golden Fleece. Deal. Deal. Give me Dragon Sovereign Fire, and I will give you the Golden Fleece. An absolute contract bound by Dragon Tongue. Neither of us could break it. I rose to my feet. From my golf bag, I pulled out materials and tools. Good thing I carried random junk everywhere. If I hadn't, I would have had to fly to Tbilisi, the capital of Georgia, to buy supplies. What are you doing? I'm replenishing your mana. My mana is boundless. Higher than the sky, vaster than the sea. It's not enough. I set up a magic brazier and placed a cauldron on top. A magic cauldron for cooking. I ignited the fire using a mana core. A level 5 mana core I obtained after defeating a magic golem in the Gunslinger ruins. Never thought I'd be using it like this. Good thing I hoarded everything eventually, it always found a use. I poured in a generous amount of phoenix fluid into the magic cauldron. A catalyst used to enhance phoenix flames. I had bought it from the Sun Mage Tower just in case. Right now, it was just broth for a mana stew. As the phoenix fluid began to boil, I added a magic ruby. Then, I ground up Hell's Gold into a fine powder and sprinkled it in. For the final touch, I placed a level 7 mana core, a relic from the Guardian of the Gunslinger ruins, on top, like a garnish. All I sensed was intense fire tribute mana. But the golden dragon's reaction was different. It sniffed the air, twisting its massive body with anticipation. An unusual scent. It smells delicious. Then eat it. Eat it. Yeah, I made it for you? As if waiting for permission, the golden dragon snatched up the cauldron in one gulp. I meant for it to drink the stew, but it swallowed the entire cauldron. My precious magic cauldron. I could buy another, sure. But maybe because I grew up poor, wasting money always stung a little. Cough, cough. The golden dragon let out small coughs. Each time, golden flames flickered from its mouth. Originally, the mixture was used to create Phoenix Flame, an enhancement catalyst. As a medicinal dish, it greatly amplified fire tribute traits. Particularly effective for dragons. Whoosh! I extended my hand and released Hellfire. The scorching red flames surged forward, bathing the dragon. An internal stimulus followed by an external stimulus. Grrrrrrrr. The golden dragon threw its head back. Its wings flared open, spreading wide. Its forelegs went completely slack. A posture like an old man soaking in a hot spring. Ah, this is wonderful. Of course, it felt good. To the dragon, it must have been like having a hot bowl of oxbone soup followed by a sauna session. Even though it was hellfire, after consuming the Phoenix mana stew, it was nothing more than a relaxing heat bath. I gave it everything I had. Just using Thor cultivation technique and mana soul wasn't enough, so I resorted to the effects of potion dependency and potion addiction for the first time in a while. I grabbed a handful of high-grade mana potions from my golf bag and chugged them without hesitation. Gulping them down, I continued to unleash hellfire. Ah, this feels amazing. Oh yeah? Meanwhile, I was dying trying to maintain hellfire and dragon tongue at the same time. I was effectively using 5 trait slots just to keep hellfire going. If I swapped out dragon tongue, a single word from the dragon could crush my mind. So I had no choice but to endure. After relentlessly pouring out hellfire, a change finally occurred. The golden dragon tilted its head. Then, it began gagging like it was about to vomit. Almost there. I pushed myself harder. Summoning every last ounce of strength, I unleashed one final surge of hellfire. Whoosh! Then, it happened. At the center of the golden dragon's chest, where its dragon heart resided, a fire bloomed. Brighter than the sun. Hotter than magma. Dragon sovereign fire. I finally stopped spewing hellfire. Switching to adamantine body and immortality, I purified my body. I drank healing potions, mana potions, and holy water to restore myself to peak condition. Because I knew exactly what was coming next. Q. The golden dragon unleashed a breath attack. It was no longer golden. A deep, pure blue flame. A fire supreme in both magical and physical attributes. The golden dragon, now brimming with confidence, gazed down at me. It held its head high, as if it had already become an elder dragon. You have my gratitude, human. I shall keep my promise. Whoosh! The golden fleece flew toward me. I removed my iron fist gauntlets and reached out with both hands. The golden fleece split into 2 strands and coiled around my hands and wrists. The traits it carried: immortality and resurrection. Immortality granted temporary invulnerability. Resurrection functioned like a rechargeable elixir. Even compared to etherealization or gold measure, this was superior. Immortality provided absolute invincibility, much like the Massacre Empress' untouchable state. Resurrection didn't even require recharging, just a cooldown period before it could be used again. He. The golden dragon chuckled darkly. Foolish insect. Do you realize something? Its tone had reverted to how it sounded when we first met. I only promised to give you the golden fleece. I never said I wouldn't take it back, or that I wouldn't attack you. Of course. Even on the great success route, this was part of it. The Dragon Slayer route. The path where I took not only the golden fleece but also dragon materials. The idiot golden dragon had no idea this was exactly what I intended. As it bared its fangs, ready to strike. Boom, 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 fire poured down. A tidal wave of deep blue flame surged toward me. The golden dragon had been gathering mana for a surprise attack from the very start. I didn't dodge. Instead, I leapt straight into the Azure Inferno, activating the golden fleece as I did. A golden barrier layered around me, overlapping like reinforced armor. The flames, the dragon's sovereign fire, failed to harm me in the slightest. All it did was obscure my vision, distorting the world in a haze of heat. Ha ha ha, foolish insect. You fell for it. The golden dragon laughed triumphantly, snapping its jaws forward. The flames were a feint, the real attack was a bite. Its massive fangs lunged toward me, intent on crushing me whole. The golden fleece's invincibility wasn't permanent. If it clamped down and held me, the effect would eventually wear off. TCH. Didn't matter. The moment its jaws closed around me, I activated phasing. Whoosh, wah. My body became ghost-like. I phased right through the dragon's teeth. Bones, flesh, and scales passed by in a blur, revealing my target. Its thick, exposed nape. I was already drawing my sword. Equipping Master of the Sword and Nephilim's sword, I drove my blade in without hesitation. Kreia. I had swapped out Dragon's Roar for a finishing strike. A violent mana backlash crashed into my mind. Blood trickled down my lips at novel bin at. The thrashing dragon wrenched my sword free, flinging me away. As I hurtled through the air, I threw Mjolnir. Boom! Lightning and thunder cracked as Mjolnir slammed into the open wound. The gash ripped wider, blood spraying like a fountain. You miserable insect! I will kill you! The golden dragon roared, locking its burning gaze onto me. Vertical pupils gleamed with sheer murderous intent. I was still airborne. The dragon opened its jaws wide, preparing another blast of dragon's sovereign fire. It thought I had no way to block it, that I had already exhausted the immortality of the golden fleece. I needed to prepare. Before landing, I caught the returning Mjolnir in my left hand, unfolded Aegis on my forearm. With their combined enhancements, I gripped the black tiger sword in my right hand once more. Whoosh! The second blast of dragon's sovereign fire erupted. This time, it was different. Even before reaching me, the air itself ignited and distorted. Space itself wavered and cracked under the heat. This was the real deal. The dragon had poured everything into this attack. Humph! I smirked. I had endured solar flames for over 15 seconds back when I was level 3. What about now? Now that I was level 6, clad in SSR-grade equipment, with my trait slots filled with high-tier abilities, Magic Resistance, Fire Resistance, Dark Flame, Divine Radiance, Divine Artifact, Mana Shield. Black flames erupted from me. Behind me, holy light radiated outward. Dark Flame and Divine Radiance intertwined, creating a new force. A power that could be called Dark Light, or perhaps Black Radiance. It surged into Aegis. The usual milky white barrier transformed. A midnight black shield manifested before me. Dragon's sovereign fire struck it head-on. The beam of flame slammed into the shield like a divine cannon. But it didn't break through. The black shield trembled violently, my arm nearly fracturing under the pressure. Yet it held. The all-consuming heat seared my skin, warping it with burns. Yet it did not kill me. Kreia. But the golden dragon roared in triumph. Not in frustration, but in victory. I hadn't activated Dragon's Roar, so I couldn't understand its words. But I could guess. It was probably saying, "Did I get him?" I shoved the shield aside. Residual flames burst outward, dust and embers scattering. And at that moment, my gaze met the dragon's. Its eyes widened in shock. I smirked. Then, I swapped traits, and lunged forward. Die, insect. Magic rained down. Fire bolts, lightning strikes, ice spears, earth projectiles. A barrage of elemental destruction. I ignored it all. I had magic resistance and magic reflection. Bounce, bounce, bounce. I deflected everything with shield mastery. The dragon's own magic became my weapon. Greya. It howled as its own spell struck it. Then, it crouched low, and whipped its massive tail. Whoosh! A devastating tail swipe. I counted silently. Waited. Then, flash! The world flickered. Darkness blinked into light. When my vision stabilized, I was already airborne. Right above the dragon's head, falling directly toward the open wound I had slashed earlier. You little wretch! I executed aerial assault into GMO Divine Strike. Plummeting, I drove the black tiger sword into the exposed wound. With only Master of the Sword equipped, I didn't even need anything else. That alone was enough. The blade sank to the hilt. Boom, boom, boom. The golden dragon went berserk. It thrashed wildly, crashing into its nest. Its wings flailed, sending waves of force through the air. It tried to shake me off, but I held on with everything I had. This was the final push. I had landed 2 fatal blows already. If I fell now, I'd be in serious trouble. Can't give it time to recover. The golden fleece carried immortality and resurrection. The golden dragon had been absorbing its power for 2,000 years. It might not be able to revive, but it definitely had some level of regeneration. Given just a few seconds, it would fully recover. Even the wounds I inflicted earlier, they were already half healed. I had to end it now. Giant Strength Dragon's Roar Vajra Body. Divine Artifact Holy Radiance Thunderbolt. I clung to the dragon's back, pouring all my power into my next attack. Since a dragon's roar consumed massive amounts of mana, I simply equipped Dragon's Roar and nullified the golden dragon's howls. I endured being slammed into the ground and smashed against the walls using Vajra Body. I maximized Mjolnir's power through Divine Artifact, enhanced it with Holy Radiance, and infused it with Thunderbolt. Then, I replicated the technique demonstrated by the Pontiff of the Thor Order. In other words, I created Annihilation Thunder. BZZZZZZZT. A transparent bolt of lightning crackled, vibrating ominously. I raised my left hand high. Crackle, the heavens answered. A thunderbolt descended, striking Mjolnir and my hand. I swung it down. Die. Boom! Thunder roared. Lightning exploded. Flesh burst apart, evaporating into mist. Scales, tendons, bones, everything crumbled into nothing. A massive hole gaped open in the back of the golden dragon's neck. Kreia, I'll kill you. The golden dragon howled in madness. But the battle had already turned in my favor. I clenched my teeth and hammered Mjolnir down. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times. Like a blacksmith forging steel. Like a demolisher tearing down a building. I broke the golden dragon. It wasn't easy. The dragon desperately fought back. At first, it rampaged inside its nest. Then, it took to the skies, twisting and flipping in the air in an attempt to shake me off. It even cast magic upon itself, trying to blast me away. But none of it worked. I swapped traits dozens of times and held on. And so, after hours of battle, a fight that began at midday and stretched until sunset, with the western sky painted crimson by the dying light, it was finally time to end it. Growling, a dying groan, the golden dragon staggered. It began to fall, back to where the fight had started, back to its nest. Boom! The impact shook the world. Ugh! I coughed up blood. The golden dragon had cushioned the landing, but the accumulated shock to my body had reached its limit. Grrhh, khh. The golden dragon let out a weak whimper. Its eyes had lost focus. Even with its regeneration trait, it had lost too much blood. This was the end. Schlick! I pulled out the black tiger sword hilt and all. Holding my blade, I stepped between its 2 massive horns. A dragon's vital point. Between the horns, past the thick scales. A single strike here would pierce the brain. Even a dragon wouldn't survive that. Spare me, please. The golden dragon begged for its life. Just spare me. I'll give you everything. Do you seek an elixir of miracles? A legendary magic sword imbued with high-level enchantments? Gold, endless gold? If you let me live, I will reveal my secret treasure hoard. And beta. Utter nonsense. It had no such treasures. This dragon had spent 2,000 years sleeping, hoarding nothing but the golden fleece and a gold mine. I don't need it. Crunch. I drove my sword in, releasing a black and white sword aura as I did. Squeezing out the last of my mana, I watched as the light faded from the dragon's eyes. Its massive head slumped forward with a dull thud. A golden dragon that had ignored the warnings of its instincts, and put all its faith in dragon sovereign fire. That was its downfall. HAA. Relief washed over me. Pain I had been ignoring surged through my body all at once. Every inch of my skin burned. My hair was completely singed. My throat felt like sandpaper. Whoosh! I activated the golden fleece. Golden waves of energy rippled outward, healing my injuries. I didn't need potions or trait swaps. My body regenerated rapidly, the pain vanishing in moments. I pulled out a drink, took a sip, and admired my spoils. It's huge. The golden dragon may have been level 7, but it was as old as an elder dragon. Massive in size, overflowing with valuable materials. What would I do with it? Take everything, of course. Everything here was money and magic materials. Even a novice blacksmith could forge an R-rank magic weapon from dragon parts. With the right artisan, SSR rank gear was possible. I should upgrade the GMO set. The GMO set and golden dragon complemented each other perfectly. Even in the game, it could be enhanced to SSR rank. I drew my blade and began disassembling the dragon. Starting with the chest. The first priority, the heart. Thump, thump, thump. Though it had stopped beating, it still pulsed with mana. Examining its internal circuits, I smirked. Dragon Sovereign Fire. The trait was dormant within. I'll use this to make a level 7 trait elixir. To create Supreme Flame, I needed 6 traits. Dark Flame, Solar Flames, Hellfire, Dragon Sovereign Fire, Celestial Fire, and Chaos Flame. This was the 4th one. All that remained was acquiring Celestial Fire from Olympus and Chaos Flame from the Great Rift. Once I had those, I'd be ready to claim victory against the Sun Mage Tower in our long-standing wager. Almost a year had passed since that bet, hadn't it? Schlick, slice, squish. I methodically butchered the dragon. For the first time in a while, I used my butcher trait. A trait I had acquired from hunting the Mountain King in the Cheonma War. The dragon's horns, eyes, nose, tongue, scales, bones, and flesh. I harvested everything, piling it up in a mountain of materials. Red, store this in the skyship. Yes, master. The harvested parts were transported onto the skyship's deck. Magic golems and drones worked tirelessly, moving the materials. Again, the skyship was the size of an aircraft carrier. It could hold an entire elder dragon without issue. Ha! The golden dragon. What do we do now? This isn't right. Villagers and pilgrims stood at a distance, anxiously shifting their feet. The villagers had lost their main tourist attraction overnight. The pilgrims had lost their chance to claim even a single strand of the golden fleece. Well, that wasn't my problem. The villagers could mine the gold instead of relying on the dragon. The pilgrims? If they searched the gold mines thoroughly, they might find a few strands of fleece. It wouldn't kill them to put in some effort. Ruoar? With the disassembly complete, I soared into the sky, aboard the skyship. This was intentional. When you slay a golden dragon, you don't keep it quiet. The louder I broadcast my feat, the better the rewards would be in Olympus. I arrived at Mount Mitikas at dawn the next day, just as the warm spring sunlight began illuminating the world. Slowly, I descended toward the Gaia Grand Temple, nestled on the mountainside. Pilgrims were already lining up. They looked up at the skyship, shielding their eyes from the morning glare. As I reduced the ship's size and docked it to the side, their expressions shattered. What is that? Is that meat? I feel powerful mana radiating from it. Horns? Look at those horns. They're huge. At least 10 times bigger than an elephant's tusks. A dragon? It's a dragon's corpse. What? A dragon. It's unmistakable? I saw dragon horns and dragon teeth in a museum before. Are you sure? No doubt about it. A golden dragon? A golden dragon has been slain. Anyone attempting to ascend Olympus knew the 12 trials inside and out. And now, a golden dragon's corpse had appeared before them? Not only that, but it had been perfectly processed, ready to be crafted into weapons? The murmurs spread like wildfire, even up to the Gaia Grand Temple atop the mountain. Pegasi took to the skies. Heavily armed paladins circled above before landing on the skyship's deck. They weren't alone. The blindfolded priestess and priests I had seen inside the temple the previous day were also among them. Oh, Gaia's vision. Oh, the setting sun of the west. The blindfolded priestess let out a sighing prayer. Where is the golden fleece? Here. I extended both arms. The priestess gently ran her fingers over the fleece, then shook her head. It is a flawless masterpiece. Not a single strand is damaged. Does this mean the trial is complete? Yes. Perfectly complete. No, even perfect does not do it justice. You went beyond expectations and even slayed the greedy dragon itself. You have transcended the trial. The priestess glanced at me before continuing. The golden fleece was originally meant for the gods. Even as the stigmata's protector, you would need to offer it to enter Olympus. However, since you have slain the greedy golden dragon, you now have other options. She paused for emphasis. The first option is to offer the golden fleece as tribute. The second option is to offer the golden dragon's corpse instead. If you choose this, not only will you enter Olympus, but you will be invited as an honored guest to the gods' grand banquet. Was she crazy? The golden fleece and the golden dragon's corpse were mine. I wasn't handing them over to anyone, not even the gods. There's a third option, isn't there? Yes. Since you have transcended the trial, you may keep both the golden fleece and the golden dragon's corpse. However, in this case, while you will be allowed entry into Olympus, you will not be invited to the gods' banquet. If you still wish to attend, you must complete additional trials within Olympus. That was exactly what I wanted. There were a few easy-to-acquire traits in Olympus, and some that were absolutely essential. I nodded firmly. I'll take the third option. As expected. To challenge trial after trial, to overcome every hardship and ascend to the constellations, that is the true nature of a hero. The priestess turned away. Open the grand gate. Her voice, imbued with mana, reverberated through the air. The response was immediate. Rumble, a deep, grinding noise. This wasn't the side door used by ordinary pilgrims. Nor was it the small gate reserved for those who completed their trials adequately. Not even the main gate, which opened only for legendary heroes recognized across the world. No, this was the Grand Gate, a term used to refer to the Gaia Grand Temple itself. The temple, built like a fortress, began to split apart, its stone walls parting to reveal a path forward, opening wide, for me alone.